Chapter 1: A Gift from Heaven. Ouch, can you be gentler? You're hurting me. Shinjai knelt on the large bed, the faint moonlight falling on her fair back. Yi-Chen stared at her delicate skin, his fingertips unconsciously digging deeper, leaving red marks. Okay, I'll be gentler. Yi-Chen responded with a slight smile, but images from his previous life couldn't help but surface in his mind. After completing the divorce proceedings with him, Shinjai immediately took the arm of the rich second-generation heir, got into the luxury car, and drove away. He himself was left with nothing, and in the end, he was hit and killed by an out-of-control truck. The screech of brakes before I died, the chatter of the onlookers, and that familiar figure recalling them now still feels like being pricked by needles. What are you doing? Are you going to move or not? This is your last chance to touch me in your life. Shinjai seemed to notice his stiffness, turned her head slightly, a hint of impatience and disgust flashing in her eyes, her tone full of perfunctory. Yi-Chen suddenly came to his senses and quickly suppressed the murderous intent surging in his eyes. He was reborn, and returned to the night before his divorce. He then took a deep breath and ran his fingertips over Shinjai's waist. The touch was exactly the same as he remembered, soft and silky. In his previous life, he treated it like a precious treasure. But now? Yi-Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, shaking his head slightly in self-deprecation. Just then, a sweet female voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Strong desire for revenge detected in the host. Beauty Encyclopedia system activated. The newbie gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to activate it immediately? Yi-Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he frowned deeply. It was actually the system? Although he was somewhat skeptical, he still pretended to be calm and silently recited it in his mind. Turn on, turn on. Ding! New player gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received the system reward, 1 golden spear pill and 10 million in cash note. This has been transferred to your system balance and can be withdrawn at any time. Yi-Chen's eyes widened suddenly, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up slightly. 10 million? Really? It seems that this rebirth and system really aren't a dream. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, the system notification sounded again. Ding! A scumbag girl character profile has been detected nearby. Activate now? As soon as the system notification sound ended, Yi-Chen's gaze involuntarily fell on Shinjai. She was lying on the bed with her phone in her hand, her fingers flying across the screen, occasionally letting out a perfunctory murmur. In his previous life, he trusted Shinjai too much, and only after the divorce did he find out that she had already hooked up with that rich second generation. Furthermore, that car accident was not a simple accident, but a premeditated conspiracy. Activation. Yi-Chen responded in his mind without hesitation. Ding! The Scumbag Girl Guide has been successfully activated. Target, Shinjai. Current favorability level, 30. Illustrated guide reward, to be unlocked requires reducing the target's affinity to 0. Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow, a look of disdain on his face. How come her favorability rating is so low? Looks like this bitch is pretty good at pretending. Immediately with a thought, he took out the Golden Spear Invincible pill from his system space and quickly put it into his mouth before Shinjai noticed. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, and a strong warm current swept through the entire body, making even the blood seem to boil. Immediately afterwards, a warm current surged from the dantian to the limbs and bones. My body, which had been somewhat weak from working overtime late into the night, suddenly became full of energy, and even my vision and hearing became much clearer. Shinjai finally secretly put down her phone, gently swaying her body, as if she vaguely sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? Why does it feel like it's gotten bigger? Shinjai subconsciously frowned slightly and gripped the bedsheet tightly with both hands. Yi-Chen didn't answer, but instead reached out and grabbed her hair. His arm was much stronger than usual, and Shinjai struggled but couldn't break free. You've done enough. We need to go through the divorce proceedings tomorrow. Shinjai's voice carried a hint of disgust, but also a barely perceptible, yes. She had originally thought that Yi-Chen would, like before, cry and beg her not to divorce him. Then she could then legitimately impose all sorts of harsh conditions, leaving him with nothing. But today's Yi-Chen was clearly different from what she had imagined. Yi-Chen leaned down and gently blew a breath into her ear. Divorce proceedings? No rush, I'll grant your wish. We'll talk about it after tonight. Shinjai's body froze instantly. She could clearly feel the changes coming from Yi Chen, as well as the unfamiliar hormonal scent emanating from him. What happened next was even more unexpected for Xinjiai. Yi Chen was like a completely different person. His movements were fierce and precise, unlike the man who used to be out of breath after just 2 minutes. She had only intended to go through with it, but as time went on, her consciousness gradually blurred, leaving only the intense pleasure emanating from her body. She couldn't help but hug Yi Chen's back tightly, her nails digging deep into his skin, and she let out moans. This was an experience she had never had before, more exciting than ever before. After an unknown amount of time, Xinjiai collapsed weakly in Yi Chen's arms, her cheeks flushed and her breathing rapid. She looked at his profile, the contours of which were exceptionally clear, and a playful smile in his eyes, which made her heart beat faster. "You, how come you're suddenly so amazing today?" Xinjiai was breathing heavily, and her voice carried a hint of shyness she had never shown before. Yi Chen stroked her hair, his tone indifferent. Maybe he knew he was getting a divorce and wanted to leave a good impression on you one last time. Upon hearing this, Xinjiai's heart sank, and the pleasure she had just felt vanished almost entirely. She almost forgot that she was getting a divorce from the man in front of her tomorrow. But when she thought about what she had just experienced, she felt a strange sense of longing and reluctance. If we don't get a divorce, can we live like this every day from now on? The thought had barely crossed her mind when she forcibly suppressed it. She's going to marry into a wealthy family, how can she give up her bright future just because of this little physical need? That rich kid is not only wealthy, but also very handsome, far superior to Yi Chen. Thinking of this, Xinjiai immediately took a deep breath. She then pushed Yi Chen away, sat up, and quickly put on her pajamas. All right, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep early. We need to get up early to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Her tone returned to its usual coldness, as if the passionate woman from just moments ago was not her. Looking at her current state, Yi Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Indeed, it's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. But it doesn't matter, the real show is just beginning. Yi Chen slowly sat up, lit a white Pagoda Mountain cigarette. He casually picked up his phone, pretending to scroll through his WeChat moments, but his eyes were constantly observing her out of the corner of his eye. It must be said that Xinjiai is not only very beautiful, but her figure is also absolutely top-notch. Curvy figure with a small waist, fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Do you know how comfortable it would be to hug someone with a body like that while sleeping? If Yi Chen hadn't saved her life back then, how could she have possibly married him? Chapter 2, Not a single good person among them. After getting dressed, Xinjiai went straight to the dressing table and tidied her messy hair in front of the mirror. Yi Chen looked at her reflection in the mirror without a care in the world. What are your plans after the divorce? Xinjiai paused for a moment while applying lipstick, then responded nonchalantly. What other plans do I have? I'll find a job and start over. Yi Chen smiled but didn't expose her lie. All right, from now on we'll go our separate ways. I hope you won't regret it. Xinjiai glanced at him in the mirror and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Regret? How could she possibly regret it? But she was surprised to find that Yi Chen wasn't clinging to her like he used to. He seemed completely unconcerned. Did he already know something? Or? The thought made Xinjiai's heart tighten, but she quickly dismissed it. Yi Chen is usually so honest, how could he possibly suspect her? She must be overthinking it. Okay, I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep now. Xinjiai put down her lipstick, turned around, and went back to the bedside. Yi Chen watched her lie down and cover herself with the blanket. The room quickly fell silent, with only the sound of their breathing remaining. Xinjiai closed her eyes, but her mind was racing with all sorts of thoughts. She looked forward to the day after her divorce, when she could openly date the rich second generation and dreamed of her future life in a wealthy family. Then, she unconsciously recalled the pleasure Yi Chen had given her earlier, and felt inexplicably conflicted. She turned her back to Yi Chen, trying to calm herself down. But the more I did this, the more confused I became. Yi Chen was not actually asleep. He could clearly feel Xinjiai tossing and turning. He sneered inwardly, thinking that this woman wasn't so resolute after all. But it doesn't matter, he has plenty of time to play with her. Then he remembered the system and immediately summoned it in his mind. System. Immediately afterwards, a blue virtual panel appeared in front of them. Personal information and photos of beautiful women. 2 options appear before you. Yi Wuchen immediately selected his personal information. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 25. Skills, none. Backpack, none available. Task, none. Balance, 10 million. Looking at the virtual panel before him, Yi-Chen was still overwhelmed with shock and excitement, feeling as if he were dreaming. But the changes in his body told him that it was all true. However, he was not in a hurry to withdraw the money immediately, thinking it would be safer to try after the divorce. Otherwise, once this family of vampires finds out, who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause. After regaining his composure, he clicked on the beauty encyclopedia again. Instantly, countless images of gray-haired beauties appeared before my eyes. Only the first picture of the bad girl was mostly lit up. Others include nurses, flight attendants, teachers, lawyers, school beauties, young married women, heiresses, white-collar workers, doctors, CEOs, and so on. Rows of densely packed gray cards lay out, waiting to be lit up one by one. Each card is labeled with a type name, some indicating occupation, others indicating identity. Each illustration is accompanied by a beautiful and lifelike portrait of the person depicted. As he watched, Yi-Chen unconsciously drifted off to sleep. The next day, Shinjiai woke up very early. She opened her eyes, and the first thing she did was look at Yi-Chen beside her. Yi-Chen was still asleep, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he had a bad dream. Shinjiai felt inexplicably guilty, but she quickly suppressed it. She got up quietly, trying not to wake Yi-Chen, and then went to the bathroom to wash up. When she finished washing up and came out, Yi-Chen was already awake and was leaning against the headboard playing on his phone. "You're awake? Let's get ready and head to the Civil Affairs Bureau." Shinjiai's tone was very calm, as if she were just talking about something very ordinary. Yi-Chen slowly put down his phone and nodded. Good. Just as they finished getting ready to leave, there was a knock on the door. Just like in the previous life, nothing that was supposed to come was missing. The visitors were Shinjiai's mother, Jo Yakin, and her younger brother, Shin Yuza. The moment she stepped inside, her smile vanished. She couldn't even be bothered with any more perfunctory politeness. The two walked into the living room one after the other and sat down directly on the sofa. Jo Yakin sighed, feigning regret. Sigh. I never thought you two would end up like this. But Yi-Chen, don't blame Jai. You two were just destined to be apart. Yi-Chen didn't speak, but instead leaned against the corner of the wall with his arms crossed, quietly watching them act. Look at you now, you only earn 3,000 yuan a month. How are you going to live in the future? Yi-Chen snorted coldly after hearing this, finally saying what he wouldn't dare to say normally. Poof. How can you blame me? If I hadn't given Jai a kidney to save her, would I be in this situation? Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the group changed simultaneously, clearly showing surprise and anger. Yi-Chen actually dared to say such a thing? It was truly hard for them to believe. However, after hearing this, Shinjiai kept her head down and didn't dare to speak. Whether from anger or guilt, his expression was rather unpleasant. Yi-Chen did indeed save her life back then, otherwise, she wouldn't have married him. Just then, Shin Yuza, with his legs crossed, slowly spoke. You can't say that. No one forced you back then. It was your own choice. Don't act so high and mighty. Aren't you just a toad trying to eat swan meat? As soon as Shin Yuza finished speaking, Jo Yakin immediately chimed in. Yes, Jai has repaid her debt of gratitude by marrying you these past few years, so you haven't lost out. Didn't Jai give you all the best years of her youth? But this house. I paid for it back then, and now that things have come to this, I definitely want it back. Shin Yuza glanced at Yi-Chen disdainfully, then snorted coldly. I mean, I'll get divorced today and move out as soon as possible, so I can use it as our marital home. Yi-Chen simply smiled faintly after hearing this, completely unconcerned. After all, this has already happened once before. Heh, you just want me to leave with nothing, right? Fine, whatever you want. I'll move out as soon as the formalities are completed, and I don't want anything. My prime years aren't over yet, and I don't want to waste any more of them. Upon hearing this, Shinjiai abruptly looked up at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. You? What do you mean? She never expected that Yi-Chen could say these words so casually. There was not even a hint of hesitation or reluctance, let alone pleading. Keep pretending. With a body like yours, practically useless, you call yourself young? I bet you'd have a hard time surviving without my sister. Shin Yuza scoffed and lit a cigarette with utter disdain. Alright, since you've agreed, I won't say anything more. You guys get the paperwork done quickly. Don't say the Shin family is heartless. Consider that car a gift from us. Yi Chen smiled helplessly and shook his head after hearing this. It's the same old routine, no sincerity whatsoever. Ha ha, no need. I said I don't want anything, and I mean I don't want anything. Don't waste my time, let's go. After saying that, he walked straight toward the door. As he passed Shinjai, he deliberately patted her bottom lightly. What are you standing there for? Aren't you coming? Shinjai finally came to her senses and quickly followed. Yi Chen's willingness to agree to a divorce meant she would be very happy. But looking at Yi Chen's reaction and expression, Shinjai felt a strange sense of loss. With a loud bang. The moment the door closed, the two people inside simultaneously frowned. Pa! Damn it, he's half dead and still pretending? Shinyuza spat fiercely, his eyes filled with disgust. Zhou Yakin, however, seemed to be deep in thought, her brows slightly furrowed. Why does Yi Chen seem different from before? What's the difference? He's still just a piece of trash. Shinyuza, however, remained completely oblivious and continued smoking. Chapter 3: Parting Ways. Civil Affairs Bureau. In comparison, divorce is much simpler. Once both parties agree, a stamp is all it takes, and that's it. The bright red notebook was immediately replaced with a dark red one. Yi Chen stuffed the divorce certificate into his pocket and walked straight out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. From that moment on, he was finally single again. Shinjai, however, smiled happily and walked quickly ahead of him, her high heels making a crisp sound on the ground. She didn't even look back, and walked straight toward a black Mercedes S-Class parked by the roadside. Yi Chen recognized the car. He had seen it in Shinjai's social media posts in his previous life. It was Su Moyan's car. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Su Moyan's face, which exuded a sense of superiority. She then opened the car door and slowly got out, glancing at Yi Chen intentionally or unintentionally, her eyes full of mockery and smugness. Jai, are all the formalities completed? Su Moyan's voice carried a deliberate gentleness, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his tone. Shinjai hugged his waist tightly, as happy as a child. Yes, everything's taken care of. We can finally be together. She then bent down and sat in the passenger seat, glancing at Yi Chen as she turned around. There was relief, smugness, and a hint of barely perceptible schadenfreude in his eyes. Okay, let's go celebrate. Su Moyan returned to the car, immediately stepped on the gas, and the black Mercedes sped towards the city. Yi Chen stood there, looking in the direction where the Mercedes had disappeared. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up slightly, revealing a look of disdain, but his heart remained completely unmoved. In his previous life, when he saw the scene, he almost rushed up and fought Su Moyan to the death. As a result, he was beaten black and blue by the other party's bodyguards and ended up lying on the roadside like a clown. But now, he only finds the scene before him ridiculous. Shinjai thought that she would live a good life after marrying into a wealthy family? What she didn't know was that a playboy like Su Moyan was never short of women. Once the novelty wears off, she will be ruthlessly abandoned sooner or later. Will she regret her choice today? Just then, his phone rang. Yi Chen took out his phone, and the screen showed that the caller ID was saved as Dad. I don't know if it's because father and son are connected by heart, or if they sensed something. He took a slow, deep breath, pressed the answer button, and tried to make his voice sound as calm as possible. Hello, Dad. Xiao Chen, how have you been lately? Is work tiring? Yi Juanhui's familiar voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, carrying the concern of a father. Yi Chen felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, after his divorce, he didn't dare tell his parents. Until he ended up homeless and was hit by a car and died, his parents had no idea what he had gone through. Dad, I'm fine, and my work isn't tiring. He suppressed his emotions, only reporting good news and not bad. By the way, Dad, there's something I need to tell you. I just got divorced from Jai. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, but instead of the blame Yi Chen had expected, there was only deep concern. It's better that we're divorced. Yi Juanhui's voice was somewhat hoarse and helpless. That girl has looked down on you more and more since she got married. I noticed it a long time ago, but I didn't dare to tell you because I was afraid it would upset you. Especially her family, they must have made things difficult for you quite a bit, right? Xiao Chen, don't be too sad. Home will always be your safe haven. If you've been wronged outside, come home and Dad will make your favorite braised pork. Yi Chen finally couldn't hold back his tears and they fell. Dad, I'm fine, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. I'll come home to see you and Mom in a while. Okay, Dad will wait for you to come back. Yi Juanhui's voice trembled slightly as he gave his instructions. Take good care of yourself while you're out there, and don't be stingy with your money. If you need more, just tell Dad, and Dad will transfer some money to you. Okay, Dad. Take care of yourself and Mom too. I'll hang up now. After hanging up the phone, Yi-chan immediately wiped away his tears and took a deep breath. In this life, he not only wants to take revenge on Shinjae and Su Moyang, but also wants to ensure that his parents live a good life and never have to worry about him again. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned the system in his mind and then clicked the withdrawal button. Ding! Funds are being transferred. The source is safe and reliable. Please use it with confidence. Immediately afterward, his phone vibrated. A text message had arrived from the bank. Your rural commercial bank account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 10 million yuan, with a balance of 10,568.72 yuan. Yi Chen's heart pounded wildly as he looked at the number in the text message. This was the first time he had ever seen so much money. After he graduated, Shinjae suddenly fell ill and needed an emergency kidney transplant. Without hesitation, he donated one of his kidneys. After being discharged from the hospital, Shinjae was deeply moved and said she wanted to marry her. Yi-chen thought he had found happiness. Little did they expect that the tragedy would begin after their marriage. Married for 3 years, his health has deteriorated significantly due to the loss of a kidney. Lacking education, he can only find jobs like security guard, earning only 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month. Shinjae, relying on her good looks and Su Moyang's secret help, quickly became the company manager, and her salary was several times that of Su Moyang. From then on, Shinjae began to find fault with him in every way, thinking that he was incompetent and no longer good enough for her. The kindness shown to them back then has long been forgotten. It wasn't until later, when she became completely involved with Su Moyang, that she formally filed for divorce. Looking back now, I realize how incredibly foolish I was. He gave so much for a woman who didn't love him, only to end up leaving with nothing. But it doesn't matter, now that he has the system, his life is different. And there was nothing in that home that he would miss. There wasn't much of my own stuff to take. One suitcase was enough to pack all my belongings. It's easy to imagine how low his status was in that family. Yi-chen hailed a taxi, opened the door, and got in. Master, take me to the most luxurious hotel in Zhengzhou. The driver was stunned for a moment, then turned around and glanced at Yi-chen. Seeing that he was dressed casually, he thought he had misheard. Young man, what did you say? The most luxurious hotel in Zhengzhou? Is it the Zhengzhou International Hotel? Yes, it's Zhengzhou International Hotel. Yi-chen nodded casually. The driver smiled, didn't ask any more questions, and immediately started the car, heading towards the Zhengzhou International Hotel. Throughout the journey, Yi-chen gazed at the scenery outside the window, his heart filled with anticipation and emotion. Zhengzhou International Hotel. He had only seen it from afar before, and he had heard that even the cheapest room cost over 1,000 yuan a night. In his previous life, he wouldn't even dare to dream of it. It's not that we can't afford to live there, but that we can't bear to part with it. But things are different now. He's rich now and can finally stay in a luxury hotel and enjoy the life of the wealthy. The taxi stopped in front of the Zhengzhou International Hotel. Yi-chen paid the fare and got out of the car. The security guard at the hotel entrance saw him and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, but he still pretended to be very polite and stepped forward to inquire. Sir, do you have a reservation? Yi-chen slowly shook his head after hearing this. No, but I want to book a presidential suite. Upon hearing this, the security guard's eyes widened immediately, and he froze for a moment. He quickly dropped his disdainful look and waved respectfully in acknowledgement. Oh, okay, sir, this way please, the bar is over here. Chapter 4, Experiencing the Life of the Rich. As Yi-chen stepped into the hotel lobby, the magnificent and opulent decor immediately caught his eye. Marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and a faint scent of perfume filled the air. Everything seemed so luxurious. The receptionist saw Yi-chen and greeted him with a smile. Hello sir, are you checking in? Yi-chen smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, please book me the most expensive one here. The pretty waitress was taken aback for a moment, then immediately asked. Yes, sir. Our most expensive suite is the presidential suite, which comes with a professional butler providing 24-hour complimentary service. The presidential suite costs 18,888 yuan per night. How many nights would you like to stay? Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds, then frowned slightly. The waiter, thinking Yi Chen was complaining about the price being too high, quickly added, "Sir, it's like this. You can get a discount if you stay for 3 nights or more." Yi Chen smiled casually after hearing this. "It doesn't matter, let's open it for 7 days first. I don't know how long we'll stay yet." After saying that, he immediately took out his ID card and bank card and handed them over. "Oh. Okay, sir. Please wait a moment, I'll check you in right away." The waitress suppressed her shock and immediately began typing rapidly on the keyboard. 2 minutes later, the waitress respectfully handed me a room key, which was even embossed in gold. Then they handed over the POS machine. "Sir, please enter your password." Yi Chen took the room key, which had the words Presidential Suite printed on it in gold foil and felt icy cold to the touch. He then quickly entered his password, and the transaction was completed instantly. "Thanks." "You're welcome, sir. Have a pleasant stay." Led by security guards, Yi Chen took a private elevator to the floor where the presidential suite was located. The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a corridor carpeted with thick cashmere rugs that made no sound when stepped on. A faint fragrance filled the air, quite different from the scent in the lobby downstairs, giving it a more upscale feel. A figure was standing in front of the door at the end of the corridor. When he saw Yi Chen walk out of the elevator, he immediately walked up to him. The beautiful woman was wearing a black suit skirt and a white scarf tied at the neckline. The super short, tight-fitting bodycon skirt perfectly accentuated her sexy curves. Her long hair was neatly pulled back, revealing her slender, fair neck. Her features are delicate, not stunning, but very pleasing to the eye. Especially her eyes, clear and bright. Her smile was just right, neither obsequious nor aloof. "Mr. Yi, hello, I am your personal butler Lin Wei. I will be providing you with 24-hour room service for the next 7 days." Her voice was soft and pleasant to hear, and she spoke with a slight bow, her posture elegant and respectful. Yi Chen looked her up and down, secretly marveling at her. This Jiangzhou International Hotel truly lives up to its reputation. Even the butler has such an air of elegance. It seems there really is a reason why things are expensive. "Thank you for your help." Yi Chen spoke calmly, his tone even. Lin Wei smiled and nodded, extending her delicate hand to take the room card, which she then gently swiped to open the door. "Mr. Yi, this way please." The moment I opened the door, a richer fragrance wafted out, a blend of fresh floral scents that felt even more welcoming than the aroma in the hallway. It instantly makes you feel good. The living room was larger than Yi Chen had imagined, with a huge leather sofa in the middle and an open bar next to it, displaying various expensive wines. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is a huge balcony with 2 lounge chairs and a small private swimming pool with crystal clear water. "Mr. Yi, please have a seat. Shall I pour you a cup of tea?" As Lin Wei spoke, she skillfully walked to the bar. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, the soft fabric instantly enveloping him, and his fatigue dissipated. "No need, I'm a little hungry now and want to eat something." "Okay, Mr. Yi, this is our hotel's menu. You can take a look first." Lin Wei took an elegant menu from the bar drawer and handed it to Yi Chen. The menu has a leather cover with gold patterns printed on it. Once opened, the pictures of the dishes inside were so beautiful they made your mouth water. Yi Chen casually flipped through a few pages, his gaze lingering on the seafood section. 1 serving each of king crab and Boston lobster, another serving of foie gras, and a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Lin Wei paused, holding the pen, and looked up at Yi Chen, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. King crab and Boston lobster are the hotel's signature seafood dishes, and they are quite expensive, costing several thousand yuan per serving. Add to that a bottle of 1982 Lafite, and the meal will cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. The young man in front of me looked ordinary, but I didn't expect him to be so generous. She immediately suppressed her surprise and maintained her smile. "Okay, Mr. Yi, what are the best cooking methods for king crab and lobster? And what kind of sauce should be paired with foie gras?" "Steamed king crab, baked lobster with cheese, and foie gras with black truffle sauce." Yi Chen rattled off these recipes casually. They were all dishes he'd seen streamers on Douyin TikTok eat, and today he finally had the chance to try them himself. "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll arrange it right away. It will be delivered in about 40 minutes. After Lin Wei finished speaking, she bowed again before turning around and gently closing the door behind her as she left. Yi Chen stood up, walked to the balcony, held onto the railing with both hands, and looked down at the bustling traffic below. Looking down, the scenery of Jiangzhou was indeed beautiful. He had never had the chance to calm down and appreciate it like this before. In his previous life, he struggled every day to make a living, working overtime until late at night. And when he gets home, he still has to watch his step and watch Xinjia's mood. He has never truly enjoyed life. In this life, he has money and a system, and can finally live for himself properly. Yi Chen summoned the system panel and looked at the beauty profiles, his gaze lingering on the white-collar worker profile. Lin Wei's image suddenly appeared in his mind. This woman not only has a good temperament, but also provides professional service. She might just be able to activate the white-collar encyclopedia. Yi Chen murmured to himself, then turned off the system panel and walked into the bedroom. The large bed in the bedroom was even softer, covered with white silk sheets that felt smooth to the touch. He lay on the big bed, closed his eyes, and enjoyed this rare moment of relaxation. 40 minutes passed quickly, and then there was a gentle knock on the door. "Mr. Yi, your meal has arrived." Yi Chen got up and opened the door. Lin Wei pushed a food cart in, which was decorated with exquisite tableware and food. The king crab was neatly arranged on a white porcelain plate, sprinkled with chopped green onions and shredded ginger, emitting a faint fragrance. The Boston lobster was baked to a golden brown and covered with a thick layer of cheese, giving it an irresistible aroma. The foie gras was pan-fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, served with black truffle sauce and fresh fruit. There was also a bottle of 1982 Lafite, placed in an ice bucket with 2 wine glasses next to it. "Mr. Yi, your meal is ready. Please enjoy." Lin Wei pushed the food cart to the dining table in the living room and skillfully set out the tableware. However, at this moment, there was a noticeable strange look in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen. Chapter 5 felt good. Yi Chen got up and walked to the dining table, slowly sat down, picked up his knife and fork, and took a bite of the king crab. The meat was tender and melted in his mouth, more delicious than any seafood he had ever eaten before. It tastes good. He then took a bite of the lobster. The aroma of the cheese and the freshness of the lobster blended perfectly, leaving a truly unforgettable taste. Lin Wei stood to the side, watching Yi Chen eat with relish, a satisfied smile on her face. "Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with the taste? If there's anything that needs adjusting, please let me know at any time." It's delicious. Thank you for your hard work. Would you like to eat some together?" Yi Chen looked up and gave Lin Wei a mischievous smile. Lin Wei paused for a moment, then smiled, her heart inexplicably racing. "Oh. No need, Mr. Yi, it's my duty. Please enjoy your meal. I'll head out now. Just press the call button if you need anything." After saying this, Lin Wei bowed again, then turned and left in a somewhat flustered manner. Yi Chen watched Lin Wei's sexy back, a slight smile playing on his lips. I then continued to enjoy the food, and instantly felt that I had never felt so comfortable in my life. TSK TSK TSK. The lives of the rich are really quite nice. At the same time, at the hotel lobby reception, Lina, the receptionist who had just checked Yi Chen in, was whispering with Zhang, the security guard at the entrance. Brother Zhang, who was that person just now?" Lina deliberately lowered her voice, her face still showing a surprised expression. Brother Zhang nodded, his eyes also filled with envy. I don't know him. I've never seen him before. At first, I thought he was here to see someone, but I didn't expect him to book a 7-day presidential suite and just ordered so many expensive dishes. That bottle of 82 Lafite alone is enough for several months of my salary." "You do not say." Li Na pouted and agreed. "When I checked him in, I was worried that he wouldn't be able to afford the room. I never expected that he would be so rich at such a young age. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others." "Hey, who can argue with that?" Brother Zhang shook his head and sighed. "Back when I was his age, I was still carrying bricks on construction sites, while he is now living in presidential suites and drinking Lafite. Do you think he might be a low-key rich kid?" Li Na, resting her chin on her hand, guessed. "His clothes looked quite ordinary, I didn't expect him to be so rich." That's also possible." Brother Zhang nodded in agreement. "Some rich kids prefer to keep a low profile, unlike some nouveau riche who want to wear all the designer brands on their bodies." Just as the two were talking, Lin Wei slowly walked out of the elevator. Seeing them, she smiled and walked over. "What are you talking about that makes you so happy?" Upon seeing this, Li Na immediately smiled and inquired. Sister Xiaowei, it's nothing, we were just talking about that guest who stayed in the presidential suite. You just met him, what did you think of him? Lin Wei thought for a moment, then smiled faintly. Not bad, very polite and not ostentatious. Although he is generous, he has no airs at all. Wow, really? He's such a nice guy? Li Na's eyes lit up instantly. Sister Xiaowei, you should seize this opportunity. You might get to know him, which could be helpful for your work in the future. Lin Wei gave a helpless, bitter smile. Young lady, don't talk nonsense. I'm just his housekeeper, and I just need to do my job. Alright, I have something to do, so I'll go upstairs now. After saying that, Lin Wei turned and walked into the elevator. Li Na and brother Zhang started gossiping in hushed tones again as the elevator doors closed. Do you think Xiaowei might, with him? Hee, that's hard to say, it's possible. Brother Zhang nodded and glanced around. Lin Wei is so beautiful and has such a great presence, that young man might just fall for her. Hey, who can argue with that? Li Na sighed softly, rested her chin on her hands on the bar counter, and began to daydream. If only I could meet a rich person like that, I wouldn't have to work myself to death here every day. Brother Zhang smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Don't think too much about it, just focus on your work. Maybe you'll meet someone like that in the future. Li Na nodded, stopped talking, and straightened her work clothes. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, Yi Chen had finished his meal and was leaning back on the sofa, drinking red wine and watching TV. The TV is showing a short drama about a cow or horse that rises from humble beginnings to become a super rich tycoon. Yi Chen watched the short drama, his heart filled with mixed emotions. What happened these past 2 days feels like a dream. At the same time, a man and a woman walked out of the Western restaurant in a close manner. It was Su Moyang and Xinjiai. Su Moyang looked very smug, one hand stroking Xinjiai's buttocks. How is it? Is the Western food here good? Xinjiai feigned shyness, clinging to his arm and laughing happily. It's delicious. By the way, honey, do you still stand by what you promised me last time? Su Moyang frowned slightly and turned to look at her. What's up? Hoof. You've forgotten so quickly? You said you'd give me a car after my divorce, what? Trying to back out? Upon hearing this, Su Moyang finally realized what was happening, then smiled nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. It counts, of course it counts. It's just a car, right? You can pick any car under 500,000. Upon hearing this, Xinjiai secretly pouted, but on the surface, she still pretended to be very happy and excited. Wow, really? Okay, let's go now. Okay, I'll take you shopping now. But let me cool off a bit first. After saying that, he licked his dry, chapped lips, his face filled with undisguised greed. Honey, you're so naughty. Couldn't you have waited until tonight? Xinjiai pretended to be shy and shook his arm. Su Moyang slapped her hard. Haven't seen you for days, I've missed you so much, let's go. The two then got into the car. The Car City is a hub for 4S dealerships of various car brands. Don't let Jiangzhou's small size fool you, the cost of living there is anything but low. At this time, Yi Chen was also just about to go out for a stroll. With a large sum of money in hand, he naturally wanted to go out and spend it to his heart's content. You can also look for new targets to unlock the system's encyclopedia tasks, so you can get more rewards as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yi Chen pressed the call button directly. A few seconds later, Lin Wei entered the room. Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? I'm planning to go out for a while, do you have a private car service? Yi Chen asked tentatively. Lin Wei smiled faintly and nodded respectfully. Yes, Mr. Yi, our hotel offers professional drivers to provide you with transportation services 24 hours a day. If you need, I can accompany you and do my services. Would you like me to arrange it for you now? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes widened instantly, somewhat incredulous. I thought to myself, the treatment of the rich is indeed different. Okay, then you go and make the arrangements. Come with me to buy a car. Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I'll make the arrangements right away. You can come downstairs now, I'll wait for you at the door. Lin Wei bowed respectfully, smiled, and immediately left the room. Yi Chen slowly stood up and walked downstairs with an air of indifference. Chapter 6, Were we destined to meet again? BMW 4S store. Xinjiai stood at the door, arm in arm with Su Moyang. She stared at that white 530 for 10 minutes just now. The top of the line model cost just under 600,000 yuan after all the fees. Su Moyang stood to the side without saying a word, smoking by himself. She was also worried that Su Moyang wouldn't buy it for her. Honey, that BMW 5 Series is really beautiful, and the white color makes it look clean. It also has enough space for me to put my things when I go shopping. She grabbed Su Moyang's arm, her voice immediately softening and carrying a hint of coquetry. Su Moyang took her hand in his own and gently patted the back of it. Look how anxious you are. I didn't say I wouldn't buy it for you. He leaned close to his ear and lowered his voice. Let's compare prices from different vendors, no rush. Shinjai's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded quickly. Okay, honey, I'll do whatever you say. Su Moyang ruffled her hair and pointed ahead. There's a Mercedes dealership up ahead. Let's go take a look, maybe you'll find one you like even more. Shinjai naturally dared not refuse, and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's go take a look. The two walked hand in hand toward the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Su Moyang deliberately slowed his pace, as if afraid that others would not see them. After all, he had just started a relationship with Shinjai, and was in the prime of his new relationship, so he was almost always willing to grant her requests. And he really enjoys this feeling. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are nothing to him. Just as they rounded the corner of the Car City's billboards, the two heard a deep engine sound. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up in front of the Porsche. The back door opened, and a figure bent down and got out. Shinjai froze in place, her eyes wide with shock, her fingers gripping Su Moyang's hand tightly. The person who arrived was none other than Yi Chen. He stood next to the Cullinan, looking up at the dealership in front of him. At this moment, with his hands in his pockets and his back ramrod straight, he seemed like a completely different person. Since acquiring the system and money, Yi Chen instantly gained confidence. What Shinjai found even more unbelievable was that there was a woman with him. A black business suit, revealing long, slender legs. She has a hot figure and an elegant demeanor. Furthermore, Shinjai knew her. They had met briefly when she accompanied a client to the Jiangzhou International Hotel. This woman was the hotel's senior butler. How did Yi Chen end up coming down from Cullinan? How did I end up here? What is their relationship? Shinjai's heart pounded. She grabbed Su Moyang's arm and shook it, her voice very low. Honey, look. Isn't that Yi Chen? What's he doing here? Su Moyang looked in the direction she pointed, and his brows furrowed instantly. Yi Chen stood next to Cullinan, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings, showing none of his former timidity. Ha? Yes, it's him. What's this poor wretch doing here? Su Moyang felt disgusted just looking at him, especially when he remembered that he used to be Shinjai's husband, which made him even more irritated. The woman next to him is the housekeeper of Jiangzhou International Hotel. I've seen her before. Shinjai's eyes were fixed on Yi Chen's figure. How did they end up together? Su Moyang's expression darkened, but he still patiently tried to soothe her. Could he have gone to work as a security guard at Jiangzhou International Hotel? But what's he doing here? Let's go, let's follow him and see what this poor bastard is up to. He pulled Shinjai along, slowed his pace, and followed Yi Chen at a distance. The two were more than 10 meters apart, looking like thieves. Yi Chen and the housekeeper walked straight towards the Porsche 4S store without the slightest hesitation. Shinjai held Su Moyang's hand and asked softly. Honey, what do you think he was doing at the Porsche dealership? Was he there to watch the cars for the boss? But he's just a lowly security guard, it shouldn't be like that. Su Moyang patted her hand. Who cares? We'll find out soon enough. The glass doors of the Porsche 4S store slid open automatically, and a cool breeze carrying a faint scent of perfume wafted out. As soon as Yi Chen and the housekeeper entered, a saleswoman in a black suit quickly went to greet them, her high heels clicking loudly. Hello sir, welcome to the Porsche 4S store. I am Su Qing, your sales representative. The woman in front of him had a sweet smile, but her eyes quickly swept over Yi Chen's clothes and shoes. Are you looking to look at a car? Yi Chen did not rush to answer, but instead glanced around the exhibition hall. He knew in his heart that he only had 10 million in his pocket, so he had to choose a car that was both classy and within budget. His gaze fell on the silver Porsche 911 Turbo S in the center of the showroom. Its body lines are smooth, and the black wheels gleam with a cold light. Unlike other supercars that are ostentatious, it exudes a low-key elegance. How much does that 911 cost? He walked over slowly, his tone calm. Su Qing's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly walked over and gently touched the car door with her finger. Sir, you have excellent taste. This is a Porsche 911 Turbo S, with a base price of 2.38 million. If you add the basic options, the total price will be around 2.8 million. She paused, then continued. This model is equipped with a 3.7-liter twin-turbocharged engine, and it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.7 seconds. It's very comfortable to drive in daily life, and the power is definitely sufficient. Many customers choose this model. 2.8 million? Xinjia, hiding behind a pillar at the entrance of the exhibition hall, gasped, her small hand instinctively covering her mouth. She turned to look at Su Moyang, her eyes filled with shock and resentment. Honey, did I hear that right? He actually wants to buy a car worth 2.8 million? Where did he get the money? Su Moyang's expression also changed, and he squeezed Xinjia's hand with his fingers. Don't panic, maybe he's just putting on an act, he doesn't actually have that much money. Even so, he was also having some doubts. Yi Chen is just a penniless guy, how come he seems like a different person today? Before they could figure it out, they saw Yi Chen nod, his tone casual. Okay, then I'll take this one. Please help me with the paperwork. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's smile widened instantly, and she turned and jogged off to get the contract. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll go prepare the car purchase contract right away. Stop right there. Xinjia could no longer hold back. She suddenly rushed out from behind the pillar, pointed her finger at Yi Chen's nose, and spoke in a sharp, urgent voice that was particularly jarring in the quiet exhibition hall. Yi Chen. Where did you get the money to buy such an expensive car? Did you secretly hide our joint marital property? Hand over the money, it's not just yours. Su Moyang quickly followed, staring at Yi Chen with disdain. Yi Chen, if you really took money you shouldn't have, I advise you to hand it over right now. If you try to bully Jia, I'll never forgive you. He deliberately put on a show, after all, now was the time for him to shine. Chapter 7 is utterly absurd. Yi Chen slowly turned around and looked at Xinjia's exasperated expression. She glanced at Su Moyang's protective attitude and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. He didn't speak immediately, but first glanced at Xinjia. Joint property of husband and wife? He spoke slowly, his tone full of disdain. Xinjia, we just got our divorce certificate, have you forgotten? Besides, I left with nothing in the divorce, I didn't even go home. You're saying I hid marital property? Then where did our marital property come from? Of course there is. Xinjia still held her neck stiffly, her eyes bloodshot. With Su Moyang backing her up, she felt much more confident. You used to only earn a few thousand yuan a month, and now you suddenly have so much money. You must have been hiding some money away. That's our joint property, and I have the right to half of it. Su Moyang patted Xinjia on the shoulder, signaling her to calm down, then looked at Yi Chen, his tone becoming more forceful. Yi Chen, Jia is right. The money you had before your divorce is all joint property. If you really have hidden money, you should take it out right away, otherwise I will have to find a lawyer to talk to you. He deliberately brought up the lawyer, hoping to scare Yi Chen. After all, in his eyes, Yi Chen was still that cowardly, timid, useless sycophant. Yes, you're right. I only make a few thousand yuan a month. Where am I supposed to hide such a large sum of money? You. Xinjia's face flushed instantly, and she didn't know how to refute it. The key point is that she knows better than anyone else that Yi Chen's salary is not much to begin with, and he hands over all of his salary to her every time he gets paid. There is no way he could have any extra money on his own. Yi Chen, however, was too lazy to waste words with them. He turned to look at Su Qing, his tone instantly turning cold. Ms. Su, is this how your store treats its customers? Someone is causing trouble here, are you just going to ignore it? If this is the case, I won't buy this car. Su Qing's expression changed drastically. How could an order that was about to be closed just slip away like that? Thinking of this, he quickly stepped forward to stop Xinjia and Su Moyang, his tone polite but with a firm attitude. Gentlemen, this is a Porsche dealership, not a place to cause trouble. If you are not buying a car, please leave so as not to disturb other customers. Su Moyang's face turned ashen with anger, and he was about to explode when Xinjia tugged at his arm. Honey, forget it. We're here to buy a car. Let's not let him spoil our fun. Although she really wanted to ask Yi Chen for the joint property, she was even more afraid that Su Moyan would get angry and delay her from buying a BMW for herself. Su Moyan glanced at Shin Jiayi, and his tone softened instantly. Fine, I'll do as you say, otherwise I'll definitely make him pay today. After saying that, he glared at Yi Chen again and uttered a harsh remark. Yi Chen, this isn't over yet. We'll settle this later. After saying that, he took Shin Jiayi's hand and turned to walk out. The key point is that he himself is too lazy to care about this mess. He was just acting out of desperation. As Su Moyan pulled her away, Shin Jiayi didn't forget to glare at Yi Chen from behind, secretly making a vow in her heart. We must find out exactly where Yi Chen's money came from. She must have a share in it. As they walked out of the Porsche dealership, Shin Jiayi leaned against Su Moyan's chest, feigning a wronged expression as she muttered something. Honey, do you think Yi Chen really transferred our assets? Otherwise, where did he get the money to buy a Porsche? Su Moyan hugged her waist and patted her gently. Don't worry, I know a lawyer friend. I'll have him check Yi Chen's bank statements, and he'll know the truth. If he really took your money, I'll definitely help you get it back. He paused, then added, it's just a bit troublesome and will take some time. Shin Jiayi's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded quickly. Okay. Honey, you're so good to me. You love me the most. Su Moyan smiled and ruffled her hair, then pulled her toward the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. He didn't mind spending more money as long as Shin Jiayi was happy. After all, he could still play with this kind of beautiful young woman for a while. Inside the Porsche dealership, Su Chang watched the two figures disappear, then turned around and gave Yi Chen a fawning smile. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry, I startled you just now. It's alright, let's get the paperwork done. Yi Chen waved his hand casually, as if he didn't care at all. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, it has been detected that your affinity with the target of the scumbag has dropped to 0. Congratulations to the host for completing the scumbag illustration unlocking task. The reward is 10 million cash and 1 muscle and bone strengthening pill. Yi Chen's eyes widened immediately, a secret joy in his heart. I didn't expect the system task to be completed so quickly, and I was rewarded with another 10 million and a pill. You can't spend it all, you simply can't spend it all. At the same time, Su Qing hurriedly led Yi Chen and the housekeeper into the VIP room. The room was furnished with a genuine leather sofa, and fresh fruits sat on the coffee table. She quickly handed them the contracts and documents she had retrieved, and poured them both a cup of coffee. Mr. Yi, please take a look at the contract. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Yi Chen quickly flipped through the contract, wrote his name directly in the signature area, and then handed his ID card and bank card to Su Qing. Full payment, please swipe your card. Su Qing took the bank card cautiously, somewhat excitedly. This was her first order of the month, and the commission was enough for her to buy a classic LV bag. She quickly walked to the cashier, grabbed the POS machine, swiped her card, entered her PIN, and printed the receipt all in one smooth motion, her smile never fading. Mr. Yi, the formalities are complete. We have expedited the processing of the license plate for you, and you will receive it soon. Please wait a moment. As she spoke, she took a business card out of her bag and handed it to Yi Chen. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against the back of his hand, her eyes carrying a clear hint. Mr. Yi, this is my personal WeChat account, and my phone number is also on it. If you have any questions about the car in the future, or if you want to learn about other models, please feel free to contact me. If you have time, we can also go out for a coffee. I know a coffee shop that makes really good tiramisu. Yi Chen took the business card, his fingertips brushing against her slightly cool fingers, and discreetly put the card into his pocket. Okay, I'll contact you if I need anything. Standing to the side, the housekeeper Lin Wei watched all this with a heart full of doubts. Yi Chen is so rich and has such a good temperament, how could he marry a woman like Shin Jiayi who only cares about money? And according to Shin Jiayi, he's still left with nothing in the divorce? Watching the saleswoman's subtle actions, I felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She then quietly shifted her gaze to the window, watching the passing vehicles, forcibly suppressing her suspicions and jealousy. Less than an hour later, a staff member in work clothes rushed over with the license plate and a red ribbon to hang on the new car. He skillfully attached the license plate to the Porsche 911, tied the ribbon to the hood, and then smiled at Yi Chen. Sir, your car is ready. Enjoy your drive. After leaving the 4S store, Yi Chen went straight to the driver's seat, opened the door, and got in. The leather seats offer just the right amount of support, neither too loose nor too tight, and the steering wheel has a very delicate feel. He gently pressed the accelerator, and the engine emitted a deep roar. "Miss Lin, get in the car, let's go back to the hotel." Lin Wei was stunned for a moment, then quickly went around to the passenger side, opened the car door, and got in. This was her first time riding in a Porsche. She instinctively gripped the seatbelt tightly, and her heart was beating faster than usual. It wasn't fear, it was nervousness, and even a bit of inexplicable anticipation. As for what she's hoping for, perhaps only she knows. Chapter 8: The Petty Man's Triumph. Yi Chen gently pressed the accelerator, and the car smoothly drove out of the car city. The acceleration doesn't feel particularly strong, but it's smooth enough without any jerking. Lin Wei couldn't help but whisper wow. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly looked out the window at the street scene to hide her panic. Yi Chen glanced at her, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Fear? No. I'm not scared, it's just, I'm a little nervous." Lin Wei responded softly, but her eyes couldn't help but secretly glance at Yi Chen's profile. Sunlight streamed through the car window and fell on his face, outlining his defined jawline, making him appear softer than before. She wondered how such an outstanding and charming man could be divorced. Was that woman an idiot? Just as she was lost in thought, the car quickly arrived at the entrance of Jiangzhou International Hotel. Lin Wei unbuckled her seatbelt, quickly opened the car door, and got out. "Mr. Yi, thank you. If you need anything, such as having dinner prepared or booking a spa treatment, please feel free to press the call button in your room. Our hotel spa therapists are exceptionally skilled and can relieve fatigue." "Okay, thank you for your hard work today. Please help me with the arrangements." Yi Chen nodded, watched her walk into the hotel entrance before starting the car and driving towards the hotel's underground parking lot. Back in the presidential suite, Yi Chen leaned back lazily on the sofa and immediately summoned the system panel. "The balance now shows 10 million yuan. Great, really great." Just then, the system popped up another notification. "Targets that can be bound today: Lin Wei, favorability 70, can be bound to the white-collar character profile. Su Qing, favorability 80, can be bound to the sales character profile. Host, would you like to bind?" Looking at the prompt in front of him, Yi Chen frowned slightly, not expecting that these two people had such a high level of favorability towards him. As expected, money is still the most useful asset. However, since each illustration can only be bound to one person, Yi Chen still needs to be cautious. If the wrong target is selected, the corresponding reward cannot be unlocked. System, can I unbind it after it's successfully bound? Okay, host. After unbinding, the favorability will be 0. Please choose carefully to avoid wasting your precious time. This result is still relatively acceptable, Yi Chen nodded slowly. Since the favorability rating is so high, let's bind them. Ding. White-collar worker profile successfully bound. Ding. Sales catalog successfully bound. As soon as the system notification sound ended, 2 lifelike pictures of beautiful women immediately lit up more than half of their images. Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction, then opened his system inventory. A golden pill lay quietly in the backpack. Muscle and bone strengthening pills, what are they used for? Thinking of this, he immediately checked its attributes. Muscle and bone strengthening pills, after taking them, they can significantly improve the host's 5 senses, physique, meridians, etc., and can transform the host, as if giving birth to a new life. This is amazing. Isn't this the elixir of immortality from novels? Just as Yi Chen was still excited, there was a knock on the door. Lin Wei pushed the food cart in. "Mr. Yi, this is your dinner, and a massage service will be provided afterward." Yi Chen calmly put the pills back into his system inventory and slowly stood up. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Lin Wei smiled and bowed slightly. "Mr. Yi, you're too kind. It's all I should do." Yi Chen then took out his phone and opened the QR code. "Let's add each other on WeChat so we can keep in touch." Lin Wei was taken aback for a moment, then immediately blushed slightly, took out her phone, and added the friend. Oh, okay, Mr. Yi. You can contact me directly if you need anything." After saying that, he hurriedly and somewhat flusteredly left the room. Even as she closed the door, Lin Wei's heart was still pounding wildly. Could it be that he's interested in me? No. It's impossible. He's so outstanding, how could he possibly be interested in me? Then why did he add me on WeChat? Lin Wei's heart beat faster and faster as she thought about it, her cheeks turning as red as apples. At the same time, A brand new white BMW 5 Series slowly drove past Shin's house, noticeably larger than the cars belonging to the surrounding neighbors. Shinjai deliberately lowered the car window halfway, rested her left hand on the windowsill, and intentionally let Aunt Wang, who was passing by, see her clearly in the driver's seat. "Hey, Jai's off work. Did you buy a new car?" Seeing this, Aunt Wang indeed came over, her eyes fixed on the car. She's a notorious gossip in the neighborhood. Whatever she finds out is like free advertising. Shinjai immediately put on a smile, but didn't get out of the car, her tone deliberately casual. "Yes, Aunt Wang, I just bought a BMW 5 Series. Wow, this is the BMW 5 Series, it's really impressive." Aunt Wang's eyes lit up. "Such a nice car, it must have cost a lot of money, right?" "Well, it's not that much, less than 600,000 yuan when it lands." Shinjai appeared nonchalant, but inwardly she was waiting for Aunt Wang's envy. Seeing that the other person was speechless with their mouth open, he finally opened the car door with satisfaction and strode into the building in his high heels. She was carrying a high-end car air freshener gift box from the 4S store, and she deliberately made the wrapping paper rustle loudly, as if she was afraid that her family wouldn't hear it. As soon as the door opened, Zhou Yakin immediately came to greet her. His eyes first swept over Shinjai's bag, then fell behind her. Not seeing Su Moyang, his tone carried a hint of disappointment. Everything's done? Why didn't Mo Yang come back with you?" "Okay, it's all taken care of. He had something to do at his company, so he went back first." Shinjai placed the gift box on the coffee table, deliberately raised her voice, and pointed out the window. "Mom, look at my new car, a BMW 5 Series, it cost 580,000 yuan. Mo Yang specially chose the top of the line model for me. The seats can be heated and have massage functions. It will be more comfortable for you to sit in when you go shopping with me." Zhou Yakin's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly walked to the window, peered out, and gasped when she saw the silver BMW 5 Series. "Oh my, a 5 Series. It's even more luxurious than the Passat next door owned by Director Lee. Mo Yang really cares about you, much better than that good-for-nothing Yi Chen. You've been together for 3 years, and he can't even afford to buy you a used car worth 100,000 yuan." Hearing the noise, Shin Yusa poked his head out of the room, a lollipop in his mouth and a game controller in his hand, glancing sideways at Shinjai. "Sis, your 5 Series is just so-so. My buddy's new Mercedes S-Class is much more luxurious than yours. What do you know?" Shinjai glared at him, walked to the sofa, sat down, and picked up the remote to change the channel. "This is a BMW 5 Series, top of the line. It has heating and massage functions. Your buddy's Mercedes might not even have these features. And it costs 580,000 yuan, do you think that's easy money? How much do you earn in a month? How many years would it take you to save up enough to afford one?" Shin Yusa pouted unconvinced, walked to the sofa, sat down, and continued playing the game, muttering to himself. "By the way, sis, you promised to buy me a new gaming PC last time, right? Now that you bought such an expensive car, you should buy me one too, right?" Chapter 9 SPA Massage. "You'll get your share." Shinjai rolled her eyes at him, then looked at her father, Shinyan, who had just come out of the kitchen with a dishcloth in his hand. "Dad, what do you think of my car? I'll take you for a drive in the suburbs tomorrow. The seats have massage function, so it won't be uncomfortable for you since you have a bad back." Shinyan rubbed his hands together, a simple, honest smile spreading across his face. He walked to the window, glanced at it, and then quickly withdrew his hands, afraid of dirtying the window. Okay, it's good, but it's too expensive. It costs 580,000. Zhou Yakin pushed him from the side, snatched the dishcloth from his hand, and threw it into the basin. "What's so expensive about it? This is what Jiayi deserves. Moyang is rich and willing to spend money on Jiayi, so what? Unlike some people, who have been with him for 3 years and Haven Tea even bought him a decent piece of jewelry, Jiayi has to earn money to support the family." Mentioning Yi Chen, Shinjai seemed to suddenly remember something. She paused, holding the remote control, her smile fading slightly, and her tone tinged with doubt. "Oh, Mom, I saw Yi Chen at the car dealership today." "Him? What's he doing at the car dealership? Is he washing cars? Or applying for a security guard job?" Zhou Yakin scoffed, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and spoke with utter disdain. "No." Shinjai frowned, leaned forward slightly, and lowered her voice. "I saw him sitting in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, black, which looked extremely expensive. He was also with the butler from Jiangzhou International Hotel, whom I had met before. He had a very refined demeanor. Later, they went to a Porsche dealership, where Yi Chen said he wanted to buy a 2.8 million yuan 911. Zhou Yakin paused, spilling tea. She quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe it up, her eyes filled with shock. Huh? How much? 2.8 million? Where did he get the money? Shin Yuza also put down the game controller, his eyes wide open, and moved closer to Shin Jai. Sis, are you sure you didn't see that right? Are you kidding me? That poor bastard Ji Chen can afford a Porsche 911? Do you think he's hooking up with some rich woman? Is he being kept by her? How could I be mistaken? Shin Jai raised her voice and slapped the coffee table. He drives a Cullinan and buys a Porsche. I think he must have secretly transferred our joint marital assets. Otherwise, where did he get the money? Zhou Yakin slapped her thigh, stood up, and said excitedly. Yes. It must be. This Yi Chen looks honest and simple, but I didn't expect him to be so cunning. Jai, this can't be left like this. You have to get it back from him, that's your money. It's your joint marital property, why should he spend it all by himself? Shin Yen muttered something under his breath. But you're already divorced, and the divorce agreement stated that Yi Chen left with nothing, including the savings and the house, so where would he find assets to transfer? Shut up. What do you know? Zhou Yakin glared at him, annoyed, and pointed her finger at his nose. He lied to Jai. He must have hidden the money a long time ago, either with his parents or somewhere else, without letting Jai know. Jai, tell Moyang to have a lawyer check Yi Chen's bank statements and transfer records. We must get the money back. We can't let him get away with this. Even if he's keeping you as a mistress, half of the money he earns is still your joint property. Shin Jai nodded. Mo Yang said he'll have a lawyer investigate. If they find out he transferred assets, I definitely won't let him get away with it. I'll not only get my money back, but I'll also make him compensate me for my losses. Shin Yuza fanned the flames from the sidelines, moving closer to Shin Jai with his eyes full of anticipation. Yes, sister, he has to come back. Maybe he still has a lot of money hidden away. Don't forget me when he comes back. I'm getting married soon and I need a lot of money. Zhou Yakin chimed in, walked over to Shin Jai, and patted her on the shoulder. Exactly. We can't let him get away with this. Jai, you need to urge Moyang to get it done first thing tomorrow morning. This can't be delayed. If Yi Chen transfers the money away or spends it all, you'll be at a huge loss. Your brother is getting married soon, and the dowry and wedding banquet will cost a lot of money. He also needs to buy a car before the wedding. As his older sister, shouldn't you help him out? Shin Jai nodded helplessly, secretly vowing to find out where Yi Chen's money came from and not let him take all of their joint property. I understand, I'll do it as soon as possible. Yes, sis, now that you're doing so well, you can't just abandon your little brother. Shin Jai glared at him, annoyed. You good for nothing. Can't you just find a job? All you do is play video games all day. I'm looking too, but jobs aren't easy to find these days. You know that, right? After saying that, he went straight back to his bedroom. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Jiangzhou International Hotel, Yi Chen had just finished a sumptuous dinner. There was still an unfinished Australian Wagyu beefsteak on the table, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of 1982 Lafite. He lay on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, planning his future life. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door, neither too loud nor too soft. Come in. Yi Chen spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of languor. After the door was pushed open, a woman with a hot figure walked in. She wore a black mini skirt, the hem of which just reached her upper thigh, revealing her long, fair legs, and black stockings that outlined her shapely lines. She wore a white strapless top with a low neckline, revealing her delicate collarbones and alluring curves. She wore a transparent black gauze dress over her clothes, making her appear and disappear. She wore an incredibly sweet professional smile and held a black massage toolbox in her hand. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Zhang Yana, the technician that Ms. Lin Wei arranged to give you a SPA treatment. The woman's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of deliberate coquettishness. She walked up to Yi Chen, bent down slightly, placed the toolbox on the ground, and revealed a glimpse of her cleavage. Yi Chen looked up at her, his eyes showing little emotion, his fingers still tapping on the sofa armrest. Okay, let's begin. Even though he pretended to be calm, he was very restless inside. Zhang Yana nodded, walked straight to the sofa, put down the toolbox, and then slowly squatted down to start organizing the essential oils and massage tools inside. She deliberately slowed her movements, her miniskirt riding up to reveal more skin, and you could even see the lace trim on the edge of her stockings. Yi Chen pretended not to see it and remained leaning on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Zhang Yana took out a bottle of rose-scented essential oil, poured it into her palm, rubbed it evenly, walked slowly behind him, gently placed it on Yi Chen's shoulder, and began to massage. Her technique was very gentle, her fingers were slender, and her pressure was just right, allowing her to accurately press every acupoint on her shoulder. But her fingers would occasionally and deliberately touch Yi Chen's neck and collarbone, seemingly with a hint of probing. "Mr. Yi, have you been staying up late a lot lately? Your shoulders are a bit stiff and your muscles are a bit tense." Zhang Yana's voice rang in Yi Chen's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, carrying a hint of rose essential oil fragrance. Yi Chen didn't speak, only gave a soft enjoying the massage while secretly thinking to himself, "This young lady seems a bit dishonest." Chapter 10 Serious Massage? Seeing that he didn't respond, Zhang Yana grew bolder and gradually expanded the area of her massage. The fingers slowly moved from the shoulder to the arm, occasionally brushing against Yi Chen's chest. "Mr. Yi, you have a great physique, with very defined muscles. Do you exercise regularly?" As she massaged him, she teased him, her tone clearly provocative, her fingers gently circling Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen kept his eyes closed, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I go to the gym occasionally and just work out casually. If it weren't for the slight modifications made by the system, he wouldn't have such a great physique." "A gym? He can't afford that." Given his previous physical condition, let alone exercising, even running was difficult for him. Zhang Yana's fingers became bolder, sliding down Yi Chen's arm to his wrist. Then it slowly moved upwards, and just as it was about to touch Yi Chen's neck, it suddenly stopped. She leaned down, bringing her lips closer to Yi Chen's ear, and whispered, "Mr. Yi, are you feeling a bit hot? Your shirt is sticking to your body. Let me help you take off your coat so the massage will be more comfortable." As she spoke, without waiting for Yi Chen's response, she reached out to unbutton the first button of Yi Chen's shirt. Her fingertips accidentally touched Yi Chen's skin, which felt slightly cool. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Target Zhang Yana detected. Technician profile available for binding. Current affinity is 90. Bind? Yi Chen was startled. He hadn't expected the technician to have such a high favorability rating of 90, meaning she was practically obedient to him. It seems that having money is indeed a powerful tool. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at Zhang Yana with a hint of amusement in his eyes, and gently grasped her wrist, preventing her from unbuttoning her clothes. "You're quite proactive. Is your spa massage legitimate?" Zhang Yana blushed, but her eyes became bolder. She didn't withdraw her hand. Instead, she leaned against Yi Chen's shoulder, her voice soft and sweet. "Whether it's proper or not is up to you. Mr. Yi is so charming and so rich, which woman wouldn't be tempted? It's my honor to serve Mr. Yi." Yi Chen smiled, released her wrist, and mentally issued an instruction to the system. Bind. Ding. Technician's profile successfully bound. You will receive the corresponding reward upon completion. As soon as the system notification sounded, Zhang Yana seemed to be encouraged and became more uninhibited. She went directly to the front of the sofa, straddled Yi Chen's lap, hooked her arms around his neck, and pressed her body tightly against him. "Mr. Yi, I can offer you more special services that are even more comfortable than a spa." Zhang Yana's lips gently brushed against Yi Chen's ear, her voice filled with endless allure, while her fingers lightly darted through Yi Chen's hair. Yi Chen could feel the scent of rose essential oil and the warmth emanating from her, and the flame in his heart was ignited. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Zhang Yana's slender waist, gently squeezing it with his fingers, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "Oh? What kind of special service? I'd like to hear about it." Zhang Yana gently bit Yi Chen's earlobe with her lips, then slowly moved down to kiss Yi Chen's neck, leaving a faint red mark. "Mr. Yi, some services can't be described in words, you have to experience them to know." Her voice was full of seduction, and her hands began to roam restlessly over Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen could no longer restrain himself. He wrapped his arms around Zhang Yana's waist, flipped her over, and pinned her to the sofa. Zhang Yana cooperated, tightly hugging Yi Chen's neck with both hands and offering her red lips. The atmosphere in the room instantly became heated, the scent of rose essential oil mingling with their breathing. The occasional soft creaking of the sofa, combined with the sounds, created an atmosphere filled with ambiguity. After what seemed like an eternity, things gradually calmed down. Zhang Yana leaned against Yi Chen's chest, her hair disheveled, her face flushed with satisfaction, her fingers gently tracing circles on Yi Chen's chest. "Mr. Yi, you're really amazing." Yi Chen picked up the phone that was placed next to him, unlocked the screen. After adding her as a friend, he opened the transfer interface and directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Zhang Yana. "This is for you. You can use it to buy some cosmetics or clothes that you like." Zhang Yana picked up her phone and saw the transfer amount of 100,000. Her eyes widened instantly, her face filled with shock, and her little hands began to tremble slightly. "Mr. Yi, this is too much, I can't accept it. This 100,000 yuan that's several months' salary for me." Although she said that, her fingers gripped her phone tightly, her eyes filled with a desire for money. With 100,000 yuan, she could not only buy the designer bag she had always wanted, but also send some money home to improve her life. Yi Chen smiled casually, ruffled her hair, and spoke in a flat tone. "Take it, you deserve it. You provided excellent service, I'm very satisfied." Zhang Yana hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, clutching her phone tightly to her chest, a delighted smile spreading across her face. She then kissed Yi Chen on the cheek. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. If you need any more SPA services in the future, please feel free to call or send me a WeChat message. I'm available 24/7 to make sure you're satisfied." Yi Chen gave a casual hum and didn't say anything more. He leaned back on the sofa, looked at the ceiling, and began to plan what to do next. Zhang Yana nestled in Yi Chen's arms for a while longer before slowly getting up, tidying her clothes and hair. "Mr. Yi, please get some rest. I'll be leaving now." After saying that, she picked up her toolbox, glanced at Yi Chen with some reluctance, then turned around, gently closed the door, and left the room. "Okay, go ahead and get busy." After Zhang Yana left, Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, took out a cigarette case from his pocket, and lit a white tower cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his eyes deepened, and he slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke, the cigarette between his fingers. Thinking about his chance encounter with Shinjai today, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. It really was a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. She assumed that since she had transferred marital property, she would definitely hire a lawyer to check her bank statements. Alright, let them investigate then. They won't find anything anyway. The funds provided by the system all come from overseas banks, and are so clean that there is nothing wrong with them. He wanted to see what expression Shinjai and Zhou Yakin would have when they discovered that their money was not only legally obtained, but also far exceeded their expectations. Was it shock? Was it resentment? Or was it regret? He also has to find out the truth about the car accident from his previous life. In his previous life, he thought it was an accident, but now that he thinks about it, the car accident was too strange. The brakes suddenly failed and the steering wheel was out of control. It looked like it was caused by someone. At that time, Su Moyang and Shinjai happened to be there as well, which was definitely not a coincidence. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to Lin Wei. "Please make an appointment with the best lawyer in Jiangzhou for me tomorrow. I have something I need to consult." Lin Wei quickly replied with a message. "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll contact them for you first thing tomorrow morning and let you know as soon as I've made the arrangements." Yi Chen put away his phone, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, walked to the French windows, and looked at the night view outside. The night view of Jiangzhou is still beautiful, with bright lights and bustling traffic. Chapter 11 Body Modification. After Zhang Yana left, Yi Chen was left alone in the presidential suite. The air still carries the faint scent of rose essential oil, mixed with a subtle tobacco aroma. Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, shook his head, and forced himself to shake off those distracting thoughts. He then remembered the pill that the system had rewarded him with, and quickly summoned the system panel in his mind. Inside the backpack, a pill the size of a longan lay quietly, its surface gleaming with a faint golden light. Let's give it a try. The system rewards are usually reliable. Let's see what they do. With this in mind, Yi Chen's thoughts stirred, and the pill immediately appeared in his palm, his eyes filled with anticipation. In his previous life, he was weak because he was missing a kidney. He would get out of breath climbing stairs, and even a common cold would take half a month to get better. The system improved somewhat after minor modifications, but it was still not ideal. Without further hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the pill. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a warm current that slid down the throat and into the stomach. At first, he didn't feel anything special. Yi Chen even frowned. But the next second, the warm current suddenly burst forth, surging wildly through his body and flowing along his meridians to his limbs and bones. Ouch, it hurts. Yi Chen gasped, his body tensing instantly, the sofa armrests creaking under his grip. Where the warm current passed, a series of sore and tingling sensations came from the muscles, as if they were being gently pricked by countless needles, or as if an invisible hand was kneading and reshaping them. His bones began to feel slightly hot, as if they were being forged by high temperatures, and even his soul trembled. At the same time, he seemed to be able to clearly hear the sound of wheels rolling on the road below, distinguish whether the singing coming from the bar in the distance was male or female, and even see anything within 100 meters. This change is absolutely amazing. Yi Chen suddenly stood up and quickly walked to the mirror in the bathroom. The muscles in my reflection are more defined than before, with the outlines of my chest and abdominal muscles faintly visible. I no longer look as thin as before, but rather full of strength. His skin also seemed to have become smoother and more delicate, and his eyes were sharper and more confident. What shocked him even more was that a layer of black impurities slowly seeped out from his body, carrying a faint fishy smell, like toxins being expelled from his body. Ha ha ha. Is this what a complete transformation looks like? Yi Chen muttered to himself, reaching out to touch his arm. It felt firm and strong, completely unlike the soft and flabby arm he used to have. He then went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and the hot water instantly washed away the black impurities on his body. As the water flowed across his skin, he could even clearly feel the temperature and weight of each drop. This sensory enhancement gave him a feeling of being reborn. After rinsing, Yi Chen wrapped himself in a towel and walked out of the bathroom, looking in the mirror again. His facial features hadn't changed much, but they looked as if they had been meticulously sculpted, making him more handsome than before, and he also possessed an indescribable charm. She is both composed and youthful. As expected of the system, it really gave me a big surprise. Yi Chen clenched his fist, feeling the power within his body. With a gentle swing of his fist, he could hear the whooshing sound of the air being stirred. Just as he was immersed in the joy of his physical changes, the system notification suddenly rang in his mind again. Ding! Technician Encyclopedia unlocked. System reward, 10 million in funds, skill, Taekwondo Master Mastery level. Immediately afterwards, a vast torrent of knowledge flooded into Yi Chen's mind. Taekwondo techniques, power generation skills, and various practical combat experiences. It was as if he had practiced it since he was a child, deeply imprinted in his memory. Side kick, back kick, tornado kick, double flying kick. The key points of various moves were clearly presented in his mind, and he even knew how to deal with opponents of different sizes and how to counter their attacks. Yi Chen felt a slight throbbing pain in his head, which cleared up after a moment. He walked to the center of the living room and subconsciously assumed the starting stance of Taekwondo. His movements were standard and fluid, without the slightest hint of awkwardness. He immediately attempted a side kick, the force of which was so fierce and fast that it almost left only a blur. In the past, he would never have been able to make such a standard move, let alone have such terrifying explosive power. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Now, even if I'm facing 10 strong men, can't I handle them easily? Yi Chen's lips curled into an excited smile. This feeling of controlling power was even more exhilarating than possessing wealth. He opened the system panel again, and the balance had increased to 20 million yuan. Withdraw cash. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly, and his thoughts stirred. Soon, my phone beeped with a text message notification. Your agricultural bank account ending in 20 million yuan has been deposited, bringing your total balance to over 26 million yuan. Looking at the numbers in the text message, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. In just 2 days, he went from a poor boy earning 5,000 a month to a millionaire with 26 million in his hands. They also possessed superhuman strength and skills that all felt like a dream. The next day, Yi Chen was awakened by a knock on the door. He stretched vigorously, his body making a soft cracking sound. Come in. After the door was pushed open, Lin Wei walked in slowly, holding a document in her hand, followed by a very beautiful woman. The person was wearing a black business suit that accentuated their tall and sexy figure. With long, slender legs and wearing black high heels, she exudes a sophisticated yet alluring charm. She had long, wavy hair and delicate features, especially her eyes, which seemed to see right through people. Mr. Yi, this is Chen Ruoxue, the most famous lawyer in Jiangzhou. Lin Wei introduced the coffee with a smile, holding 2 cups in her hands. Attorney Chen has just returned from abroad and has handled many complex property disputes. Chen Ruoxue walked up to Yi Chen, slowly extending her delicate hand, her voice clear and melodious. Hello Mr. Yi, this is Chen Ruoxue. Ms. Lin has already briefly explained your situation to me. May I ask what specific questions you would like to ask? Yi Chen gently took her hand, feeling the delicate touch on his fingertips, then quietly released it, pointing to the sofa. Attorney Chen, please have a seat. Let's talk slowly. After they sat down, Lin Wei handed the coffee to the two of them and then stood quietly to the side waiting. Yi Chen picked up his coffee, took a small sip, and got straight to the point. I ran into my ex-wife yesterday. She suspects I transferred marital assets and might hire a lawyer to sue me. I'd like to ask if my funds, which were obtained legally overseas after the divorce, count as marital property? Chen Ruoxue nodded, took out her notebook from her bag, and began to take notes very seriously. According to the law, marital property refers to property acquired during the marriage. If your funds were indeed obtained through other legal channels after the divorce and you have complete supporting documentation, then they do not belong to marital property, and your spouse has no right to claim a share. After speaking, he slowly raised his head, looked at Yi Chen, and his eyes held a hint of curiosity. I'm not sure what exactly Mr. Ye's overseas investments are. If it's convenient, could you provide some supporting documentation so I can compile it for you in case of a future lawsuit? Chapter 12 Private Lawyer. Yi Chen smiled faintly after hearing this. My bank statements are all legal and compliant, you can take a look. After saying that, he opened the mobile app, showed the transfer record, and handed it over. Chen Ruoxue took the phone and looked through it carefully. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. There were only 3 transactions, each for exactly 10 million, all transferred from confidential overseas banks, and there were no issues whatsoever. However, no one can possibly investigate the source of the funds. She looked up at Yi Chen with a mixture of admiration and curiosity in her eyes. To have so much money at such a young age, and with such a mysterious source, suggests that his background is definitely not as simple as it seems. Mr. Yi, there are no problems with your funds. Chen Ruoxue returned the phone to Yi Chen with great certainty. Even if the other party sues, you don't need to worry too much. I am 100% confident that I can win. Yi Chen then smiled and leaned forward slightly. That's great. I'd also like to hire Attorney Chen as my private lawyer. You'll be responsible for handling any legal issues I may have in the future. As for the salary, you can name your price as long as it's reasonable, I'll meet your requirements. Chen Ruoxue was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She originally thought it was just a normal consultation, but she did not expect that Yi Chen would want to hire her as a private lawyer. It's worth noting that her consultation fee exceeds 1,000 per hour, and her private lawyer's annual fee is as high as 1 million. She frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Yi Chen again, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Mr. Yi, are you sure you want me to be your private lawyer? My fees may be quite high. Ha ha, money is not a problem. Yi Chen smiled, his tone very calm and casual. What I value is Attorney Chen's professional competence. As long as you can help me handle my legal issues, the price is negotiable. Chen Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay, then I promise Mr. Yi. I will prepare your materials as soon as possible and be ready to deal with any lawsuits that may be filed by the other party. After speaking, he slowly stood up and stretched out his hand again. It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen took her hand and smiled casually. It's a pleasure to work with you. There's one more thing. Help me secretly investigate the Su family in Jiangzhou, especially Su Moyang. You know what I mean. Although Chen Ruoxue had only recently returned to China, she had already done some research on the large families and enterprises in Jiangzhou. Yi Chen's meaning was quite clear, he must have some kind of grudge against the Su family. Okay, Mr. Yi, I will keep an eye on it and let you know as soon as I have any news. Yi Chen nodded, his expression becoming more serious. Whether in the previous life or this life, Su Moyang is someone who cannot be let go easily. If he's not mistaken, Su Moyang has probably already started plotting in secret. Lin Wei then led Chen Ruoxue out of the room. Just then, the system beeped again. Ding! A target for binding has been detected in the lawyer's profile. Favorability level, 30. Host, do you wish to bind immediately? Yi Chen frowned slightly. Although the favorability rating was a little lower, he still decisively chose to bind. After all, such an outstanding lawyer is hard to find, and he plans to hire him long term. Bind! Ding! Lawyer's Illustrated Guide successfully bound. Current favorability is 30. Please complete the unlocking task as soon as possible to receive generous rewards from the system. Yi Chen smiled faintly and then closed the system panel. After seeing Chen Ruoxue off, Lin Wei returned to her room. Mr. Yi, what are your plans for today? Yi Chen took a sip of coffee and spoke calmly. Since we're just killing time anyway, why don't you come with me to look at some houses? Upon hearing this, Lin Wei was immediately stunned and didn't quite react. In her opinion, someone as wealthy as Yi Chen was probably on a business trip, otherwise he wouldn't be staying in a hotel. You just bought a luxury car yesterday, and now you're buying a house? Is he a rich second generation who just returned to China? A series of questions flashed through her mind. Although I was confused and shocked, I quickly composed myself. Okay, Mr. Yi, but I wonder if you have any expectations? Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, then frowned slightly. Actually, he didn't have any plans. He just had a lot of money in his hands, and he couldn't live without a decent home. He couldn't keep living in a hotel. That's why he had the idea of buying a house, since he needed a place to live. I don't have any expectations. Do you have any good recommendations? Money is not an issue. Lin Wei thought for a moment, then spoke. The housing prices in Jiangzhou are not low now. Even in ordinary residential areas, the price is around 5,000 yuan per square meter. If you want to buy a luxury house or villa, the price will definitely be higher. Currently, the best residential community in Jiangzhou is Zizulin Community, where most of the properties are priced at several million yuan or more. Many prominent figures in Jiangzhou choose Zizulin because not only is the environment beautiful, but it also reflects their status and position. After Lin Wei finished speaking, she quietly watched the reaction on Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen naturally knew about the purple bamboo forest, a place where the wealthy gathered, and it was said that the house price was over 10,000 yuan per square meter. But for him now, it's not unacceptable. Anyway, I can just do more tasks when I run out of money. Now that I have the system with me, what am I afraid of? Okay, let's go take a look at the purple bamboo forest then. Can you drive? Lin Wei looked at him, nodded, and smiled. Yes, Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately took out his Porsche car keys and casually tossed them to her. Okay, go get the car and wait for me at the door. Huh? Me? I'll drive? But I've never driven a sports car before, and your car is so expensive, what if? Lin Wei caught the keys that were thrown to her in a bit of a panic, holding them carefully in her hand, her heart racing. What are you afraid of? Just drive it when I tell you to. There's a first time for everything. Well, okay then. I'll go get the car now and wait for you at the hotel entrance. Okay, go ahead, I'll be downstairs now. The two then went their separate ways. Lin Wei carefully gripped the Porsche car keys, her heart pounding wildly. Go, Lin Wei, you can do it. He muttered to himself as he walked straight into the elevator. After all, he's an experienced driver. Although he was a bit rusty, he still managed to drive the car to the hotel entrance. Yi Chen was already waiting there. With the roar of the supercar, the two sped off towards the Zizulin residential area. Only two security guards remained, somewhat surprised, staring at each other in disbelief. Brother Zhang? Am I seeing things? Isn't that Sister Wei driving? Yes, it's that little girl. It seems she really seized the opportunity. Brother Zhang, what opportunity? Could it be? Kid, don't ask such questions. Just focus on your work. TCH. I can tell even if you don't say it, I'm not stupid. Ba. Heaven help me, please grant me a little rich woman. Age is not a problem. Brother Zhang glared at him irritably, then shook his head helplessly inside. Chapter 13: An accidental encounter with the class beauty. The roar of the Porsche's engine came to an abrupt halt at the entrance of the Zizulin residential complex. Even after Lin Wei turned off the engine, her palms were still sweaty. She was on edge the whole way, afraid of accidentally scratching the supercar worth more than 2 million yuan, and only breathed a slight sigh of relief after it came to a stop. Yi Chen smiled helplessly at her expression, then opened the door and got out of the car, his gaze sweeping over the sales office in front of him. Four beautiful women, all over 1.7 meters tall, stood on either side of the entrance to greet guests. They wore bright red cheongsams with slits up to their thighs, revealing their long, slender, fair legs. Their perfectly sexy figures were on full display, and each of them wore a standard professional smile. Welcome to the Purple Bamboo Grove. The four spoke almost in unison, their voices clear and pleasant. Yi Chen pretended not to care and walked straight inside. As soon as you step into the sales office, a cool breeze and a refreshing fragrance hit you. The sales office is decorated in a luxurious and grand style. In the center of the hall, there is a huge model showing the distribution of villas in the Zizulan community. At the same time, countless eyes instantly focused on Yi Chen. The sales staff had eyes even sharper than radar. They craned their necks to look out as soon as they heard the sound of a supercar engine. Seeing Yi Chen step out of the Porsche, even though he was dressed in very ordinary casual clothes, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect. Those who can afford to drive supercars are definitely not ordinary people. What shocked them even more was that Lin Wei was following behind Yi Chen. Lin Wei was still wearing the hotel's business suit. She had an elegant demeanor and outstanding looks, and looked like the kind of shrewd and capable assistant or secretary. Wow, who is this? Driving a Porsche at such a young age? I don't know, could it be some rich kid? Look, he even has an assistant following behind him. He's so good looking. Handsome and rich, he's practically a diamond bachelor. The chatter rose and fell, and even the customers who were negotiating with the salesperson couldn't help but turn around to take a look. Yi Chen ignored the stares and casually glanced around the sales office, intending to consult with a salesperson. Just then, a slightly hesitant gaze fell upon him. Lu Xiaoran tightened her grip on the floor plan, her heart pounded, and her brows furrowed slightly. That figure. Why does it look so familiar? She scrutinized him for a few seconds, and when she saw Yi Chen's profile, she even missed a beat. It's Yi Chen? Yi Chen, who sat diagonally behind her in high school and always liked to secretly watch her, was not only mediocre in his grades but also came from an ordinary family. Lu Xiaoran was the most beautiful girl in her high school class. She was fair-skinned, beautiful, and academically excellent. She is the white moonlight in the hearts of countless boys, and of course, Yi Chen is one of them. Back then, he was thin and frail, and spoke with a touch of shyness. Lu Xiaoran never expected that they would meet in this way. What shocked her even more was that Yi Chen was driving a Porsche, and he was accompanied by a beautiful assistant. Judging from their posture, it seems like they're here to buy a house? You know, the cheapest houses in Zizulan cost several million, and those in good locations cost over 10 million. How could he afford to buy one? She had heard from her classmates that Yi Chen had donated a kidney to Xinjiai after graduation, and his health had been poor ever since, so he could only do jobs like security guard. How could he suddenly become so rich? Countless questions swirled in her mind, making her somewhat dazed. Yi Chen's gaze also fell on her, and he was slightly stunned when he saw that familiar yet unfamiliar face. But it must be said that Lu Xiaoran is even more beautiful than she was in high school. She was wearing a business suit from the real estate sales office. The white shirt accentuated her beautiful figure. Beneath the black pencil skirt were a pair of long, straight legs. Her hair was pulled back into a low ponytail, revealing her delicate collarbones. She wore light makeup and looked more mature and charming than she did in high school. Lu Xiaoran? I never expected to run into her here. Yi Chen smiled mischievously and walked straight toward her. Lu Xiaoran met his gaze, then took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock and doubt in her heart, forced a professional smile onto her face, and slowly walked towards him. Long time no see, Yi Chen. Yes, it has been a long time, old classmate. Yi Chen nodded, his tone calm, but he couldn't hide a hint of emotion in his heart. After graduating from high school, we all went our separate ways and never kept in touch again. I never expected to run into each other in this kind of situation. The surrounding sales staff were all stunned when they saw this. Do they know each other? My God, Lu Xiaoran actually knows such a rich friend? I should have gone up there on my own. Wow, Xiaoran is so lucky. Such a big client is actually her old classmate. Jealous and envious gazes fell on Lu Xiaoran at the same time, making her feel slightly uncomfortable, but she quickly adjusted her state. I didn't expect to run into you here. Are you here to buy a house? Lu Xiaoran smiled faintly, trying her best to make her tone sound as natural as possible. Yeah, just came in to take a look around. Yi Chen nodded. Since you're a salesperson here, could you please show me around? Okay, this way please. Lu Xiaoran gestured for them to proceed and led Yi Chen and Lin Wei to the sand table. Lin Wei followed quietly behind, her eyes full of curiosity. She never expected that Yi Chen would have such a beautiful high school classmate, who was clearly a class beauty. Lu Xiaoran picked up the laser pointer, pointed at the sand table, and began to introduce it. Zizulin is the best high-end residential community in Jiangzhou, with a greening rate of up to 60% and complete supporting facilities, including a private club, gym, swimming pool, kindergarten, etc. The community mainly consists of townhouses and detached villas. I wonder which type you are considering. Yi Chen's gaze fell directly on the villa at the very back of the model. That villa was located at the very back of the residential complex and occupied the largest area. Surrounded by an artificial lake and gardens, it boasts an exceptionally prime location, clearly a top-tier property. Was that villa sold? How much did it cost? Yi Chen smiled and pointed to the king of buildings. Lu Xiaoran's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of surprise in her expression. That penthouse is the most expensive villa in Zizulin, with an interior floor area of over 500 square meters. It also includes front and back gardens and an underground garage, and is priced at 15.8 million, but has not yet been sold. That's the best building in our complex, priced at 15.8 million. It's a detached villa with a 500 square meter garden and a 200 square meter underground garage. It's fully furnished and ready to move in. Lu Xiaoran introduced the topic, her tone carrying a subtle hint of probing. She felt that even if Yi Chen had money, he might not necessarily buy such an expensive penthouse. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen simply nodded casually after hearing this. Since it hasn't sold, then we'll take this one. Take me to see it. Huh, oh, okay. Lu Xiaoran was stunned for a moment, then quickly responded, her shock even greater. That's 15.8 million. He didn't even try to bargain, he just placed the order right away? That's way too casual. Chapter 14 Spending Millions. The beautiful saleswomen around them were in an uproar. My God! Did you guys see that? He's actually going to buy the most expensive apartment in the building? 15,800,000. If it's paid in full, how much commission would I get? Lu Xiaoran is so lucky. It's like a pie fell from the sky. If only I had made more friends in high school. The discussion grew louder, and Lu Xiaoran's cheeks flushed. She quickly led Yi Chen and Lin Wei away from the sales office to look at apartments in the residential complex. The group rode a sightseeing bus through a tree-lined path and soon arrived at the front of the King of Villas. Pushing open the ornate iron gate, a huge garden comes into view, filled with various precious flowers, trees, and shrubs, as well as a small fountain and a leisure pavilion. The villa is in a European style, with white walls and a red roof, which looks very grand. Stepping inside is even more astonishing. The living room has a 6-meter-high ceiling, and huge floor-to-ceiling windows allow sunlight to flood the entire space. Genuine leather sofas, crystal chandeliers, and marble coffee tables are all present, creating a luxurious yet tasteful decor. The first floor has a kitchen, dining room, living room, elderly room, and a bathroom. The second floor has 4 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom and walk-in closet. The master bedroom is even more spacious, with a huge terrace overlooking the entire garden and the neighborhood. The basement level is an entertainment area, including a home theater, gym, wine cellar, and a small billiards room. The entire villa is beautifully decorated and fully equipped, ready for immediate move-in. Yi Chen took a quick tour of the villa and was quite satisfied with the environment and decor, without finding much fault with it. Okay, this is it. Let's go back and sign the contract. Lu Xiaoran followed behind him, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Back then, Yi Chen was so ordinary, even somewhat insecure. But now, he can so easily buy a multi-million-dollar mansion, a stark contrast that she finds hard to accept. She couldn't help but recall the little things from high school, the way Yi Chen silently looked at her, and the little notes he would occasionally muster the courage to hand her. At that time, she never imagined that this unremarkable boy would one day become so unattainable. Lin Wei was also stunned by the villa and got a taste of what it's like to be rich. Although she worked at the Jiangzhou International Hotel and had seen many luxurious scenes and wealthy people. But this is the first time I've ever experienced such a large detached villa in person. Yi Chen paid 15.8 million in full without batting an eye. Just how much wealth does he have? She became even more curious about Yi Chen's identity, but she remained true to her role as a housekeeper and didn't ask any more questions, simply following silently behind. Back at the sales office, Lu Xiaoran quickly had the contracts prepared. The other sales staff looked at Yi Chen with envy and jealousy. Even the sales manager came over to greet him personally and offered him tea. Mr. Yi, you have excellent taste. This is the best building in our community. The manager smiled broadly, his tone full of flattery. Yi Chen simply smiled casually, said nothing, took the contract handed to him by Lu Xiaoran, and quickly glanced through it. Once you've confirmed that the contract is in order, pick up a pen and write your name in the designated area for the second party's signature. Then let's pay. Yi Chen took out his phone, ready to transfer the money directly. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer? I just applied for a discount for you, the total price is 14 million. Lu Xiaoran asked cautiously. Thank you then, please transfer the money directly. Yi Chen opened his mobile banking app, entered the recipient's account and the amount, and confirmed the transfer. The bank's sales office account quickly received a transfer notification for 14 million. The entire sales office fell silent instantly, as if everyone was holding their breath. Full payment. It was paid in full? 14 million, and it was sold so easily. Lu Xiaoran's fingers trembled as she held the contract. The shock she felt was beyond words. In all her years in real estate sales, this was the first time she had encountered such a straightforward client, especially since it was an old classmate. You should know that even if it's just 1 point, she can earn hundreds of thousands in commission. Lin Wei was also somewhat surprised. Although she knew Yi Chen was very rich, it was still beyond her expectations that he would take out more than 10 million yuan to buy a house in full at once. The contract is signed, and here are the villa keys. Lu Xiaoran handed Yi Chen a set of exquisite keys with a sincere smile on her face. Congratulations, Yi Chen. She also lives in the Zizulin residential area, but it's a company dormitory. I never imagined that I would become Yi Chen's neighbor. Thank you, you've worked hard. Yi Chen took the key and put it directly into his pocket. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat. You can contact me if you need anything in the future. I usually live here too. Lu Xiaoran took out her phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Good. Yi Chen scanned the QR code and added her as a WeChat friend. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar name in his WeChat contacts, Yi Chen felt a mix of emotions. I never expected that my high school crush would cross paths with me again in this way. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! A bindable target has been detected in the White Moonlight Encyclopedia, Lu Xiaoran. Current favorability is 60. Host, do you wish to bind immediately? Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he gave the command in his mind without hesitation. Bind. Ding! The White Moonlight illustration has been successfully bound. Current favorability is 60. Please complete the unlocking task as soon as possible to receive generous rewards from the system. Yi Chen's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Another illustration has been bound to my collection, and it's even a White Moonlight illustration. What a pleasant surprise. The thought of something happening between me and Lu Xiaoran in the future is incredibly exciting. Then we'll be going now. Yi Chen looked at Lu Xiaoran and smiled faintly. Okay, take care. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. I'll treat you to dinner when you're less busy, as a way of thanking you for taking care of me today. Lu Xiaoran smiled and waved goodbye. Yi Chen nodded casually, then turned and left the sales office with Lin Wei, leaving behind a room full of envious and jealous female sales staff. My goodness! Lu Xiaoran is so lucky. A deal worth 14 million, the commission must be at least a few 100,000. Don't be envious, it's just that we don't have any rich classmates. Sigh, I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Listening to her colleagues' discussions, Lu Xiaoran felt a mix of emotions. She watched Yi Chen and Lin Wei get into the Porsche, the engine roaring as they quickly disappeared from sight, and her doubts grew deeper and deeper. How exactly did Yi Chen become so rich? What kind of work does he do now? How are things between him and Xinjiai? Why didn't Xinjiai come with him? Countless questions swirled in her mind, making her somewhat uneasy. She took out her phone, stared at Yi Chen's profile picture in her WeChat contacts, lost in thought. Chapter 15 Visiting Parents. Meanwhile, inside the Porsche, Lin Wei was driving when she couldn't help but ask. Mr. Yi, you and Ms. Lu were high school classmates? Yi Chen nodded casually, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. She's so pretty, she must have been the prettiest girl in our class back then, right? Lin Wei cautiously probed, as she had vaguely sensed that their gazes were strange. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Well, I guess so, but she's even prettier now than before. Lin Wei wisely refrained from pressing the matter further, though she felt inexplicably uncomfortable and became even more curious about Yi Chen's past. This man seems to have many secrets. The car drove smoothly on the road. Yi Chen looked at the scenery rushing past the window and pondered his next plan. Having bought a house, I finally have a real home in Jiangzhou. Next, we just need to deal with Su Moyong and Xinjia's situation. Didn't they want to check his bank statements? Isn't the intention to sue him for transferring assets? Let them investigate, let them sue. He wanted to see what Xinjia's expression would be when she discovered that not only had she not transferred any assets, but she also had tens of millions in assets and had even bought a luxury mansion worth tens of millions. Was it shock? Was it resentment? Or was it regret? Yi Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. He will take revenge for the grudges of his past life, bit by bit, in this one. Soon, the car returned to the vicinity of Jiangzhou International Hotel. Mr. Yi, what are your plans for the future? Lin Wei asked in a low voice. I'll send you a location. I need to go back and see my parents. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. This was her first time visiting a man's home, so she was inevitably a little nervous. Although they have no relation, there's still a strange feeling. Oh, okay, sure, then please send it to me. A moment later, the Porsche slowly came to a stop on the cement road at the entrance of the village, raising a fine cloud of dust behind it. Lin Wei looked out the window at the low, unevenly spaced brick houses and vast fields, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. This was completely different from the wealthy family's hometown she had imagined. There were no grand mansions or villas, only a winding cement road leading deep into the village. Yi Chen finally smiled happily, opened the car window, and a fresh scent mixed with soil and crops wafted in. After 3 years, he finally returned to this home. After his divorce in his previous life, he was too ashamed to return home and never saw his parents again until he died in the street. Let's go, my house is just ahead. Yi Chen pointed to the distance and got out of the car first. His steps were light, but he felt a strange bitterness in his heart. Lin Wei quickly followed, carrying the gift box she had brought from the hotel. She had prepared these things herself on the way, including tea, health products, and a silk scarf for her mother. Yi Chen didn't stop him at the time, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Corn was planted on both sides of the village, and the green leaves rustled in the wind. After walking about 200 meters, an old-fashioned brick house came into view, with several fruit trees planted in the yard, which was kept very clean. Dad! Mom! I'm home! Yi Chen called out to the courtyard and walked straight in. Soon, there was movement inside, and a middle-aged man in a blue shirt strode out, his face full of surprise. It was Yi Junhui. His hair was already a bit gray, the wrinkles around his eyes were deep, and there was some mud on his body, so he had obviously just come back from the fields. Xiao Chen! Why are you back? Yi Junhui put down his hoe and quickly came to greet him. He reached out to pat Yi Chen's shoulder, but then, afraid of getting his clothes dirty, he wiped his hand on his trouser leg. Immediately afterwards, Fu Yaji also came out of the house, wearing an apron and holding a spatula. Upon seeing Yi Chen, her eyes instantly reddened. Son, you're finally back. Are you hungry? Mom will make your favorite braised pork. Their gazes quickly fell on Lin Wei, their smiles faltered, and their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. This girl is really pretty, well-dressed, and has a dignified air. She's obviously not from an ordinary family, so why is she coming back with Yi Chen? Xiao Chen, who is this? Fu Yaji asked cautiously, her eyes darting back and forth between the two of them. Mom, this is Lin Wei, the hotel housekeeper. She came back with me to see you. Yi Chen introduced the situation casually, then turned to look at Lin Wei. Lin Wei, these are my parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. Lin Wei quickly put down the gift box, bowed, and greeted them with a shy smile. This is my first time here, and I brought some small gifts. I hope you like them. Oh dear, you're already here, why did you bring anything? Yi Junhui quickly waved his hand, but his face lit up with a smile, and he hurriedly greeted them. Come in and sit down, it's cool inside. Fu Yaji also realized what was happening, and pulled Lin Wei's hand to walk into the house. Girl, come in quickly, don't stand outside in the sun. Her hands were rough but warm, with calluses from years of housework. The furnishings inside were simple. The cement floor was swept until it shone, and the furniture was an old style from more than 10 years ago, yet it was spotless. Yi Chen's childhood award certificates still hang on the wall, neatly arranged from elementary school to high school. Yi Chen repeatedly told them to take them off, but the old couple just wouldn't agree. Fu Yaji poured water for Lin Wei and then busied herself in the kitchen, while Yi Junhui pulled Yi Chen aside and kept asking him all sorts of questions. How's work? Are you tired? Fu Yaji then peeked out from the kitchen, her eyes filled with worry. By the way, son, Jai is such a good girl, why did you two suddenly get divorced? Yi Chen knew that his parents always felt that Shinjiai was beautiful and came from a good family, and that it was a disservice for her to marry him. Little did she know how much she had suffered in the Shin family, nor did she know about her kidney donation. He was afraid his parents would worry and object, so he kept it a secret. It's not my problem. Yi Chen's tone was very calm. She found someone new and looked down on me because I was incompetent. Her whole family looks down on me. I left with nothing. Yi Junhui and Fu Yaji were stunned after hearing this, their faces filled with disbelief. Fu Yaji put down the spatula in her hand, walked to Yi Chen's side, and reached out to touch his face. My son is such a good person, how could they treat you like this? Yi Junhui was also furious, his face turning red, and he slammed his fist on the table. That Shinjiai. And her mother, we knew from the start that she wasn't sincere towards you. We thought you married a good wife, but we never expected her to be like this. Dad, Mom, don't be angry. Yi Chen held his mother's hand. Divorce is a good thing for me. Now I can spend more time with you all. Just then, Yi Junhui suddenly pulled Yi Chen into the inner room, lowering his voice. Son, tell me honestly, is it because you found someone new? This Miss Lin. Dad. What are you thinking about? Yi Chen was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing this. Lin Wei is just the hotel's housekeeper. We have an employer-employee relationship. There's nothing more to it. Yi Junhui was clearly somewhat skeptical. Really? Then why would she come back with you? I came back specifically to see you all, and I just asked her to drive for me. Besides, it's part of her job. Yi Chen quickly explained. Now that I have money, I'll come back often in the future. Yi Junhui finally breathed a sigh of relief and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. Let's get a divorce then, and find someone better. Someone like Miss Lin, she's beautiful and reliable. Yi Chen smiled helplessly and didn't explain further. Chapter 16 The Warmth of Home. The two came out of the inner room, where Fu Yaji was already carrying a plate of washed fruit, warmly greeting Lin Wei. Girl, eat some fruit. It's homegrown and pesticide-free. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Lin Wei picked up a strawberry, put it in her mouth, and found it to be sweet and sour. It tasted really good. Immediately afterwards, Fu Yaji and Yi Junhui bombarded Lin Wei with questions. How old is the girl? Where is she from? Do you have a boyfriend-girlfriend? What are the criteria for finding a partner? Is the job of a housekeeper hard? Lin Wei blushed slightly and became flustered when asked the question. I don't have a boyfriend yet. As she spoke, she would occasionally steal glances at Yi Chen, her plea for help quite obvious. Yi Chen seemed to notice her embarrassment and quickly changed the subject with a smile. Dad, Mom, I came back this time because I want you to move to the city. Upon hearing this, Yi Junhui and Fu Yaji were immediately stunned. Move to the city? Why? We're doing just fine in our hometown. I bought a house in the city, it's quite big, you can move there and enjoy a comfortable life. Yi Chen spoke casually, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. You bought a house? Fu Yaji's eyes widened instantly. Son, where are you going to get the money to buy a house? You only earn a few thousand yuan a month, even if you save every penny, you can't save that much money. Yi Junhui also frowned. Did you borrow it from someone else? Xiaochen, we should be down to earth and realistic. We can't be too ambitious. Borrowing money to buy a house is too much pressure. Yi Chen had anticipated their question and had prepared his answer beforehand. Dad, Mom, I didn't borrow any money. I won the lottery a while ago. It wasn't much, just over 20 million, but it's enough to buy a house and improve your lives. What? You won 20 million? Yi Junhui and Fu Yaji exclaimed in surprise at the same time, their eyes wide open, completely unable to believe their ears. Fu Yaji quickly grabbed Yi Chen's hand. Son, you're not lying to us? You really won this much money? Really, Mom, why would I lie to you? Yi Chen smiled, took out his phone, opened the bank's app, and showed them his balance. Look, this is my bank card balance, and the house purchase contract, it's all here. Yi Junhui and Fu Yaji leaned over to look, and when they saw the long string of numbers on the screen, as well as the 14 million on the purchase contract, they were both so excited that they couldn't speak. Fu Yaji's tears fell again, but this time it was because she was happy. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. My son has finally made it through. Yi Junhui was so excited that he kept rubbing his hands together and muttering to himself. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. Lin Wei stood aside, her mind filled with doubt. Yi Chen's money clearly came from overseas, so why did he tell his parents that he won the lottery? Why did he lie? Is there really something wrong with the source of his money? Despite having many questions in her mind, she simply sat quietly to one side. Dad, Mom, why don't you move to the city? The house is big and has a garden. You can plant flowers and raise birds. You won't have to work so hard anymore. Yi Chen continued to try to persuade him, unwilling to give up. Yi Junhui shook his head. Son, I know you are very filial, but we are used to living in our hometown. We can't bear to leave our neighbors here, nor can we bear to leave these crops. The houses in the city are too big, and we are not used to living here. Fu Yaji nodded in agreement. Yes, son, we've lived here our whole lives, we're used to it. If you miss us, just come back and visit us often. Yi Chen knew his parents' temperament, they were practical and nostalgic, and once they made a decision, it was difficult for them to change it. Oh well. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. Since you don't want to move, I'll transfer some money to you so you can renovate your old house. Build a small villa with a yard, and you'll be more comfortable living there. No need, this house is fine, there's no need to rebuild it. Yi Junhui quickly waved his hand in refusal. Dad, I've transferred all the money to you, 2 million. Yi Chen had already opened the transfer interface, entered the amount, and confirmed the transfer. Please accept this. It's a token of our son's filial piety. You've worked hard all your lives, it's time for you to enjoy your retirement. The phone beeped, and Fu Yaji took out her phone to check the transfer amount, and was stunned once again. 2 million? Son, that's too much. We don't need that much. Not much, just build a villa, renovate it, and that should be enough. Yi Chen smiled casually. Save the rest of the money and use it to buy yourself some good food. Don't be stingy with your money. Yi Junhui and Fu Yaji exchanged a glance, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Fu Yaji wiped away her tears. After the autumn harvest, we'll find someone to rebuild the house. That's right. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately laughed. I'll be coming back to live here again, so don't try to save money. Afterwards, Fu Yaji went to the kitchen to busy herself, while Yi Junhui chatted with Yi Chen and Lin Wei, their conversation filled with anticipation for the future. Looking at this heartwarming family scene, Lin Wei felt a strange sense of envy. Although Yi Chen is very wealthy, he is incredibly filial to his parents. Yi Junhui and Fu Yaji are simple, kind, and sincere. Having a family like this is true happiness in life. Soon, Fu Yaji prepared a large table of sumptuous home-style dishes. There was braised pork, stewed chicken, stir-fried vegetables, and Yi Chen's favorite sweet and sour fish. Although they are all home-style dishes, they are delicious and visually appealing. Yi Junhui took out his treasured bottle of baijiu, wanting to have a couple of drinks with Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen politely declined, as he needed to return to the city and did not intend to stay for long. During the meal, Fu Yaji kept putting food on Yi Chen and Lin Wei's plates, giving them all the meat from her plate. Girl, eat more, you're so thin. Son, eat up, this braised pork is something Mom made especially for you. Lin Wei felt a little embarrassed by the care she received, but she also felt a long-lost warmth in her heart. After dinner, Yi Chen chatted with his parents for a while. I briefly talked about my situation in the city, of course, only reporting the good news and not the bad. As evening approached, Yi Chen prepared to return to the city. Dad, Mom, I have to go now. I'll come to visit you often in the future. Yi Chen stood up somewhat reluctantly. Okay, be careful on the road. Fu Yaji held his hand, equally reluctant to part. Take care of yourself and don't overwork yourself. Don't worry, Mom, I will. Yi Chen nodded, then looked at Lin Wei. Let's go. Goodbye, uncles and aunties. Lin Wei nodded, then bowed to his parents. I'll come to visit you again when I have the chance. All right, young lady, come visit often. Fu Yaji smiled happily, her eyes filled with affection. This girl is not only beautiful, but also very sensible. It would be even better if she could become my daughter-in-law. Yi Chen and Lin Wei got into the car, and Yi Junhui and Fu Yaji escorted them all the way to the village entrance. Only after watching the car disappear from sight did they turn around and go home. Old man, do you think Xiaochen has feelings for that Miss Lin? Fu Yaji muttered to herself as she walked. I think so. That girl is indeed quite good and a good match for our son. Yi Junhui nodded in agreement. But let them handle their own feelings. 2. Fu Yaji smiled helplessly. Our son is successful now, he will definitely find a better wife. The car quickly drove away from the village entrance, and Lin Wei's heart was still pounding a little. She glanced at Yi Chen in the passenger seat from time to time, her cheeks unconsciously flushing slightly. Chapter 17 Private Butler. The roar of the Porsche engine cut through the street. Lin Wei's fingers tightened slightly on the steering wheel, and she couldn't help but glance at the passenger seat out of the corner of her eye. Yi Chen leaned back in his seat, idly scrolling through Douyin TikTok, his handsome profile accentuated by the lighting. Lin Wei's heart inexplicably raced, her cheeks flushed slightly, and even her hands gripping the steering wheel began to sweat. It's not that she hasn't met wealthy people, in fact, she's met quite a few. But Yi Chen possessed an indescribable charm and mystery, and that contrast only fueled her curiosity. Lin Wei. Yi Chen suddenly spoke at this moment, breaking the silence inside the car. Lin Wei suddenly snapped out of her daze and quickly responded. Oh? Mr. Yi, what's wrong? Yi Chen's tone was very calm, yet it carried a very domineering connotation. Interested in becoming my personal butler? Monthly salary of 100,000, room and board included, all daily expenses covered. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's eyes widened instantly, and her hand gripping the steering wheel trembled slightly. A monthly salary of 100,000? That means an annual salary of over 1 million. She never dared to imagine such a scene, not even in her wildest dreams. Even though she works as a senior butler at a hotel, she only earns around 10,000 yuan a month, so this is a tenfold increase. What made her heart race even faster was that it meant the two of them would be spending every day together from now on, and that subtle sense of distance made her cheeks flush. She opened her mouth, her mind a jumble of thoughts. She wanted to agree immediately, but also felt a little embarrassed. Mr. Yi, isn't this treatment too generous? I'm not worthy of it at all. Not high. Yi Chen turned to look at her, his eyes seemingly carrying a hint of teasing. I need a reliable person to help me manage my life and chores. After spending a few days with you, I feel you are a good fit. He paused, then added. Of course, I won't force you if you don't want to. I do. Lin Wei blurted it out almost immediately, then realized she had been too hasty, and her cheeks flushed even redder. I mean, I'm willing to take this job. A faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips, and then he continued to speak calmly. All right, let Attorney Chen draft a contract tomorrow. You go back and pack your things today, and we'll move from the hotel to the villa. Good. Lin Wei nodded vigorously, her heart already bursting with joy, a mixture of nervousness and a little anticipation. Even she herself didn't realize that her relationship with Yi Chen seemed to be developing in a different direction. As the car entered the city, night had already fallen, and the streets were bustling with traffic. Lin Wei first took Yi Chen back to the purple bamboo forest villa, and then returned to her hotel to pack her luggage. She didn't have much stuff, one suitcase was enough. When she went through the resignation procedures, her colleagues looked at her with envy. Everyone knows why she resigned, but they just keep it to themselves. Sister Wei, don't forget us when you become successful. The receptionist held her hand, her voice full of jealousy and envy. Lin Wei smiled and nodded, then picked up her suitcase and quickly walked out of the hotel without saying anything more. When Yi Chen returned to the purple bamboo forest villa, he had just finished washing up. Seeing her come in, he smiled faintly. Just pick any bedroom you like. Okay, thank you, Mr. Yi. Lin Wei, her cheeks slightly flushed, carried her suitcase upstairs, her heart filled with warmth. Each bedroom is spacious and exquisitely decorated, with a garden view right outside the window. She quickly packed her things and went downstairs, but Yi Chen was no longer in the living room. Mr. Yi? She called out tentatively. I'm in the kitchen, what's wrong? Yi Chen's voice came from the direction of the kitchen. Lin Wei walked into the kitchen and saw Yi Chen opening the refrigerator and rummaging through things. Do you need any help? She quickly stepped forward to ask. No need, I'll go find something to drink. Yi Chen took out a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and took a sip. Starting tomorrow, you will be in charge of the family's meals and daily chores. There's nothing to eat at home, so remember to prepare some. By the way, also find 2 servants and security guards. You won't have to do some things yourself. Okay. Lin Wei nodded, silently noting it down in her mind. By the way, Mr. Yi, I just spoke with Attorney Chan on the phone. Su Moyang did indeed hire a lawyer to conduct a covert investigation into you. However, it was all trivial matters, and she has already taken care of it. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen seemed completely unconcerned, and slowly walked back to the living room. Let them do whatever they want, sooner or later they'll end up shooting themselves in the foot. Looking at his confident demeanor, Lin Wei felt an inexplicable increase in her admiration. This man seemed to remain calm and composed no matter what happened, as if everything was under his control. Just then, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a message from Su Qing. Mr. Yi, are you free tomorrow evening? I'd like to invite you to dinner to thank you for your patronage last time. It was followed by a very cute emoji. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Su Qing's favorability rating was previously 80, and she was already bound to the sales catalog. This is a good opportunity to build goodwill during the meal, and maybe even unlock some system rewards. Okay, send me the address. He replied to the message immediately. Su Qing quickly sent the address. It was a high-class Western restaurant, not too far from Zizulin. Lin Wei glanced at him chatting out of the corner of her eye, but felt inexplicably uncomfortable. But she knew very well that she was currently just Yi Chen's housekeeper. I had no right to interfere in his private life, but the inexplicable sense of loss in my heart just wouldn't go away. However, the Su family villa presented a completely different scene at this time. Su Moyang leaned back on the leather sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. Xinjia, dressed in a sexy black lace nightgown, nestled seductively in his arms, her fingers gently tracing his chest. Her voluptuous and sexy figure was partially revealed, and then, as if remembering something, she slowly spoke. Honey, any progress with the lawyer? Xinjia's voice was soft and sweet, seemingly with a deliberate attempt to please. Su Moyang frowned first, clearly showing some impatience. But on the surface, he still pretended to be very gentle, lightly stroking Xinjia's sexy back. Don't worry, it's already under investigation, and we'll have the results soon. But they just can't swallow this insult. Xinjia playfully punched him, but her eyes were filled with resentment and venom. That poor bastard Yi Chen is definitely hiding something from me. Otherwise, how could he suddenly be so rich? He must have done something behind my back and secretly transferred our joint marital assets. Honey, could you please urge the lawyer on my behalf? Unable to resist her persistent pestering, Su Moyang had no choice but to pick up his phone and dial his lawyer's number. Hello, Attorney Zhang, how's the situation? Attorney Zhang's voice came through the phone immediately, but his tone seemed somewhat grave. Chapter 18. The most poisonous heart is a woman's heart. Mr. Su, we've found out. Yi Chen did indeed buy a car and a house. A Porsche 911, which cost 2.8 million yuan, and a prime apartment in the Zizulin residential complex, which cost 14 million yuan in full. The paperwork is already done. What? Upon hearing this, Su Moyang sat bolt upright, nearly spilling the red wine in his hand. Purple Bamboo Grove? The 14 million yuan king of the building? He really bought it? He had also visited that villa in Zizulin before. It had a great location and a large area. It was a true king of the buildings. But the price of 15 million still made him hesitate. To my utter surprise, it was actually bought by Yi Chen, that poor good-for-nothing he had always looked down upon. It's absolutely true. The property registration information has been found, and it's Yi Chen's name. Attorney Zhang's voice was very certain. Furthermore, we also investigated the source of his funds. They were all transferred from overseas confidential banks after the divorce. There were 3 transactions in total, each amounting to 10 million. The source was legal and had nothing to do with Ms. Shen. Legal? How could it be legal? He's a good-for-nothing. Where would he get overseas assets from? Su Moyang frowned instantly, and his voice changed tone. That idiot only makes a few thousand yuan a month and left with nothing in the divorce. How could he suddenly have 30 million yuan in his account? There must be something fishy going on here. We have tried our best to investigate, but the information confidentiality level of overseas banks is too high, and we cannot find the deeper source at all. Attorney Zhang sighed helplessly. Mr. Su, to be honest, we don't have a high chance of winning this case. Yi Chen's funds were indeed obtained after the divorce, and they are not considered marital property. In a fit of anger, Su Moyang hung up the phone, his face so dark it could drip water. Damn it! Shinjiai also overheard the phone conversation and instantly bristled. She sat up from Su Moyang's lap, her tone sharp. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. His money must be our joint marital property. He must have secretly transferred it a long time ago, I just didn't notice. She just couldn't accept this fact. The good-for-nothing who used to be so obedient to her and couldn't even afford a decent piece of clothing has transformed himself after the divorce, buying a Porsche and living in a multi-million-dollar mansion, while she can only rely on using her body to please Su Moyang to make a living. This stark contrast filled her with jealousy and resentment. Forget about old friendships and gratitude for being saved now, all I feel is hatred and anger. Honey, we absolutely can't let this go. Shinjiai grabbed Su Moyang's arm, her eyes turning somewhat crazed. What makes Yi-chen so special? What makes him so happy after the divorce? We must make him pay back all that money. We must teach him a lesson. Su Moyang's expression grew increasingly grim. He always treated Yi-chen as a good-for-nothing, a pushover he could manipulate at will, and someone he could easily cuckold. But now, this good-for-nothing has actually climbed above him and bought a villa that he himself couldn't bear to buy. This made him feel extremely humiliated. What do you want? Su Moyang's voice was somewhat cold, with a hint of sinister intent in his eyes. Teach him a lesson. Shinjiai's face was ashen, and she gritted her teeth. We must find a way to make him return the money, it's not just his money. Su Moyang remained silent for a moment after hearing this. He had considered teaching Yi-chen a lesson, but he still had some sense of propriety. At most, they just wanted to make Yi-chen suffer a little and vent their anger. They didn't have the guts to kill him. The car accident in his previous life was also purely accidental and a coincidence. He originally just wanted to find someone to cause a minor accident and injure Yi-chen, but he didn't expect it to end up resulting in a death. Good. Su Moyang's eyes hardened, and he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Mouse, do me a favor. A smirking, ingratiating voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Yang, what is it? Please let me know. Help me teach someone a lesson. His name is Yi-chen from Zizulin residential area in Jiangzhou. Su Moyang frowned slightly, his voice low. It doesn't need to be too serious. Just let him stay in the hospital for a few days. Don't make too much of a fuss. Don't worry, Yang Ji, I've got this covered. The mouse, on the other end, patted its chest and assured them. When to make a move? Okay, as soon as possible. Su Moyang hung up the phone, a sinister smile appearing on his face. When Shinjiai saw his expression, she immediately beamed, leaned over, hugged his neck, and kissed him on the cheek. Honey, you're so good to me. It's enough that you know I'm doing well. Su Moyang scooped her up in his arms, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Shouldn't you reward me properly? Shinjiai's cheeks flushed, her eyes alluring, and she offered her red lips. Of course, you can do whatever you want tonight, honey. Ha ha ha, you said it yourself. Su Moyang laughed heartily, then immediately picked her up and quickly walked into the bedroom. Soon, Shinjiai's various voices could be heard coming from the bedroom. Meanwhile, at the purple bamboo forest villa, Yi-chen was leaning against the headboard, preparing to go to sleep. Lin Wei had packed everything up and returned to her room, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what she did. Her mind was filled with images of Yi-chen, his smile, his eyes, his filial piety towards his parents, and his extravagant spending. All of these made her heart race for no apparent reason. She picked up her phone, opened her chat with Yi-chen, wanted to send something, but didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a long time, she put her phone down. This feeling was strange, making her feel both sweet and somewhat inexplicably uneasy. Yi-chen's lips curled slightly as he looked at the system panel. Not only did Lin Wei's favorability rating change, from 70 to 90. Even Su Qing's favorability rating inexplicably changed from 80 to 90. Huh? The favorability rating is already this high? Looks like completing these two tasks will be quite easy. Yi-chen smiled mischievously, casually put away the system panel, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Su Qing couldn't sleep. I kept rummaging through the closet, wondering which outfit would be most suitable for me to wear tomorrow. Thinking back to how easily Yi-chen bought the Porsche outright that day, she couldn't help but smile foolishly. Originally, I only sent the message with a try-it-out attitude, but I didn't expect Yi-chen to agree so readily. You know, those nouveau riche second-generation kids usually act all high and mighty. And they all have extremely high standards, so they won't easily take the bait. She secretly vowed to herself that she would seize this hard-won opportunity. Su Cheng, you can do it. You can do it. Looking at herself in the mirror, Su Cheng muttered something to herself. She was quite confident in her looks. She believed she could win Yi Chun over if given a chance. Chapter 19 seems a bit busy. The next day, Yi Chun slowly woke up. The hangover-like lethargy of the past had long since disappeared. Since the transformation with the bone-strengthening pill, he still felt energetic even after only a few hours of sleep. He picked up his phone and opened his chat with Lin Wei. Send me your bank card number. After seeing the message, Lin Wei paused in her brushing, her brows furrowing slightly. Despite her doubts, she still sent her card number. After receiving the message, Yi Chun immediately transferred 2 million and then sent another message. This money is used to hire servants, security, and to buy some things needed for the house. Daily expenses will also come from here. If it's not enough, just let me know. The moment the message was sent, Lin Wei's phone vibrated again. At that moment, she had just finished washing up when she saw the transfer notification for 2 million, and her pupils suddenly contracted. My fingers unconsciously gripped the phone tightly, and my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. A 7-figure balance, a number she never dared to dream of before. What shocked her even more was Yi Chen's trust in her. 2 million was transferred without hesitation. Aren't you worried that she'll run off with the money? Yes, Mr. Yi, don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. Lin Wei replied quickly, her fingertips trembling slightly as she typed, forcing herself to calm down. She had initially been curious and puzzled about Yi Chen's mysterious identity, but now she was completely devoted to following him. A boss who is so generous and trusting of his subordinates is probably hard to find even with a lantern. After quickly tidying up, Lin Wei hurriedly left home, heading straight to the housekeeping and security companies in Jiangzhou. At this moment, only Yi Chen remained in the villa. He walked out of the house listlessly, intending to stroll around the neighborhood, take a walk, and visit the environment of the purple bamboo grove. The landscaping in the purple bamboo grove is excellent, especially in the early morning when the air is filled with the fragrance of grass and faint flowers. Occasionally, you can see residents doing morning exercises or jogging, or nannies pushing strollers. Yi Chen walked slowly along the stone path. Just as he turned a corner, a familiar figure appeared before him. Lu Xiaoran was wearing a business suit, holding a folder in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. His face clearly showed a hint of disappointment, as if he had just experienced something. Lu Xiaoran also saw Yi Chen at the same time. The gloom in her eyes instantly disappeared, and she immediately put on a professional and sweet smile, quickly walking over to greet him. Yi Chen, what a coincidence, you're taking a walk too. The morning sunlight fell on her face, outlining her delicate features. Yi Chen slowly stopped, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yeah, I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk. So, are you satisfied with the house? Lu Xiaoran approached, her voice gentle. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me anytime. I'm quite satisfied. The neighborhood environment and the house are both excellent. Yi Chen nodded casually, his gaze falling on her slightly furrowed brows. Just finished showing a property to a client? You don't seem too happy. Lu Xiaoran's smile faded slightly, and she sighed softly. Yeah, clients are so picky. Even though the budget isn't enough, they still want better configurations. We talked for ages but still couldn't reach an agreement. Her tone carried a hint of grievance and helplessness, and she didn't seem to regard Yi Chen as an outsider. Yi Chen simply smiled faintly and walked slowly forward with her. The two walked along the lakeside path, chatting idly. Oh, right. Lu Xiaoran seemed to suddenly remember something, and turned to look at Yi Chen. I ran into some old classmates from our class the other day, and I heard that you got divorced from Xinjai? Her tone was cautious and tentative, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Back in high school, who didn't know that Yi Chen was obsessed with Xinjai? They spoiled her rotten, treating her like a little princess. After finally achieving her goals after graduation, how could she suddenly get divorced? Yi Chen simply hummed in response, offering no further explanation. This answer made Lu Xiaoran's heart skip a beat for no apparent reason. She couldn't tell whether it was surprise or secret delight. He then quickly averted his gaze, pretending to look at the lake. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. Nothing. Yi Chen's tone was very calm. It doesn't matter, it's all over. Lu Xiaoran remained silent for a moment, but a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Now that they're divorced, does that mean? The thought had barely crossed her mind when Lu Xiaoran forcibly suppressed it, her cheeks involuntarily turning red. The two chatted about their high school days, their homeroom teacher, and a few mischievous classmates, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. When she reached the villa's entrance, Lu Xiaoran stopped. Then I won't bother you anymore, I have to go pick up my next client. Okay, let's keep in touch. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he looked at her somewhat shy expression. Lu Xiaoran nodded, a sweet smile on her face. As Yi Chen walked into the villa, Lu Xiaoran's smile slowly faded, her heart filled with complex emotions. After the divorce, Yi Chen seems to have changed a lot, even his personality. She was no longer the timid and cowardly person she used to be. She now possessed a mysterious aura that made her difficult to understand. In particular, his current financial strength far exceeds the imagination of all his classmates. The way Yi Chen is now makes her inexplicably feel a little attracted. Lu Xiaoran shook her head, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in her mind, and turned to leave quickly. Just as Yi Chen returned to the villa, his phone vibrated. I picked it up and saw it was a WeChat message from Zhang Yana. Mr. Yi, I heard you checked out of the hotel. Have you found a new place to stay? This was followed by a pitiful little expression. Yi Chen recalled the scene at the hotel last time, and a playful smile flashed across his lips. He hadn't contacted Zhang Yana since then, and he never expected her to come looking for him again. Yes, we've moved to the Purple Bamboo Grove. He gave a brief reply. Zhang Yana replied to messages almost instantly. Purple Bamboo Grove? That's a famous wealthy area in Jiangzhou. Mr. Yi is indeed impressive. I recently learned a new massage technique. I wonder if Mr. Yi has some time. I'd like to come over and give you a relaxing massage. Her tone was clearly ingratiating and probing. Yi Chen looked at the message with interest, thinking that he was bored anyway, so he replied immediately. Yes, the address is Building 1, Area A, Zizulin Community. Okay. I'll be right there. Zhang Yana's message was clearly filled with joy and excitement. Yi Chen leaned back lazily on the sofa, idly scrolling through videos. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Yi Chen got up and opened the door. When he saw Zhang Yana outside, his eyes lit up slightly. Today, instead of wearing her hotel uniform, she wore a white dress that accentuated her shapely figure. With her long hair flowing over her shoulders and wearing delicate, light makeup, she looked even more charming and alluring than the last time we met. Mr. Yi. When Zhang Yana saw Yi Chen, her eyes lit up instantly. Before he could speak, she took the initiative to walk forward and affectionately took his arm. A soft body immediately pressed against him, carrying a faint scent of perfume, making him feel somewhat aroused. Please come in quickly. Yi Chen unconsciously swallowed and closed the door. As Zhang Yana stepped into the villa, she was instantly stunned by the interior decoration. The spacious and bright living room exudes understated luxury in every detail. This was the first time she had ever seen such a luxurious villa. Mr. Yi, your house is so beautiful. Zhang Yana couldn't help but cover her mouth in amazement, her eyes filled with envy. She seemed to be thinking to herself, if she could stay by the side of a man like this, she would never have to worry again. Chapter 20 Keeping the Appointment. Please sit wherever you like. Yi Chen casually pointed to the sofa. What would you like to drink? No need to trouble yourself, Mr. Yi. I'm here to give you a massage. Zhang Yana waved her hand, looking at Yi Chen with a somewhat ambiguous gaze. Shall we go to the bedroom? Yi Chen did not refuse and turned to lead her toward the bedroom. Zhang Yana quickly followed, but her heart was already bursting with joy. The bedroom is equally luxurious, featuring a huge double bed, soft carpets, a separate walk-in closet, and a bathroom. Yi Chen lay down on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. Zhang Yana took a deep breath, slowly walked to the bedside, and began to massage Yi Chen. Her technique was indeed very professional. Her fingertips pressed gently with just the right amount of pressure. But gradually, her actions became distorted. The fingers are no longer simply massaging, but rather carrying a deliberate teasing quality. It occasionally brushed against Yi Chen's skin, bringing waves of tingling sensation. Yi Chen kept his eyes closed, pretending not to notice. Seeing that he did not resist, Zhang Yana became bolder. She quietly took off her dress, leaving only her underwear, then leaned down and pressed her body tightly against Yi Chen's back. A soft touch immediately followed, carrying a warm scent and a faint fragrance. Mr. Yi, you are in great health, even stronger than last time. Zhang Yana's voice was alluring as she brought her lips close to Yi Chen's ear and breathed softly into his ear. Yi Chen remained motionless, though his heart was already burning with desire. Zhang Yana bit her lip, then simply lay down on Yi Chen and kissed his cheek with her red lips. The warm, soft touch landed on his face, and Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, a hint of amusement in his gaze. He then turned over, pulled her into his arms, and gently stroked her slender waist. So proactive? I just like Mr. Yi so much, and I just wanted to thank you for being so generous last time. Zhang Yana's cheeks immediately flushed, but her eyes were bold as she tightly hugged Yi Chen's neck. Mr. Yi, I have resigned. From now on, I will serve you exclusively. I will be there whenever you need me. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I am not such a casual person, I am very clean. Her goal was clear, to entangle Yi Chen and become his exclusive woman. Yi Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He saw right through Zhang Yana's thoughts. It's all about money, about living a good life. However, he has no shortage of money now, and it's nice to have someone keep him company occasionally to relieve his boredom. Following a period of ambiguous entanglement, Zhang Yana slumped in Yi Chen's arms, her face flushed with satisfaction. Mr. Yi, you are really amazing. She gently traced circles on Yi Chen's chest with her fingers, her tone deliberately ingratiating. Yi Chen picked up his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to her directly. Take it, buy something you like. When Zhang Yana saw the transfer notification, her eyes lit up instantly. She quickly picked up her phone to confirm, a delighted smile spreading across her face. Thanks, dear. She hugged Yi Chen tightly, kissed him on the cheek, and immediately changed how she addressed him. Honey, if you ever need anything in the future, just message me anytime, and I promise I'll be there for you right away. Yi Chen smiled and casually patted her back. Alright, you can go back now. I have something to do later. Although Zhang Yana felt a little reluctant, she knew she couldn't be too greedy. So she nodded obediently, got up, put on her clothes, and left reluctantly. After seeing Zhang Yana off, Yi Chen had just finished washing up when his phone rang again. It was a message from Su Qing. Mr. Yi, I've arrived at the restaurant and am waiting for you by the window. A photo followed, in which Su Qing wore a red dress, had exquisite makeup, and a sweet smile, looking exceptionally alluring. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and replied immediately. Okay, I'll be right there. He then walked out of the villa, got into the Porsche, and with the roar of the engine, immediately drove out of the Zizulin residential area. Meanwhile, in the Western restaurant, Su Qing was sitting anxiously looking out the window. She arrived half an hour early and chose a window seat so she could see the scenery outside and also see Yi Chen's car immediately. She had put in a lot of effort for today's date. I got up at 5 in the morning to put on makeup, tried on 7 or 8 outfits, and finally chose this red dress, which is both flattering and elegant. She even sprayed on a light perfume and got her hair done, hoping to leave Yi Chen with a perfect and lasting impression. She knew that a wealthy man like Yi Chen would never lack women, and if she wanted to seize the opportunity, she would have to go all out. Miss, what would you like to order? The waiter then came over and asked respectfully. I'll order when my friend arrives. Su Qing smiled and turned her gaze back to the window. Just then, a Porsche 911 slowly pulled up in front of the restaurant, attracting considerable attention. Su Qing's eyes lit up instantly. It was Yi Chen. She quickly tidied her hair and clothes, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Yi Chen pushed open the door and entered the restaurant, his gaze quickly locking onto Su Qing by the window. The red dress made her skin look even whiter, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and her makeup exquisite. She was indeed a rare beauty. The surrounding guests also turned their heads, their eyes falling on Yi Chen and Su Qing with curiosity and a hint of envy. Yi Chen walked straight over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Sorry, I'm late. It's not late either, I just arrived. Su Qing quickly waved her hand, her tone full of flattery. Mr. Yi, you look really handsome today. Yi Chen smiled casually, didn't reply, and picked up the menu to look at it. Mr. Yi, what would you like to eat? The steak and red wine at this restaurant are quite good. Su Qing enthusiastically made the recommendation, her eyes fixed on him. Then let's have 2 T-bone steaks, medium rare, and a bottle of 82 Lafite. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen casually ordered a few more snacks. Upon hearing the name Lafite, the waiter immediately and respectfully wrote it down. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. He then immediately turned and left. Su Qing stared blankly at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with infatuation. So young, so rich, and so handsome, he's practically the perfect male god. Although she knew the meal was expensive, she didn't show the slightest reluctance in order to achieve her goal. Mr. Yi, thank you so much for patronizing my business last time. Su Ching picked up her water glass and took a small sip. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to meet my sales targets. Don't be so polite, it's all fate. Yi Chen's tone was calm. After all, I'm very satisfied with the car. That's good. Su Ching smiled and cautiously inquired. Mr. Yi, you're so young and already so successful, you must be very capable. May I ask what kind of business you run? She had always been curious about Yi Chen's identity. His generosity meant he was definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 21 Hot Spring Hotel. Yi Chen glanced at her but didn't answer directly. It's just a small business, nothing to mention. Su Chang knew he didn't want to say more, so she tactfully didn't press him further and changed the subject to other topics. Mr. Yi, what do you usually enjoy? For example, traveling, sports, etc. It's alright, I don't have any particular hobbies. Where do you usually like to go for fun? Maybe we can go together sometime? Su Qing's tone was clearly suggestive, and she looked at Yi Chen with an ambiguous gaze. Yi Chen smiled, neither agreeing nor refusing. Soon, the steak and red wine were served. The waiter opened the red wine and poured 2 glasses, filling the air with a rich aroma. Mr. Yi, I'd like to propose a toast to you. Su Ching picked up her wine glass, her eyes full of anticipation. Thank you for taking care of me last time, and I hope we can become good friends in the future. Cheers. Yi Chen picked up his wine glass, gently clinked it against hers, and took a sip of red wine. Su Ching's heart raced as she watched him drink. She could sense that Yi Chen didn't seem to dislike her, which was a very good sign. Next, she had to strike while the iron was hot. Mr. Yi, please try this steak, it tastes really good. Su Ching picked up her knife and fork, cut a small piece of steak, and held it directly to Yi Chen's lips, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness. Yi Chen had no choice but to open his mouth and take it. You eat too, I can do it myself. Su Ching's face flushed slightly as she began to eat. She knew that pursuing a man like this required patience and a gradual approach. The two ate and chatted, with Su Ching deliberately bringing up various topics, from food to travel, from work to life, trying to make the atmosphere more harmonious. Yi Chen simply listened, occasionally offering a few words of response. Su Ching was a little anxious, but she didn't dare to show it too obviously. Such a rich and charming man, you'll never have another like him if you miss out. She took a deep breath, finally mustering her courage, leaned forward slightly, looked into Yi Chen's eyes, and spoke in a seductive voice. Mr. Yi, I heard that a new hot spring hotel has opened in the west of the city. The environment is particularly nice. If you have time, shall we go and take a look together? Yi Chen immediately looked up at her, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Oh? A hot spring hotel? Yes, I heard that it's a natural hot spring with a great environment that can help you relax. Su Ching's cheeks flushed, and she looked boldly at Yi Chen. I'm a little scared to go alone, I want to find someone to go with me. The implication in his words couldn't be clearer. Yi Chen smiled but didn't answer directly. He simply picked up his wine glass and took another sip of red wine. Seeing that he didn't refuse, Su Ching was overjoyed. Looks like there's hope. Moreover, now that Yi Chen has been drinking, he can't drive, making this an opportunity he absolutely can't miss. A moment later, the two were nearing the end of their meal. Su Ching slowly put down her knife and fork, her fingertips gently stroking the rim of her glass, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Mr. Yi, since we still have some time, why don't we go check out the hot spring hotel now? She deliberately leaned forward, her skirt swaying slightly with the movement. I've already checked, they're open until the early hours of the morning, so there aren't many people there now. Yi Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The system task is not yet completed, so why let go of this opportunity that has been delivered to our door? It's real money. Okay, sure. I'll ask a designated driver to take the car over, and we'll take a taxi first. Upon hearing this, Su Ching's face instantly lit up with a happy smile. She quickly grabbed her bag and followed, her steps becoming slightly lighter. Leaving the Western restaurant, Yi Chen called over a designated driver, gave him the address of the hot spring hotel, and then turned to look at Su Ching. Let's go, the taxi is over there. Su Cheng nodded obediently and stayed close to him, her arm occasionally brushing against his arm intentionally or unintentionally, her heart pounding involuntarily. The taxi drove smoothly through the night, the lights outside the window flashing by, casting flickering light on Su Qing's face. She secretly glanced at Yi Chen beside her, noticing that he was resting with his eyes closed, his profile appearing even more handsome. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly involuntarily, exuding a restrained sensuality. The more Su Qing read, the more flustered she became, but at the same time, she looked forward to what would happen next. 10 minutes later, the taxi slowly stopped in front of the hot spring hotel. This is a high-end, private hot spring hotel. Two greeters in Cheongsam stood at the entrance. Upon seeing the visitor, she bowed respectfully, her voice gentle and courteous. Welcome to Yutangquan Hot Spring. Yi Chen paid the fare and walked into the lobby with Su Qing. A faint scent of sandalwood filled the air, and the decor was elegant and sophisticated. The ubiquitous greenery and flowing water features allow one to instantly calm down. Good evening, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? The receptionist greeted us with a polite smile. No. Yi Chen spoke calmly, glancing around occasionally. Okay, this way please. The waiter led them to check in and then handed them a room key. Men's hot spring attire is in the changing room on the left, and women's attire is on the right. The private hot spring area is accessible from this side. The two then bought swimsuits and went to their respective changing rooms. The changing room was clean and tidy, and each locker was equipped with an individual combination lock. Su Qing chose a black lace bikini to best showcase her figure. She quickly changed her clothes and looked at herself in the mirror. A firm waistline, a full bust, long legs, and fair, smooth skin. The results of her long-term fitness efforts were on full display at this moment. The bikini perfectly accentuated her curves, making her both sexy and alluring. Su Qing smiled with satisfaction, put on the bathrobe provided by the hotel, and walked briskly towards the hot spring area. Yi Chen had already changed into his bathrobe and was waiting by the hot spring pool. His bathrobe was casually draped over his shoulders, revealing his muscular chest and well-defined arms. After the system modification, every inch of his muscles was just right, without any exaggerated knots, but full of power. Hearing footsteps, Yi Chen turned his head to look. Su Qing had just taken off her bathrobe when her black bikini caught everyone's eye, her perfect figure instantly coming into view. Yi Chen's gaze paused slightly. He had to admit that Su Qing's figure was indeed impeccable, even surpassing Zhang Yina's. Several male guests soaking in the hot spring also noticed Su Qing, their eyes instantly becoming incredibly intense as they openly sized her up, and some even whistled. Su Qing felt the greedy gazes, but instead of being embarrassed, she straightened her chest, revealed a confident smile, and walked straight towards Yi Chen. She really enjoyed being watched. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. She walked to Yi Chen's side, naturally took his arm, and gently pressed her body against him. A soft touch came, and Yi Chen smiled faintly. I just came out too. Let's go take a look over there. He pointed to a relatively quiet hot spring pool in the corner and walked over first. The moment you step into the hot spring pool, the warm water immediately envelopes your body. Wow, that feels so good. Su Qing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her eyes half closed. He then lay half reclined in the hot spring, the water level just up to his chest, a lightness rising from the surface, blurring his vision. Su Qing deliberately moved closer to Yi Chen, so close that they were almost touching. Chapter 22 Tenfold Cash Back. Mr. Yi, you have a great physique. Her gaze boldly swept over him, especially his 8-pack abs, making her heart race slightly. Do you exercise regularly? Occasionally. Yi Chen leaned against the edge of the pool, slowly closed his eyes, and enjoyed the nourishing hot spring water. In the past, he never had the time or inclination to enjoy these things. My daily life consists of nothing but going back and forth between 2 points. He had never even gone on a trip with Xinjiai. Seeing this, Su Qing didn't say anything more, but just sat quietly beside him, occasionally stealing a glance. The malicious stares around her made her feel uncomfortable, but she was mostly secretly pleased. Just then, a greasy middle-aged man walked over, staring intently at Su Qing with a lewd smile on his lips. Miss, would you mind having a drink with me? Su Qing immediately frowned and moved even closer to Yi Chen. No, I came with a friend. They're just friends, isn't it better to make another friend? The middle-aged man persisted, even trying to reach out and touch Su Qing's shoulder. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze as cold as a knife, staring at the middle-aged man in front of him. Roll. A single, simple word, yet it carries an undeniable power of authority. The middle-aged man froze instantly as he was about to step into the hot spring pool, his smile freezing on his face. Seeing the oppressive aura emanating from Yi Chen's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He dared not say anything more and slunk away. Su Qing felt a surge of joy in her heart. She looked up at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with admiration and infatuation. "Mr. Yi, thank you. It's nothing, there's no need to be polite to these old perverts." Although Yi Chen's tone was calm, it exuded a masculine charm. He then closed his eyes again. Su Qing looked at him with deep affection, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her feelings for him grew even stronger. Not only is he rich and handsome, but he also makes you feel so safe. This kind of man is simply the ideal male god. After soaking for another 10 minutes or so, Su Qing deliberately frowned and gently tugged at Yi Chen's arm. "Mr. Yi, there are too many people here, and some people keep staring at me. I'm a little uncomfortable." Her voice deliberately carried a hint of grievance and shyness. "I heard there are private hot spring suites here, with a better environment and more privacy. Should we switch to the private hot spring suites?" Yi Chen had long seen through her little scheme, secretly amused, but his face remained impassive. "Okay, sure." Su Qing immediately smiled happily and quickly pulled Yi Chen to his feet. Let's go change now." The two left the public hot spring area and went to the front desk to upgrade to a suite. "Hello, would you like to upgrade to a private hot spring suite? Our best private hot spring suite with a view is 8,800 per night, which includes breakfast for two and a private hot spring pool." The young waitress greeted us with a professional smile and patiently explained everything. "This one will do." Yi Chen swiped his wristband to pay without the slightest hesitation. Su Qing felt a surge of pride. An 8,800 yuan a night suite, booked just like that, that's the confidence of the wealthy. The waiter handed them a new room key and led them to the suite. The suite was on the top floor of the hotel, and Su Qing was immediately amazed by the sight before her as she pushed open the door. The living room is spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of Jiangzhou's night scene, where neon lights shimmer and the view is breathtaking. The room was luxuriously decorated and fully equipped. The most eye-catching feature is the private hot spring pool outside the balcony, with clear water and surrounded by greenery, offering excellent privacy. "Mr. Yi, this place is so beautiful." Su Qing couldn't help but cover her mouth and sigh. She immediately ran to the balcony, looked down at the hot spring pool, and her eyes were full of undisguised excitement. Yi Chen slowly closed the door, walked to the sofa and sat down, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, casually switching channels. Su Qing turned to look at him, her eyes alluring, and slowly removed her bathrobe. Under the lights, her perfect figure was once again on full display in her black bikini. She slowly moved to Yi Chen's side and gently nudged his shoulder. "Mr. Yi, shall we go soak in a private hot spring? The scenery here is so beautiful." Yi Chen put down the remote control, got up, and followed her to the balcony. The private hot spring pool was steaming with heat. Su Qing stepped into the pool first, turned around and extended her delicate hand to Yi Chen, her smile sweet. "Come quick, the water temperature is just right." Yi Chen stepped into the pool, the warm water enveloping his body, and he sighed with comfort. Su Qing then moved closer to him, her body almost pressed against his. Soft arms wrapped around his neck, her cheeks flushed, and her breathing became a little rapid. "Mr. Yi, I think I'm a little drunk." Her eyes were glazed over, her lips were slightly parted, and she leaned in to kiss Yi Chen's lips. Yi Chen did not dodge and let her kiss him. The soft touch of Su Qing's body made her respond even more actively, and her movements became bolder. The lights reflected on the water, creating ripples, and an atmosphere of ambiguity permeated the air. Su Qing became increasingly proactive, her eyes filled with infatuation and possessiveness. Yi Chen responded to her movements, feeling her passion and madness. After an unknown amount of time, the two had moved to countless different places. Lying lazily on the sofa, Su Qing nestled naked in his arms. Just then, the system notification finally sounded in my mind. Ding! It has been detected that the favorability of Su Qing, the target bound to the sales illustration, has reached the maximum value. All rewards are unlocked. A reward of 10 million yuan and a 10x cashback card valid for 72 hours, with a single spending limit of 100 million yuan. As soon as the system notification sound ended, a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on Yi Chen's lips. The mission was successfully completed, and the reward was finally in hand. Looking at the little beauty in his arms, Yi Chen still felt like he was dreaming. He then grinned mischievously, picked her up, and slowly carried her to the bedroom. Su Qing opened her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, and pressed herself against his shoulder, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Chapter 23. A generous reward will surely bring forth brave men. The next morning, sunlight streamed directly into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the soft, large bed. Su Qing also slowly woke up at this moment, nestled in Yi Chen's arms, with a happy and content smile on her face. She raised her hand and stroked Yi Chen's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. She finally achieved her goal. Yi Chen also woke up, looked at Su Qing in his arms, and smiled faintly. You woke up so early? Su Qing slowly moved her body, pressing herself even closer. Yi Chen picked up his phone and opened the bank's app. Give me your card number. Upon hearing this, Su Qing paused slightly, but secretly rejoiced. He then got up, picked up his phone, and sent the card number. Yi Chen transferred 500,000 yuan without hesitation. Su Qing's phone immediately beeped with a notification. When she saw the transfer amount, her eyes lit up instantly, and her smile became even brighter. Mr. Yi, this. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Buy something you like, consider it a gift from me. Yi Chen spoke calmly as he slowly got out of bed. Su Qing looked at the 500,000 yuan on her phone. Her heart was already bursting with joy, but she didn't show it on her face. 500,000. That's several years' worth of her salary. Yi Chen was so generous, handsome, and considerate, and she was increasingly glad that she had taken the initiative last night. Thanks, dear. She quickly scrambled to her feet, hugged Yi Chen's waist from behind, pressed her cheek against his back, and her voice clearly carried a hint of coquetry. Honey, will we still be able to see each other often in the future? We'll see. Yi Chen gently patted her hand and walked straight towards the bathroom. I have something to do, I'm going to wash up first. Su Qing watched his retreating figure, her smile fading slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She knew in her heart that a man as outstanding as Yi Chen could not be tied down by a woman. But as long as we can stay in touch, meet occasionally, and receive his favor, that's enough. After quickly washing up, the two went downstairs together for breakfast. The restaurant has an elegant ambience, and the buffet breakfast offers a wide variety of options, combining Chinese and Western styles, and is exquisite and delicious. As Su Qing ate, she would occasionally put food on Yi Chen's plate, her eyes and actions full of flattery. Yi Chen ate a little and then put down his chopsticks. I have something to do, so I'll head back now. Shall I take you? Su Qing quickly asked, her eyes filled with reluctance. No need, you can take a taxi home yourself later. Take your time eating, I've already paid the bill. After saying that, he immediately turned and left the restaurant without the slightest hesitation. As Su Qing watched his retreating figure, she felt a little disappointed, but mostly satisfied. Having received 500,000 yuan and having a relationship with Yi Chen, this was already an enormous gain. She took out her phone, looked at the 500,000 yuan in her balance, and couldn't help but smile slightly. As Yi Chen walked out of the Hot Spring Hotel, the designated driver had already parked the Porsche at the entrance. After getting into the car, he directly gave the driver an instruction. Go to Zizulin residential area. Okay, sir. Please fasten your seatbelt. We're about to depart. The designated driver smiled and was very respectful. The car drove smoothly on the road, and Yi Chen silently summoned the system panel, glanced at the system balance, and immediately withdrew the money. Looking at the 10 million that had just arrived in his account, he now only had 18 million left. However, there is also a 10x cashback card in the system inventory. 10-fold cashback card, valid for 72 hours, with a single spending limit of 100 million. This reward is absolutely amazing. Thinking of this, a playful smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. What should I do with this cashback card? I can't let it go to waste. Just then, my phone rang. It was Lin Wei calling. Mr. Yi, you didn't come back last night. Is everything all right? Lin Wei's voice clearly carried a hint of worry, and her tone was somewhat urgent. It's nothing, I just stayed out overnight. Have you taken care of everything I asked you to do? Everything has been arranged. The servants and security personnel are already on duty, and I'm currently helping them familiarize themselves with their work. Lin Wei's voice was clear, crisp, and professional. In addition, Attorney Chen just sent me a message saying that there has been progress on Su Mayang's side, and some evidence of his family's tax evasion and bribery has been found. Very good. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Continue the investigation. Tell Attorney Chen to make sure the evidence is solid and not give him a chance to recover. Okay, Mr. Yi, I will pass on the message to Attorney Chen. Lin Wei nodded seriously on the other side. Also, what are your plans for today? Is there anything you need me to prepare? Nothing special is planned. Just help me find a reliable construction company to renovate my old house. Yi Chen suddenly thought of his parents. They would definitely be reluctant to spend money, so he decided to arrange it himself. Okay, Mr. Yi. I'll contact him right away. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen leaned back in his chair, his eyes cold. The car quickly entered the Zizulin residential area. When the security guard saw Yi Chen's Porsche, he quickly saluted and let him pass. The car stopped in front of the villa, and Yi Chen slowly got out and walked towards the villa. 2 servants and 2 security guards were already waiting at the door. Upon seeing him enter, they greeted him in unison. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen nodded indifferently and glanced at the group. Go ahead and get busy, don't worry about me. Yes. Yi Chen went straight up to the second floor and returned to his room. The room was spotless and clean, with a faint fragrance in the air. He lay in bed, closed his eyes, and pondered his next plan. That 10x cashback card needs to be used as soon as possible before it expires to maximize its effectiveness. There are other illustration tasks in the system, such as Chen Ruoshuet in the lawyer illustration, Lu Xiaoran in the white moonlight illustration, and Lin Wei in the white collar illustration. Their favorability is not yet full, so I need to find a way to increase it as soon as possible. At the same time, inside a KTV room in Jiangzhou, 7 or 8 thugs were gathered together. The leader was a young man with a fierce face, none other than Haozi. Brothers, I recently took on a job. The other party is a fool with too much money, it's just about teaching one person a lesson. Brother Hao, just tell us what to do, we'll follow your instructions. Yeah, Brother Hao, when are we going to make our move? The mouse grinned lewdly, crossed its legs, and leaned back on the sofa. No rush. Let's send one of our brothers to find out what's going on. He lives in the purple bamboo forest, so he's definitely not a simple character. Purple bamboo grove? That's a wealthy area. Yes, I heard that all the people living there are important figures. I hope they won't cause any trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to discuss it amongst themselves. The mouse, however, didn't seem to care at all, and took a deep drag on its cigarette. Damn it, look at you all, so spineless. What are you afraid of? If we do it secretly, who will know it was us? Besides, this time the other party is a big spender, they gave 1 million. Just by participating, you can get 100,000. Take it or leave it. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. 1 million? You can get 10,000 just by participating? Holy crap, Brother Hao, is this for real? Wow. I can get 100,000 for something this simple. Why not take it? Yeah, I'm going to. Seeing the others' reactions, the mouse nodded with satisfaction. Alright, in that case, let's proceed according to plan. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely bring forth brave men. Who cares who gets beaten up? As a result of? You'll only know after you try it. Chapter 24, Millions in donations explode in the live streaming industry. Yi Chen lay on the bed, idly scrolling through short videos on Douyin TikTok with his fingertips. Holding the 10x cashback card, he was figuring out how to make the most of this amazing card. Suddenly, a live stream recommendation popped up on the screen, and the familiar face instantly brought back memories for him. The girl on the screen was wearing a white dress and had long, flowing hair. Her features were so delicate, like those of a meticulously sculpted porcelain doll. It was Su Annie, one of the beautiful female anchors he used to kill time when he was on night shifts. Back then, he was just a poor kid who could only admire others through a screen, watching them celebrate the carnival and launch rockets. He could only watch with envy, as they couldn't even afford to give him a small sports car. But now, my state of mind is completely different. Su Annie's livestream remains incredibly popular, with the number of viewers approaching 150,000. The screen was filled with a dense stream of comments, including various small gifs and floating messages. Annie, my wife, let's stick together. That figure is amazing, sister, I'm going to kill you. Any big brother want to go to a carnival and have Annie dance? Mommy. The baby is hungry and wants milk. Profanity was mixed in with the normal chat comments, but Su Annie seemed to have long been used to it. She wears a professional, sweet smile and occasionally interacts with fans, her voice soft and pleasant. Thanks to old Wang next door for the toy sports car, love you. Don't worry, everyone. If we get 1 million likes, I'll do a dance for you all. Her eyes kept glancing at the gift list, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in the smile on her lips. In the live streaming industry, traffic equals money, and real money donations are the most tangible form of revenue. Yi Chen looked at the girl on the screen and unconsciously curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. What used to be something I could only dream of now seems like just that. Just then, a system notification suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! A target for binding to the beautiful live streamer profile has been detected, Suani. Current favorability is 0. Host, do you wish to bind immediately? Yi Chen sat up abruptly, his eyes filled with surprise and shock. Isn't this like a pillow being delivered when you're sleepy? I was just thinking about how to use the 10x cashback card when a new encyclopedia quest unlocked. It's a beautiful female anchor that I used to really like. This luck is simply incredible. If I can really unlock it, I'm so excited. Bind. He responded in his mind without hesitation. Ding. The beautiful anchor's profile picture has been successfully bound. The current favorability is 0. Please complete the unlocking task as soon as possible to receive the system's generous rewards. As soon as the system notification sounded, Yi Chen immediately remembered the tenfold cashback card in his system inventory. The opportunity has arrived. It can both increase your favorability and activate the cashback card, which is a win-win situation. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked to use the 10x cashback card. Ding! The 10x cashback card has been activated. Friendly reminder, this card is only valid for purchases made by the host to members of the opposite sex. The purchase statistics will be recorded for 10 minutes. Please plan your spending wisely and use it with caution. As soon as the system notification sound ended, the cashback card turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Yi Chen's eyes sharpened, and he immediately opened the live stream gift interface. The Carnival gift, priced at 3,000 yuan each, is one of the most expensive gifts on the platform. Not only are the special effects cool, but it also comes with server-wide notifications, making it perfect for making your presence felt. However, to spend 10 million in 10 minutes, you would need to participate in 33-34 carnivals. 3,333 is 9.999 million, which is 1,000 yuan short, so let's round it up to a whole number. With that in mind, he directly opened the recharge interface, entered the amount 100100000, and the payment was successful in one go. A bank SMS alert instantly sounded. Your bank card ending in XXXX has had 10,010,000 yuan withdrawn, leaving a balance of 8,542,765 yuan. Yi Chen immediately switched back to Suani's livestream, his finger hovering over the carnival icon. He then took a deep breath and clicked to send continuously. The next second, the live stream chat exploded. A dazzling golden beam of light shot into the sky, and the words Carnival appeared in huge letters, filling the entire screen. A server-wide announcement followed immediately. User Xingchen sent Carnival X1 to streamer Suani. User Xingchen sent Carnival X2 to streamer Suani. User Xingchen sent Carnival X3 to streamer Suani. One special effect after another appeared without any pause. The carnival effects flashed incessantly on the screen, almost enveloping the entire live stream room. The scrolling comments on the screen suddenly stopped, and then a deluge of shocked comments immediately flooded the screen. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! A triple carnival? Who is this? Boss Xingchen? I've never seen him before. One carnival costs 3,000, so 3 would be 9,000. That's generous of you. Suani was also stunned. Her hand stopped in mid-air, her smile froze, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She's been streaming for so long and has received carnival gifts before, but receiving 3 at once is still a rare occurrence. Thank you, Brother Xingchen, for the 3 carnivals. It took her a moment to realize what was happening. She quickly stood up and bowed, her voice trembling slightly. Brother, you're so generous. Thank you. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes filled with excitement, and her hands unconsciously twisted together. However, this is just the beginning of a warm-up. Yi Chen's fingers didn't stop. The carnival special effects continued to flash. The server-wide announcements kept coming one after another, they just wouldn't stop. User Xingchen sent Carnival X10 to streamer Suani. User Xingchen sent Carnival X50 to streamer Suani. User Xingchen sent Carnival X100 to streamer Suani. Golden special effects dominated the entire screen, and Sue Annie's voice already carried a hint of a sob. She kept bowing and thanking them, so excited she was almost at a loss for words. Thank you, Brother Xingchen. Thank you so much. This is too much, really too much. Brother, stop swiping. Her eyes were red and swollen, filled with both excitement and disbelief. She had never seen such an extravagant tip in her entire life. This was not just generous, it was downright outrageous. The number of viewers in the livestream is also skyrocketing, jumping from 150,000 to 300,000, and is still growing at a visible rate. Fan groups and forums of various livestreamers were instantly flooded with the names of Xingchen and Sue Annie. Quickly go to Sue Annie's livestream to see the super rich guy. He just spent 100 carnival gifts in one go. Really? 3,000 each, 100 of them would be 300,000. I just checked, and it's already reached 200. This guy's going to dominate the screen. Other streamers also rushed to jump on the bandwagon, mentioning the incident in their own live streams, and some even broadcasting Sue Annie's live stream footage directly. Family members, did you know? A super rich person has come to Sue Annie's side and has already spent 2 million. Who is this? Is it some rich kid who's heartbroken and is throwing money around in the live stream? Chapter 25 goes viral online. In Sue Annie's live stream gift rankings, Xingchen's name firmly holds the top spot. The second place player is simply not in the same league as him, and the gap is widening. The comments section went completely crazy, filled with 666, awesome, boss, and Annie, get married. 300 already. 900,000. How much is this guy going to spend? I did the math, and I've already spent 500, that's 1.5 million. This is insane. This is absolutely the biggest donation since the platform launched. Hey boss. Do you need any leg accessories? Brother Xingchen, I love you, I want to marry you. Sue Annie was too excited to speak, and tears streamed down her face. She kept wiping her eyes and bowing repeatedly to express her gratitude, almost incoherently. Brother Xingchen, thank you so much. I don't know what to say, brother, you spoil me too much. Brother Xingchen, let's not refresh anymore, there are just too many. Her eyes were fixed on the constantly updating carnival effects on the screen, her heart filled with awe and gratitude. She knew that today's wave of donations would not only make her a fortune, but also boost her popularity to a new level, and it was even possible for her to become a top star overnight. And all of this came from this unknown celestial being. Yi Chen looked at Sue Annie, who was in tears on the screen, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. You're getting this excited over such a small tip? If I knew there was something even more shocking to come, I would have fainted on the spot. His fingers continued clicking rapidly, the carnival special effects seemingly free. The server-wide announcements echoed incessantly, shaking the entire platform. User Xingchen sent Carnival X 1000 to streamer Sue Annie. When the 1000th carnival occurred, a site-wide announcement popped up, with red text scrolling at the top of all live streams. Congratulations to streamer Sue Annie for receiving 1000 carnival gifts from user Xingchen. This sets a new single-day reward record on the platform. This caused an uproar throughout the entire live streaming industry. The streamers, operators, and even official staff of various platforms are all discussing this matter. 1000 carnivals, 3 million. Just what's the background of this star-studded event? What incredible luck did Sue Annie have? She actually caught the eye of a super rich man. I'm so jealous. Sue Annie will make at least several million from this. Sue Annie's livestream has attracted over 500,000 viewers, with the barrage of comments so dense that the screen is almost completely obscured. It was all the same, 666 a Chinese internet slang for awesome, Annie is clinging to his coattails, a Chinese internet slang for someone who is powerful and influential, etc. She herself was already sobbing uncontrollably, standing in front of the camera, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Brother Xingchen. Thank you. She adopted an extremely humble posture, her eyes filled with adoration and flattery. Faced with an overwhelming financial advantage, all restraint and pride vanished. If you can't handle this now, then what follows will almost certainly be enough to completely overwhelm you. Yi Chen stared at the scene on the screen, his heart unmoved, his fingers still clicking mechanically. 2,000. 2,500. 3,000. The carnival special effects have become the backdrop for the live stream, and the server-wide announcements are like a catchy, addictive song, playing on repeat. Not only was Sue Annie stunned, but everyone in the room was numb. She slumped into the chair, staring blankly at the screen, muttering to herself. Thank you, brother Xingchen, thank you. The viewers in the live stream went from initial shock to terror. 3,300. 9.9 million. We're still 34 short of 10 million. Amazing move. This is the closest I've ever come to winning 10 million in tips. Yi Chen glanced at the time. 8 minutes had passed, with only 2 minutes remaining. He immediately sped up his clicking speed, and in one go, he refreshed 34 carnivals. At the same time, his Douyin level rose from level 1 to level 70. When the special effects of the 3,334th carnival exploded, the system notification sounded precisely on time. Ding! 10-minute spending statistics complete. Host's total spending reaches 10,002,000 yuan, meeting the conditions for a 10-fold cashback. Ding! A cashback of 100 million yuan has been credited to your account. 100,020,000 yuan has been deposited into your rural commercial bank card ending in XXXX, and your current balance is 108,562,765 yuan. The bank SMS arrived almost simultaneously, and Yi Chen looked at the balance of 108 million on his phone screen. He suddenly jumped out of bed and couldn't help but cheer. Ha ha ha. Awesome. This is absolutely awesome. 100 million. In just 10 minutes, he made a net profit of 90 million. This is the power of a system. This is the happiness of the rich. He used to think that money was just a number and an empty phrase, but now he truly understands the meaning of that statement. Looking at the long string of numbers in his balance, his heart started racing slightly. Meanwhile, Suani's live stream room had completely descended into madness. The site-wide announcement popped up again. User Xingchen has gifted a total of 3,334 carnival tokens to streamer Suani, with a total value of 10.002 million yuan, breaking the platform's all-time high tipping record. This announcement was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar across the internet and the live streaming industry. Major social media platforms were instantly flooded with trending topics such as millions in donations, starry-eyed tycoon, and Suani. Shocking. A streamer on a certain platform received a multi-million-dollar donation from a super-rich patron, causing a frenzy at the scene. A mysterious tycoon named Xingchen spent tens of millions to tip a female live streamer. Is it true love or a deliberate publicity stunt? Who is Suani? What makes her so special that she received millions in donations? A mysterious tycoon spent millions to support a female live streamer. Countless netizens flocked to Suani's live stream immediately, eager to witness the brilliance of this super-rich individual. The number of viewers in the live stream immediately exceeded 1 million, and even the chat messages were so slow that they couldn't load. Chapter 26. The Fish Takes the Bait. Suani slowly came to her senses and looked at the Star Idaho name at the top of the gift list, tears streaming down her face again. 10 million. She's been live streaming for 3 years, and the money she's earned combined is less than a fraction of this amount. This powerful figure from the Starry Sky clan is practically her god of wealth. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and then immediately picked up her phone and sent a private message without hesitation. Hello, brother Xingchen. I'm Suani. Thank you so much for your support. You're so generous. This is my WeChat ID, and 123456. I hope to add you as a friend so I can thank you in person. Whatever your request, I will do my best to fulfill it. After sending the private message, she stared nervously at her phone screen, her fingers gripping the phone tightly, afraid that Yi Chen would refuse her request. Yi Chen also saw the private message notification at that moment, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. The fish finally took the bait. That's the power of money. If you don't send gifts, even if you shout yourself hoarse, those beautiful live streamers won't pay any attention to you. There are countless people who spend thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars on virtual gifts, only to end up with nothing. It's easy to imagine how murky the waters are in the live streaming industry. I advise those who lack ability not to act impulsively. After regaining his composure, he immediately exited the live streaming platform, opened WeChat, searched for Suani's WeChat ID, and requested to add her as a friend. The verification message was sent and approved almost instantly. Suani's WeChat profile picture is a photo of herself wearing a sexy slip dress. She sent a message immediately, a playful cat emoji followed by a string of text. Brother Xingchen. You're finally included. I'm so excited. Thank you so much for today. The donation of millions is unbelievable. Brother, when are you free? I'd like to invite you to dinner to thank you in person for your support. Her tone was full of flattery and barely concealed excitement, with a hint of cautious probing. Yi Chen looked at the message she sent and his fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. You're welcome. I've been watching you for a long time, I'm just offering my support casually. That simple sentence shocked Su Annie even more. 10 million? Just a casual show of support? Listen to this, is this what a human being says? The world of the super rich is truly incomprehensible. After regaining her composure, she quickly replied. Brother, you're too modest. To me, this is an immense favor. Brother, please give me a chance to thank you. Whether it's a meal or anything else, I'll do whatever you say. She adopted an extremely humble posture, even one that seemed somewhat subservient. In the face of absolute wealth, all pride is insignificant. And her tone was full of implications. Yi Chen looked at the information on the screen, making plans in his mind. The favorability rating should have increased quite a bit by now, even if it's not quite 100, it's probably close. I definitely have to agree to have dinner with her. It will not only improve her favorability, but also allow me to see what Su Annie looks like in real life and whether she is as beautiful as she appears in the livestream. If it's all thanks to beauty filters, he'll choose to unbind it immediately. Sure, I'm free this weekend. I'll contact you then. Well. Su Annie replied immediately. Thank you, brother. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything is arranged. Brother, what kind of cuisine do you like? Do you have any dietary restrictions? I'll make a reservation at the restaurant in advance. Anything is fine, you can arrange it however you like. Yi Chen replied very casually. All right. Then you go ahead with your work, I won't bother you any longer. Su Annie sent a tongue-out emoji, but her tone remained very respectful. Yi Chen closed the chat interface, a satisfied smile finally appearing on his face. The task of compiling a catalog of beautiful female livestreamers can be considered as taking the first step. While Yi Chen was basking in the joy of earning 100 million in a black SUV outside the Zizulan residential area, Housie was bowing and scraping to the person on the other end of the phone. Brother Yang, don't worry, I've arranged everything. I sent 2 of my brothers to investigate. That kid lives in Building 1, Block A, Zizulan, a top-tier villa. He's definitely very rich. But don't worry, we've figured out his routine. He rarely goes out and usually stays in the villa at night. Su Moyan's cold and somewhat impatient voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Rat, stop wasting my breath, when are you going to make your move? Tomorrow morning. The rat stared menacingly at the entrance of the Purple Bamboo Grove residential area. I brought 8 brothers with me, all of them skilled in hand-to-hand combat. I guarantee he'll end up in the hospital, and while we 1T kill him, we'll definitely teach him a lesson. That would be best. Su Moyan's voice carried a hint of warning. Remember, keep your hands and feet clean, don't leave any traces. Don't worry, Brother Yang. We're all seasoned veterans, there won't be any problems, and we certainly won't implicate you. The mouse immediately patted its chest and assured him. I've already transferred the money to you, a deposit of 500,000. After the deal is done, I'll give you another 500,000. If you mess this up, you know the consequences. Understood, understood. Brother Yang, just wait for the good news. After hanging up the phone, a greedy smile appeared on Housie's face. He then looked at his henchman beside him. Brothers, we'll make our move when he leaves tomorrow morning. Brother Hao, that kid recently hired 2 security guards. One of the younger brothers reminded him with some concern. What are you afraid of? The mouse spat viciously. I've found out. He just moved in recently, and the security guards are all new, there are only 2 of them. There are 8 of us, surely we can handle them? Besides, we're operating in masks. Once we're in, we'll start fighting, then run away. Who'll know it was us? What if? The other underling seemed a little guilty and was about to stammer something. What's there to be afraid of? There's no what-if situation. If you don't want to work here, then get out. The mouse glared at its underling, who was about to speak. Yeah. Brother Hao is right. What are we afraid of? Let's take him down. I can get 100,000 just by fighting, it's exciting to even think about it. Yes, you'll never encounter such a good thing again in your life. Seeing his underling's high morale, the mouse nodded in satisfaction. Get your gear ready. We'll meet here tomorrow morning and depart on time. Good. Don't worry, brother Hao. Chapter 27 Ambush. The next day. Yi Chen was fast asleep when his phone on the bedside table suddenly rang, displaying a string of unfamiliar numbers on the screen. He frowned, slowly opened his eyes, and impatiently reached for his phone to answer the call. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Chen? A sweet and pleasant female voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, her tone carrying a professional gentleness. Who am I? Yi Chen's voice still carried a hint of languor from just waking up. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Tang Qianyu, a customer manager from Jiangzhou Rural Commercial Bank. The other party's tone became increasingly respectful. The system has detected a large amount of funds transferred into your account recently. We are calling to inform you that our bank has automatically upgraded you to a Gold Card VIP customer and you will enjoy exclusive service benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out it was yesterday's 100 million cashback that caused the trouble. No wonder the bank came knocking on our door so quickly. He has always had a favorable impression of Jiangzhou Rural Commercial Bank, unlike other banks that frequently impose limits or lock cards. Furthermore, their efficiency is very high, which is why he has always kept his main funds here. Oh, okay, I understand. Yi Chen simply responded with a curt reply. Mr. Yi, to make it easier for you to enjoy VIP services in the future, I have prepared a gold card for you. Would you please provide your address now? I will personally visit you and deliver it to you. Tang Qianyu's voice carried just the right amount of flattery, but without being offensive. I would also like to introduce our bank's exclusive wealth management products, which may provide some valuable reference for the growth of your assets. Building 1, Area A, Zizulin Residential Community. Yi Chen gave her the address directly and did not refuse her request to come over. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll be there shortly. Please wait a moment. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen was completely wide awake and got up to go to the bathroom. The cold water splashed on my face, instantly dispelling the last trace of languor. He looked at himself in the mirror and smiled narcissistically, completely different from the timid and cowardly man he had been a few days ago. After washing up, he changed into a tracksuit. These were all personally selected and prepared for him by Lin Wei. With nothing to do, he decided to take a walk in the neighborhood and get some exercise while enjoying the cool morning air. At the same time, at the entrance of Zizulin residential area, 7 or 8 young people wearing black hoodies and masks were gathering together furtively. It was Rat and his henchmen. Remember this, Building 1, Area A. We'll split into 2 groups and infiltrate. Once we spot the target, we'll attack from both sides and finish this quickly. The Rat deliberately lowered its voice to give the orders, its eyes sweeping over the crowd with a sinister look. Don't worry, brother Hao, I'll make sure he regrets it. There aren't many people in the neighborhood right now, so it's the perfect time to make a move. The group nodded and split into 2 groups, quietly slipping into the residential area under the cover of other residents coming and going. In his previous life, Yi Chen was involved in an accidental car accident orchestrated by them and died with resentment. But in this life, everything has quietly changed and has not followed the trajectory of the previous life. Yi Chen jogged slowly along the path. The morning air was fresh and carried the fragrance of grass and trees. He deliberately slowed down, feeling the power surging within him. Taekwondo moves clearly appeared in his mind as he jogged and swung his fists. Just as he turned a corner, 4 dark figures suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Immediately afterwards, footsteps were heard behind them, and 4 burly men surrounded them. All 8 people were wearing masks, only their fierce eyes were visible. They were all carrying weapons such as steel pipes and baseball bats, so it was clear that they were up to no good. Yi Chen slowly stopped, frowned slightly, and instantly became alert. He thought to himself that Su Moyang and Xinjiai had indeed started their schemes, and they were still so eager to take his life. He calmly observed the 8 people in front of him, assessing the difference in strength between the 2 sides. The Taekwondo skill rewarded by the system is at the 9th Dan black belt level, which should be more than enough to deal with these thugs. What do you want to do? Yi Chen's voice was calm, without the slightest hint of panic. Who sent you? But he was met with silence. Haozi gave a signal, and the 2 henchmen in the lead brandished steel pipes and smashed them down toward Yi Chen's head. The wind howled, and they showed no mercy. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. He instantly turned to the side, dodging the steel pipe, and at the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the wrist of one of the henchmen and twisting it forcefully. Ah! With a sharp crack, accompanied by the younger brother's heart-wrenching scream, the steel pipe clattered to the ground. Another henchman's steel pipe was already about to hit him when Yi-Chin suddenly raised his left foot and kicked him precisely in the knee. With another sharp crack, the underling's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain and letting out a pig-like wail. Holy crap, my legs! These two moves were clean, swift, and lightning fast, leaving the remaining people stunned. They never expected that this seemingly gentle young man would be such a good fighter. Damn it, what are you all standing there for? Attack together! The mouse roared and charged forward, swinging its baseball bat. The other 5 henchmen also reacted, brandishing their weapons and rushing towards Yi-Chen. Their moves were chaotic and disorganized, but they had the advantage of numbers. Yi-Chen was not afraid at all, and moved lightly through the crowd, using taekwondo dodging, blocking and counter-attacking techniques with consummate skill. His movements seemed casual, yet every strike landed precisely on his opponent's vital points. Wrist, knee, elbow, shin. Screams rose and fell, and people continued to collapse. Ah, no, my arm. Some had their wrists broken, some had their knees kicked and broken, and some were punched in the chin and nearly passed out. In just 1 minute, the 8 arrogant thugs were all lying on the ground, howling and screaming, unable to get up. Yi-Chen dusted off his hands, looked at the thugs rolling on the ground with indifferent eyes, showing no pity whatsoever. He then took out his phone and dialed Lin Wei's number. Mr. Yi, what can I do for you? Lin Wei's voice came quickly. I encountered a few thugs at the corner on the east side of the community. I've already dealt with them. Could you bring security over to handle this? Yi-Chen spoke in a calm tone, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. What? Lin Wei's voice instantly rose, tinged with anxiety. Mr. Yi, are you all right? Are you injured? I'm coming right away. I'm fine, come on over. After hanging up the phone, Yi-Chen turned around and leaned against a large tree by the roadside, waiting quietly. Chapter 28. A different Lin Wei. A moment later. 2 figures rushed over. They were the villa's 2 security guards. They were shocked to see the 8 thugs lying on the ground and Yi-Chen standing unharmed to the side. These were 8 armed thugs, and Mr. Yi took them down all by himself? And he looks completely unharmed? They looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Even if the 2 professional security guards teamed up, they might not be able to deal with 8 armed thugs so easily. At this moment, Lin Wei also ran over, panting. When she saw the scene on the ground, she was also stunned. She then quickly walked up to Yi-Chen, looked him up and down, her eyes full of worry. Mr. Yi, are you really all right? Is anything bothering you? Are you injured? Her voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Yi-Chen shook his head and smiled faintly. I'm fine, call the police. Lin Wei nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards the 8 thugs. The moment Yi-Chen turned to go back to the villa, the worry and anxiety on Lin Wei's face vanished without a trace. Instead, there was an icy chill, and eyes as sharp as knives. She slowly walked up to the mouse, bent down to look at him, and spoke slowly and condescendingly, her voice icy. Who sent you? I advise you to tell the truth, or else. Although the mouse was trembling with pain, seeing that Lin Wei was just a young and beautiful girl, a hint of contempt arose in its heart, and it glared at her fiercely. You bitch, shut the fuck up. I admit defeat today. Nobody ordered me to do this. I just don't like that kid. Lin Wei's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes filled with mockery. Humph, really? So stubborn? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her right foot, which was clad in high heels, and stomped hard on the rat's thigh. With a soft plop, the sharp heel pierced directly into the rat's thigh flesh. Blood gushed out instantly, staining a patch of ground red. This sudden scene stunned the other thugs on the ground, and their screams subconsciously stopped. No one expected that this seemingly harmless, gentle, and sweet girl would be so ruthless. Only the 2 security guards remained expressionless, as if they were already used to it, and continued to stare intently at the thugs on the ground to prevent them from escaping. The mouse was in so much pain that its vision blurred, and beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on its forehead. It let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! I'll fuck your mother. You fucking bitch. I won't let you get away with this. Lin Wei completely ignored his shouts and threats, stomped down hard with her high heels again, and even spun around clockwise. Ouch. It hurts so much. I give up, I give up. Grandma, I was wrong. The rat's screams grew even more shrill, tears and snot streaming down its face, and it was no longer as arrogant as before. Are you willing to talk now? Lin Wei's voice remained cold, but she did not loosen her grip on her feet. He then glanced at the security guard behind him and gave him a meaningful look. The security guard immediately understood and took out his phone to start recording. I'll talk. The mouse nodded repeatedly, nearly fainting from the pain. It's Su Moyang. Su Moyang sent us. He gave us a deposit of 500,000 yuan to teach a man named Yi Chen a lesson, and promised to give us another 500,000 yuan after it was done. Seeing this, the other thugs also chimed in. Yes. Su Moyang sent us. We were forced into it. It was all Su Moyang's doing. They just wanted to get away from this terrible woman as soon as possible, and dared not hide anything anymore. Lin Wei smiled with satisfaction, put a little pressure on her feet, and then slowly released the pressure. Very good. Get lost. I'll let you off this time. But if there's a next time, it won't be as simple as breaking a leg. Lin Wei flicked the bloodstains off her high heels with a hint of disgust. The rat and its henchmen, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, quickly struggled to their feet. The two uninjured henchmen quickly helped Housie up, and he limped towards the outside of the residential area, his back looking extremely disheveled. Lin Wei turned to look at the security guard. Make a copy of the video and send it to Attorney Chen. Okay, big sister. The security guard nodded, then turned and quickly left. After doing all this, the coldness and ruthlessness on Lin Wei's face vanished instantly. She regained her usual gentle and capable demeanor and turned to walk towards the villa. At this moment, Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea. I was scrolling through videos out of boredom, as if what had just happened was just a trivial little episode. But he knew perfectly well that this was definitely the work of Su Moyang and Xinjiai. Unfortunately, they greatly underestimated Yi Chen's current strength. Yi Chen used to be a pushover that everyone could easily manipulate. But now, he is not only rich and powerful, but also possesses immense strength granted by the system. Anyone who tries to harm him will have to pay a heavy price. Hearing footsteps, Yi Chen looked up at the door and saw Lin Wei walking in. How is it? Is it all sorted out? He asked in a calm tone. Everything has been taken care of, Mr. Yi, please rest assured. Lin Wei nodded, saying nothing more, and making no mention of her interrogating Housie. Yi Chen didn't press further, but he glanced at her heels unintentionally. Some things are better left unsaid, even if you see them clearly. He had a vague feeling that Lin Wei was also hiding many secrets. But that's not important to him. Everyone has their own privacy and experiences. Who wouldn't like a capable and loyal subordinate? Just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Wei quickly went over to open the door. A woman in a black suit stood outside the door, her long hair tied in a neat high ponytail. Her stunning figure was perfectly outlined, with exquisite curves and a prominent bust and buttocks. Her features were exquisite, with fair skin, a high nose bridge, and full lips. Her eyes are bright and expressive, possessing a unique charm that is both capable and alluring, making her stand out. Lin Wei was slightly taken aback when she saw her, somewhat amazed by the other's appearance and temperament. She quickly composed herself and stepped aside. Hello, may I ask who you are? Hello, I am Tang Qianyu from Jianzhou Rural Commercial Bank. I'm here to visit Mr. Yi Chen. Tang Qianyu's smile was gentle and graceful, but her eyes quickly swept over Lin Wei, with a hint of scrutiny that was barely perceptible. Miss Tang, please come in. Mr. Yi is in the living room. Lin Wei stepped aside to lead the way, but she felt a mix of curiosity and doubt. This Ms. Tang looks like an elite senior executive at the bank. Outstanding temperament and stunning beauty. Why did she come to see Mr. Yi? Chapter 29 The Mysterious Tang Qianyu. Tang Qianyu walked into the living room and immediately saw Yi Chen sitting on the sofa. The man was dressed in a simple white tracksuit, yet his composed demeanor was undeniable. With handsome features, deep eyes, and a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, he exudes a very unique charm. Tang Qianyu's heart skipped a beat. She had met many wealthy people, but Yi Chen was the first one she had ever met who was so young and had such a great presence. He lacked the arrogance and impetuosity often associated with rich kids. Instead, he appeared mature and composed. Especially when she thought about the 118 million yuan balance in his account, her eyes became more curious. She knew almost all the wealthy second-generation heirs in Jianzhou, but Yi Chen in front of her was definitely not among them. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Tang Qianyu. She strode forward, extended her delicate hand, and smiled gently. Excuse me for bothering you, but I've brought you the gold card. Yi Chen slowly stood up and gently shook her hand. Her hands were soft and delicate, with a slight coolness to them. "Miss Tang, you're too kind. Please have a seat." Yi Chen pointed to the sofa opposite him. Lin Wei brought a glass of warm water and placed it on the coffee table in front of Tang Qianyu, then stood quietly to the side without saying a word. Only then did she realize Tang Qianyu's purpose, and she felt inexplicably relieved. After Tang Qianyu sat down, she took out an exquisite black gift box from her briefcase and respectfully handed it to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, this is your gold VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy exclusive services from our bank, such as priority service, a dedicated account manager, airport lounge access, and high-end medical checkups." Yi Chen took the gift box, opened it, and glanced inside. The card is black with gold foil patterns and his name printed on it, giving it a high-quality feel that is understated yet luxurious. "Thanks." He casually placed the gift box aside, his tone indifferent. "You're welcome, this is your right." Tang Qianyu smiled and continued speaking. "Mr. Yi, besides giving you the card, I'd also like to introduce you to our bank's exclusive wealth management products." She took a brochure out of her briefcase and slowly handed it to Yi Chen. "As you can see, this exclusive wealth plan has a minimum investment of 10 million yuan, an annualized return of up to 8%, and extremely low risk. It is specially customized for our VIP clients and is very suitable for high net worth individuals like you. There's also this global asset allocation product, which can help you diversify investment risks, participate in high-quality overseas projects, and achieve an annualized return of over 10%, while also offering high flexibility." Tang Qianyu spoke at a moderate pace, clearly and logically. She explained the advantages of each financial product very thoroughly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Her main purpose in coming today was to win over Yi Chen, a major client. Although 100 million yuan is not a lot of money, if it can be kept in the rural commercial bank for a long time or used to purchase wealth management products, it will be a huge boost to her performance. Yi Chen picked up the brochure and flipped through it casually. The numbers on it didn't hold much appeal for him. With the system in place, he earns money much faster than the returns from financial products. However, he did not refuse outright, since he might need the bank's services again in the future, and there was no need to strain the relationship. "These products sound good, I'll consider them." He put down the brochure, his tone remaining calm. "I will contact you as soon as possible if I need anything in the future." Tang Qianyu's smile remained unchanged. She knew that a major client like Yi Chen would not be easily persuaded. Getting his response that he would consider it was already half the battle won. "Okay, Mr. Yi, this is my business card with my contact information on it." She casually handed over one of her business cards. "If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me anytime. I am available to provide you with financial services 24 hours a day." Yi Chen took the business card, which had Tang Qianyu's name, position, and contact information printed on it. "By the way, Mr. Yi, would it be convenient for me to add you on WeChat?" Tang Qianyu asked tentatively. "I can notify you as soon as there are any new financial products or activities." "Can." Yi Chen took out his phone, opened WeChat, and scanned the QR code to add her as a friend. Tang Qianyu finally smiled with satisfaction when she saw that the friend request had been successfully added. "Mr. Yi, then I won't bother you any longer. I wish you a pleasant life." "Okay, thank you, take care. Could you see Miss Tang off for me?" After saying that, Yi Chen looked at Lin Wei standing to the side. Lin Wei nodded and immediately saw Tang Qianyu out. When he returned, he saw Yi Chen holding Tang Qianyu's business card, looking thoughtful. "Mr. Yi, Miss Tang has left." Yi Chen nodded, placed the business card on the coffee table, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Tang Qianyu, a customer manager at a rural commercial bank, is good-looking, has a great temperament, and is also very proactive. Will the system unlock new illustrations? Just as he thought of this, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected a target that can be bound to the 1,000 gold illustrated guide, Tang Qianyu. Current favorability, 30. Host, do you wish to bind immediately? Yi Chen was secretly pleased, but then frowned slightly. Huh? What's going on? The 1,000 gold illustrated manual? Could she have some other identity? Bind. Although she had some doubts, she responded without hesitation. Ding! The 1,000 gold illustrated book has been successfully bound. Please complete the unlocking task as soon as possible to receive generous rewards from the system. Yi Chen calmly withdrew the system, then looked at Lin Wei. How's things going with the construction company? Lin Wei smiled faintly and quickly responded. It's almost done. There are 2 companies that are suitable, and we are currently working on the drawings and quotations. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. He then opened the mobile app and transferred another 10 million to Lin Wei. The moment Lin Wei received the bank's notification, her eyes widened immediately. This. Mr. Yi, why are you transferring so much money again? Yi Chen smiled casually. Take some time to buy 2 cars. Security personnel and servants will need them for transportation. You can also pick one for yourself. Consider it a gift from me. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei was completely shocked. My heart started pounding involuntarily, and my cheeks flushed slightly. Oh. Mr. Yi, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. Yi Chen looked at her, feigning anger, and frowned slightly. You're my personal butler, how can you not have your own car? Isn't that embarrassing? I'm telling you to buy it, so buy it, no questions asked. Lin Wei was instantly moved and somewhat at a loss for words. Although Yi Chen said those words, she knew very well what he meant. Well, alright then, thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head helplessly at her panicked appearance. After spending time together, he realized that Lin Wei was not the kind of girl who coveted vanity. Otherwise, Yi Chen wouldn't have kept her by his side. Even though Lin Wei's favorability rating has already reached 100%, Yi Chen doesn't seem to be planning to win her over. Chapter 30 Attempt to steal a chicken backfires. Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Lin Wei stood to the side, her cheeks slightly flushed, her hand tightly gripping her phone. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but Yi Chen waved his hand to interrupt her. Go and get it done. Don't compromise when choosing a car. Performance and safety come first. If you don't have enough money, just let me know. Yi Chen's tone was unquestionable, but his eyes never left the beautiful female streamer dancing on his phone screen. Lin Wei took a deep breath, suppressing her gratitude, and nodded emphatically. Yes, Mr. Yi, I will definitely take care of it. After speaking, she turned to look at the 2 security guards who were equally shocked. Come with me to the 4S store, and we can see if they have any models that suit you. The 2 security guards exchanged an excited glance, their eyes filled with surprise, and quickly responded. Thank you, Butler Lin, thank you, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen didn't respond, casually waving his hand. Immediately afterwards, I swiped my finger across the screen and entered the live stream of a beautiful female anchor, and the chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! It's Boss Xingchen. The big shot is here. The big shot is actually watching other streamers? Host, welcome the big spender. This is a level 57 whale. The female streamer's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately stopped singing, bowed deeply to the camera, and spoke in a sickeningly sweet voice. Wow! Welcome, Starry Sky Boss. Would you like to request a song? Or would you like to see me dance? Yi Chen looked at the screen full of fawning and groveling, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. This feeling of being the center of attention is indeed addictive. No wonder so many people would rather eat instant noodles than not send gifts to the streamer. But he only glanced at it briefly before quietly leaving the live stream. Suani's task has already made progress, so there's no need to waste time on other streamers. At the same time, inside the Su family villa, Su Moyang sat on the sofa, his face somewhat gloomy, and dialed Housy's number. The moment the call connected, before he could even speak, a furious roar came from the receiver. Su Moyang, you fucking dared to screw me over? You said that kid was an easy target, but what happened? He's a real fighter. He took down all 7 of my brothers. Some have broken arms and legs, and I'm still lying in the hospital. Are you fucking lying to me? Do you think I'm an idiot? Su Moyang was stunned by the scolding. His hand holding the phone stopped, and the gloom on his face instantly turned into astonishment. He frowned deeply. What did you say? Yi Chen beat all 8 of you to the ground? He asked incredulously, his eyes wide open. Otherwise what? Did we fall on our own? The mouse's cries became noticeably more aggressive. Let me tell you, the 500,000 yuan deposit is non-refundable. Also, you have to pay for my brother's medical expenses and lost wages separately. Otherwise, I'm not finished with you. Su Moyang's face turned pale and then red, and he felt extremely aggrieved. He never expected that the gang of thugs who had been in the underworld for many years would be dealt with so badly by Yi Chen alone. What angered him even more was that he not only lost 500,000 yuan for nothing, but was also scolded by Haozi without even having a chance to talk back. He knew Haozi's character all too well. He was a desperate man who would do anything if pushed too far. "I'll pay for your medical expenses." Su Moyang gritted his teeth and replied. "But you have to give me a straight answer. What's going on with Yi Chen? He used to be a spineless coward who couldn't even kill a chicken. How could he suddenly become so good at fighting?" "Damn it, you're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" The mouse snorted coldly. "Hoof. Anyway, I'm warning you, don't come looking for me again. I'm admitting defeat on this deal. If I do business with you again, I'll risk my life." After saying that, Haozi hung up the phone. Su Moyan listened to the busy tone on the phone, his face turning extremely pale. Hearing their conversation, Shinjai, who was sitting to the side, was so shocked that she stood up from the sofa, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." She shook her head angrily, her face flushed red. "I know Yi Chen better than anyone. After he donated a kidney to me, he even had trouble carrying a bucket of water. How could he possibly beat 8 thugs? This rat must be lying." Su Moyan put down his phone, his brows furrowed. "He has no reason to lie. If he hadn't suffered a loss, he would never have turned against me." "But that doesn't make any sense." Shinjai was so anxious that she paced back and forth in the living room. "He's just an ordinary person, where would he get his skills? I've known him for so many years, how could I not know?" Su Moyang fell silent immediately after hearing this. He couldn't understand it either. How could a person change so much in just a few days? Yi Chen used to be cowardly and incompetent, and anyone could bully him. But now, he has not only become rich overnight and bought a villa worth tens of millions, but he is also exceptionally skilled, even able to take on 8 people at once. It's as if he has become a completely different person. No matter how he changes, this plan has completely failed. Su Moyang's tone carried a hint of weariness and impatience. "Not only did I lose 500,000 yuan, but I also got into a lot of trouble. It was a complete loss." Shinjai's face instantly darkened, her eyes filled with resentment and anger. "Are we just going to let it go like this? Half of Yi Chen's 30 million should have been mine. He's living in a mansion now, spending money that rightfully belongs to me, and we're just going to let him off the hook like this? Otherwise what?" Su Moyan glanced at her, his tone tinged with annoyance. "Do we need to hire more people? Moreover, if we cause any more trouble and the police find out, we'll all be in trouble too." Su Moyang had his own agenda. He helped Shinjai only to take the opportunity to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. Now, not only have they gained nothing, but they've also lost 500,000 yuan for nothing. He's not stupid, he doesn't want to invest any more money. If you really have that kind of money, you might as well find a new girl to play with. He has already spent enough money on Shinjai. Shinjai felt a chill run down her spine when she saw Su Moyang's perfunctory attitude. She knew that Su Moyang was a selfish person and naturally wouldn't help her forever. "Fine, if you won't help me, then I'll figure it out myself." Shinjai gritted her teeth, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. "Yi Chen, you just wait, I'll make you cough up every penny you've taken, with interest." After saying that, she immediately picked up her bag, turned around angrily, and left the villa. Su Moyan watched her retreating figure, snorted coldly, and showed no intention of stopping her. Chapter 31 Daydreaming. Shinjai quickly returned to her parents' home. "As soon as I entered the door, I saw my mother, Zhou Yakin, and my younger brother, Shinyuza, sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Mom, I'm home." Shinjai's tone carried a hint of weariness and helplessness. Zhou Yakin quickly stood up, took Shinjai's hand, and looked at her with concern. "Jai, how did it go? Did you get things settled with Su Moyan? Did that kid Yi Chen give you the money?" Shinyuza immediately came over, looking at her with bright eyes. "Yeah, sis, was Yi Chen beaten up? Did you get your share of the money?" Seeing the mother and son's anxious expressions, Shinjai's anger flared even more. She shook off Zhou Yakin's hand and plopped down on the sofa in annoyance. "It's a complete disaster. The people Su Moyan hired are utterly useless, they were all defeated by Yi Chen all by himself." "What?" Zhou Yakin and Shinyuza both widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. "Ha ha ha, sis, are you kidding me? Shin Yuza laughed in complete disbelief. That good-for-nothing Yi-chun, could he possibly beat 8 thugs? I really hope I've made a mistake? Shin Jiai sneered. I think we were too naive. Yi-chen is no longer the pushover he used to be. He's not only rich, but he also knows kung fu. Zhou Yakin frowned immediately upon hearing this. How is this possible? Do you think I don't know what he was like before? How could he suddenly become so powerful? Who knows what stroke of luck he had? Shin Jiai picked up the water glass on the table and took a big gulp. He now lives in the most prestigious villa in Zizulan, worth over 10 million yuan. After the divorce, 30 million yuan mysteriously entered his account. What? 30 million? Zhou Yakin and Shin Yuza's eyes lit up instantly, their greedy gazes almost overflowing. Jiai, you're his ex-wife, you deserve half of this money. Zhou Yakin was extremely excited and daydreaming. 15 million. With this 15 million, Xiaozi won't have to worry about getting married, and I can finally enjoy my retirement. Shin Yuza quickly chimed in. Yeah, sis, this money should have been yours to begin with. That kid Yi-chen is really good at hiding it, we have to go and get it back from him. Shin Jiai's eyes flickered, and the resentment in her heart was reignited. Zhou Yakin slammed her hand on the table and began to offer suggestions. Let's reason with him first. If he doesn't give it to us, we'll make a scene and let everyone know he's a shameless ingrate. I don't believe he's that thick-skinned. Mom is right. Shin Yuza smiled mischievously. If the two of us go, he can't possibly hit us, right? Besides, he is a rich man now, so he is definitely more concerned about his image. If we make a scene, he might just obediently hand over the money. Looking into the eyes of the mother and son, Shin Jiai's heart began to tip. She was unwilling to let Yi-chen go so easily. She definitely wanted that money, and wanted it very much. Good. Shin Jiai gritted her teeth. Go find him right now. You must get my money back. She was already starting to speculate that Yi-chen must have done something shady during his marriage, or been kept by some rich woman, otherwise he couldn't possibly have so much money. She knew his family situation better than anyone else. Not only were they dirt poor, but their parents were honest, hard-working farmers, and the house they lived in was still an old bungalow from 10 years ago. If Yi-chen hadn't donated a kidney to save her life, she would never have been able to marry him. Not to mention that she hadn't been back to his home for 3 years of marriage. She felt disgusted just looking at that shabby place. Looking back now, she was truly blind to have married such a good-for-nothing. If it were now, even if Yi-chen donated a kidney, she would never marry him. She is no longer the naive girl who had just stepped out of school. Okay, let's go now. You stay home and wait for our good news. After Zhou Yakin finished speaking, she immediately grabbed Shin Yuza and hurriedly left the house. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of Zizulan residential area by taxi. Looking at the luxurious environment before him, his greed intensified. A moment later, a series of urgent knocks came from the villa's door, accompanied by a woman's cursing. Yi-chen! You shameless ingrate! Open the door! What kind of skill is it to hide inside? Come out and give us an explanation. Lin Wei had just reached the door and was about to go to the 4S store when she heard the sound. Her brows furrowed instantly, and she turned to look at Yi-chen. Mr. Yi, it seems they came for you. Yi-chen slowly put down his phone, a barely perceptible glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He recognized the voice immediately. It was his former mother-in-law, Zhou Yakin. He didn't expect that just as things were calming down on Shin Jiai's side, this family would come knocking on his door so eagerly. Let them in. Yi-chen's tone was flat, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Lin Wei hesitated for a moment, but still opened the villa door. As soon as the door opened, Zhou Yakin stormed in with Shin Yuza, looking very aggressive. Upon entering, he began to look around. When he saw the villa's luxurious decor, his eyes lit up instantly, and his greedy gaze was made almost without any attempt to conceal it. Yi-chen! You're amazing! Zhou Yakin stood with her hands on her hips, spitting as she spoke. You bought such a big villa right after your divorce. Have you been secretly hiding money for a while now? Shin Yuza echoed, his eyes scanning the living room while he clicked his tongue in agreement. Brother-in-law, no, I should call you Yi-chen now. How much is this villa worth? You've kept it well hidden. His gaze inadvertently fell on the exquisite black gift box on the coffee table, and his eyes flickered. Yi-chen leaned back lazily on the sofa, showing no intention of getting up. He looked at the mother and son before him with disdain and mockery in his eyes. Speak, what are you doing here? What are you doing? Zhou Yakin immediately raised her voice, appearing quite self-righteous. Of course we're here to take the money that belongs to Jai. You've been married to Jai for 3 years, and half of this villa and the money in your possession belongs to Jai. That is. Shin Yuza quickly chimed in from the side. My sister suffered with you for 3 years, and now that you're rich, you want to kick her to the curb? No way. Get the money out of us right now, at least 15 million, or we're not leaving. Lin Wei stood aside, listening to the two's unreasonable tantrums, her face growing increasingly grim. She finally understood why Yi Chen had gotten a divorce. Such a greedy and unreasonable family is unbearable for anyone. Lin Wei felt nauseous, especially when she thought about Shin Jiai's attitude at the 4S store. Chapter 32: Seeking One's Own Death. You want money? Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. He had long been fed up with this family's attitude. Shin Jiai and I are already divorced. It's clearly stated in the divorce agreement that I voluntarily left with nothing. Why are you asking for money now? Leave with nothing? Zhou Yakin reacted as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. That's because she's stupid. She was fooled by you. Don't think we don't know? You're so rich now, you must have been cheating on Jai while you were married. Maybe you're being kept by some rich woman, otherwise where would you get the money to buy a villa? Zhou Yakin and Shin Yuza both firmly believed this conjecture. In their eyes, Yi Chen was just a poor boy with no talent. If he hadn't taken a shortcut, he would never have become rich overnight. That is. Shin Yuza nodded in agreement, then plopped down on the sofa. His eyes kept glancing at the black gift box on the coffee table. Taking advantage of Yi Chen's inattention, she quietly reached out and took the gift box behind her back. He quickly opened it and saw the black gold card inside. His eyes widened instantly. Bank card. Such an exquisite bank card, it must have a lot of money in it. His heart immediately started pounding. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, he quickly stuffed the bank card into his pocket, then casually leaned back on the sofa and continued to chime in. My sister has been married to you for 3 years, and you've enjoyed it for 3 years. I was wondering why you agreed to the divorce so readily that day. So it was all planned in advance, wasn't it? Yi Chen observed all of this but remained inactive. Shin Yuza's subtle movements did not escape his sight at all. If he really dares to touch the money in that card, his good days are truly over. Yi Chen slowly stood up and walked step by step towards Shin Yuza, his eyes sharp as knives. I donated a kidney to save Shin Jiai's life back then. We've been married for 3 years, and I've given her my whole heart. I do all the housework and give her all my salary. Isn't that enough? And her? Not long after we got married, she started to complain about my family's poverty and my hometown's dilapidated state. She hasn't come home with me once in 3 years, and she's even been having an affair with Su Moyang. Why don't you mention any of this? Now that we're divorced and I'm doing well, you come to my door demanding marital property? What kind of logic is that? A barrage of questions left Zhou Yakin and Shin Yuza speechless. They never expected that Yi Chen, who had always been timid, would become so eloquent, and the oppressive aura emanating from him made them feel somewhat uneasy. Zhou Yakin then realized what was happening, and her face turned bright red. You're talking nonsense. Jai isn't that kind of person. It's just that you're incompetent, unable to keep Jai, and unable to give her happiness. I don't care. You have to give us half of your money. Otherwise, we'll come and make trouble for you every day, and let everyone know you're an ungrateful wretch. Shin Yuza also mustered his courage and shouted. Ah, right. We're just going to stay here and not leave. If you don't pay us, we'll eat your food and stay at your place. He was secretly pleased with himself, the gold card tucked into his pocket. Seeing the two of them being so shameless, Yi Chen completely lost his patience and then gave Lin Wei a wink. Lin Wei nodded calmly and looked at the two brothers behind her. 2 security guards immediately walked over, both looking fierce and menacing. Zhou Yakin and Shin Yuza were startled to see the two of them, but they managed to remain calm. What do you want? You want to hit someone in broad daylight? Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Or don't blame me for being impolite. One of the security guards shouted angrily in a cold tone. I'm not leaving. Unless he gives us money. Zhou Yakin sat on the ground in a tantrum, slapping her thighs and wailing. Help! This ungrateful wretch is bullying me. He doesn't care about me now that he has money. Seeing this, Shinyuza also joined in the commotion. Help! Someone's being attacked. Unfortunately, their crying and fussing had no effect whatsoever. Two security guards frowned slightly, stepped forward, and grabbed Zhou Yakin by the back of the collar. Another security guard grabbed Shinyuza by the neck with one hand and dragged them out the door no matter how much they struggled. Let me go! Let me go! Zhou Yakin struggled desperately, her hair instantly becoming a mess, and her appearance was completely ruined despite her age. Shinyuza was also so frightened that his face turned pale and he was a little out of breath, but he subconsciously pressed his hand against his pocket, afraid that his bank card would fall out. Yi Chen! You just wait. We won't let this go. Zhou Yakin was dragged outside the door, still shouting incessantly. Immediately afterwards, they were forcibly dragged out of the purple bamboo grove by security guards who arrived from the community. The moment the villa door was closed, silence finally returned. Lin Wei frowned as she looked at the carpet that Zhou Yakin had dirted. Mr. Yi, I'll go tidy up. No need, let the maid handle it. Yi Chen waved his hand, returned to the sofa, and sat down, his tone indifferent. Notify Attorney Chen to contact Manager Tang at the Rural Commercial Bank and keep a close eye on my account. Lin Wei nodded, frowned slightly, and asked with some confusion. Yes, Mr. Yi, what happened? Yi Chen smiled faintly. That idiot just stole my bank card. Since he wants to die, I'll grant him that wish. Tell Attorney Chan to notify the bank. If he dares to withdraw money, then let him. Lin Wei was taken aback at first, then immediately realized what was happening. Yes, Mr. Yi, I know what to do. He then turned around, took out his phone, and contacted Chen Ruoxue. She couldn't imagine how Yi Chen had ever put up with such a family. My wife cheated on me, and my mother-in-law and brother-in-law are the same kind of people. But he silently endured it all. Anyone else would have collapsed long ago. She turned and walked out of the living room to arrange for the maid to clean and to make arrangements for the next steps. Meanwhile, Yi Chen continued scrolling through his phone. As soon as I entered a beautiful female streamer's live stream room, the chat exploded once again. Starry Skyboss is here. Are we still going to join the carnival today? Hey bro, please recognize me. I'm your biggest fan. Streamer, quickly show off your special skill to the big shot. Maybe if the big shot is in a good mood, he'll send you 100 or 200 carnival gifts. Is this the Starry Skyboss? The beautiful anchor woman also quickly stopped what she was doing. Welcome, Starry Sky. What would you like to see? I can do anything. Singing, dancing, playing games, whatever you like, I'm ready to do in private. Yi Chen looked at the screen full of enthusiasm, simply gave a thumbs up, and showed no intention of sending gifts. As the saying goes, once you have money, even if you're a pig, the moment it sits in a Maybach, you'll have to call it Marshal Tianpeng. Chapter 33 Quite bold. Yi Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Just as he left the livestream, he received a message from Su Annie on WeChat. Brother Xingchen, I just saw you came online. Aren't you busy right now? Brother, you can tell me what you want to eat this weekend, and I'll make arrangements in advance. Su Annie's tone was still full of ingratiation and caution. It seems she has been keeping an eye on Yi Chen's account activity. Yi Chen simply replied casually. No need to trouble yourself, we'll talk about it later. Su Annie replied immediately. Okay, brother. I'll wait for you this weekend. At this time, Zhou Yakin and Shinyuza, who had just been kicked out of the Zizilan residential area, were standing at the entrance of the area cursing and swearing. That damn Ji Chen. How dare he treat us like this? Zhou Yakin was so angry that she trembled all over. When I get back, I'll tell Jiayi to teach this little rascal a lesson. Shinyuza had no interest in listening to her cursing. He grabbed Zhou Yakin's arm and eagerly led her to a corner. Mom, let's go back quickly. I have something good to show you. What good stuff? Zhou Yakin looked at him with great confusion. Shinyuza looked around, deliberately lowered his voice, then took out the black gold card from his pocket and smiled smugly. Mom, look. This is the bank card I stole from Yi Chen's house. There must be a lot of money in it. Zhou Yakin's eyes lit up the moment she saw the bank card. She snatched it and examined it closely. Really? This is Yi Chen's bank card? How much money is in it? How would I know? But I reckon there will definitely be a lot. Shinyuza looked extremely smug. Yi Chen is so rich now, maybe all his money is in this card. Oh, that's great. Zhou Yakin was so excited she almost jumped up. Let's go to the bank right away and check. Let's see how much money is in there. The mother and son hurriedly hailed a taxi and headed towards the nearest rural commercial bank. Soon the two arrived at the bank entrance. Zhou Yakin took her bank card and eagerly went to the ATM. She inserted the card but then remembered that she needed a PIN to withdraw money. Password? Yes, you need a password to withdraw money. What should I do? Zhou Yakin immediately frowned, and the smile on her face disappeared. Mom, why don't you try Yi Chen's birthday? Or my sister's birthday? Xin Yuza frowned slightly, then immediately thought of something and made a suggestion. Zhou Yakin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she nodded immediately. She then entered Yi Chen's birthday, but received a message indicating that the password was incorrect. She then entered Xinjiai's birthday, and sure enough, it was indeed Xinjiai's birthday. Oh right, it really is your sister's birthday. Xin Yuza immediately widened his eyes and leaned closer. Quick, check the balance. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yakin quickly clicked to check her balance, only to be instantly dumbfounded. This. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. 10854275? How is that possible? Son, is this card fake? Xin Yuza was also stunned. No. It can't be fake, right? How the hell is this balance longer than my life? What's going on? How can he have so much money? Mom, who cares? Why don't you take one and try it out to see if it's real or fake? Zhou Yakin immediately realized what was happening, quickly clicked to withdraw cash, and then selected 2,000. Immediately afterwards, the ATM started working, and in the blink of an eye, it dispensed 2,000 yuan in cash. Wow, it's true. It's really true. Mom, we're rich. Xin Yuza was so excited he didn't know what to say, and almost jumped up on the spot. At the same time, Tang Qianyu, who was inside the bank, also noticed the changes in Yi Chen's bank account immediately. Chen Ruoshua was right beside her at that moment, and the two had just finished discussing their plan. Is this person an idiot? Doesn't he know that what he's doing is illegal? Tang Qianyu was speechless. How could there be such a person in the world? Chen Ruoshua, however, did not care at all and showed no emotional fluctuation. I've seen plenty of people who break the law and commit crimes. They're all blinded by momentary greed. Mr. Yi instructed us not to worry about him and to play the long game. Tang Qianyu hesitated after hearing this. Is this really a good idea? Chen Ruoshua sighed helplessly. That's not something we should be concerned about. If Mr. Yi hadn't notified us in advance, your bank would also be held responsible for negligence in supervision. My job is to follow my boss's orders. Anything else is not within my scope of consideration. Upon hearing this, Tang Qianyu instantly felt a cold sweat break out on her back. If Yi Chen really didn't notify them in advance and the funds in their account were withdrawn directly, then their bank does indeed bear an inescapable responsibility. If a lawsuit actually goes to court, the outcome is really hard to predict. Alright then, let's do as Mr. Yi instructs. I'll pretend I didn't find anything. At the same time, Yi Chen sat alone on the sofa, a smug smile playing on his lips. He had just received a text message notification from the bank. If you call him stupid, he actually guessed the password correctly, sigh. After the divorce, Yi Chen did indeed forget to change his bank card password, and almost all of his passwords were Xinjiai's birthday. You silly boy, your sentence depends on how much you spend. Just then, his phone suddenly rang, and when he saw that it was Su Qing calling, he answered it immediately. Hey, what's wrong? Darling, thank you, I love you so much. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, Su Qing's very happy and excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Ha? What's going on? Why are you thanking me? Yi Chen was a little confused by her sudden gratitude and had no idea what had happened. Of course, it's to thank you for taking care of me. Your housekeeper came to me to buy a car. Although it's not from my family, our boss has other shops. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen finally understood what was going on. Oh, I see. You're welcome. It's all my pleasure. Thank you, darling. I love you. I'll thank you properly another day. I have to go now. Yi-chan shook his head with a wry smile and hung up the phone. However, he was still very pleased with Lin Wei's actions. It has to be said that Lin Wei is indeed very good at handling things. She has mastered the art of navigating social relationships. Suddenly, Yi-chan's phone rang again. It was a text message notification from the bank. Your account ending in XXXX has successfully transferred out 50 million, leaving a balance of 58,542,765. Wow, good heavens! You're greedy, but you only transferred half. Yet you're not greedy either, daring to transfer 50 million. You're truly insatiable. Chapter 34 Utterly Foolish. At the same time, inside the lobby of Jiangzhou Rural Commercial Bank, Zhou Yakin and Xin Yuza both trembled slightly. 50 million. That's 50 million. In the blink of an eye, they became millionaires. However, Zhou Yakin was clearly frightened. Her face turned pale and then flushed. Son, are you sure it's okay to do this? It's so much money. Yi-chan will definitely sue us if he finds out. Xin Yuza had long since put all that behind him. Now all he could think about was how to spend his money. What's there to be afraid of? This is what my sister deserves. This is our money, and besides, we only took our share. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yakin realized it made sense. They had only taken half of what Xin Jiayi was entitled to, and hadn't kept it all for themselves. Yes, you're right. Your sister deserves all of this. Xin Yuza immediately pulled his mother out of the bank and took a taxi directly to the car market. A moment later, Xin Yuza then drove a Maybach out of the 4S store. Zhou Yakin sat in the passenger seat, carefully touching the luxurious interior, a happy smile on her face. This car is really nice. It's just too expensive. Xin Yuza was so excited that his hands trembled slightly as he gripped the steering wheel. Only 3 million? You think that's expensive? This is a Mercedes Maybach. Zhou Yakin lay comfortably in the chair, slowly closing her eyes, looking utterly relaxed. Not expensive at all, and you know what, this luxury car is really comfortable. Xin Yuza's lips curled slightly, and he slammed on the gas pedal. Absolutely. Zhou Yakin quickly gripped the car door handle tightly. Hey kid, slow down. A moment later, the two then drove back to the residential area in a nonchalant manner. Along the way, he didn't forget to deliberately drive very slowly, showing off to his neighbors. Aunt Chang, what do you think of this car? It's brand new. Aunt Chang's eyes widened immediately, and she looked her up and down. Wow, your family struck it rich. Jai just bought a car, and now you've bought a big Mercedes? Zhou Yakin immediately smiled happily. Ha. What do you mean by getting rich? My daughter found me a great son-in-law, he's got plenty of money. After saying that, he strode into the stairwell with an air of indifference. Aunt Zhang snorted coldly and curled her lip. What are you showing off for? A family of ungrateful bastards. Evil will be punished, it's just a matter of time. After saying that, he went home in a huff, still cursing under his breath. My good-for-nothing daughter, why doesn't she hurry up and find a rich man to marry? She's almost 30 and still no one wants her, it's driving me crazy. On the other side, Xin Yuza slammed the door open and staggered into the room. Xin Jiayi frowned slightly, looking at him with some confusion. Are you crazy? Trying to tear the door down? Xin Yuza waved the car keys in his hand and smiled slyly. Thanks, sis. Xin Jiayi had no idea what was going on and immediately widened her eyes. Thank me for what? Where did you get the Mercedes car keys? Did Yi-chan really give you the money? Just then, Zhou Yakin walked in and plopped down on the sofa. Xin Jiayi was extremely anxious and quickly went over to ask him. What exactly happened? Zhou Yakin smiled calmly. Don't rush, listen to me. The two then recounted the whole story. Xin Jiayi was stunned after hearing this. 100 million? 50 million? How is that possible? You? How dare you? Don't you know that doing this is illegal? Xin Yuza tossed the car keys onto the table, looking completely unconcerned. Break the law? What law did I break? I just took back what was rightfully yours. What law did I break? Zhou Yakin immediately chimed in. That's right, you deserved those 50 million anyway, what law did you break? Xin Jiayi was speechless at their actions. You guys? I'm really going to be furious with you. What you're doing is theft, understand? Shen Yan was equally terrified, sitting motionless in the corner with a newspaper in his hand. Oh no. It's all over, this is really the end. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yakin glared at him, annoyed. Pa. What do you mean finished? You jinx. Shen Yuza crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. Exactly, what are you afraid of? How is it theft? This is your joint property, it's yours to begin with. Shen Jiayi collapsed to the ground, her eyes glazed over. Although she really wanted the money, she was well aware of the consequences of doing so. She was even more certain that this money was definitely not marital property. That's 100 million. Even if you cut Yi Chen into 8 pieces and sold them, it wouldn't be worth a fraction of that. At this point, it's no longer time to consider where that money came from. Her younger brother has really gotten himself into big trouble this time, and even her mother is not immune to this disaster. Xiaoza, you need to go and return the car right now, and transfer all the money back. Shen Jiayi still retained a sliver of rationality and had not lost her head. Refund? You've already bought it, how can you refund it? Besides, it's your money, why should you transfer it back to him? Shen Yuza continued to argue recklessly, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Seeing her daughter's serious and anxious expression, Zhou Yakin began to panic as well. Jiayi, is it really serious? Can't we just not return it? Zhou Yakin still clung to a pitiful illusion. Shen Jiayi had completely broken down and didn't know what to say. Mom, if Yi Chen calls the police, you'll both go to jail. Tell me, how serious is that? Huh? Really? Don't scare me. Zhou Yakin's eyes widened instantly, somewhat unable to accept it. Shen Yuza, however, didn't seem to care at all and continued smoking. On the other side, Yi Chen slowly stood up from the sofa and answered the phone. Mr. Yi, the plan is almost complete. Shen Yuza just picked up a Maybach worth 3.5 million. When do we close the deal? After Chen Ruoxue finished her report respectfully, she cautiously probed further. She has now put aside her previous contempt for Yi Chen, never expecting him to be so cunning and ruthless in his actions. Call the police. After saying that, Yi Chen hung up the phone and looked out the window, letting out a long sigh of relief. Everything is a cycle of cause and effect, you reap what you sow. If it weren't for their excessive greed, the current situation would never have arisen. At the same time, Chen Ruoxue and Tang Xianyu have already driven to the Shen family's house. Accompanying them were 2 police cars with sirens blaring. Chapter 35 Disaster Imminent. The sound of sirens, growing louder as they approached, instantly shattered the tranquility of the old neighborhood. Countless eyes turned to the window, and those who enjoyed watching the spectacle even left their homes. At this moment, Shen Yuza was still sitting with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette. The cigarette between his fingers had burned down to almost nothing, and the ash fell directly onto his chest. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. Just as Zhou Yakin stood up from the sofa, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Hearing the commotion outside, Shen Jiayi quickly ran to the window to check. When she saw the police car downstairs, her heart sank. Before she could even react, there was a knock on the door. Shen Jiayi felt as if the sky had collapsed in an instant. Zhou Yakin walked to the door with some impatience. Who is it? What are you knocking for? Before she could finish speaking, several police officers in uniform rushed in, their expressions serious, and instantly took control of the entire living room. Following closely behind were Chen Ruoxue and Tang Xianyu. Chen Ruoxue was dressed in a professional suit, exuding a very sharp aura. Tang Xianyu's eyes held a hint of coldness and mockery that was barely perceptible. Chen Ruoxue walked slowly to the center of the living room, her gaze sweeping over the panicked Shen family members. Her tone was calm, but her expression was extremely serious. I am Chen Ruoxue, Mr. Yi Chen's lawyer, and I am now handling the case of Shen Yuza and Zhou Yakin stealing and fraudulently using Mr. Yi Chen's bank card in accordance with the law. Theft? Credit card fraud? Zhou Yakin's face turned deathly pale instantly, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. She gripped Shen Jiayi's arm tightly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Jiayi, what's going on? Have they made a mistake? We took your money. Shen Yuza dropped his car keys with a clatter to the ground. He stared blankly at the police officers at the door, then at Chen Ruoxue and the others. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head, and my legs trembled uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, unable to support himself any longer, he collapsed to the ground. His face was ashen, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single complete sentence. He never imagined that simply taking a bank card and withdrawing some money would actually attract the police. Shinjai slowly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, all that remained was despair. She knew it was all too late. The amount of 50 million constitutes a serious criminal offense, and even if she talks until she's hoarse, there's no way to change the situation. Shin Yen sat blankly in the corner, the newspaper in his hand long since fallen to the ground. He looked at everything before him, sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with exhaustion and regret. He had long suspected that this family's greed would eventually lead to disaster. I just didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly and so fiercely. Take away. At the command of the police officer in charge, 2 officers immediately stepped forward and helped Shinyuza, who was slumped on the ground. Shinyuza then realized what was happening and began to cry out in heart-wrenching sobs. Sister, sister. Save me. I don't want to go to jail. Sister. Please beg Yi-chan. Tell him to let me go. Please, sister, I know I was wrong. You have to save me. I can't go to jail. He struggled desperately, kicking his arms and legs, but he couldn't break free from the restraints of the 2 police officers. Zhou Yakin then realized what was happening, grabbed Shinjai's leg, knelt on the ground, and burst into tears. Jiai. I'm begging you. Please go and beg Yi-chan. Please ask him to show mercy. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please save me and your brother. Her hair was disheveled, her face was covered in tears and snot, and her former arrogance had vanished, leaving only endless fear and pleading. Shinjai looked at her mother kneeling on the ground, and then at her younger brother being supported by the police and crying his heart out. Her heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. But she herself knew very well that this matter could not be resolved by her pleading. 50 million is no small sum. How could Jichin let them off so easily? Moreover, what they did violated the law, and they only have themselves to blame. They know better than anyone what they and their family have done recently, so how can they ask for forgiveness? Take away. The police officers stopped wasting their time, grabbed Shinyuza, and dragged the crying Zhou Yakin towards the door. Zhou Yakin continued to cry and scream as she was dragged away. Jiai. I was wrong. Save me. Jiai. You have to save us, Mom doesn't want to go to jail. Shinyuza's cries were even more heart-wrenching. Sister. I'll never do it again. I'll return the car. I'll give the money back. Please, sister, save me. Their cries echoed throughout the stairwell, attracting a large crowd of neighbors. The hallway was packed with people, all craning their necks to look at Shinyuza and Zhou Yakin, who were being escorted by the police, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. TSK, aren't these the Shin family's son and wife? How come they've been arrested by the police? What else could it be? They must have done something illegal. I knew they were no good. They were just driving around in their Maybach showing off, and I knew something was wrong. Where did they get the money to buy such a luxury car? Turns out they stole it. Serves them right. They really got what they deserved. They're getting their just desserts for how they treated Yi-chen back then. Yi-chen is such a good kid. He donated a kidney to save Shinjai, but she was bullied like that by her family. I heard they even got divorced and kicked Yi-chen out of their home. It's no wonder he got arrested. Exactly. What goes around comes around, and no one escapes the judgment of heaven. You don't know, Shinjai is no good either. I heard she's been someone's mistress for a long time, otherwise why would she have dumped Yi-chen? Who doesn't know that? Everyone in the neighborhood knows. Old Shin is so pitiful, how did he end up with such a family? It's because he's too honest. He's usually so controlled by Zhou Yakin that he doesn't even dare to fart loudly. Sigh, yeah, having a wife like that is the worst luck imaginable. Who can argue with that? The whispers and comments pierced Shinjai's heart like poison needles. She lowered her head, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Aunt Zhang was also squeezed into the crowd, watching Zhou Yakin and Shinyuza being taken away. A gloating smile crept onto her lips as she muttered to herself. Serves you right for showing off. Serves you right for being so cocky. Now look what you've done. You're in jail. It's truly gratifying. Hearing these insults and taunts, Shinjai felt her face burning with shame and was so ashamed she wanted to disappear. The police escorted Shin Yuza and Jo Yakin out of the building and put them directly into the police car. As the sirens sounded again, the two police cars slowly drove away from the residential area, leaving behind only the sounds of discussion in the courtyard. The neighbors watched the commotion for a while before gradually dispersing. Before leaving, they didn't forget to turn back and point at the Shin family's door, and some people even spat. The saying "when a wall falls, everyone pushes it down" is perfectly exemplified in this moment. Shin Jiayi leaned weakly against the doorframe, her body trembling slightly, her face as pale as paper. Chapter 36 Visiting to Beg. Shin Yan slowly stood up, walked to her side, and said in a slightly hoarse voice. "Jiayi, now the only option is for you to beg Yi Chen." "Ask him?" Shin Jiayi suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with bitterness. "Dad, do you think he'll forgive us? Have you forgotten what our family has done to him? I betrayed him, Mom and Xiaoza bullied him, and now Xiaoza has stolen 50 million from him. How could he possibly let us go? But we have no other choice now." Shin Yan's eyes were also filled with helplessness. "Xiaoza and your mother have caused a huge mess this time. 50 million is enough for them to spend their entire lives in prison. Only if Yi Chen issues a letter of forgiveness can they possibly have their sentences reduced." Shin Jiayi fell silent immediately after hearing this. How could she not know what her father had said? Now, only Yi Chen can save his mother and younger brother. But how could she have the face to ask Yi Chen for help? She was the one who wronged Yi Chen first, she was the one who ruined their marriage with her own hands. Now she has to shamelessly beg him for forgiveness. She can't do it. But the thought of her mother and brother spending the rest of their lives in prison also made her feel very sad. After hesitating for a long time, she finally took out her phone and dialed Su Moyang's number. After the call connected, she quickly recounted what had happened, her tone pleading. "Mo Yang, can you help me think of a way? My mom and Xiao Zhe were just arrested by the police, they can't go to jail." Su Moyang was also shocked after hearing this. He never imagined that Shin Yuza and Jo Yakin would be so stupid as to steal Yi Chen's bank card and even embezzle 50 million yuan. This is simply courting death. "Jai, it's not that I don't want to help you." Su Moyang's tone clearly carried a hint of helplessness and perfunctoriness. 50 million is too much money, it constitutes a major theft case. Even if I pull strings, it will be difficult to change the outcome. Let me find a lawyer for you to ask about the situation first. As for whether we can save them, I can't guarantee it. Hearing his perfunctory tone, Shin Jiayi felt a chill run down her spine. She knew that Su Moyang simply didn't want to get involved anymore. But thinking about it again, it makes sense. Such a big case is probably beyond even Su Moyang's ability to solve. "Okay, thank you." Shin Jiayi hung up the phone with a hint of despair in her voice. She put down her phone, slumped onto the sofa, her eyes vacant. Su Moyang is unreliable, and her father is urging her to beg Yi Chen for help. She really doesn't know what to do. However, for the sake of her mother and younger brother, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and give it a try. He then slowly stood up, straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and walked out of the house. Purple bamboo forest. At the entrance of the villa, Shin Jiayi stood outside the garden, looking at the luxurious villa in front of her, her heart filled with mixed feelings. This is Yi Chen's current home, and the life she has always dreamed of. But she could only beg him in such a wretched state. She even ruined the life of luxury that should have been hers. She lingered at the villa's entrance for a long time, her finger hovering over the doorbell, but she hesitated to press it. She was afraid to see Yi Chen's cold eyes, afraid to hear his heartless rejection, and even more afraid to face her past betrayal and her current humiliation. After hesitating for a full half hour, she finally mustered up the courage to press the doorbell. Soon, the villa's gate slowly opened. Lin Wei stood at the door. When she saw it was her, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Miss Shin, may I ask what brings you here?" I want to see Yi Chen." Shin Jiayi's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, and her eyes darted around, not daring to look Lin Wei in the eye. "Mr. Yi is in the living room. Please come with me." Lin Wei didn't say much, turned around and led her into the villa. In the living room, Yi Chen was lounging on the sofa, leisurely sipping a glass of red wine. Seeing Shin Jiayi walk in, he slowly raised his head, his eyes calm and unwavering, showing no surprise whatsoever. Because he already knew that Shin Jiayi had been lingering outside for a long time. Shin Jiayi looked at Yi Chen in front of her, her heart pounding wildly. Because Yi Chen at this moment is completely different from the cowardly and humble man he used to be. Not only was he composed and had deep eyes, but he also exuded a powerful sense of pressure that made her dare not look him in the eye. It's hard to believe at this moment that this is still the same useless husband she used to have. Yi-chun. Shinji's voice trembled slightly as she slowly walked up to Yi-chen and bowed deeply. Please, I beg you, please spare my mother and my brother. Yi-chen put down his wine glass, a playful smile playing on his lips, his eyes filled with mockery. Let them go? On what grounds? I know they stole your money first, and they know they were wrong. I apologize to you on their behalf, okay? Shinji's tears immediately fell, her knees buckled, and she knelt on the ground with a thud. I'm begging you, could you please issue a letter of forgiveness? Even just to reduce their sentences would be enough. I'm willing to do anything to make it up to you. She lowered her posture to an extreme degree, becoming so humble that she was practically invisible. Once, she was the aloof Shinji, Yi-chen's cherished darling. But now, she could only kneel before him and beg desperately. This huge disparity filled her with humiliation and resentment, but even more so, it filled her with fear. She was afraid that her mother and brother would really be imprisoned for life. Do anything? Yi-chen raised an eyebrow with interest, a hint of mockery in his eyes. What right do you think you have to negotiate with me now? When you betrayed me, didn't you ever think about this day? When your mother and brother bullied me back then, didn't you ever think about this day? When your family looked down on me for being poor and treated me like a dog, did you never think about today? Yi-chen's words were like sharp knives, piercing Shinji's heart. Her body trembled slightly, and her tears fell even more profusely. I know it's all our fault, we've let you down. I don't ask for your forgiveness, I just ask you to give my mom and brother another chance. Chance? Yi-chen sneered after hearing this. I gave you chances, but you didn't cherish them. It's your own greed that led you to provoke me. Shinyusa stole my card and used my money to buy a luxury car. He brought this on himself. No one forced him. Jo Yakin aided and abetted the evildoers, and even joined in their misdeeds. She should pay the price for her actions. Yi-chen's tone grew increasingly cold, devoid of any sympathy. He felt no pity for this family. Everything they suffered was their own doing. Chapter 37 Utter Despair. Yi-chen, I'm begging you. Shinji cried her heart out. We'll find a way to raise the 50 million and pay it back to you. Can you give us another chance? Pay back the money? Yi-chen chuckled. What will you use to repay me? Besides, do you think I'm short of money right now? Yi-chen slowly stood up, walked to her, and looked down at her. Shinji, remember this, you reap what you sow, the actions of your family have long since sealed today's fate. You want me to issue a letter of understanding? No way. Forget about it. The last sentence, like a bolt from the blue, shattered Shinji's only hope. She slumped to the ground, her eyes vacant, her face devoid of color. She knew that Yi-chen really wouldn't let them go. Humiliation, resentment, and despair intertwined, bringing her to the brink of emotional collapse. She looked up at Yi-chen's cold eyes and a sudden surge of hatred rose in her heart. I hate his ruthlessness, I hate his indifference, but even more so, I hate my own blindness back then, and I hate the greed of my family. If she hadn't betrayed Yi-chen back then, if her family hadn't bullied him so much, perhaps she would be the one living here now. But now, it's too late to say anything. She slowly stood up, wiped away her tears, her eyes filled with lifelessness. I see. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the door. Every step seemed incredibly heavy. As she reached the door, she stopped, without turning around, and simply uttered a soft sentence. Yi-chen, I hate you. Yi-chen's voice came from behind, tinged with sarcasm. Do as you please, but what I want to tell you is that you don't deserve it. Shinji gritted her teeth, quickly walked out of the villa, and disappeared through the door. Watching her lonely figure, Linwei stood aside, and a strange sense of pleasure welled up in her heart. This family finally got what they deserved. Not long after, Chen Ruoshua finished dealing with the follow-up matters and immediately arrived at the villa. Mr. Yi, all the funds stolen by Shinyusa have been frozen. Apart from the 3.5 million that has already been spent, the remaining amount will be returned to your account within 3 business days. Chen Ruoshua reported with a very respectful attitude. As for Shinyusa and Jo Yakin, they have been criminally detained and will be transferred to the procuratorate for review and prosecution in accordance with the procedures. What should we do next? Chen Ruoshua cautiously probed for an answer. Follow the procedures exactly, there's no need to go easy on them. Yi Chen's tone was calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Okay, I understand. Chen Ruoxue nodded and turned to leave. Oh, right. Yi Chen suddenly called out to her. Keep an eye on Su Moyang and gather relevant evidence. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I'll have someone keep an eye on him. However, there isn't much evidence found yet, so the sentencing is also very limited. Yi Chen nodded slowly, seemingly lost in thought. Okay, I understand. Investigate his subordinates and try to find more evidence of his involvement in organized crime. Chen Ruoxue nodded, then quickly left the villa. Only Yi Chen and Lin Wei remained in the living room. Yi Chen looked at Lin Wei with great interest, a smile playing on his lips. You're quite capable. You even made a point of supporting Su Qing's business when buying the car? Lin Wei simply smiled faintly, her cheeks slightly flushed. It's all I should do. After all, it's the same no matter where I buy it. Being able to help Miss Su is just a small favor. She paused, then continued her report. Mr. Yi, as you instructed, we bought an SUV, a minivan, and a sedan, which cost a total of 3 million. 3 million? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes widened in surprise. So few? Didn't I tell you not to worry about the price, just choose what you like? He originally thought that Lin Wei would at least spend all 10 million, but he didn't expect her to only spend 3 million. Lin Wei smiled nonchalantly. That's already a lot. A car is just a means of transportation. There's no need to buy such an expensive one. Moreover, these 3 vehicles have excellent performance and safety, which is sufficient for our use. Yi Chen gave a helpless, bitter smile. Fine, whatever. It must be said that he was even more satisfied with Lin Wei's performance. A girl who is capable, knows how to navigate social situations, and is not greedy for money is rare. He increasingly felt that choosing to keep Lin Wei by his side was a very correct decision. Seeing the smile on Yi Chen's face, Lin Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Her sole purpose in doing this was to gain Yi Chen's approval. After all, she knew very well that her abilities were limited, and that being able to get this job was already a great blessing. As for the others? It's not that she doesn't want to, she just doesn't dare to hope for it. Thinking about her background, she lost all courage and illusions. Now, all she can do is follow him wholeheartedly and try her best to maximize her value. At the same time, Xinjiai wandered aimlessly down the street like a walking corpse. She was at a loss. Such a huge change was far beyond her control. She thought of her friends, her classmates, and her relatives. But no one has the ability to solve this problem. Before she knew it, she had arrived at Su Moyang's villa. This is currently her only remaining hope. Upon seeing Su Moyang, she lost her usual aloofness and instead became somewhat obsequious. Honey, have you inquired about it for me? How did it go? Su Moyang frowned slightly, clearly showing impatience and a perfunctory attitude. The lawyer hasn't replied yet, what's the rush? Su Moyang is now filled with regret. Ever since he got involved with Xinjiai, he has never had a moment's peace. Although Xinjiai knew perfectly well that Su Moyang was just placating her, she still forced herself to continue trying to please him. Darling, you're the only one who can help me now. I'll do anything you ask if you can help me this time. As soon as she finished speaking, Xinjiai slowly knelt down beside Su Moyang's legs. Looking at the pitiful Xinjiai in front of him, Su Moyang revealed a very satisfied smile. Don't worry, I'll get things done for you as soon as possible, but you know, this matter can be big or small, and the outcome is really hard to say. Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Xinjiai's face. Regardless of the outcome, as long as Su Moyang is willing to take action, that's fine. After all, she was now desperate and had no other choice but to grasp at this last straw. Thank you, darling. I know, as long as you do your best, that's enough. After saying that, she slowly reached out her delicate hand, gently unzipped Su Moyang's pants, and buried her head in it. Chapter 38. Too late to regret. Purple bamboo forest. Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone, his fingertips tracing the live streams of beautiful women. Lin Wei sat on a single sofa not far away, flipping through the management ledger in her hand, occasionally stealing a glance at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of caution. Just then, the doorbell rang. The nanny quickly stepped forward and opened the door, and Su Qing immediately came into view. She specially changed into a burgundy bodycon skirt, the hem of which barely covered the top of her thighs, outlining her firm and slender curves. She wore a white silk camisole with a neckline that was just right, revealing her delicate collarbone and deep cleavage. With her long, slightly wavy hair and delicate light makeup, she looked both sexy and sweet. "Miss Sue, please come in." The nanny smiled and stepped aside to make way. With a happy smile on her face, Su Qing walked slowly into the living room in her high heels, her eyes immediately locking onto Yi-Chen on the sofa. She first waved to Lin Wei. "Hello, Sister Wei, it's great to see you again." Lin Wei put down the ledger, stood up, and nodded in response. "Miss Su looks beautiful today." "Thank you for the compliment, Sister Wei. You are very beautiful too." Su Qing walked straight toward Yi-Chen with a beaming smile. Walking to the sofa, she sat down next to Yi-Chen without any hesitation, naturally linking her arm with his, her soft body almost pressing against his, her tone filled with deep gratitude. "Darling, thank you so much for today. You've helped my business again." Yi-Chen could clearly feel the soft touch from Su Qing's arm, and the faint scent of perfume lingered around his nose, mixed with her natural fragrance, making him feel somewhat aroused. He glanced to the side, a playful smile playing on his lips. "Don't mention it, it's nothing." Seeing this, Lin Wei immediately turned around and left. Upon seeing this, the two security guards immediately withdrew from the living room and stood guard outside the villa, leaving the two of them with a private space. The nanny also quietly went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, Su Qing became even bolder. She stood up abruptly, straddled Yi-Chen's lap, and landed directly on his legs. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her soft body almost pressed against his chest. The bodycon skirt rode up slightly due to this movement, revealing her fair and slender thighs, creating a striking visual impact. "Darling, you're so good to me, how can I possibly thank you?" Su Qing's voice carried a hint of allure, full of suggestive meaning. Before Yi-Chen could respond, she proactively offered him a sweet kiss. Soft red lips pressed against hers, carrying a faint fruity scent. Yi-Chen slowly reached out and naturally embraced her slender waist, his fingertips able to feel the smooth and delicate skin beneath the silk fabric. He tightened his grip slightly, holding her even closer. His other hand gently stroked upwards along her waist. Su Qing felt weak all over from his touch, and kissed him even more passionately. Her tongue actively explored his mouth and intertwined with his, while her hands restlessly wandered over his body. She knew very well that she had to seize every opportunity to get close to Yi-Chen. A tycoon like Yi-Chen, young, handsome, and wealthy, is naturally never short of women. She needs to be more proactive, because only in this way can she secure a place in his heart. Yi-Chen was also aroused by her teasing, his hormones surged, and he unconsciously swallowed. Without further hesitation, he grabbed Su Qing's buttocks with both hands and stood up abruptly. Su Qing instinctively wrapped her legs tightly around his waist and her arms around his neck. Even so, she refused to let go of his lips, and the two walked towards the bedroom on the second floor while still kissing. With a thud, Yi-Chen slammed the bedroom door shut behind him. Immediately afterwards, at the same time, the lights in the interrogation room of Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau were unusually glaring. Shen Yuza sat in the interrogation chair, his hands cuffed to the tiger bench, his face pale, his eyes darting around, his previous arrogance completely gone. The police officer opposite me had a serious look in his eyes, a pen in his hand, and questioned me in a low voice. "Shen Yuza, you'd better tell me honestly how you stole Yi-Chen's bank card, how you knew the password, and how you stole 50 million. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuza trembled all over, his lips quivering uncontrollably, and he dared not look the police officer in the eye. He only now truly realized the seriousness of the situation. The 50 million yuan stolen was enough to keep him in prison for life. I stole the bank card from Yi-Chen's house." Shen Yuza's voice trembled with a hint of a sob. "The password. I guessed the password. I guessed it was my sister's birthday, and I didn't expect it to be correct. I only wanted to take a little money, but I didn't expect there to be so much money inside. But, that money was originally my sister and her husband's joint property. I only took half that belonged to my sister." He spoke while crying, tears and snot streaming down his face, looking utterly pathetic. "Ridiculous. Who told you that was marital property? Even if it is marital property, you do not have the right to steal other people's money without their consent. What you're doing without permission is theft, understand?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yuza trembled even more violently and cried out incessantly. "Officer, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, please forgive me this time. I'll never do it again, I'll return it right away, okay? I don't want to go to jail, I really don't want to go to jail." The police officer opposite snorted coldly. "Why didn't you think of this sooner? Don't you understand such basic legal knowledge? You're an adult now, you need to be responsible for your actions. In another interrogation room next door, Jo Yakin was in no better condition. She slumped listlessly on the tiger bench, her hair disheveled, her face streaked with tears, and she kept muttering to herself. I was wrong, I was so wrong. I shouldn't have let my son steal the cards, I shouldn't have been greedy. When questioned by the police, she confessed everything in detail, not daring to leave out a single detail. We thought that money was rightfully mine for my daughter, I really didn't know, officer. Jo Yakin cried her eyes out, her face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with regret. The police officer in charge of the interrogation listened to her confession with a hint of mockery on his face. I've seen greedy people, but I've never seen anyone so greedy and foolish. Stealing someone else's bank card and then brazenly using it to spend 50 million yuan to buy a luxury car is simply courting death. Do you know that stealing other people's property, especially if the amount is particularly large, can be punished with life imprisonment? The police officer frowned slightly, staring intently at Jo Yakin in front of him. These words struck Jo Yakin like a bolt from the blue, causing her to completely break down. No. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want a life sentence. Jo Yakin slumped into a chair, her eyes vacant, crying out incessantly. They never imagined that their momentary greed would lead them to pay such a heavy price. Chapter 39 Lin Wei's background. At this moment, Purple Bamboo Forest Villa. Lin Wei was standing by the window, looking at the scenery outside, her brows furrowed. There was a gentle knock on the door, and Qin Yufeng and Lin Yu walked in slowly. The two men were dressed in black suits, tall and imposing, with an aura that kept strangers at bay. They are Lin Wei's younger brothers who grew up together in the orphanage. They have been by Lin Wei's side since childhood, and they always listen to her and regard her as their only family. Big sister, you were looking for us? Qin Yufeng spoke first, his tone very respectful. When no one else is around, they address each other as brother and sister. Lin Wei slowly turned around, her face no longer showing its usual gentleness, but instead a cold and ruthless expression. Only Qin Yufeng and Lin Yu had ever seen this expression on their faces. You should still remember that woman, Shinjai, right? Lin Wei's voice was low and carried a hint of coldness. Qin Yufeng and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and then nodded. They certainly knew that Shinjai had not only betrayed Yi Chen, but her family had also caused such a huge commotion. Doesn't she really like flirting with men? A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Wei's lips, a sinister glint flashing in her eyes. Go and make arrangements, find a few people to take good care of her. Although Lin Wei didn't spell it out explicitly, Qin Yufeng and Lin Yu instantly understood what she meant. Their eyes immediately turned cold, then they nodded again. Okay, big sister, we know what to do. Remember, do it cleanly, leave no trace, and absolutely do not let Mr. Yi know. Lin Wei gave the two a few more words of advice. She did all this not only to avenge Yi Chen, but also to protect him. A woman like Shinjai is selfish, greedy, and insatiable. Keeping her around will only make her a threat to Yi Chen sooner or later. She had to take action in advance to completely eliminate this hidden danger and clear away the obstacles. Don't worry, big sister, we know what we're doing. Qin Yufeng responded very seriously. After saying that, the two turned and left the bedroom, gently closing the door behind them. The moment the door closed, the fierce look on Lin Wei's face gradually faded, and she returned to her usual self. She slowly walked to the window, and thinking about what was happening upstairs, a strange pang of jealousy arose in her heart, but she quickly hid it away. She knew that Yi Chen would never lack women. Including Su Qing, Zhang Yana. They were all young and beautiful, each with their own unique charm. Whenever she thought about her past, she dared not have any more hopes or fantasies. However, every time she saw Yi Chen being nice to other women, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. He then shook his head vigorously, forcibly suppressing these chaotic thoughts in his heart. Her most important task right now is to take good care of Yi Chen and protect him. As for anything else, she dared not think about it, nor could she think about it. No one can hurt him, no one at all. Lin Wei looked out the window and murmured softly. She was an orphan from a young age and experienced all the harsh realities of life. Yi Chen gave her this opportunity, and more importantly, he gave her the respect and trust she had never shown before. In her heart, Yi Chen was no longer just an employer, but someone she wanted to protect. She would do anything for him, even give up everything she has. Meanwhile, inside Su Moyang's villa, Shinjai lay limply next to Su Moyang, most of her body exposed. Today, she had become extremely humble. Su Moyan looked at her with icy eyes, a mocking and playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He didn't hire a lawyer at all, and he never intended to help Shinjai. In his eyes, Shinjai was nothing more than a plaything for him when he was bored. However, they haven't even gotten tired of playing yet, but they've already caused such a big problem. But how could he possibly go to war with Yi-chan for their sake? Having learned his lesson from the last incident with the rat, he was no longer willing to get involved in the matter. The promise I made just now was nothing more than a way to satisfy my possessiveness. However, Shinjai naively believed that Su Moyan would help her, completely unaware of the change in his eyes. She was still trying her best to please him, using all her charm. Su Moyan also enjoyed her service and her current obedient manner. On the other side, inside the purple bamboo forest villa, the bedroom door on the second floor was finally opened. Yi-chen walked out of the room, a look of satisfied laziness on his face. Su Ching followed closely behind, her hair still slightly disheveled, her face flushed, and her eyes full of shyness. "Honey, you're getting more and more amazing." Su Ching quickly walked a few steps to Yi-chen's side, grabbed his arm, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Yi-chen smiled casually, said nothing, and took her hand as they walked downstairs. In the living room, the nanny had already prepared a sumptuous dinner and set it on the dining table. "Mr. Yi, dinner is ready. Please dine now." The two nannies bowed very respectfully and then stepped aside. Although they were nannies, they were all personally selected by Lin Wei. They must be between 30 and 40 years old, and in addition to having excellent cooking skills, their facial features and figure must also meet the requirements. After all, Yi-chen, the boss, is relatively young, so it wouldn't be appropriate for him to hire two older women. Yi-chen smiled and nodded, then led Su Ching to sit down at the dining table. Su Ching didn't stand on ceremony. She picked up her chopsticks and proactively placed a piece of pork rib on Yi-chen's plate. "Honey, eat more." Yi-chen watched as she went to great lengths to please him, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Women like Su Ching are enthusiastic, proactive, and know how to please men, which can indeed bring a lot of emotional value to men. However, it was merely a matter of each party getting what they needed. He knew perfectly well that the women surrounding him were only after his money. There were very few people who could truly catch his eye. However, Yi-chen also had to thank them, because without them, where would his wealth have come from? After dinner, Su Ching stayed with Yi-chen in the living room for a while to watch TV before reluctantly leaving. Before leaving, she specifically instructed Yi-chen. "Honey, you can call me anytime you miss me. Okay, be careful on the road." Yi-chen smiled and nodded, giving a casual, perfunctory reply. Watching Su Ching's departing figure, Yi-chen shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for the systemic modifications, he really would have found it difficult to cope. Tomorrow, he will meet Su Annie in person, and he feels a strange sense of anticipation. Chapter 40 Top Leader. The next day, in the purple bamboo forest. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and shone directly onto the large bed. Yi-chen turned over and slowly woke up from his sleep. I rubbed my eyes and reached for my phone on the bedside table. The moment the screen lit up, a series of unread messages popped up, all of them from Su Annie. "Brother, I'm on my way. Are you awake yet? Brother, I'll be in Zhengzhou soon. I'll go book a hotel first. Contact me when you wake up. Brother, I've arranged the hotel, and I've sent you the details. Brother Xingchen, are you still asleep? Do you need me to pick you up?" The last message was sent half an hour ago, and its tone was clearly one of cautious flattery, with a hint of barely concealed expectation. Yi-chen looked at the screen, a helpless smile playing on his lips. This little girl is even more impatient than him. He then lightly tapped the screen with his fingertips and casually replied. "I just woke up, you don't need to pick me up, it's still early." The other party replied almost instantly the moment the message was sent. "Okay, brother, I'll wait for you." It was followed by a cute smiley face emoji. Yi-chen put down his phone, stretched out his arms and legs, and his joints cracked repeatedly. My body is so different after the system modification. Even after all that trouble with Su Ching yesterday, I'm still full of energy. He got up and slowly walked into the bathroom. After rinsing with cold water, his drowsiness finally dissipated completely. After quickly tidying up and changing into casual clothes, I drove to the hotel address sent by Su Annie. On the other side, Zhengzhou International Hotel. Su Annie was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, glancing down at her phone every now and then, her eyes full of anticipation. She dressed up especially carefully today. Her high ponytail accentuated her long neck and delicate face. Her light makeup was just right, highlighting her delicate and three-dimensional features, and her pink lips made people want to give her a kiss. She wore a white strapless top, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small patch of fair skin. She paired it with skinny jeans, which perfectly showcased her slender waist and long, straight legs. He is 1.65 meters tall and weighs only 80 or 90 kilograms. With her curvaceous figure, anyone who sees her would be captivated. Suani is from Suzhou, but her family lives in the next province. Her family is relatively well off, and live streaming is just a hobby for her to pass the time. Not only is she cheerful and outgoing, but she also knows how to be grateful. Of Yi Chen's multi-million-dollar reward, she directly received 5 million. For her, this was already a considerable income, enough to improve her quality of life by several levels. More importantly, Yi Chen's mystery and generosity aroused a sense of curiosity and goodwill in her. Perhaps it's a girl's innate fascination and admiration for the strong. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Annie was already dazzling enough with the help of beauty filters during her live streams, but in real life, without the barrier of the screen, she became even more pure and lively, making her even more alluring. Just then, a silver-white Porsche slowly pulled up in front of the hotel. Its sleek lines and dazzling color instantly attracted the attention of many people, who stopped to look. Suani also received Yi Chen's message at this time and arrived at the hotel entrance ahead of time to wait. My heart started racing for no reason, and I instinctively looked over. The moment the car door opened, a tall, well-built man stepped out. Although he was dressed in simple casual clothes, his extraordinary temperament was still undeniable. It was Xingchen Gij, whom she only heard by name but never saw on the livestream. Suani's cheeks flushed instantly, and her heart pounded. She took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and walked quickly toward the Porsche. As soon as Yi Chen got out of the car, he saw Suani walking towards him, and his eyes lit up. It has to be said that she is even more beautiful in real life than in the livestream. She possesses a pure yet sexy charm, lively yet alluring. Especially her long, straight, and beautiful legs, which are visually striking. "Hello, are you brother Xingchen?" Suani walked nervously to him, tilting her head up with a shy and expectant look in her eyes, her voice soft and sweet. Yi Chen slowly stopped, smiled faintly, and his eyes were gentle. "Hello, it's me, my name is Yi Chen, nice to meet you." Yi Chen's gaze lingered on her for a moment, and he showered her with praise. "You're much prettier in person than you are in the livestream." Being praised by someone she liked made Suani blush even more, and she immediately lowered her head, responding somewhat shyly. "Brother Yi, my name is Suani. It's a pleasure to meet you. You are the most handsome man I've ever seen." She looked up, her eyes filled with adoration and infatuation. "I still want to thank Brother Yi for the reward that day, otherwise we would not have had the chance to meet. It was just a small favor." Yi Chen waved his hand casually and smiled faintly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. "Brother Yi, this is my first time in Jiangzhou. It's still early, shall we go shopping?" Suani offered her suggestions cautiously, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Great, I don't have anything else to do anyway." Yi Chen smiled and did not refuse, but inwardly he was thinking. Going shopping? Are you looking to buy a handbag? Although he thought that way, he didn't really care about those things right now. It's all small money. The two then immediately drove to Global Shopping Center, the largest shopping mall in Jiangzhou. This place brings together all the world's major luxury brands, offering everything imaginable, making it the top choice for shopping and leisure for Jiangzhou's wealthy. As soon as she entered the mall, Suani looked around like a curious child, her eyes filled with undisguised excitement. She naturally took Yi Chen's arm and skipped into a high-end men's clothing store. "Brother Yi, let me buy you a suit as a thank you for the tip." Suani picked up a dark blue suit and held it up against Yi Chen. "No need to be so polite, I have plenty of clothes." Although he said that, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. No, you have to buy it. It's a gift for you." Suani stubbornly persisted, a hint of joy in her eyes. "You've helped me so much, you should give me a chance to show my gratitude." As she spoke, she forcefully pulled Yi Chen into the fitting room. Yi Chen smiled helplessly and had no choice but to obediently try them on. The tailor-made suit he wore instantly accentuated his physique. Her temperament has become more composed and reserved, yet she exudes a touch of nobility. "Wow, Brother Yi, you look so handsome in that suit." Suani's eyes shone brightly, making no attempt to hide her admiration. She called over a waiter directly, her tone very decisive. "Waiter, I'll take this set. Wrap it up right away." Chapter 41, A $1 million Return? Upon seeing this, the waiter quickly responded happily, a professional smile on his face. "Yes, miss, this suit is made of imported Italian fabric and costs 88,000. Upon hearing the price, Yi-Chen unconsciously raised an eyebrow. He thought to himself, this little girl is really willing to spend money. The key point is that Lin Wei arranged all his food, clothing, and accommodation, and he didn't even know the prices. Lin Wei also selected some well-known brands for him. Without the slightest hesitation, Suanny took out her phone to scan the QR code and pay, her movements swift and decisive, without a trace of reluctance on her face. Having just bought the suits, the two passed by a Patek Philippe boutique. Suanny's gaze swept across the watches in the display case, finally settling on a simple yet elegant wristwatch. Yi-Chen frowned slightly, thinking to himself. "So, you're planning to play the long game and catch a big fish?" But he didn't show it on his face, and quietly followed her. However, the next second, Yi-Chen's idea was slapped in the face. Suanny walked straight to the counter, pointed to a watch inside, and asked with a happy smile. "Brother Yi, this watch suits you quite well, would you like to try it on?" Upon seeing this, the waiter quickly took out the watch and handed it to Yi-Chen. The silvered dial and black strap, with their simple yet stylish design, truly complemented Yi-Chen's wrist. "It's beautiful, this is the one." Suanny clapped her hands and shouted out. "Oh, miss, this watch costs 980,000. The waiter smiled somewhat surprisedly and cautiously quoted the price. Yi-Chen's eyes widened immediately, clearly surprised. He indeed doesn't have the habit of wearing a watch, nor has he ever bought one. Not to mention a watch worth 980,000. This little girl spent over $1 million on him in a short time, and she was all smiles the whole time, without the slightest hesitation or heartache. It's important to understand that many streamers, when faced with donations from big spenders, only try to extract more money from them. It's rare to see someone like Suanny so proactive and generous in giving back. Even the waiter next to him looked at Yi-Chen with a subtle change in his gaze, seemingly carrying a hint of disdain, as well as envy and jealousy. They probably felt that it was rather, a bit, unbelievable that someone as young and handsome as Yi-Chen was being kept by a young girl. Well, it's hard to say. Yi-Chen naturally noticed the waiter's gaze, but he didn't care at all, and a faint smile still appeared on his lips. However, he did not refuse. Instead, he was very curious and wanted to see what this little girl was up to. After paying, Suanny handed the packaged watch to Yi-Chen. "Brother Yi, do you like it?" "Yes, I like it very much, thank you." Yi-Chen casually accepted the watch, but his liking for it was genuine. And his impression of Suanny seems to have changed subtly. This young girl is not only beautiful and has a good personality, but she also knows how to be grateful and is very generous. Her character is truly rare. However, if she really has no other motives, she is definitely a very nice girl. The two continued strolling around the mall, carrying shopping bags. Suanny, like a young couple, kept affectionately holding Yi-Chen's arm. They would stop every now and then to look at the snacks on both sides, or pick up cute little trinkets to play with. Occasionally, she would take Yi-Chen's hand and feel a soft touch on his fingertips. Passing by a milk tea shop, Suanny pulled Yi-Chen inside. "Brother Yi, let me treat you to milk tea. This milk tea is super delicious." She ordered 2 signature milk teas, handed one to Yi-Chen, and held the other one herself. She took a big sip, then squinted her eyes in satisfaction, instantly adding a touch of cuteness and playfulness. Looking at her somewhat naive appearance, Yi-Chen's smile grew even gentler. After shopping for nearly 2 hours, the two of them were a little hungry, so they went directly to the Western restaurant on the top floor of the mall. "I found a window seat with a panoramic view of the entire mall." Suanny skillfully ordered 2 steaks and some snacks. "Brother Yi, shall we have a drink?" Suanny's tone carried a hint of probing. "Forget it, we still have to drive." Yi-Chen politely declined, mainly because he genuinely didn't like drinking. Seeing this, Suanny didn't press the matter, and smiled sweetly. "Okay, then I won't drink it." The two then ate and chatted, and gradually found themselves having more to talk about. Suanny talked about her daily live streaming routine and the local customs and culture of Suzhou. Yi-Chen would occasionally respond with a few words, but most of the time he would listen and occasionally chime in with a word or two. The atmosphere was very relaxed. They didn't seem like two people meeting for the first time at all, but rather like a couple who had been together for a long time. By the time we finished our Western meal, it was already evening. Su Annie suggested going to the movies, and Yi Chen readily agreed. The two bought tickets for a recently released romantic film and went into the theater. In the darkness, the flickering light on the screen illuminated the faces of the two people. Su Annie occasionally stole glances at Yi Chen beside her, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness and admiration. She quietly reached out and took Yi Chen's hand in hers. Yi Chen's fingers twitched, he did not refuse. Su Annie's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart raced slightly, and she held on tightly until the movie ended. It was already quite late when I left the movie theater. Brother Yi, shall we go back to the hotel? Su Annie looked up at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation and a touch of barely perceptible shyness. Good. Yi Chen smiled faintly and nodded. The two immediately drove back to the hotel. Although they didn't say a word the whole way, the atmosphere was unusually ambiguous. Back in the presidential suite that Su Annie had booked, the air in the room instantly became scorching the moment the door was gently closed. Su Annie slowly turned around, looked at Yi Chen, her cheeks flushed, her eyes watery and filled with deep affection. She doesn't have a boyfriend, and she's never been so proactive with any guy before. But when she was with Yi Chen, she seemed unable to control her feelings. Such an outstanding man made her unconsciously and deeply fascinated. More importantly, Yi Chen's donation of tens of millions of yuan touched her deeply. After all, Su Annie isn't the type to eat and drink her fill and then just leave. She took a deep breath and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Her soft body pressed tightly against his chest, carrying a faint fragrance. Yi Chen could feel the softness and warmth in his arms, and the scent of her body lingered in his nose, causing his heart to beat faster. Then Su Annie tilted her head up, looked at him tenderly, slowly closed her eyes, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. The soft lips were slightly cool and had a faint sweet taste of milk tea. Yi Chen's body stiffened, and he unconsciously swallowed. He then wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her even tighter, and lowered his head to meet her red lips. Chapter 42 is indeed quite different. Their lips pressed tightly together, their breaths mingling, and an ambiguous feeling quickly spread in the air. There were no extra words, only the beating of each other's hearts and slightly rapid breathing. Yi Chen lowered his head and kissed her, his hand slowly sliding down her back, feeling her smooth and delicate skin. Su Annie's body trembled slightly, but she did not resist at all. Instead, she responded to his kiss and hugged his neck tightly with both hands. Yi Chen lifted her up by the waist, and Su Annie instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms tightly around his neck, her lips still not leaving his. The two kissed all the way to the large bed in the bedroom. Yi Chen gently placed her on the bed and then pressed his body against hers. Su Annie's cheeks flushed even redder, her eyes filled with shyness and anticipation, her chest heaving violently, and her breathing becoming somewhat rapid. You are so beautiful. Yi Chen looked down at her, his voice deep and tender, tinged with a hint of desire. Su Annie smiled shyly, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him another sweet kiss. I'm yours now, you can do whatever you want with me. Her voice was soft and sweet, yet it carried a hint of allure. Yi Chen's heart was completely ignited. He lowered his head and kissed her lips again, his hands beginning to roam restlessly over her body. The white strapless top was gently removed, revealing fair and firm skin, and the tight jeans were also slowly taken off, as the temperature in the room rose higher and higher. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the intertwined figures of the two, creating an atmosphere that was both ambiguous and intense. Time passed by unnoticed, and the noise in the room gradually subsided in the middle of the night. Su Annie was curled up in Yi Chen's arms, her cheeks still flushed, her breathing even, she had fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Chen looked at Su Annie, who was fast asleep in his arms, his eyes softened, and he gently stroked her hair with his fingertips. This little girl really surprised him. Not only is she beautiful and has a good personality, but she is also so proactive and honest, seemingly without any affectation or scheming. He gently held her in his arms, slowly closed his eyes, and gradually fell asleep. The next day. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that the two people were awakened from their slumber. Su Annie opened her eyes and saw Yi Chen standing close by, her cheeks instantly flushed red again. Thinking of their intimacy last night, she was too ashamed to look him in the eye. She quietly got up and tiptoed into the bathroom. After washing up, she changed her clothes, walked to the bedside, and looked at Yi Chen, who was still fast asleep, her eyes filled with reluctance. She knew that after this meeting, it might be difficult for the two of them to have such a close relationship again. When Yi Chen woke up, he saw Su Annie sitting by the bed, looking at him with a complicated expression. Woke up? Yi Chen rubbed his eyes, his voice carrying a hint of languor from just waking up. Su Annie nodded, a hint of reluctance in her voice. I should go back now. Yi Chen slowly sat up and looked at her. I'll take you. No need, I drove here myself. Suani shook her head, a hint of disappointment on her face. Will I ever see you again? Looking into her expectant eyes, Yi Chen smiled. Of course, just send me a message if you miss me. Suani's eyes lit up instantly, and she nodded vigorously. Good. After a quick wash and tidying up, the two left the hotel together. At the hotel entrance, Suani's red BMW Z4 was parked right next to Yi Chen's Porsche, which was very eye-catching. Brother Yi, I'm leaving now. Suani turned around and looked at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with reluctance. Okay, go back now, be careful on the road. Yi Chen gave him very concerned instructions. Suani nodded, quickly walked to her car, opened the door, glanced back at Yi Chen, waved, and then got into the car. The red BMW Z4 slowly drove away and gradually disappeared from sight. Yi Chen stood there, watching the direction the car had disappeared, a faint smile playing on his lips. As he turned and got into his Porsche, just as he fastened his seatbelt, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the favorability of the streamer Suani, the target bound to the streamer's profile, has reached the maximum value, unlocking all rewards. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 10 million, an exclusive double cashback card, and a spending limit of 10 million. This reward is only valid for Suani. Note, valid for 24 hours remaining. Yi Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and a happy smile appeared on his face. All his efforts paid off. He not only won the heart of the beauty but also received a generous reward. Exclusive double cashback card, with a spending limit of 10 million, valid only for Suani. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his eyes. However, he doesn't dislike Suani now. In fact, he seems to like her a little. And girls like Suani are indeed worthy of being liked. She is definitely not the same as Su Qing or Zhang Yana. Wow, it's even an exclusive card. Is this going to make Suani my favorite streamer? Yi Chen shook his head, chuckled, and then started the car. The Porsche slowly drove away from the hotel, heading towards the purple bamboo forest villa. With another 10 million in his account, Yi Chen was clearly even happier. The system's rewards never disappoint. Now, his wealth is increasing, and he's surrounded by more and more beautiful women. This kind of life is something I never dared to dream of before. At the same time, Xinjiai has also been trying her best to please Su Moyang these past 2 days, putting in a lot of effort. Unfortunately, Su Moyang kept giving her the runaround and didn't send her any information at all. Honey, haven't you received a reply from the lawyer yet? Su Moyang frowned slightly and took a puff of his cigar. Not yet, what's the rush? This case is so big, it's not going to be that easy. Xinjiai's smile gradually disappeared, and she could clearly sense his perfunctory attitude. Honey, my mom and brother are still inside. If this drags on, it will be too late if they are sentenced. Su Moyang's lips twitched, completely unconcerned. Don't worry, it won't be that fast. The case has just been filed and there are still several procedures to go through. Although Xinjiai was extremely anxious and knew that Su Moyang might not help her, she really had no other choice but to rely on him. Well, okay then. Honey, you really have to help me, I don't want them to go to jail. Su Moyang seemed not to hear him, continuing to smoke and fiddling with his phone idly. Okay, the lawyer will contact me as soon as there's any news. Xinjiai lowered her head in frustration, but her hands continued to massage his legs. In the past, she would never have needed to do this. Su Moyang had always tried to please her, and he almost always granted her every request. Now it's much worse. Not only do I have to be subservient, but I also dare not show any emotion. She's now kicking herself for it. It really proves the old saying, one wrong step leads to another. Chapter 43: Su Moyang's True Nature. The Porsche was driving at a steady speed on the highway. Yi Chen held the steering wheel with one hand, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest, a happy smile on his lips. This date with Suani was indeed very rewarding for him. He then stepped on the gas, and the Porsche's engine roared as it accelerated toward the villa. At this time, inside Su Moyang's villa, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Su Moyang sat on the sofa, his hand tightly gripping his phone, his face so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. On the other end of the phone, he heard the anxious and panicked voice of one of his underlings. Brother Yang, something bad has happened. Someone has been secretly investigating us lately. Many of our brothers have been bribed, and even some of the company's longtime employees are starting to act strangely. What? Soo Moyong suddenly stood up, his tone extremely agitated. What happened? Have they found out who did it? We haven't found out exactly who it is yet, but they acted quickly, directly spending money to buy people's hearts. They probably have a lot of evidence of our underhanded dealings. What should we do now? The younger man on the other end sounded clearly panicked. The situation had gotten beyond his control. Soo Moyong clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. He's been in Jiangzhou for so many years, and he's done a lot of dirty tricks behind the scenes. Extortion and market manipulation, and the abduction of women, are commonplace occurrences for them. On one occasion, he even took a fancy to a female college graduate and forced himself on her using despicable means. In the end, he spent a large sum of money to get the girl's parents to suppress the matter. Unfortunately, the girl later developed severe depression and attempted suicide several times, but was stopped by her greedy parents. Now that someone dares to cause trouble on his turf and investigate his dirty laundry, it's obvious that it must be Yi Chen who did it. Ever since he got involved with Xinjiai, things haven't gone smoothly for him. First, he hired someone to teach Yi Chen a lesson, but was humiliated and lost $1 million. Now he's being secretly investigated, which is definitely ill-intentioned. All of Soo Moyong's anger was instantly directed at Xinjiai. He abruptly hung up the phone, turned around and looked at Xinjiai, who was still carefully rubbing his leg beside him, his eyes full of disgust. Xinjiai trembled at his gaze, her hands stopping what they were doing. She asked cautiously, "Honey, what's wrong? What happened? What happened?" Soo Moyong sneered, his tone filled with anger. "It's all because of you, you jinx. Ever since I met you, nothing has gone smoothly for me." Xinjiai was stunned upon hearing this, her eyes filled with astonishment. What happened to me? What's wrong with you?" Soo Moyong grabbed Xinjiai's hair and yanked her roughly in front of him. "If it weren't for you, how would I have offended Yi Chen? If it weren't for you, how would I have been secretly investigated? You're a jinx." Xinjiai's scalp tingled from the pulling, and tears instantly streamed down her face. "I didn't. How can you blame me?" "I don't blame you?" Soo Moyong released his grip and slapped Xinjiai hard across the face. A sharp slap echoed through the living room. Xinjiai's cheeks instantly swelled up, revealing a clear handprint, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She covered her burning cheeks, staring at Soo Moyong in disbelief. You actually dared to hit me?" Soo Moyong showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he slapped her again, his tone even more vicious. "So what if I hit you? I'm not only going to hit you, I'm going to make you get out of here." Xinjiai staggered back a few steps after being hit, fell to the ground, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She remembered how Soo Moyong used to fawn over her, and how he would patiently coax her even when she threw a tantrum. But now, he seems like a completely different person, hitting and scolding her without any affection whatsoever. "How could you do this to me?" Xinjiai choked back tears, her voice tinged with despair. "I divorced Yi Chen and gave up my original life for you. You said you would marry me and take good care of me. Have you forgotten all that? Marry you? Ha ha ha." Soo Moyong laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, his face full of mockery. "Xinjiai, don't you even know your own worth? You still want to marry into the Soo family? Do you even deserve it? You're just a second-hand item. What are you dreaming about? I never intended to help you, nor did I hire a lawyer. Everything I told you before was just a lie. You think I really like you? You're nothing but a plaything. I never expected you to be such a troublemaker, even making me a target." Every word he said was like a sharp knife, piercing deep into Xinjiai's heart. She slumped helplessly to the ground, her eyes vacant and her face devoid of color. It turns out that from beginning to end, she was just Soo Moyong's plaything. All his promises were false, and all his tenderness was an act. You liar." Xinjiai's voice was hoarse, filled with endless hatred. "Fraud?" Soo Moyong slowly squatted down, grabbed her chin, and his eyes were icy cold. "It's your own fault for being stupid and getting scammed. Now get out of here, get as far away as you can, and if I ever see you again, I'll make you pay. You son of a bitch, you're a money loser. I wasted so much money on you for nothing." After saying that, he shoved Xinjiai away, got up, and went into the study, slamming the door shut behind him. Xinjiai lay on the ground, tears mixed with humiliation and despair, wetting her cheeks. She slowly stood up, looking at the closed study door, her heart filled with endless regret. If she hadn't been so vain and hadn't betrayed Yi-chen, she wouldn't be in this predicament now. She picked up her bag and coat from the sofa, and staggered out of the villa, like a walking corpse. Fortunately, Su Moyang had bought her a car to please her, otherwise she would have truly lost both her money and her reputation. She got into the car, started it, and drove aimlessly down the road. The pain on my face was still there, and the sense of despair in my heart was growing deeper and deeper. She didn't know where to go or what to do. His mother and younger brother are still in the detention center, but Su Moyang has turned his back on them. Yi Chen refused to forgive her, leaving her completely isolated and a pariah. However, in her heart, she blamed all the responsibility and mistakes on Yi Chen. Damn Yi Chen, if it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? You just wait, I will never let you off so easily. Damn it, I'll make you taste this pain too. A moment later. The car slowly drove into her residential area. As soon as she parked and opened the door, she heard a rapid engine sound behind her. A black minivan without license plates sped up and stopped in front of her. The car door opened with a whoosh, and a burly man jumped out of the car. He had a face full of scars and a fierce look in his eyes. He was clearly not a good guy. Chapter 44 Kidnapping. Shinjai's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively wanted to turn around and run away, but the man in front of her grabbed her wrist. Ah! Help! What do you want to do? Shinjai struggled desperately, her voice tinged with fear. Without saying a word, the man picked her up by the waist, covered her mouth with one hand, and shoved her into the van despite her resistance. The driver floored the accelerator, and the van shot out of the residential area like an arrow. Shinjai was forced to sit down by two men, her mouth tightly covered, and she could only make muffled sounds. She struggled desperately to break free, but one of the men glared at her fiercely. Little wench, behave yourself. Don't blame us for being ruthless if you move again. The chilling threat sent a shiver down Shinjai's spine, and her struggling movements instantly ceased. She looked at the several unfamiliar men in front of her, her heart filled with fear. Who are they? Why arrest her? Countless questions swirled in her mind. The van sped along, driving directly out of the city and finally stopping at an abandoned factory in the suburbs. The area is deserted, with only dilapidated factory buildings and garbage scattered everywhere. When the wind blows, it stirs up clouds of dust, making it look particularly eerie. Several men dragged Shinjai out of the car and threw her onto a broken bed like trash. Clearly, all of this was premeditated and prepared in advance. Shinjai struggled to sit up, looking at the unfamiliar and terrifying surroundings. Tears welled up again, and her voice was pleading with a sob. Brothers, what do you want? I have no grudge against you, please let me go. I can give you money, and I have some newly bought jewelry in my car, you can have it all. The man in the lead rubbed his hands together, a lewd smile spreading across his face. Of course we want the money, but what we want even more is you. The other men laughed along, their eyes filled with lewd gazes as they brazenly sized up Shinjai. TSK, that figure, that skin, way better than those nightclub girls. Big brother, you go first, we'll wait on the side. Don't rush, let's take our time, we've got plenty of time. The foul language pierced Shinjai's heart like needles. Looking at the men in front of her, she trembled uncontrollably, and despair overwhelmed her in an instant. You can't treat me like this. This is illegal. I'm calling the police. Shinjai's voice was trembling with tears, but it had no intimidating power whatsoever. Call the police? The leading man sneered, stepped forward, grabbed Shinjai's hair, and forced her onto the bed. Here, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Be a good boy and you'll suffer less. After saying that, he started tearing at Shinjai's clothes. No! Let go of me! Help! Don't touch me! Get away from me! Shinjai struggled desperately, crying and screaming, but her strength seemed so insignificant in the face of these men. Her clothes were torn to shreds, exposing her fair skin and attracting even more greedy gazes from the men. Several men nearby watched with great interest, occasionally letting out lewd laughter and clapping their hands in approval. Time passed slowly, and Shinjai's cries gradually turned into weak moans, until finally she fell silent completely. She was like a soulless puppet, letting these men do whatever they wanted to her, her eyes filled only with numbness and despair. Several hours later, the men finally left satisfied, not forgetting to plunder all the valuables on Shinjai before leaving. In the abandoned factory, only Shinjai remained, curled up on the broken bed, covered in injuries and in a sorry state. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were torn to shreds, her face was stained with tears and handprints, and her eyes were empty. Her tears had long since dried up, her voice was hoarse from shouting, and she didn't even have the strength to move. Why? She asked herself the same question over and over again. All she wanted was a better life and to marry a rich man, so why did she end up like this? Was she too greedy? Or was she too stupid? She didn't know the answer. All she knew was that her life was completely ruined. Meanwhile, inside the purple bamboo forest villa, Yi-Chen was leaning back on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through his phone. Lin Wei walked over with a freshly brewed cup of tea and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. Mr. Yi, would you like some water? Yes, thank you. Yi-Chen picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and casually glanced at Lin Wei. Just then, Lin Wei's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, then turned and went into the bedroom. The call was from Qin Yufeng. Big sister, it's all taken care of. Qin Yufeng's voice was low and deep, without any emotional fluctuation. Lin Wei leaned against the doorframe, her eyes cold, but her tone was indifferent. Okay, make sure it's clean and doesn't leave any traces. Don't worry, big sister, everything's been taken care of. I specifically chose unfamiliar faces, so no one will trace it back to us. Okay, you guys be careful too, and come back as soon as you're done. After Lin Wei finished speaking, she hung up the phone immediately. She walked slowly to the window, took a deep breath, and her face remained expressionless. A woman like Shinjai should absolutely not be allowed to live. For Yi-Chen, she would do anything, even if it meant getting her hands stained with blood, she would never regret it. A moment later, Lin Wei turned and walked out of the bedroom, reverting to her usual gentle and capable demeanor. She walked to Yi-Chen's side. Mr. Yi, the construction company's preparations are almost complete, and construction can begin soon. Yi-Chen put down his phone, looked at Lin Wei, and smiled with satisfaction. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all, Mr. Yi. It's all what I should do. Lin Wei smiled faintly, and seeing Yi-Chen's happy expression, she felt inexplicably delighted as well. On the other side, just after the burly men left, a small, thin figure appeared in the shadows of the corner. He was wearing a black hoodie and a mask, revealing only a pair of ruthless eyes. Shinjai, however, remained curled up on the broken bed, completely unaware that death was quietly approaching her. The faces of those men from just now seemed to be flashing before my eyes. Those filthy words and brutal actions made her feel pain in her internal organs. She even began to regret her past actions, regretting that she shouldn't have been so greedy for vanity, shouldn't have betrayed Yi-Chen, and shouldn't have provoked Su Moyang. But now, it's too late to say anything. Just then, a light footstep sound came from behind. Shinjai froze, her heart leaping into her throat. Could it be that those men have returned? Immediately afterwards, she felt someone grab her hair from behind. Ah, you, who are you? What are you going to do? Please stop hitting me. Do whatever you want, I promise I won't fight back. She pleaded incoherently, even bracing herself for further humiliation. Now that things have come to this, she can endure anything as long as she can leave this place alive. However, the expected touch did not come. Instead, she was met with an extremely cold response. Then go die. Chapter 45 seems a bit tragic. The next second, Shinjai suddenly felt a tremendous force on the back of her neck, and her neck was being tightly strangled. Ah! No. Please don't kill me. Please. She struggled desperately, waving her hands wildly, trying to grab something to resist, but the man pressed his knee firmly against her back, rendering her unable to move. The muscles in the man's arm tightened, like iron clamps tightening, and a feeling of suffocation instantly came over him. Ugh! Ugh! Shinjai's face instantly turned bright red, her tongue involuntarily stuck out, and her eyes widened in shock. He frantically scratched at the arm that was strangling his neck, his nails digging deep into the other person's flesh, drawing blood. She could feel the oxygen disappearing little by little, her brain began to lack oxygen, her vision became blurry, and all she could hear was her own heavy breathing and the sound of her carotid artery throbbing violently. Why? With her last ounce of strength, she managed to squeeze out a few indistinct words, her eyes filled with incomprehension and resentment. What did she do wrong to deserve this fate? But all she received in response was the increasing force of his arm and the ever-cold gaze of the person behind her. Gradually, Shinjai's struggles grew weaker and weaker. Her hands fell limply to her sides, her head tilted to one side, and the light in her eyes went out completely, leaving only a deathly silence. Only after confirming that Shinjae had stopped breathing did the man slowly release his arms and throw her body onto the bed. Shinjae's head was tilted to the side of the bed, a trace of blood remained at the corner of her mouth, her eyes were open blankly, and she was no longer moving. The man stood by the bed, glanced at her casually, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. He turned and walked to the factory gate, looked around to make sure no one was there, and then quickly disappeared from the spot. Only Shinjae's body remained, lying alone on the broken bed. On the other side, Yi-chen lay on the sofa, idly fiddling with his phone. As she swiped her finger, a WeChat message suddenly popped up on her phone screen. It was from Suani. "Honey, I'm home safely. I'm about to start my live stream. If you're free, could you come keep me company? By the way, no more sending gifts. We already spent so much last time, it was such a waste." It was followed by a puffed up emoji, making it look cute and playful. Yi-chen looked at the screen, shook his head helplessly, but a smile appeared on his lips. In the past, if a streamer said something like that, he would have thought it was an old trick to get the big spender to send more gifts. Companionship? What can I offer as companionship? Gifts, of course. But after spending the whole day together yesterday, he could feel Suani's sincerity. This young girl comes from a relatively well-off family. For her, live streaming is just a hobby, not a means of making a living. She genuinely feels that it's unnecessary to spend so much money on a single live stream. But how could he not swipe? The exclusive double cashback card awarded by the system has less than 10 hours of validity left, and the 10 million spending limit must be used up as soon as possible. This is a golden opportunity to make 10 million for free, only a fool would miss it. Yi-chen casually tapped the screen with his fingertips. "Sure, I've got nothing to do, so I'll come see you. Don't worry, I won't send any gifts, I'll just chat with you." After successfully sending the message, he immediately opened Suani's livestream. The livestream had just started, and there were only a few hundred viewers online, most of whom were her longtime fans. Suani sat in front of the camera, wearing a pink loungewear set, her hair casually tied into a bun. She wasn't wearing heavy makeup, just a light layer of lipstick, which made her look exceptionally innocent. She was adjusting the equipment in front of the camera, humming a little tune, and seemed to be in a pretty good mood. Suddenly, a golden barrage of comments floated across the screen, and Xingchen entered the livestream. Just one ID was enough to instantly enliven the previously quiet comments section. Holy crap! It's the top-ranked player. Big Brother's here. Annie, welcome him. The super rich guy who spent 10 million last time has finally reappeared. A barrage of comments instantly flooded the screen. Suani noticed the familiar ID, her eyes lit up, but then she spoke to the camera with a hint of helplessness. Brother Xingchen, you're here. And please, don't make a fuss. Brother Xingchen already gave us a lot of gifts last time, we really can't let him spend any more money this time. Her tone carried a hint of coquettishness, and her cheeks flushed slightly, clearly recalling their intimate encounter the day before. But the more she said that, the more excited her fans became. TSK, so you're already starting to protect her? Something's not right, something's definitely going on between Annie and my brother. I bet a lollipop they definitely met in private. Otherwise, why would Annie be so protective of him? Hey upstairs, I bet a pair of sunglasses. Look at how red Annie's face is, something's definitely up. The comments on the screen became increasingly outrageous, and Suani's cheeks grew redder and redder as she waved her hands helplessly. Oh dear, stop making wild guesses, nothing of the sort happened. Seeing the girl's embarrassed expression in front of the camera, Yi-chen couldn't help but chuckle and lightly tap the screen with his finger. His account level has reached 70, and one of his privileges is that he can send server-wide announcements directly. The next second, the live stream screen was suddenly filled with dazzling golden special effects, and carnival-themed images slowly popped up from the top of the screen, while a server-wide announcement appeared at the same time. User Xingchen gifted 1,000 carnival tokens in streamer Suani's livestream. The special effects lasted for a full minute, and the entire live stream room instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap! 1,000! Another 1,000 carnivals! Dude, do you have a grudge against money? You promised not to swipe your card. Annie was just saying not to swipe, but then the guy just threw out 1,000 carnivals. I give that move a perfect score. I'm so envious. What an amazing guy. Why can't I ever meet one? This guy is awesome. I'm in awe. Suani was completely stunned, her eyes wide open as she stared at the special effects on the screen in disbelief. She quickly picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Yichen. Honey, why are you swiping again? Didn't we agree not to? Stop it. His tone seemed to genuinely carry a hint of anxiety and helplessness. Yichen glanced at the WeChat message but didn't reply. He tapped the screen again. Another 1,000 carnival prizes have been given away. Another server-wide announcement popped up, and this time, not only Suannie's live stream room, but the entire live streaming platform was in an uproar. My God! Another 1,000! Are they crazy? A super rich man. Absolutely a super rich man. Quick! Guys, let's go to Annie's livestream and watch the fun. We'll miss it if we're late. Netizens, streamers, and guild operators all flocked to Suannie's livestream. The number of online users surged at a visible rate, from a few thousand to tens of thousands, then to hundreds of thousands, and in just 10 minutes it broke through the 200,000 mark, and it continues to grow. The barrage of comments was so numerous that the screen was obscured, and gift effects were constantly appearing. However, compared to Yichen's carnival, all the other gifts seemed lackluster. Chapter 46. Another unexpected tycoon descends. Suannie was so anxious that she almost cried as she watched the number of online users skyrocket and the special effects pop up constantly. She kept sending WeChat messages to Yichen, urging him to stop refreshing the page. But Yichen seemed not to see it, and with another flick of his finger, 1314 carnivals were sent out in unison. User Xingchen gifted 1314 carnival gifts in streamer Suannie's livestream. The server-wide announcement popped up for the third time, and this time, the entire live streaming platform went completely crazy. 1314. Forever and ever. Is this a confession of love? I've bowed. I'll bow first as a sign of respect. You can bow as you please. This guy is so awesome. That's real gold and silver. All the streamers on the internet must be crying, right? Annie's luck is simply unbelievable. Suannie could no longer hold back. She lay on the table, her cheeks flushed, and dared not look at the camera. Her private messages have exploded, with signing invitations from various guilds and media companies pouring in, each offering more tempting terms than the last. Some promised her an annual salary of 10 million, while others said they would do everything they could to groom her into a top-tier livestreamer. Some even suggested investing in her to make movies and release singles, turning her into an all-around entertainer. But Suannie didn't even look at them, and directly cleared all the private messages with one click. She only does live streams for fun. She doesn't need any of that. More than achieving fame and success, she cared about Yichen's attitude. Just then, another message popped up on WeChat. It was from Yichen. Don't be so polite with me, I support you. After all, you're my woman now. Upon seeing this sentence, Suannie suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with surprise, and her heart pounding wildly. He admitted it. He actually admitted to their relationship. This was no longer a one-night stand, nor was it to repay his reward. He truly considered her his woman. Suannie was so excited her hands were trembling as she quickly replied. Darling, is what you're saying true? Am I really your woman now? Of course it's true. Do you have any other ideas? Yichen's reply remained casual, seemingly tinged with a hint of teasing. No. Absolutely not. Suannie replied instantly, followed by a string of heart emojis. Honey, I'm so happy. I love you. A happy smile spread across her face, all her previous embarrassment and anxiety vanished, replaced by a sweet glow. The fans in the livestream also noticed her change, and the chat went even more crazy. Judging from Annie's smile, she must have received a message from her older brother. It's a sure thing. This is definitely going to work out. Congratulations, Annie. You've won the heart of a super rich man. Suannie looked at the comments and didn't explain further. She simply gave the camera a shy yet sweet smile. Alright, that's all for today's livestream. I have some personal matters to attend to, so I'll chat with you all again next time. After saying that, she ended the live stream without waiting for her fans to react. The moment the camera was turned off, Suannie was so excited she almost jumped up and spun around the room several times. Holding her phone, she lay down on her bed, her cheeks flushed as she stared at the ceiling. She made up her mind she was going to move to Jiangzhou, to be near Yichen. Live streams and such won't matter anymore. Being able to see Yichen anytime is the happiest thing. Meanwhile, after sending all the gifts, Yichen finally received a notification from the system. Ding! It has been detected that the host has spent 10 million using the exclusive double cashback card, triggering double cashback and receiving 20 million in cashback. Yi Chen looked at the more than 20 million yuan increase in his account and smiled with satisfaction. This move was incredibly worthwhile. It not only won over Su Annie's heart but also netted her 10 million yuan for free. He exited the live streaming app and looked at the screen full of private messages, mostly from other female live streamers. Some people acted cute and charming, some posted private photos, and some even confessed their feelings directly. The variety was endless. Yi Chen casually deleted all the private messages without replying to any of them. To him, these women were only after his money, and there was no need to pay them any attention. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. Mr. Yi, Attorney Chen just called and said that Su Moyang's case has been submitted to the prosecution and is estimated to be at least 10 years. Lin Wei slowly opened the door and smiled faintly at Yi Chen. Oh? So fast? I see. Yi Chen responded calmly, though he was also surprised. He hadn't expected the speed to be so fast, and the 10-year timeframe was something he hadn't anticipated. But this is the fate Su Moyang deserves. He doesn't deserve sympathy. If he hadn't been so greedy, he wouldn't have ended up like this. The next day, an elderly couple who were scavenging for recyclables discovered Xin Jiai's body and were so frightened that they immediately called the police. Police cars arrived with sirens blaring, cordoned off the area, and forensic doctors and criminal investigators busily conducted on-site investigations and analyses. Xin Jiai's death was gruesome. There were obvious ligature marks on her neck and multiple injuries on her body, indicating that she had clearly been violated and abused multiple times before her death. The detectives quickly confirmed Xin Jiai's identity and contacted her family. When Shen Yin received the call, he was still at home trying to find a way to save his wife and son. What? Dead? How is this possible? Upon hearing the devastating news of his daughter's tragic death, Shen Yin fainted on the spot before he could even finish speaking. When he woke up and saw the photos of the scene provided by the police, he burst into tears, looking 10 years older in an instant. He never imagined that his daughter would leave in such a way. At this moment, Su Moyan also heard the news of Xin Jiai's death, but he was stunned for a moment. Dead? How could he suddenly die? Then a complex expression appeared on his face, a mixture of surprise, relief, and a barely perceptible sense of liberation. With Xin Jiai dead, perhaps he'll have one less trouble to deal with. Purple bamboo forest. Yi Chen learned of Xin Jiai's death from Lin Wei. He first frowned slightly, then nodded faintly, without much emotional fluctuation. He had long since lost all feelings for Xin Jiai, leaving only disgust. Her death, though somewhat shocking and unexpected, was also something she brought upon herself. If she hadn't betrayed him, hadn't been greedy, things might have been very different. Do you know who did it? Yi Chen glanced at Lin Wei and asked casually. The police are still investigating. It is said that not many clues were left at the scene. Lin Wei paused, her tone remaining perfectly calm. Perhaps this is karma. She did too many bad things and is now getting her just desserts. Yi Chen shook his head and didn't press the matter further, only letting out a helpless sigh. Xin Jiai's death was nothing more than an insignificant interlude to him. But after all, they were husband and wife and had been together for so long, it would be a lie to say that he had no feelings at all. Recalling the scene of her tragic death in the streets in her previous life, the slight pang of guilt that had just arisen in her heart vanished. Chapter 47 Childhood Friends. At the same time, 3 trucks fully loaded with building materials led the way, followed by more than 10 construction vehicles, and parked in front of the Yi family's old courtyard. Workers, all dressed in blue overalls, filed off the bus and, without a word, began measuring the yard with blueprints in hand. The commotion was so loud that it alerted half the village. Yi Junhui and Fu Yaji had just finished breakfast when they heard the commotion outside and immediately ran out. They were stunned by what they saw. The elderly couple stood at the door, watching the workers carry steel bars and cement inside. Fu Yaji grabbed a worker's arm and asked urgently, "Brothers, have you come to the wrong place? We didn't hire anyone to build a house." The worker smiled and pointed to the blueprints. "That's right, this is it. Isn't this Mr. Yi Junhui's house? Mr. Yi Chen commissioned us to renovate the villa. The design plans have been confirmed, there's no mistake." Yi Chen? Yi Junhui was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out his phone and called his son. The moment the call connected, Yi Junhui's voice trembled slightly. "Xiao Chun, why did you have someone build a house at your house? How much money did this whole thing cost?" Yi Chen was currently sitting in the living room of the villa, pretending to doze off. The news of Xinjia's death had made him somewhat absent-minded. Hearing her father's somewhat anxious voice, she quickly smiled and reassured him. "Dad, I've arranged everything. You don't need to worry about the money. Just relax and wait to move into the new house. If we wait for you to do it yourselves, who knows when that will take." Just as Yi Junhui was about to say something, Fuyaji snatched the phone away, her voice filled with undisguised heartache. "My son, this is such a waste. Mom, now that we have money, isn't it only right that we let you live in better conditions?" Yi Chen was still patiently explaining with a wry smile. "Our family has more than an acre of land for building a house. Wouldn't it be a waste not to build a villa? You can plant some flowers and plants in the yard later, that would be so comfortable." The elderly couple wanted to say something more, but hearing their son's tone on the phone, they ultimately swallowed their words. Watching the busy workers in the yard, Fuyaji quietly wiped away her tears and turned to Yi Junhui to murmur something. "Our son has really made something of himself. He is no longer the silly boy he used to be." While the elderly couple were still reminiscing, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered outside their courtyard. "My God, is the Yi family going to build a huge villa? Wasn't Yi Chen working as a security guard? How come he's so rich now? Maybe they've made a fortune in the city. Look at the size of this construction team, they're definitely going to build a big house." Amid the murmurs, 3 young men stood not far away, their eyes wide with disbelief. Zheng Zifeng was wearing a floral shirt, one hand in his pocket, a cigarette dangling from his lips, making clicking noises. "Damn, Yi Chen's got some nerve. He's made a fortune in silence, and didn't even tell us." Su Ran, standing next to him, adjusted his glasses. Even with his composed personality, he couldn't help but glance at the construction team a few more times. "Yeah, what's going on? They're actually going to build a villa?" Standing at the back, Zhou Jingyu's lips curled into a slight smile, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, seemingly mixed with jealousy and envy. "Who knows? Maybe they just had some good luck." Zheng Zifeng didn't catch the deeper meaning in his words. He took out his phone and dialed Yi Chen's number. After the call connected, he deliberately teased him. "Hey, Mr. Yi, now that you're rich, you're ignoring your brothers? Building such a big villa at home, and you didn't even tell us? If you need any help, just let me know. I have nothing to do at home anyway." Hearing the familiar voice on the other end of the phone, Yi Chen shook his head and smiled helplessly. It really does prove the saying, the poor are ignored in the bustling city, while the rich have distant relatives even in the deep mountains. When he was doing poorly, these childhood friends didn't distance themselves from him, but they really didn't keep in touch much throughout the year. Now, as soon as he sees a house being built in his hometown, Zhang Zifeng calls immediately. "What, Boss Yi? Don't call me that." Yi Chen joked with a smile. "It was just arranged, I haven't had a chance to tell you yet." "Didn't have time? I think you deliberately hid it from us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zifeng immediately laughed and started to jeer. "Tell me, did you secretly make a lot of money? How about we get together tonight? Let's go to our usual spot, Nightshade KTV. You'd better be prepared to treat us." Su Ran and Zhou Jingyu, who were standing nearby, also came over and chimed in. Yi Chen thought about it and realized that he didn't have many friends. Although these 3 had different personalities, they had grown up together and fought a lot when they were young, so they could be considered friends who had been through thick and thin together. Especially Zhang Zifeng, who stood up for him when he was bullied back then, his loyalty and sense of righteousness are truly unquestionable. "Okay, I'll be there at 7 tonight." Yi Chen readily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zifeng clapped his hands excitedly. "Got it. Tonight we'll ask him what kind of windfall he's made." Su Ran smiled and nodded, but Zhou Jingyu didn't say anything. His eyes, however, held a more complex emotion. 7 p.m. Yi Chen drove his Porsche to the entrance of Nightfall KTV. The KTV is still the same as before. Although it has been renovated several times, it still looks a bit old and doesn't quite match his current status. But when he recalled the days when he and his buddies used to sing and pick up girls here, Yi Chen's lips unconsciously curled up slightly. As soon as he entered, Zhang Zifeng, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and quickly came to greet him, putting his arm around his shoulder. "Hey, Yi Chen, it's only been a year, and you seem to have gotten even more handsome." He looked Yi Chen up and down, his eyes landing on his clothes. Although he couldn't tell the brand, the quality was obviously expensive, which made him even more certain that Yi Chen had struck it rich. Su Ran and Zhou Jingyu also came over. Su Ran smiled and nodded in greeting, while Zhou Jingyu greeted them politely. Brother, long time no see. Yes, it's been a long time. More than a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at his former brothers, Yi Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The four of them laughed and joked happily as they walked upstairs side by side and headed straight for the private room. Zhang Zifeng immediately ordered the largest deluxe private room and then frantically ordered from the menu. They ordered a table full of beer and liquor and then yelled at the waiter at the end. Dude, bring over all the prettiest girls around here, let our bossy have a good pick. The waiter smiled and nodded in agreement, then turned and went out to call someone. Looking at Zhang Zifeng's forthright manner, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly, just like before. You're still the same as ever, always causing trouble. Of course. It's a rare opportunity to get together with you, so we have to make the most of it. Zhang Zifeng picked up a bottle of beer and poured Yi Chen a glass. Tell me, what have you been doing in the city these past few years? How did you make so much money? Yi Chen picked up his wine glass and took a small sip. I didn't do anything special, just ran a small business, and I was just lucky. He didn't elaborate, firstly because it was unnecessary, and secondly because he couldn't say. As they were talking, the door to the private room was gently pushed open, and a dozen scantily clad girls walked in. Chapter 48 Brothers Gathering. Most of the girls in front of me were around 20 years old. They were all dressed in sexy and provocative outfits, and all of them went braless, their snow-white skin clearly visible under the lights. As soon as they entered, they lined up in a row, their voices almost sickeningly sweet, and then they all bowed and greeted each other. Good evening, boss. Zhang Zifeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He casually grabbed a girl in a pink tank top and pulled her into his arms. Ha ha ha. You're the one. Have a few drinks with your brother first. Then he looked at everyone with a grin. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. If not, we'll get another batch. Su Ran is relatively introverted, and her face showed a slight awkwardness. In the end, they chose a girl who looked quiet and asked her to sit next to them and help them choose songs. Zhou Jingyu then picked a hot girl and began to grope her waist haphazardly. He was clearly the type of man who was secretly passionate, but his eyes kept glancing at Yi Chen from time to time. Yi Chen, however, leaned lazily against the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on a girl named Meng Meng. She wore a black mini skirt, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. She had a very sexy figure, yet her face deliberately carried a hint of innocence. She didn't step forward, she simply stood quietly to the side, while the other girls all looked at Yi Chen with expectant eyes. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Night Maiden's Guide has detected a target that can be bound to Su Meng Meng. Current favorability is 50. Host, do you wish to bind immediately? Yi Chen frowned slightly, then the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This kind of task was a piece of cake for him. With enough money, you can easily max out even a 0% favorability rating, let alone a 50%. Bind. Yi Chen silently responded in his heart. Ding. Night Maiden illustration successfully bound. Current favorability is 50. Please complete the unlocking task as soon as possible to receive generous system rewards. As soon as the system notification sound ended, Meng Meng seemed to sense something, looked up at Yi Chen, and smiled slightly with her cheeks flushed the moment their eyes met. Yi Chen looked at her and casually waved. You're the one, come here. Meng Meng was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked to his side. Thank you, boss. Yi Chen smiled casually and nodded. Meng Meng obediently sat down and immediately took his arm, her actions very intimate and proactive. Seeing this, Zhang Zifeng, who was standing nearby, laughed and joked. Yi Chen, you have good taste. This girl looks pretty good. Yi Chen smiled but didn't reply. Meng Meng immediately picked up the wine bottle on the table and poured Yi Chen a glass of wine. Brother, do you drink alcohol? Yi Chen nodded. It's alright, I know a little bit. Then I'll have a few drinks with my brother. Yi Chen took the wine glass, and Meng Meng also picked up her glass, clinked it lightly, and downed it in one gulp. Yi Chen looked at her and found her quite adorable, his smile widening. He then picked up the microphone and requested an old song. A deep voice rang out in the private room, instantly drowning out the noise from the others. Meng Meng sat quietly beside Yi Chen, watching his profile, her eyes gradually revealing something. Having worked at the KTV for so long, she's seen countless men. Most of them were either greasy or lecherous. I've never seen anyone as handsome and charismatic as Yi Chen before. He's clearly no ordinary person. Especially when he sings, his eyes are very focused, his voice is beautiful, and he exudes a charm that makes people unable to resist being captivated. After the song ended, Zhang Zifeng was the first to applaud. Good. You still sing as well as ever. Su Ran nodded in agreement, while Zhou Jingyu held his wineglass, looking thoughtfully at Yi Chen. Over the next few hours, the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly lively. The girls took turns toasting them and even danced, some of them sitting directly on their laps, their movements bold and open. Zhang Zifeng quickly became completely drunk, singing and dancing with the girl in his arms. Su Ran, on the other hand, was also persuaded by the girl to drink quite a bit, her cheeks flushed. Zhou Jingyu's gaze never left Yi Chen, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Especially when she saw Yi Chen casually send Meng Meng a 2,000 yuan red envelope to buy her snacks, the jealousy in her eyes intensified. Yi Chen didn't care about any of this. While drinking and chatting with his childhood friends, he also intentionally or unintentionally interacted with Meng Meng. Meanwhile, Meng Meng's affection for him gradually increased from 50 to 70 without her realizing it. Her eyes held a mixture of curiosity and shyness as she looked at Yi Chen. She leaned close to him and placed his hand on her lap. Yi Chen naturally didn't stand on ceremony and gently stroked her sexy skin. Before I knew it, it was already 1 in the morning. Zhang Zifeng was so drunk he could barely stand, and was being supported by the girl beside him, while muttering to himself. Again, keep drinking. Su Ran was also a little drunk and dozed off on the sofa. Zhou Jingyu glanced at the time, then slowly stood up. It's too late, let's call it a day. I'll take Zifeng and Su Ran home. Yi Chen nodded, picked up his phone, and called over a waiter. Check, please. The waiter quickly came in with the bill and POS machine. Thank you, boss. Your total bill is 6,500. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Zifeng, drunk, shouted loudly. Yi Chen, I was just joking with you before. You don't need to pay. Let's stick to the old rule and split the bill. Hee hee, why are you being so polite with me? Yi Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. From now on, I'll pay for every get-together. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingyu's expression changed instantly, but he didn't say anything. He helped Zhang Zifeng and Su Ran walk straight out. Meng Meng also stood up, took Yi Chen's arm, stood on tiptoe, and gave him a kiss. Brother, let me walk you to the door. Su Meng Meng knew all too well that in these kinds of situations, the person who would take the initiative to settle the bill was either the accountant or the boss. Moreover, Yi Chen was so generous just now, he must be someone who doesn't lack money. Yi Chen smiled faintly, nodded, and walked out of the private room with her. Upon arriving at the KTV entrance, Zhou Jingyu had already shoved Zhang Zifeng and Su Ran into a taxi. He glanced back at Yi Chen and called out with a forced smile. Yi Chen, let's meet again sometime. We'll head out now. Okay, be careful on the road. Yi Chen waved his hand and responded with a faint smile. He didn't turn around and walk towards his Porsche until he watched the taxi leave. Meng Meng stood to the side, and her eyes lit up instantly when she saw the silver-white Porsche. She had seen many luxury cars, but this was the first time she had ever seen a Porsche 911. That's a sports car worth several million. Just how rich must the man in front of you be? This is the god of wealth. How can we let him go so easily? Her heart skipped a beat, and she bit her sexy lips. She then quickly walked to Yi Chen's side, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. Brother, how about we extend the time? I'll spend some time with you alone. It'll be more convenient to have some privacy. Since you've been drinking, you can't drive yourself, it's too dangerous. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, the implication being incredibly clear. Chapter 49 Unexpected Gain. Just as Yi Chen was about to open the car door, upon hearing this, the system task suddenly came to mind. Thinking about it again, it seems to make sense. Don't drink and don't drive after drinking. Safety is more important. He almost forgot that. He then turned around, looked at Meng Meng's expectant eyes, and nodded with a smile of interest. Oh? Really? Well then, I'll have nothing to do back home anyway. Upon hearing this, Meng Meng's eyes lit up instantly, and her face showed an expression of both happiness and surprise. Yi Chen put his arm around her slender waist and turned to walk back into the KTV. The waiter saw the two return and immediately understood. He wisely refrained from asking further questions and promptly booked a deluxe private room. It's worth mentioning that these luxury suites come with bedrooms, you know what I mean. The room was dimly lit, with only the wall lamp casting an ambiguous glow. Soft love songs were playing from the stereo, and a faint aroma of fragrance filled the air. Meng Meng closed the door and locked it, then turned around and looked at Yi Chen, her cheeks instantly turning red. She walked slowly to Yi Chen, knelt down gently, and helped him take off his clothes. Shoe? Yes, it's just shoes, don't overthink it. The movements were gentle and slightly ingratiating, and her little hands were a little cool. Brother, sit down, let me massage your legs to help you relax. Meng Meng helped Yi Chen sit on the sofa, her slender fingers gently massaging his legs. Her pressure was just right, and it felt really comfortable to squeeze. Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, slowly closed his eyes, and enjoyed her special service. While kneading, Meng Meng whispered to him. Brother, what do you usually like to do? Do nothing but eat, drink, play, and chase girls. Yi Chen responded casually, but what he said was the truth. He. You make it sound like you're really busy. Meng Meng's voice softened further as her fingers slowly slid down to Yi Chen's inner thigh, gently massaging it. Brother, you can come to me whenever you're tired or bored, and I'll help you relax. Yi Chen opened his eyes, looked at her face so close to his, and smiled. Oh? How do I relax? Meng Meng's cheeks flushed even redder from his teasing, but instead of backing away, she leaned forward, her breath brushing against Yi Chen's ear. I'll do anything as long as my brother is willing. As she spoke, she actually sat on Yi Chen's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gently kissed his forehead. Yi Chen's body stiffened slightly, then he wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling the softness in his arms. Sensing his response, Meng Meng immediately became even bolder. She took the initiative to kiss Yi Chen's lips, her small tongue tentatively probing into his mouth, her actions and expressions full of passion. Yi Chen, of course, did not refuse, responding to her kiss and gently stroking her waist downwards. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate, and the two of them began to breathe heavily. Meng Meng took the initiative to untie her tank top, exposing her snow-white skin to the air. She clung tightly to Yi Chen's chest, her voice trembling slightly. Brother, I'll make you feel very comfortable. As she spoke, she slowly slid to the ground, looked up at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with anticipation and shyness. Yi Chen looked at her, a smile playing on his lips. It must be said that the girls here are indeed very proactive. If you have money, you can do almost anything. Of course, there are exceptions, but they are few and far between. A moment later, Meng Meng slowly stood up, looking at him with deep affection. Brother, shall we go to the bedroom? Yi Chen was slightly taken aback, not expecting such preparations to be made in a KTV. He secretly mocked himself, realizing that poverty had truly limited his imagination in the past. But we can't entirely blame him after all, they wouldn't have been willing to use such a luxurious private room before. She looked at him with expectant eyes. Yi Chen looked at her flushed cheeks, gently lifted her chin with his fingertips, and smiled with interest. Okay. Having received a clear response, Meng Meng immediately took his hand and walked briskly towards the bedroom inside the private room. The bedroom lights were dimmer than outside, and the soft, large bed took up most of the space. The bed was covered with silky sheets, and a faint fragrance filled the air, adding a touch of private intimacy. Meng Meng closed the bedroom door on her own initiative. When she turned around, the shyness in her eyes had faded. She walked up to Yi Chen, gently placed her hands on his shoulders, slowly tiptoed, and kissed his lips. This kiss was more passionate than before. She opened her mouth and her tongue deftly explored Yi Chen's mouth. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around her waist and held her tightly in his arms, feeling the softness of her body. Meng Meng's hand unconsciously slid down slowly, unbuttoning Yi Chen's shirt, her fingertips tracing his chest, carrying a slightly cool touch. Her movements weren't very skilled. In fact, one could even say they were somewhat clumsy. Yi Chen didn't interrupt her, but instead looked down at her profile, a playful smile playing on his lips. What are you so nervous about? As clothes slipped off one by one, the temperature in the bedroom rose higher and higher, and the breathing gradually became heavier. Meng Meng nestled in Yi Chen's arms, her body trembling slightly. You are my first customer. I've never done this before. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen inwardly grumbled. I don't believe you for a second. First time? How could that be? Although he thought this way, he still cooperated with her on the surface. Oh? The first time? Then why today? As he spoke, Yi Chen gently stroked her body. I don't know either, I just feel like you're different from other stinky men. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud, inwardly scoffing once again. Different? Isn't it just because they see I'm rich? Su Mengmeng frowned slightly when she saw his slightly mocking smile. What? You don't believe me? Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. No, how could that be? I believe you, of course I believe you. Su Mengmeng wasn't angry, instead, she actively cooperated with his actions. Yi Chen wasn't stupid, he knew all too well how murky the nightlife scene was. Especially with these girls, you absolutely must not ask them anything. If you're curious, their tragic experiences can make you cry instantly. Every single one of them has a sick mother and a gambling father. Those tragic experiences in life were more dramatic than anything in a novel. Time passed, I don't know how much time went by. My little Mang Mang was fast asleep beside me, her cheeks still flushed. Yi Chen got up gently and dressed quietly without waking her. As he reached the bedroom door, he glanced back at the sleeping Meng Meng, then gently closed the door and left the private room. At the entrance of the KTV, the morning air carried a slight chill, dispelling the lingering smell of alcohol. He took out his phone and silently transferred 10,000 yuan to her. Although it wasn't much, it was more than enough for this occasion. Yi Chen opened the car door, got into the Porsche, started the engine, and drove towards the purple bamboo forest villa. As he walked, he watched the city gradually awaken outside the window, but his mind was still reliving the experience of the previous night. But for him, this was just a minor episode in completing the system task. Chapter 50. The more money you spend, the more you get. When they returned to the villa, it was just dawn. Yi Chen pushed open the door. There was no one in the living room yet, only the housekeeper was cleaning. He had just changed his shoes when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the favorability of Su Mengmeng, the target bound to the Night Lady character guide, has reached the maximum value. All rewards are unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 10 million and the business tycoon skill. As the notification tone ended, countless unfamiliar pieces of information instantly flooded into Yi Chen's mind. From business management to market analysis, from investment techniques to risk assessment. All sorts of business knowledge seemed to be engraved in his mind, so clear that it was as if he had been struggling in the business world for decades. Yi Chen immediately froze on the spot, closed his eyes, frowned, and tried hard to digest this information. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze seemed to have gained a sharper and more composed quality. Previously, he knew absolutely nothing about business. Now, with this skill, he can make a name for himself in the business world on his own. Yi Chen walked to the sofa, sat down, and picked up his phone to open the stock trading app. Previously, when he looked at stock charts, he only knew that red meant rising and green meant falling. Now he can tell at a glance which stocks have potential and which stocks hide risks. He is also very familiar with his companies, including their backgrounds and prospects. It seems that in addition to system tasks, I can also earn some money through my own abilities in the future. Yi Chen shook his head, smiled to himself, and a confidence he had never shown before flashed across his face. Just then, the nanny came out of the kitchen with breakfast, smiling and asking, "Mr. Yi, you're back? Breakfast is freshly made, please eat it while it's hot." "Okay, thank you for your hard work. You guys eat too." Yi Chen stood up and slowly walked to the dining table to sit down. Breakfast was plentiful, with milk, bread, fried eggs, and several delicate side dishes. Yi Chen was eating breakfast while scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a bank text message popped up on my phone screen. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 46,500,000 yuan at 7:30, with a balance of 125,042,765. Upon seeing the text message, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This should be the recovery of the funds stolen by Shin Yuza, and the case is probably nearing its end. He had just finished breakfast when his phone rang. The caller ID showed Chen Ruoxue. Yi Chen answered the phone directly, and Chen Ruoxue's voice came from the other end of the receiver. "Mr. Yi, your funds should have arrived by now, right?" "Yes, the money has arrived. Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Yi Chen responded with a smile. "You're welcome, it's what I should do." Chen Ruoxue paused for a moment, then continued speaking. "However, there's something I need to tell you. The car that Shin Yuza bought with your money has already been used, so we can't give you a full refund. We can only take the car back. What do you plan to do with it?" Yi Chen thought for a moment. He definitely wouldn't want the car that Shin Yuza had driven, there was no point in keeping it. "I'll go and deal with that car later." Okay, Mr. Yi. Chen Ruoshue's voice remained calm. By the way, the evidence materials for Su Moyang are almost ready. They can be formally submitted to the court next week. This time, we can definitely put him in jail for life. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, finally revealing a happy smile. Okay, try to solidify the evidence as much as possible, and don't give him a chance to turn things around. Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen found Su Qing's number and dialed it again. The call connected quickly, and Su Qing's voice carried a hint of surprise. Honey, why did you suddenly decide to call me? Did you miss me? Yeah, I missed you. I need to tell you something important first. Someone used my money to buy a Mercedes Maybach, and they just got it back. I don't want to keep it. Can you handle that? Su Qing was taken aback for a moment, then responded. A Mercedes? We can handle that. I'll ask my boss in a bit to see how to resolve this. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I'll wait for your message. A moment later, Su Qing called again. Honey, that Mercedes-Benz dealership is also owned by our boss. I've already spoken to him about your situation, and he said he can give you a new car or a full refund. Yi Chen was clearly surprised when he heard this. He hadn't expected the boss to be so good at handling things. Forget about the refund, let's just get another one. I'll pay the difference and get a top-of-the-line Maybach. Su Qing's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Oh? Really? Which one do you want? Let's go with the latest model, you can decide the specifics. Yi Chen gave a casual reply. Okay, honey. Send me a photo of your ID card, and I'll go get it done right now. That way you won't have to make the trip alone. I'll bring it to you when it's done. Su Qing's voice was full of excitement. She couldn't miss the rare opportunity to meet him. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen sent a photo of his ID card to Su Qing, then got up to change his clothes, intending to go to the police station to deal with the Maybach that had been confiscated. Just as he reached the door, Lin Wei came out of the bedroom and called to him. Mr. Yi, are you going out again? The person in charge of the construction company just called and said that all the materials have been delivered and the workers will start work today. They asked if you would like to go back and take a look. Yi Chen thought about it. His parents were keeping an eye on things back home, and he also had things to take care of right now, so he didn't have time to go back for the time being. No need, my parents can take care of it. Okay. Lin Wei nodded and handed him another document. By the way, this is the list of evidence regarding Su Moyang that Attorney Chen sent over yesterday. Please take a look and see if there is anything that needs to be added. Yi Chen took the document and quickly flipped through a few pages. The list details evidence of multiple charges against Su Moyang, including involvement in organized crime, embezzlement, forced molestation, and intentional assault. Each item has detailed records and witness information, making it seem impeccable. No need to add anything, let's leave it at that. Yi Chen handed the document back to Lin Wei. Okay, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen nodded, turned and walked out of the villa, got into his Porsche, and drove towards the police station. On the way, he received a call from Su Qing, saying that the paperwork for the new car was already being processed. I expect to be able to pick up the car this afternoon, and she will personally deliver it to me. They also sent staff from the forest store to the police station to help Yi Chen drive back the Maybach. Yi Chen casually agreed, and after hanging up the phone, a relieved smile appeared on his lips. He knew Su Qing's intentions perfectly well. She was simply trying to use the opportunity of delivering the car to get closer to him. But he didn't seem to mind after all. Su Qing was quite beautiful and had a good personality. Spending time with her occasionally is like adding spice to life. Chapter 51: The Boss's Curiosity. The silence inside the police station was instantly shattered by the roar of a supercar engine as Yi Chen slowly pushed open the car door and stepped out. He looked around and then walked straight into the police station. It was his first time in such a place. Chen Ruoshue had already arranged for a contact person. After a quick check of the information, the staff led him to pick up the Maybach. In the parking lot, the black Maybach sat quietly in the corner. Although it was a brand new car, Yi Chen lost all goodwill towards it the moment he thought about how Xing Yuza had driven it. Mr. Yi, all the formalities have been completed. You just need to sign to confirm and you can pick up the car. A staff member handed me a document with a smile. Yi Chen quickly signed his name, and just as he put down his pen, he saw the forest store staff walking briskly towards him. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm here to help you transport your vehicle. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Yi Chen nodded lightly and turned to walk towards his Porsche. The staff quickly stepped forward, started the Maybach, and followed closely behind Yi Chen's car, heading towards the 4S store. As Yi Chen drove, various pieces of information brought about by the business tycoon's skills involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He was pondering whether he should also start his own business. A moment later, Yi Chen finally arrived at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Su Qing had been waiting at the door for a long time. Upon seeing Yi Chen's car, she immediately greeted him with a smile, deliberately lowering her voice. Honey, why did you go all the way here yourself? The new car is ready, let me take you to see it. She was still wearing a business suit that accentuated her beautiful figure, her face full of excitement, but her eyes couldn't hide her desire to get closer. I had nothing else to do anyway, so I just came to pay. After saying that, Yi Chen followed Su Qing into the store, where a brand new Maybach was parked in the delivery area. The upright emblem on the front of the car exudes a noble and extraordinary aura. No wonder so many people like this car, it is indeed very beautiful. This is the latest top-of-the-line Maybach S680, equipped with a 6.0T V12 engine, with a completely handcrafted interior and top-of-the-line features in every aspect. Su Qing opened the car door as she explained. Take a look and see if you like it. Yi Chen bent down and sat inside the car. The soft leather seats offered a very comfortable and supportive feel. The large screen on the center console is very high-tech, and all the functions are clearly displayed. Both the materials and the craftsmanship are worth the price. Not bad. Yi Chen nodded, then took out his bank card. Let's make up the difference, how much? After deducting the estimated value of the previous car, you can just add another 2 million. Su Qing handed over the POS machine, her eyes filled with admiration. Yi Chen swiped his card to pay, his movements swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. 2 million is just a drop in the ocean for him now. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit with an extraordinary air walked over, followed by several people who looked like senior executives. This must be Mr. Yi. I've heard so much about you from Xiaosu. Today I finally meet you in person. The middle-aged man extended his hand, a calm and composed smile on his face. Seeing this, Su Qing quickly whispered the introduction to Yi Chen. Darling, this is our boss, Mr. Yu Jingming. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen also extended his hand and shook hands with him. Mr. Yu, you're too kind. It's too kind of you to make this trip in person. Oh? No trouble at all, it's all my pleasure. But I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so generous at such a young age. It really proves the old saying, heroes emerge from among the young. Yu Jingming looked Yi Chen up and down, his eyes full of admiration and a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. He has been in the Jiangzhou business world for many years and owns 5 or 6 luxury car brand 4S stores. What kind of rich people hasn't he seen? However, it is still rare to see someone as young as Yi Chen who can spend tens of millions without batting an eye. What puzzled him even more was that among the well-known and powerful families in Jiangzhou, there was no prominent family with the surname Yi, which made him even more curious about Yi Chen's identity. Mr. Yu, you flatter me. I just like it. Yi Chen's tone was very calm, without the slightest hint of boasting. This calm and experienced demeanor impressed Yu Jingming even more. Mr. Yi is straightforward, I like that. Yu Jingming smiled. If Mr. Yi has any needs regarding car use in the future, he can just ask anytime, and I will personally arrange it to ensure that Mr. Yi is satisfied. He then proactively handed over his business card, clearly wanting to befriend Yi Chen. Yi Chen casually took the business card and put it in his pocket. Thank you very much, Mr. Yu. I'll definitely need your help in the future. Ha ha. No trouble at all. It would be my honor to serve Mr. Yi. Yu Jingming smiled even more enthusiastically. Su Qing, you personally take the car back to Mr. Yi and make sure you take good care of him. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly responded with a smile. Yes, Mr. Yu, I guarantee I'll complete the task. She knew that President Yu was deliberately creating an opportunity for her. Anyone with eyes can see that their relationship is definitely not ordinary, otherwise they wouldn't have taken care of her performance time and time again. Yi Chen smiled and did not refuse. He followed Su Qing out of the showroom and got into the brand new Maybach. Su Qing drove herself, chatting with him from time to time, unable to hide her joy. Half an hour later, the Maybach stopped in the parking space in front of the villa. After parking the Porsche, the staff behind her gave Su Qing a wink, smiled mischievously, and quickly left. Honey, have you missed me? Su Qing grabbed Yi Chen's arm, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. Yes, come in and sit for a while. The two then walked straight back into the villa. Yi Chen poured her a glass of red wine and handed it to her. Try it. Su Qing took the wineglass, took a small sip, and then narrowed her eyes. It tastes really good. She slowly put down her wineglass, walked over to Yi Chen, and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. Leaning slightly forward, her soft breasts almost pressed against his chest, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. Darling, thank you for patronizing my business again today. How can I ever repay you? Yi Chen looked at her pretty face so close to his, the faint scent of her perfume lingering in his nostrils, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. How do you intend to repay me? Su Qing blushed, tiptoed, and took the initiative to kiss Yi Chen's lips. Yi Chen wrapped his arms around her waist and held her tightly in his arms, feeling the softness of her body. Su Qing's hands slowly slid down, becoming somewhat restless. Yi Chen let her little movements go, lowered his head to respond to her kiss, and gently stroked her waist with his hand. The atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly ambiguous, and the breathing gradually became heavy. Fortunately, my family members were very sensible and avoided the situation immediately. Su Qing took the initiative to unbutton her clothes, revealing delicate lingerie underneath. She pressed her body tightly against Yi Chen's chest, her voice trembling with a hint of shyness. Darling, I want. Chapter 52. Too many women can be troublesome. Yi Chen smiled mischievously and picked her up in his arms. He then quickly walked up to the bedroom on the second floor and gently placed her on the soft bed. Su Qing gazed at her tenderly and slowly removed her clothes. After an unknown amount of time, the noise in the bedroom gradually subsided. Su Qing nestled in Yi Chen's arms, her cheeks still flushed. Darling, I wish I could stay with you like this forever. Yi Chen simply smiled faintly, gently stroking her hair, without responding. Although Su Qing felt a little disappointed, she knew that she couldn't be too clingy, otherwise it would backfire. A moment later, she got up, put on her clothes, tidied her makeup, and gave Yi Chen a gentle smile. Honey, I'm going back to work now. Remember to miss me. Okay, go ahead, be careful on the road. Yi Chen smiled at her and then nodded. Su Qing turned and left the bedroom with some reluctance, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. At the same time, in the Su family home in Suzhou, the living room was filled with an atmosphere of reluctance and repression. With tears in her eyes, Su Annie's mother held her hand, repeatedly giving her instructions. Annie, take good care of yourself when you get to Jiangzhou. Eat on time, don't stay up late, and be sure to call home if anything happens. Mom, I know, don't worry. Su Annie clung to her mother's arm, acting like a spoiled child. I will come back to see you often. Mr. Su, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, sat on the sofa with a newspaper in his hand, but he couldn't concentrate on reading a single word. His face was full of worry. Annie, do you really know Yi Chen? Although he has given you a lot of gifts, you can't judge a book by its cover. Don't be fooled. Dad, what are you saying? Yi Chen isn't that kind of person. Su Annie quickly defended Yi Chen. He treats me very well and is very capable, so you don't need to worry about me. She knew her parents' concerns. After all, she was suddenly moving to an unfamiliar city for a man she had only known for a short time. Anyone would be worried in her shoes. We are not against you pursuing happiness, we just hope you can be more careful in everything you do. Mr. Su sighed helplessly. Since you've already made up your mind, we won't stop you. Bring him back when you have the chance, and I'll give him my opinion. Okay, thank you Mom and Dad. Su Annie happily ran over and hugged her father, kissing him on the cheek. Dad, I will definitely be happy, so don't worry. She picked up her already packed suitcase, turned around and walked towards the door, her face full of anticipation and expectation for the future. Watching her daughter's retreating figure, Su's mother couldn't help but wipe away her tears. This child has really grown up. Mr. Su gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, since Yi Chen can spend 20 million to pursue our daughter, he shouldn't treat her too badly. I'll have Xiao Zhang investigate his family background when I have time. Upon hearing this, Su's mother withdrew her reluctant gaze and nodded repeatedly. Well, you decide what to do. I'm still a little worried. He then sighed and sat down on the sofa, looking somewhat dejected. Seeing this, Su's father shook his head helplessly as well. But after all, their daughter is grown up now, and there are some things they can't interfere with or stop too much from doing. As parents, it's impossible not to worry, especially with our little darlings who are always treated like precious treasures at home. On the other side, Suani drove her BMW Z4 towards Zhengzhou, feeling both nervous and excited. As she imagined life with Yi Chen, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. Not long after Su Qing left, Yi Chen's phone rang. It was a WeChat message from Suani. "Honey, I'm on my way to Zhengzhou, I'll be there soon." It was followed by a happy little emoji. Yi Chen looked at the message, shook his head helplessly, and smiled bitterly. This little girl is really quick, she seems even more impatient than him. He then sent her his location and got up to go out of the villa to pick her up. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of Zizulan residential area, I saw a red BMW Z4 slowly drive up and stop steadily on the side of the road. Suani opened the car door, wearing a white dress, her long hair flowing in the wind, and she smiled happily. The moment she saw Yi Chen, she immediately ran over and grabbed his arm. "My dear, I've finally seen you." Her voice carried a hint of excitement and nervousness, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her eyes were clear. "Silly girl, aren't you tired?" Yi Chen looked at her with doting eyes, his tone gentle. "Not tired at all, just thinking about seeing you makes me not tired at all." Suani kept shaking her head, looking at him with a smile. The two then drove into the residential area and returned to the villa. "Let's go in and take a look." After parking the car in the parking space, Yi Chen led her towards the villa. Suani looked around curiously, constantly exclaiming in amazement. "Wow, what a beautiful villa! This living room is so big. And I love this floor-to-ceiling window." Suani wandered around the villa like a curious child. Seeing her happy expression, Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. "Since you're here, why don't you settle in first? However, I'm planning to buy you another villa next door, so it will be more convenient for you to live here." Upon hearing this, Suani was first taken aback, then frowned slightly. "Oh? No need, right? I'll stay here. As long as I can be with you, that's enough. There are many people here. The nanny, bodyguard, and Lin Wei all live downstairs, so it's not very convenient." Yi Chen smiled and explained the reason to her. "I saw that the villa next door was empty before. If you buy it, you can live there, and we can meet anytime. It will also be more convenient for you to do live broadcasts." Suani thought about it and felt that Yi Chen's words made sense, so she nodded obediently. "Okay, whatever you say." She didn't care about the size of the house as long as she could be by Yi Chen's side, that was enough. "Okay, let's go, I'll take you to the sales office." Yi Chen smiled faintly and immediately led her out of the villa, heading towards the sales office. The moment the door closed, Lin Wei slowly walked out of the bedroom. He then went to the window, looked at the two figures from behind, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Qin Yufeng also slowly appeared to the side, his expression somewhat unpleasant. "Sister, are you sure this is really worth it?" Lin Wei smiled and nodded. "It's worth it. He is the first person to trust me like this." Qin Yufeng and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and said nothing more. From childhood to adulthood, the two of them seemed to have gotten used to it. No matter what decision Lin Wei made, whether it was right or wrong, they would silently support her from behind. Chapter 53: The Clever Little Girl. A moment later, Yi Chen and the other person arrived at the sales office hand in hand. The greeter immediately came forward respectfully upon seeing Yi Chen. "Hello, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen smiled and nodded, then walked straight into the hall and immediately saw Lu Xiaoran busy at work. Lu Xiaoran also saw Yi Chen and was about to greet him when her gaze fell on Suani beside him, and she froze on the spot. Suani is incredibly beautiful, with fair skin, delicate features, and a pure and innocent charm. She's even prettier than many female celebrities on television. Lu Xiaoran felt a sudden tightness in her heart, and an indescribable emotion welled up inside her, a sour feeling that made her feel extremely uncomfortable. But she quickly concealed her emotions, putting on a professional smile. "Yi Chen, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" I'd like to see the villa next door." Yi Chen smiled and walked over, completely unconcerned. Oh, okay, I'll take you there to have a look." Lu Xiaoran was taken aback at first, then quickly nodded and turned to walk towards the sand table. However, he couldn't help but glance at Suani from time to time, and his feelings of inferiority grew stronger and stronger. She used to think that she was pretty and, being Yi Chen's class beauty, she had a good chance. But when she saw Suani, she realized that the gap between them was simply too great. especially considering Yi Chen's current net worth and status. Look at yourself again. She was just a lowly real estate saleswoman. Thinking of this, she unconsciously lowered her head even further. This villa has the same layout as the one you live in, also 500 square meters in size, with a private garden and garage. It is currently vacant and ready for immediate move-in. Lu Xiaoran introduced the situation somewhat absent-mindedly, her voice clearly showing a hint of sadness. This is the one. Can we complete the paperwork now? Yi Chen didn't think much about it at all, nor did he notice Lu Xiaoran's emotional change, and directly made the decision. Yes, of course. Lu Xiaoran quickly took out the contract and began to process the formalities for him, but her fingers trembled slightly. Several colleagues nearby, witnessing this scene, looked on with envy and schadenfreude. Wow, having a rich classmate is great. They sold another one? What's so great about her? It's all about connections. Look how beautiful the woman next to Mr. Yi is, why would he even look at her? Exactly. I used to think she could marry Mr. Yi, but now it seems she was just delusional. Don't say that. It's better to be safe than sorry. TCH. I think there's no what if. These words were spoken in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but just loud enough for Lu Xiaoran to hear. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and tears welled up in her eyes. The grievances, inferiority, and resentment in her heart intertwined instantly, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. She bit her lip hard, forcing back her tears, quickly completed the formalities, and handed the contract to Yi Chen. The formalities are complete, Mr. Yi. Okay, thank you for your help. Yi Chen smiled as he accepted the contract, unaware of her unusual behavior. Su Annie noticed that Lu Xiaoran was acting strangely, tugged at Yi Chen's arm, and whispered something. Darling, this lady looks like. Yi Chen then looked at Lu Xiaoran again and noticed that her eyes were red and her complexion was not good. Xiaoran, what's wrong? Are you all right? Yi Chen frowned slightly and asked tentatively. Lu Xiaoran shook her head, forcing a smile. I'm fine. Have a pleasant stay. After saying that, she couldn't hold back any longer, turned around and ran quickly out of the sales office, heading towards the staff dormitory. Running to her dormitory and closing the door, Lu Xiaoran could no longer control her emotions, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. She sat on the bed, hugging her knees, her heart filled with grievance. Why? Why is Yi Chen, who has become so outstanding, standing by another woman's side? She was unwilling to accept it, but she was helpless. Yi Chen's world is beyond her reach. Inside the sales office, when Lu Xiaoran saw her run away, her colleagues wore gloating smiles and started gossiping even more enthusiastically. Yi Chen frowned, glared at them, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately shut their mouths and scattered. The way these people act is truly disgusting. Let's go. Yi Chen took Su Annie's hand and turned to leave the sales office. Su Annie looked at Yi Chen's expression and spoke cautiously. Honey, are you angry? No. Yi Chen shook his head, his tone inexplicably irritated. Those people aren't worth getting angry at. He didn't take those people's comments to heart, they were just a bunch of clowns. But seeing Lu Xiaoran's appearance just now, he felt a pang of heartache for no apparent reason. After all, she was his old classmate and his former crush, so he felt a little reluctant. Su Annie nodded, not pressing the matter further, but spoke with a hint of jealousy. That lady seemed to really like you. Yi Chen paused, his steps faltering, then he smiled. How did you figure that out? A woman's intuition. Su Annie winked playfully. But I'm not worried, because I know you're mine. Her tone carried a hint of smugness, and her eyes were full of confidence and playfulness. Yi Chen ruffled her hair, feeling somewhat helpless. This girl is not only beautiful, but she also knows when to stop. Even after what just happened, they didn't make a scene or cause any trouble. That's really good, she's a very smart girl. Back at the villa, Yi Chen handed the villa keys to Su Annie. Here's the key to the villa next door. Go take a look first. If there's anything you need, just tell me and I'll have someone buy it for you. Su Annie took the keys and smiled happily. Okay. I'll go take a look right now. Holding the keys, she skipped and hopped towards the villa next door, like a little child. Yi Chen watched her retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips. Just then, Lin Wei walked over slowly. Mr. Yi, we received a call from your hometown saying that the foundation for the villa has already started and it is expected to be completed within 3 months. Yes, tell them to be careful and make sure the quality is good. Yi-chan smiled with relief. He had finally resolved a serious matter. Okay, Mr. Yi. Lin Wei nodded, then unconsciously glanced in the direction of the next room. After Lin Wei left, her phone rang immediately. It was Su Annie calling. Honey, come quick. Su Annie's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. This villa is so beautiful. I love it. Yes, as long as you like it. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Yi-chan got up and walked towards the villa next door. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Su Annie standing in the yard, waving at him with a happy smile on her face. Darling, come in quickly. Su Annie stepped forward, took his hand, and quickly walked into the villa. I just looked around, and each room is huge, with its own private garden. I'm thinking of planting some flowers and plants in the garden, and maybe even getting a swing. She excitedly planned her future life, her eyes full of anticipation. Seeing her happy expression, Yi-chan felt a little happier as well. You can arrange it however you like, I'll do whatever you say. Su Annie smiled, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him directly on the cheek. Honey, you're so good to me. Su Annie leaned against Yi-chan's chest, her face full of happiness. Darling, with you by my side, I feel like the happiest woman in the world. Yi-chan gently put his arm around her waist. Yes, we will continue to be happy from now on. Chapter 54. Rural areas are full of deceptive tactics. Yi-chan looked down at the little girl in his arms, and his unpleasant mood from before instantly dissipated. He reached out and embraced her slender waist, holding her tightly in his arms, the faint fragrance of her hair lingering around his nose. I'm glad you like it. Yi-chan's voice was deep and gentle, and his eyes held a hint of doting affection. Su Annie looked up at him, her big eyes blinking. But I like you more. As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe and took the initiative to kiss Yi-chan's lips. This kiss was more passionate and more proactive than before, with her soft tongue gently tracing his lips. Yi-chan grabbed the back of her head with his other hand, deepening the kiss. An ambiguous atmosphere permeated the living room, as if time itself had stood still. Su Annie's body gradually softened, and she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, responding to his kiss, her breathing becoming more and more rapid. Yi-chan's hand slowly slid down her waist, feeling the softness and slenderness of her body. The delicate touch from his fingertips aroused him. Shall we go upstairs and take a look? Yi-chan whispered something in her ear and smiled mischievously. A warm breath brushed against Annie's ear, and her cheeks instantly flushed red. She then nodded shyly, her voice barely audible. Okay. Yi-chan picked her up and quickly walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. Su Annie instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, buried her face in his neck, and felt a surge of sweetness and happiness in her heart. The bedroom is decorated in a simple yet luxurious style, featuring a huge floor-to-ceiling window and a soft, large bed. Yi-chan gently placed her on the bed, then leaned down to look at her. Su Annie lay on the bed, her long hair disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes somewhat unfocused. She bit her lips lightly, gripped the sheets with both hands, and closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly. Yi-chan leaned down and kissed her forehead, then followed the kiss down her cheek to her lips. The two became entangled again, their clothes slipping off one by one, revealing their fair and delicate skin. Su Annie's breathing grew heavier and heavier as she pressed her body tightly against Yi-chan, hugging him tightly. Feeling his warmth and strength, she couldn't help but let out moans, as if filled with extreme pleasure and shyness. The ambiguous atmosphere in the bedroom grew stronger and stronger. Time has long since passed. At the same time, in Yi-chan's hometown, in an old, dilapidated bungalow, a slender figure stood by the window, his fingers nervously tapping on his phone screen. His gaze was fixed on the bustling construction site not far from the window, a shadow of jealousy swirling in his eyes. Damn it, why can Yi-chan make a fortune and build a villa while I have to stay stuck in this dilapidated house? He gritted his teeth in frustration and slammed his fist on the windowsill. He then looked at the phone number on his phone screen, took a deep breath, and pressed the dial button. The moment the call connected, he deliberately lowered his voice, his tone filled with a deliberate air of righteous indignation. Hello, is this the land management office? I want to report something. Yi Junhui's family in our village has illegally rebuilt their old house. Their homestead area is seriously oversized, far exceeding the prescribed standard. This is clearly not in accordance with policy. Please send someone to investigate immediately. The staff member on the other end of the phone asked for the address and details in a formulaic manner, made a note of it, and then hung up. Hearing the busy tone from the receiver, his pretense vanished instantly, replaced by a sinister and smug smile. He put his phone back in his pocket, crossed his arms, as if he could already see Yi Chen's house being shut down in his distraught state. Yi Chen, you think you can just move into a mansion without any problems? No way. He muttered a curse under his breath, his eyes practically overflowing with jealousy. We grew up together, so what if you're successful now? I can still make you unhappy. But he was completely unaware that his malicious report not only failed to cause Yi Chen any real trouble, but would instead bring about his own demise. On the other side, Su Annie nestled in Yi Chen's arms like a docile kitten, her cheeks flushed and her eyes full of affection. She gently nuzzled against Yi Chen's chest, her voice soft and sweet. Darling, it's so good to have you. Yi Chen stroked her long hair, a relieved smile playing on his lips. Me too. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on her forehead, feeling a sense of contentment. Su Annie's simplicity and enthusiasm seemed to have truly touched his heart once again. The two rested in each other's arms for a while before Su Annie reluctantly climbed out of his embrace and began to tidy up her scattered clothes. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, and she would steal glances at Yi Chen from time to time, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Yi Chen leaned against the headboard, watching her busy figure with gentle eyes. Su Annie's appearance did indeed give him a different feeling. Especially her innocence, beauty, and kind heart that knows how to repay kindness. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. When I picked up my phone, the caller ID showed it was Village Chief Fang Jiashu. Yi Chen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled and uneasy. What could it be that the village chief is calling at this time? He answered the phone immediately, his tone indifferent. Uncle, is something the matter? Yi Chen, something's happened. Fang Jiashu's voice clearly carried a hint of anxiety. The town's land management office just called me, saying someone reported that your family illegally rebuilt your old house, and that your homestead areas seriously exceeded the standard. They asked us to cooperate with the investigation, and it might mean we have to stop construction. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately sat up, his face darkening. He knew that with such a big commotion back home, some people would definitely be jealous. But I never expected someone to be so despicable as to report it directly. Uncle, I understand. Yi Chen's voice turned colder. Thank you for your trouble in handling this matter. What do you think is the best way to resolve it? Fang Jiashu sighed helplessly. Sigh, Yi Chen, you know how it is, these kinds of things are only investigated by the authorities if the people don't complain. It's normal for houses in the village to exceed the standards a bit, it's all because of those petty people who are jealous of others' success and make trouble behind the scenes. Now that someone has reported it, the higher-ups will definitely have to go through the motions. But don't worry, we're all from the same village, I'll definitely help you sort things out. Yi Chen understood immediately after hearing this. The village chief's meaning was clear, this matter required smoothing things over, and as the village chief, he was the most crucial link in the chain. Uncle, I understand what you mean. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, then spoke directly. I'm donating 1 million yuan to the village to improve its infrastructure. Do you think this matter can be suppressed? Upon hearing this, Fang Jiashu's eyes lit up instantly, and his tone became much more enthusiastic. Yi Chen, look at you, you're too kind. There's really no need to go to such lengths, but since you've put in the effort, I'll definitely make sure things are handled perfectly for you. The village just needs to repair some cement roads, this money is a real lifesaver. Don't worry, with me here, I guarantee no one will dare to ask about this again. But Chapter 55 Money makes things easier. Fang Jiashu paused, then added. To be on the safe side, it's best to get the land use certificate as soon as possible. That way, even if someone reports it again, they won't have any grounds for complaint. Yi Chen thought about it and nodded, feeling that what the village chief said made sense. Rather than letting others find fault with us, it's better to solve the root problem once and for all. Okay, then I'll donate another 1 million. Please help me get the land use certificate issued as soon as possible. Yi Chen's tone was crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Also, don't tell my parents about this for now, so they won't worry. 2 million? Fang Jiashu's voice trembled with excitement. Yi Chen, you're so generous. Don't worry, your uncle, will personally oversee this matter and guarantee that the land use certificate will be processed perfectly for you. I will also make sure my brother and sister-in-law don't find out. You can rest assured. Okay, uncle, just send me the account number, and I'll leave the rest to you. Okay, don't worry about things at home. I'll keep an eye on things for you. Even after hanging up the phone, Yi Chen's expression remained somewhat gloomy. Although 2 million was nothing to him and the matter was resolved properly, the feeling of being stabbed in the back suddenly still made him very uncomfortable. Seeing that he looked unwell, Su Annie came over and sat down beside him, gently tugging at his arm. Honey, what's wrong? What happened? It's nothing, just a small matter. Yi Chen forced a smile, not wanting her to worry. I was reported for building a house in my hometown, but it has been resolved. Reported? Su Annie frowned, her tone equally indignant. Who's so mean? Can't stand seeing others do well? Do you need my help? Who knows? Just some idle people in the village. Yi Chen smiled and patted her head. No need, don't worry about it, I've already taken care of it. He then picked up his phone again, found Chen Ruoshua's number, and dialed it directly. The call was quickly connected, and Chen Ruoshua's voice came through immediately. Mr. Yi, is there something you need? Help me investigate something. Yi Chen's tone instantly turned cold. Someone reported that my family built a house illegally. I need to know the specific information of the person who reported me, the more detailed the better. Yes, Mr. Yi, I'll find a way to investigate right away. Chen Ruoshua didn't ask any further questions and readily agreed. I'll let you know as soon as I have the results. Good. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. He wanted to see who was so bold as to dare to mess with him. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang again. Seeing that it was the bank manager calling, he answered it. Manager Tang, is there something you need? Tang Qianyu's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, I have issued you a new bank card. When would be a convenient time for you? I will deliver it to you. Yi Chen frowned slightly, only then remembering. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Manager Tang. I'm available anytime. Alright, I'll personally deliver the gold card to you in a bit. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Since the previous bank card had been taken away as evidence, Tang Qianyu issued Yi Chen a new one. After all, Yi Chen is now a major client of the bank, and it's important to maintain a good relationship with him. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen returned to Villa number 1. Meanwhile, Su Annie was on her phone, frantically shopping online to buy supplies for her new home. On the other side, Fang Jiashu hung up the phone, his brows furrowed. Has Yi Chen really struck it rich? 2 million. He donated it without even blinking an eye? Ah, it seems that appearances really can be deceiving. Things change every 10 years. But this is good, at least the problem of road repair in the village has finally been solved. Fang Jiashu is definitely one of the few good village chiefs. Not only is he of good character, but he is also wholeheartedly devoted to serving the people. He has done a lot of practical things for the village in recent years, and the villagers all support him. However, his upright and incorruptible character does make it easy for him to offend people, especially the petty people in the village. After all, some people in the village are like that anything that is not good for them is not a good thing. Especially those villagers who like to take advantage of others, they all dislike him. He made many trips to the town to help with road repairs in the village. However, even though the amount of money he applied for wasn't much, the approval process hadn't been completed yet. When it rains, the village is covered in mud and puddles. This became one of Fang Jiashu's biggest headaches. To repair all the roads in the village, it would cost at least several 100,000 yuan. However, their village has no entrepreneurs, so even if they want to raise funds, they have nowhere to go. He had already harbored some ulterior motives after hearing a few days ago that Yi Chen's family was rebuilding their villa. Unexpectedly, the opportunity came knocking on my door today. Thinking of this, Fang Jiashu immediately found Yi Chen's WeChat and sent him his bank card number. The moment I put down my phone, a relieved smile finally appeared on my face. On the other side, Yi Chen had just returned to the villa. Upon seeing the account information received on his phone, he transferred 2 million without hesitation. Fang Jiashu heard his phone ring and quickly opened it to check. Ah, this brat, he really keeps his word. Seeing the balance displayed on his phone, a huge weight was finally lifted from his shoulders. Yi Chen, however, didn't care at all. This amount of money was nothing to him. Yi Chen looked around but didn't see Lin Wei. He didn't think much of it and sat down on the sofa. At this time, Lin Wei was in her room, her expression serious. Is everything taken care of? Qin Yufeng nodded. It's all taken care of, sister. I've arranged for him to leave the country smoothly and return home. Hearing this answer, Linwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. You did a great job. Thank you both for your hard work. Xin Yufeng and Lin Yu just smiled sheepishly, not taking it seriously at all. Why are you being so polite with us? It's just a small matter. That's right, don't worry, big sister. Don't you trust us to handle things? Lin Yu chuckled and chimed in. Looking at the two of them, Linwei felt a pang of guilt. Xiaofeng, Xiaoyu, it's my fault for making you sacrifice so much again. Xin Yufeng and Lin Yu both frowned slightly at the same time. Big sister, don't say that. If it weren't for you when we were little, we wouldn't have the life we have now. Yes, big sister, we grew up with you, and you have done so much for us. Linwei looked at the two of them and smiled with satisfaction. Despite constantly calling her elder sister, Linwei is actually only 4 or 5 years older than them. However, Linwei had been working at the hotel for a long time. Not only did they support them through high school, but they also sent them to the Shaolin Temple for 2 or 3 years. I just hope they won't be bullied anymore after they enter society. This also means that Linwei, who is already 28 years old, is still considered a virgin. Then, as if remembering something, Linwei looked at the two of them again, her brows furrowing slightly. How's the investigation into Su Moyang going? Chapter 56 The Big Shot's Attention. Linwei's gaze fell on Xin Yufeng and Lin Yu, and her tone became more serious again. She knew very well that if Su Moyang's case was to be definitively closed, the existing evidence of his involvement in organized crime was not enough. They needed to find more compelling evidence to bring him down. After hearing this, Xin Yufeng took out a photo of a little girl from his pocket and handed it to Linwei. Big sister, we found this out by bribing his underlings. She is the girl who was assaulted by Su Moyang back then. Her name is Su Xiaoya. She is a local from Jiangzhou, but she has been suffering from depression for many years and rarely goes out. Lin Yu added from the side. We approached her several times. At first, her parents tried to stop us, saying that the matter from back then had been settled privately and they didn't want to cause any more trouble. Later, we mentioned Su Moyang's current situation and promised to compensate them with a sum of money. As soon as her parents saw the money, they immediately agreed. And what about Su Xiaoya herself? Linwei continued to press for answers, her fingertips gently tracing the girl in the photo. She was unwilling at first. You could see the fear in her eyes. Xin Yufeng recalled the scene at that time. Until we told her that this time we could put Su Moyang in jail forever, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately agreed to testify in court. Upon hearing this, Linwei smiled faintly, a cold smile curving her lips. Su Moyang could have escaped punishment for the crimes he committed back then. But he just happened to provoke Yi Chen. This is what they call karma. No one escapes the wrath of heaven. Since her parents are greedy, this matter is much easier to handle. Linwei repeatedly gave instructions. Give them enough money to ensure they don't turn against you at the last minute. Also, send someone to secretly protect Su Xiaoya to prevent any unforeseen complications. Don't worry, big sister. Xin Yufeng and Lin Yu responded in unison. Since they began investigating Su Moyang, the anger they had been simmering within them had been growing ever stronger. It was only because he had committed too many heinous and wicked acts. Linwei nodded and waved for them to leave. She was left alone in the room. The sunlight from the window shone on her face, half bright and half dark, just like the complex emotions she felt at that moment. Thinking of Yi Chen, her eyes softened once again. No matter the cost, she will silently protect him and prevent him from being troubled by these unpleasant things anymore. At the same time, the doorbell rang. Yi Chen put down his phone in the living room and looked up. The nanny quickly went to open the door, and standing outside was Tang Qianyu. She was still wearing a business suit, holding a very elegant gift box in her hand, and had a smile on her face. Compared to her nervousness and unease last time, she was noticeably more composed this time. Mr. Yi, I'm bothering you again. Tang Qianyu stepped into the villa, her gaze immediately locking onto Yi Chen. She then handed over the gift box. This is a replacement Supreme Black card for you. Your previous card was confiscated due to a case. On behalf of the bank, I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused you. Yi Chen took the gift box, opened it, and saw a very exquisite black and gold card inside. It's alright, this has nothing to do with your bank. He responded calmly, without a trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. Upon hearing this, Tang Qianyu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly settled down. Before coming, she was worried that Yi Chen would take his anger out on the bank because of the card, and even transfer the huge sum of money in the account. After all, with Yi Chen's current financial resources, any bank would treat him as a key client and compete for him. I'm glad you understand. Tang Xianyu breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile on her face became much more genuine. Our bank manager specifically instructed that if you have any needs at the bank in the future, you can contact me directly, and I will handle it for you as soon as possible. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, then put the card away. Looking at Tang Xianyu in front of him, his curiosity grew stronger. Judging from the illustrated guide to noble women that was initially bound to the system, Tang Xianyu's identity is definitely not simple. However, she worked as an ordinary manager at a bank, keeping a low profile and showing no airs of a wealthy heiress. Could it be a young lady from some wealthy family who's out experiencing life? The thought flashed through his mind, and upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, the thought processes of some rich kids are truly beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Tang Xianyu keenly noticed Yi Chen's gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously smoothed her hair. Mr. Yi, if there's nothing else, I won't bother you any longer. Okay, thank you for your trouble. I appreciate you making this trip. Yi Chen didn't linger and saw her all the way to the door. Mr. Yi, you're too kind. It's nothing I should do. Please stay a while. You can contact me anytime if you need anything. Only after watching Tang Xianyu's car disappear from sight did Yi Chen turn around and return to the living room. At this time, located in the Jiangzhou Municipal Government Building, the atmosphere in the spacious office was somewhat somber. Just now, inside the Anti-Fraud Center's office, a staff member handed a financial investigation report to the director. Director, this account belonging to Yi Chen has been very active recently. In just 1 month, nearly 100 million yuan of overseas funds have been transferred in, and he has also made frequent large-scale purchases. We have checked the source of the funds, and they are all legal overseas transfers, so there is nothing wrong with them. The director, however, remained frowning, repeatedly flipping through the report in his hand. Even if it's legal, it still needs to be reported. Such a large cash flow is too suspicious. Quickly compile the report and send it to the municipal bureau. The report was quickly delivered to the desk of Zhang Yi, the head of the municipal bureau. He looked at the numbers on the report and was clearly surprised. According to the survey, Yi Chen is just an ordinary young man from a rural background, but he suddenly became rich after his divorce. There must be something more to it than meets the eye. He also dared not delay, and immediately took the report to the municipal government, where he found Yan Xiuwen, the mayor of Jiangzhou City. Yan Xiuwen sat behind his large desk, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. After listening to Zhang Yi's report, his brows furrowed slightly. Yi Chen? He repeated the name, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. It's really not simple for an ordinary citizen to suddenly have so much overseas capital flowing in. He was well aware that Jiangzhou was at a critical stage of development and urgently needed investment from capable entrepreneurs. With such a large cash flow at his disposal, if we could win him over to contribute to the development of Jiangzhou, it would definitely be a great help to the city's growth. Director Zhang, could you investigate this young man discreetly? I need to know everything about his background, including his overseas connections, and all his recent activities. Chapter 57 Deserved Punishment. Zhang Yi smiled and took out another set of documents that he had prepared beforehand. Mayor Yan, I have already done my research. Yi Chen is a local from Jiangzhou. His hometown is in the countryside, and his parents are ordinary farmers. He used to work as a security guard at a small company, and he lived a very ordinary life. He recently divorced his wife, Xinjia. However, not long after the divorce, large sums of money began to be transferred into his account, all from overseas banks. Zhang Yi paused, then added, we suspect that he may have unknown connections or friends behind him, otherwise it would be impossible for so much money to suddenly appear. Yan Xiuwen took the documents and carefully looked through them. Yi Chen looked very ordinary in the information, and in the photo he was wearing casual clothes, and you would never guess that he was a young man with a huge amount of wealth. Oh? That's interesting. Yan Xiuwen slowly put down the documents, his curiosity deepening. Keep investigating. We must find out everything about him. If his funds are completely legal, we can take the initiative to contact him and see if he has any intention to invest. Clear. Zhang Yi nodded, turned around, and quickly left the office. Yan Xiuwen stood up, looked at the panoramic view of the city outside the window, and took a sip of tea. This young man who suddenly appeared may become an unexpected surprise for the development of Jianzhou. At this moment, Yi Chen was completely unaware of this. He was leaning back on the sofa, looking at the shopping list sent by Suanny, and couldn't help but smile. The list was densely packed with all kinds of furniture and decorations. From cute little ornaments to large items like sofas and beds, it's clear she takes this relationship very seriously. Yi Chen smiled and replied directly. "Buy it if you like it, I'll do whatever you say." Soon after, Suanny sent a happy emoji, along with the caption. "You're so wonderful, darling. I love you." Yi Chen smiled as he put down his phone, then shook his head with a wry smile. Thinking back on everything that's happened recently feels like a dream. He used to be unable to protect himself, let alone bring happiness to those around him. Now, he has the ability to protect those he wants to protect and the wealth to live the life he desires. This feeling of financial freedom and complete control over one's life is indeed quite wonderful. At the same time, Su Moyang sat in his office with a furrowed brow, the cigarette between his fingers burned to the end. The office door was flung open, and a young man with dyed blonde hair rushed in a panic. "Brother Yang, the brothers are all on edge lately. So many places have been raided again. What are we going to do?" Upon hearing this, Su Moyang slammed his hand on the table, veins bulging on his face. "Investigate. Investigate to the bottom of this. Who the hell stabbed me in the back?" Although he cursed like that, he knew in his heart that any one of the things he had done over the years was enough to land him in jail for half a lifetime. Previously, they could suppress the situation using their connections, but these past few days have seen a series of incidents. His underlings were arrested, his venue was shut down, and even part of his company's accounts were frozen. It's clear someone is targeting him. But after thinking it over, he realized he had offended too many people and had no idea who was behind it. Is it a rival who used to seize territory? Or are they merchants who have been scammed by him? Or perhaps Yi Chen? The thought of Yi Chen made Su Moyang's eyes grow even more sinister. Not only did he not get to enjoy the woman he had stolen for long, but he also lost both his wife and his money, suffering a loss of 1 million. But he had no evidence and could only watch helplessly as he was framed. Also, go and contact Director Zhang and tell him that I have booked a private room at the Hyatt Hotel tonight and ask him to do me the honor. Su Moyang rubbed his throbbing temples, his voice tinged with weariness. Damn it, no matter what, we must smooth things over first, just in case. The blonde-haired man nodded solemnly, then turned and quickly left the office. Su Moyang leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes, looking somewhat overwhelmed. But he knew that if he couldn't make it through this time, he would be completely finished. At the same time, Yi Chen's phone rang. It was Chen Ruoxue calling. After the call connected, Chen Ruoxue's voice carried a hint of pleasure. "Mr. Yi, the case of Xin Yuza and Zhou Yakan has been decided. What was the result?" Yi Chen quickly pressed for more information. Xin Yuza was convicted of theft, involving an exceptionally large sum of money, and sentenced to life imprisonment, with deprivation of political rights for life and the recovery of all stolen money and goods. Zhou Yakan, as an accomplice, was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, to be carried out immediately. Chen Ruoxue paused, then added. Shen Yan fainted on the spot when the verdict was announced, and he's probably still in the hospital now. Yi Chen was also stunned after hearing this, not expecting the sentence to be so severe. But on second thought, it makes sense. Shen Yuza stole tens of millions and squandered more than 3 million, so this outcome is reasonable. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work lately. Yi Chen's tone was calm, and his expression remained completely expressionless. The difficulties and humiliations he suffered at the hands of the Shen family in his previous life are still vivid in his mind. Shen Jiayi's betrayal was like a thorn, always stuck in his heart. Seeing them end up like this, he felt it was karma, a form of compensation for his tragic death in his previous life. In addition, the evidence against Su Moyang has been formally submitted to the procuratorate, and if nothing unexpected happens, a case will be filed and he will be arrested soon. Chen Ruoxue then slowly began to report again. Okay, I understand. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. However, his feelings were somewhat complicated at the moment. There is the satisfaction of revenge, and also a sense of gankai, a feeling of deep emotion or reflection about the impermanence of life. He then sighed, got up, and walked out of the villa. He decided to go for a walk to get some fresh air and ease his current mood. Before he knew it, he had arrived at Lu Xiaoran's staff dormitory building. Just then, Lu Xiaoran walked out of the stairwell, and the two looked at each other. When Lu Xiaoran saw Yi Chen, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. Yesterday, I was talked about by my colleagues at the sales office and Yi Chen saw me looking so pathetic. Thinking about it now, I still feel a little embarrassed. Seeing her flustered state, Yi Chen felt a pang of pity and stepped forward to comfort her. Xiaoran, are you alright? Don't take yesterday's events to heart. Those people are just too jealous. Don't bother with them. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoran felt a lump in her throat, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. All the grievances, inferiority, and resentment that had been building up inside him over the past few days erupted at this moment. Seeing this, Yi Chen was immediately at a loss. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Lu Xiaoran just kept wiping away her tears without saying a word. She was actually struggling with her inner conflict. She admitted that she had indeed fallen for Yi Chen now. He is no longer the shy and introverted poor boy he once was. Now he is rich, capable, and charming, and surrounded by all kinds of beautiful women. But it was precisely because of this that she felt even more inferior and jealous. She was just an ordinary real estate saleswoman, insignificant compared to those glamorous women. She didn't know whether she should get close to Yi Chen, or whether Yi Chen still had the same feelings for her as before. The more Lu Xiaoran thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She couldn't hold back any longer, turned around, and ran back to her dormitory crying. Yi Chen watched her retreating figure and sighed helplessly. He could understand Lu Xiaoran's feelings. He figured anyone would feel the same way. But he was still a little worried, so he quickly followed after them. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoran's dormitory door was not closed, as if it was left open for him on purpose. Yi Chen paused, hesitated for a moment, but still took a deep breath and went inside. Chapter 58, Making Up for Regrets. As soon as I entered, he saw Lu Xiaoran standing behind the door, her eyes red and her face still streaked with tears. Before Yi Chen could speak, Lu Xiaoran suddenly threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Tears instantly soaked Yi Chen's clothes. He could feel her trembling body and the grievances in her heart. Yi Chen gently patted her back, comforting her in a tender voice. Okay, stop crying. Tell me what's wrong, and I'll help you. Lu Xiaoran cried for a while before gradually calming down. She slowly raised her head, her eyes red-rimmed, looking at him with a complex expression. Yi Chen, I like you. These words were like a bomb, exploding instantly in Yi Chen's ears. He stood there, stunned, staring at Lu Xiaoran in disbelief. He never expected that the once aloof and arrogant class beauty would take the initiative to confess her feelings to him. Is it because I have money now? He couldn't help but let his mind wander and speculate wildly. What he didn't know was that Lu Xiaoran actually had feelings for him back then. However, Yi Chen was too introverted at that time and never took the initiative to confess his feelings to her, so the two missed their chance. After they met again, Yi Chen's changes captivated her. He became more handsome, confident, composed, and responsible, and these changes deeply attracted her. Of course, Yi Chen's current wealth and status are also a plus. But more than anything, she saw the future she wanted in Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen's astonished expression, Lu Xiaoran repeated it softly again. I really like you. I liked you when we were in school, and I still like you now. Without waiting for Yi Chen's reaction, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. Her soft lips, carrying the salty taste of tears, instantly ignited Yi Chen's restless heart. Whether it was the regret of the previous life or the excitement of this life, they were completely intertwined at this moment. Whether it was to make up for the regrets of his school days or to complete the system's mission, he couldn't refuse the kiss. Yi Chen wrapped his arm around Lu Xiaoran's waist and held her tightly. Lu Xiaoran's body trembled slightly, then went limp, and she pressed herself against Yi Chen's chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck in response to his kiss. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly ambiguous, and the breathing gradually became heavier. With a thud, the door was slammed shut and locked from the inside. Yi Chen picked up Lu Xiaoran and quickly walked to the bedside, gently placing her on the bed. Lu Xiaoran lay on the bed, looking at him with hazy eyes, her cheeks flushed, and her heart racing. Yi Chen slowly leaned down and kissed her forehead, then traced his kiss down her cheek. At the same time, their clothes were slipping off one by one, and the sensation of their skin touching each other made them both somewhat emotionally disoriented. Lu Xiaoran's breathing became more and more rapid, and her body trembled slightly. Yi Chen, I like you so much. She then reached out and wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's waist, completely surrendering herself to him. Yi Chen looked at her and smiled faintly. Me too. An atmosphere of ambiguity instantly filled every corner of the room. I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Xiaoran nestled in Yi Chen's arms, her cheeks flushed. She gently stroked Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen, are we officially together now? Yi Chen gently stroked her long hair, a tender smile playing on his lips. Yes, we're together. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoran immediately burst into laughter, just like a child. But she knew that she might just be one of Yi Chen's many women, and her identity might be something that couldn't be revealed, but she didn't care. She just wanted to follow her heart and cherish every moment she spent with Yi Chen. That's how feelings are sometimes. Even knowing it's wrong, you still insist on going your own way. After resting for a while, Lu Xiaoran got up and dressed. Looking at her still flushed cheeks in the mirror, she couldn't help but smile slightly. I have to go to work now, I'll contact you later. Lu Xiaoran walked up to Yi Chen, kissed him on the cheek, picked up her bag, and quickly left the dormitory. Yi Chen watched her retreating figure, feeling a similar mix of emotions. Unexpectedly, I ended up with my former crush. He got up, dressed, and slowly left the dormitory, heading towards his villa. I had only taken a few steps when a system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! It has been detected that the favorability of Lu Xiaoran, the target bound to the White Moonlight character guide, has reached the maximum value. All rewards are unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have received a cash reward of 10 million and unlocked the Master of Emotional Management skill. Immediately afterwards, a massive amount of information flooded into Yi Chen's mind. His emotional management skills enable him to accurately grasp the emotional changes of the opposite sex and easily handle various relationship problems. It can also enhance one's own charm, making it easier for the opposite sex to develop a liking for him. Yi Chen was overjoyed. This skill seemed tailor-made for him. With this skill, he will be able to handle relationship issues more easily in the future. He then opened the system panel and, sure enough, saw an extra 10 million in balance. As expected of the system, it's absolutely amazing. Yi Chen chuckled and muttered something to himself, his mood becoming exceptionally pleasant. He then checked the changes in his current attributes. Name, Yi Chen. Age, 25. Charm value, 99 can be increased. Constitution, strong can be improved. Skills, Taekwondo Master, Business Tycoon, Master of Relationship Management. Backpack, none available. Task, none. Balance, 10 million. I've gained more Constitution and Charisma stats? What does that mean? And they can be improved? Could it be? Yi Chen frowned slightly, then closed the system panel, and couldn't help but make some bold guesses. After regaining his composure, he quickened his pace and headed towards the villa. As soon as I got back to the villa, I saw Su Annie standing outside the door, carrying a big cake. Honey, you're back. When Su Annie saw Yi Chen, she happily rushed into his arms. I specially bought your favorite chocolate cake, let's eat it together. Yi Chen gently hugged Su Annie and smiled with relief. Okay, let's eat together. He then took Su Annie's hand and walked into the villa. Su Annie placed the cake on the table and happily opened the box. Look, isn't this cake beautiful? I spent so long choosing it. Yi Chen looked at the exquisite decorations on the cake, smiled, and nodded. It's beautiful, thank you. Su Annie picked up a fork, scooped out a small piece of cake, and held it to Yi Chen's lips. Try it first and see if it tastes good. Yi Chen opened his mouth and ate the cake, taking a small bite. It tastes good, very delicious. Hearing this, Su Annie laughed happily and scooped out a small piece and put it in her mouth. Seeing Su Annie's happy expression, Yi Chen felt a mix of emotions. After all, he had just been intimate with Lu Xiaoran, and now he was facing Su Annie's enthusiasm. Fortunately, he had the help of his emotional management skills, otherwise he really wouldn't know how to deal with it or whether he would directly reveal his weakness. Chapter 59 Government Invitation. Just as the two were enjoying their cake, the doorbell rang, and the nanny quickly went to open the door. Two staff members in formal attire stood at the door. Excuse me, does Mr. Yi Chen live here? The nanny nodded, then glanced at the living room again. After Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement, he stepped aside to invite them in. After the two entered, they presented an invitation with both hands, their tone very respectful. Mr. Yi, this is an invitation letter personally signed by Mayor Yen. Please make sure to attend the Jianzhou Entrepreneurs Conference this afternoon. Yi Chen stood up and accepted the invitation with a smile. Sure enough, the invitation was stamped with the seal of the municipal government, and the text clearly stated that he was invited to attend the conference as a young entrepreneur. It was called an invitation, but there was really no chance to refuse. The key question is, who would openly disrespect the mayor? Unless he doesn't want to stay in Jiangzhou anymore. You may bring one companion. The staff member added with a smile, then exchanged a few more pleasantries and left. Su Annie peered over like a curious child, and after reading the invitation, her eyes widened in surprise. Honey, an entrepreneur's conference? You're amazing. Yi Chen held the invitation thoughtfully, but he already understood what was going on. This must be because my recent financial movements have attracted the government's attention. The so-called entrepreneurs' conference is, to put it bluntly, just a venue for the government to attract investment. Since it's the mayor's invitation, I definitely can't refuse. He then glanced at Su Annie to the side, a smile playing on his lips. Want to come with me this afternoon? Su Annie nodded vigorously and excitedly took his arm. Okay, I'll go with you. I'll go change now. He immediately ran back to the villa next door. Yi Chen watched her retreating figure and smiled helplessly. However, he didn't know that Su Annie usually disliked these kinds of occasions, and she wouldn't have any interest in them at all if it weren't for Yi Chen. Meanwhile, in his office on the top floor of the Jiangzhou Municipal Government Building, Yan Xiuwen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a cigarette between his fingers. Mayor, the list of attendees has been finalized. We've invited all 4 major families, and the Tang family has also confirmed their attendance. The secretary stood to the side, reporting in a low voice. Yan Xiuwen slowly turned around, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, and Yi Chen's personal information was spread out on the table. Who will the Tang family send? Tang Xianyu said he was attending the meeting on behalf of the Rural Commercial Bank. The secretary responded immediately. However, everyone in the industry knows that she is old Master Tang's most beloved granddaughter. Although she has always worked at the grassroots level in the bank and has never been involved in the family business, the Tang family's resources are secretly used to support her performance. Yan Xiuwen smiled and tapped the documents lightly with his fingertips. This Tang Xianyu is interesting. She gave up being a rich heiress and insisted on becoming a bank manager. And this Yi Chen, he has 100 million yuan of overseas funds in a month, but I can't find any background for him. I want to see who this young man is. He walked behind his desk, sat down, picked up his pen, and signed the document. Pass down the notice that the banquet following the conference will be upgraded to a higher standard, so that all entrepreneurs can feel the sincerity of our government. The secretary nodded solemnly, then left the office directly. At the same time, honey, do you think this suits me? Su Annie wore a light pink evening gown with layers of skirt that accentuated her slender waist and graceful curves. Her long, black hair was styled into an elegant updo, and she wore light makeup. Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he saw it. Yes, you look beautiful. You look gorgeous in anything. Su Annie blushed at the compliment and took his arm. Let's hurry up, or we'll be late. Lin Wei stood to the side, her face showing no change in emotion. Mr. Yi, let Qin Yufeng accompany you. Yi Chen nodded. Okay, I'll follow your instructions. Qin Yufeng then drove the Maybach smoothly toward the municipal government's conference center. At this time, the entrance to the conference center was already packed with luxury cars, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and Maybachs lined up in a row. The bodyguards, dressed in black suits, were chatting in small groups. The receptionist stood on both sides, making the scene very grand. Yi Chen led Su Annie out of the car, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, he was too young, and Su Annie beside him was stunningly beautiful. The two of them standing together instantly became the focus of attention. Who is that? They look unfamiliar. I don't know, but anyone who can get an invitation must have some connections. Look at the beautiful woman next to him, she's really gorgeous. The whispers of the several rich kids made no attempt to hide them, and immediately reached Yi Chen's ears. But he completely ignored it, remaining unfazed. The system-enhanced business tycoon skills gave him an air of composure, as if he were already used to this kind of situation. As soon as I entered the hall, a familiar figure walked over. It was Tang Xianyu. Today she wore a navy blue suit skirt, her long hair was tied into a neat low ponytail, and her face was covered with exquisite professional makeup, giving her an even more powerful aura than usual. Mr. Yi, I never expected to see you here. Tang Xianyu's gaze lingered on Su Annie for a moment, her eyes flickering slightly, before she resumed her professional smile. Who is this? My girlfriend, Suannie. Yi Chen introduced her with a smile, then looked at Suannie beside him. This is Manager Tang from the Rural Commercial Bank. Suannie politely extended her hand. Hello Manager Tang, I often hear Yi Chen mention you. Tang Xianyu held her hand, her fingertips were slightly cool. Miss Su is really beautiful. As she said this, Sui Shan felt inexplicably stuffy inside, as if something was blocking her throat, without even realizing it herself. Is Manager Tang representing the bank at the meeting? Yi Chen asked the question knowing the answer already, and casually brought up a topic. Tang Xianyu nodded, and was about to speak when she was interrupted by a middle-aged man. Xianyu, is this the big client you mentioned? The man, dressed in a bank manager's uniform, with a warm smile on his face, strode forward and extended his hand. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Li Jiangguo, the president of the Rural Commercial Bank. I have been wanting to visit you for a long time, but I haven't had the opportunity. Yi Chen also reached out and shook hands with him, the pressure just right. President Li, you're too kind. Mr. Yi is truly a promising young man. Our bank has prepared a variety of exclusive services for you. If you have any financial needs in the future, please feel free to tell me or contact Xianyu. His voice was quite loud, and many people around looked over with curious eyes. Who exactly is this young man who can receive such attentive treatment from the president of the Rural Commercial Bank? In the crowd, a rich second-generation heir wearing a floral shirt sneered. What are you pretending for? To me, you seem more like a gigolo who climbed the social ladder by relying on women. How could Tang Xianyu get so close to someone like that? Chapter 60 Surrounded by Stars. The person who just spoke is named Zhao Lei, the youngest son of the Zhao family, a real estate tycoon in Jiangzhou, and has been pursuing Tang Xianyu for a long time. Unfortunately, Tang Xianyu always ignored him. Seeing Tang Xianyu's gentle attitude towards Yi Chen, he was already burning with anger. Hearing Zhao Lei's words from not far away, Tang Xianyu frowned and glared at him coldly. Young Master Zhao, please watch your words. Mr. Yi is a very important client of our bank. Zhao Lei was shocked that Tang Xianyu would defend Yi Chen in public. His face turned pale and then red. He wanted to say something, but his father glared at him and stopped him. Although the Zhao family is wealthy, they are no match for the Tang family. Offending Tang Xianyu is tantamount to offending the entire Tang family. Yi Chen watched the scene with great interest, without saying a word, but simply put his arm around Suannie's waist and smiled contemptuously. Although his assets cannot compare with those of the big shots present, they are far superior to those of these spoiled brats. More importantly, no one would believe that Yi Chen really only had this much cash flow. Without substantial real businesses or investments, how could one possibly have so much spare cash in the bank? Just then, a middle-aged man walked in, with a slicked-back hairstyle and a Rolex on his wrist. It was Su Moyang. Su Moyang's gaze swept quickly across the hall, instantly fixing on Yi Chen, his eyes filled with hatred that was almost overflowing. He's been in a real mess these past few days. His place was raided, his underlings were arrested, and now he's unexpectedly run into his nemesis, Yi Chen, here. Their eyes met instantly, both clearly suppressing their emotions. After all, this was a conference held by the municipal government, and he dared not cause trouble in public. He could only glare fiercely at Yi Chen, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yi Chen returned his gaze with a cold look, completely disregarding him, and even seemed to be mocking and smug. He knew that Su Moyang's case was being processed and that he would be completely finished soon. After looking away, Suannie took his arm and walked towards the rest area. Su Moyang turned his head away with a livid face, then immediately put on a smiling face and strode towards his old acquaintance. Several elderly men with slightly gray hair were sitting on the sofas in the rest area. They were clearly quite old, and they were the actual leaders of the 4 major families in Jiangzhou. Yi Chen was well aware that these old foxes were all very shrewd, and that one could not gain a foothold in front of them by simply relying on one's aura. Mr. Yi, would it be convenient for us to talk in private for a moment? Tang Xianyu's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Yi Chen turned around and saw that she was holding a glass of champagne, but his expression was somewhat complicated. What can I do for you, Manager Tang? The two walked to a quiet corner, where Tang Xianyu slowly began to speak. Mr. Yi, Su Moyang has been trying to pull strings around lately. You should be careful that he doesn't harm you. Yi Chen frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected her to specifically remind him, and he was even more puzzled as to how she knew. Thank you for your concern, Manager Tang. I will be careful. How did you know I have a grudge against him? Tang Xianyu took a sip of red wine, covered her mouth, and smiled. Guess what? Zhangzhou isn't actually that big, and some things just can't be kept secret. Yi Chen was shocked to hear this. He didn't think he had caused any big commotion, so why had it attracted so much attention? It seems that it's best to keep a low profile in your daily life. Actually, my grandfather came too. Tang Xianyu hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up. He knows about your relationship with me and wants to get to know you. Yi Chen smiled with interest. Oh? Your grandfather? It seems Manager Tang is quite something. Ever since the system bound her to the 1,000 gold illustrations last time, Yi Chen has been guessing. Tang Xianyu smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed. Mr. Yi is joking. I just want to be an ordinary person, but there are some things that are beyond my control. Before he could respond, they saw an elderly man with gray hair and a sprightly demeanor walking towards them. It was Tang Jinhai. Although he was nearly 70 years old, his eyes were sharp and his aura was so strong that some people dared not look him in the eye. You're Yi Chen? Tang Jinhai looked him up and down, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable air of authority. Yes, that's right, hello Mr. Tang. Yi Chen nodded slightly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Tang Jinhai smiled at his reaction and patted him on the shoulder. Ha ha ha. Not bad, much better than those rich kids who just sponge off their parents. Xianyu has good taste. Tang Xianyu's face flushed instantly, and she quickly explained. Grandpa, Mr. Yi, and I only have a working relationship, please don't talk nonsense. Ha, whether it's a working relationship or a friendship. Tang Jinhai waved his hand casually, his gaze returning to Yi Chen. Young man, Zhangzhou is a good place. If you have courage and determination, you can gain a foothold here. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can mention my name, Tang Jinhai. These words, though seemingly casual, carried a strong sense of goodwill. Tang Jinhai had been a prominent figure in Jiangzhou for decades and had never misjudged anyone. Yi Chen is young but has a calm demeanor and abundant funds. He must have a powerful force behind him. Rather than being an enemy, it would be better to win him over. Yi Chen understood immediately. Although he was shocked, he still responded with a smile. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Tang. I may really need to trouble you in the future. Yi Chen is a native of Jiangzhou. Tang Jinhai, the patriarch of the Tang family, is a legendary figure in Jiangzhou's underworld, known to everyone. It's said that he has a presence in half of Jiangzhou's entertainment industry. How could someone like him want to befriend me? What shocked him even more was Tang Xianyu. He had considered that Tang Xianyu's identity was not simple, and that she might be the young lady of some family. But to everyone's surprise, it turned out to be the daughter of the Tang family. The Tang family is a notorious tyrant in the gray areas of Jiangzhou. Its nightclubs, casinos, and entertainment complexes are located throughout the city. On the surface, they are legitimate companies, but in reality, they control the underground industrial chain in Jiangzhou. However, he didn't know that Tang Xianyu disliked his family's business very much, which was why he came out to earn his own living. As the two were talking, the host of the conference walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and announced the start of the conference. Mayor Yan, dressed in formal attire and looking very energetic, slowly walked onto the stage and delivered a passionate speech. The core message is simply to welcome entrepreneurs to invest in Jiangzhou, and the government will provide the most favorable policies. After the speeches, there will be a free Q&A session. Mayor Yan immediately walked towards Yi Chen with a friendly smile on his face. Mr. Yi, I've heard so much about you. Mayor Yan, you're too kind. Yi Chen smiled and shook hands with him, adopting a very humble posture. To be honest, I've looked at your resume. You're young and have a lot of drive. Mayor Yan clapped his hand and smiled. Jiangzhou is currently developing high-tech industries and needs young talents like you to invest. If you are interested, we can talk privately. Since Mayor Yan is so kind, I am naturally delighted. Yi Chen smiled and replied, I certainly can't refuse at this point. The surrounding businessmen were completely stunned by what they saw. Mayor Yan actually took the initiative to win over a young man. Just who is this Yi Chen? Chapter 61, Used as a Pawn? Zhao Lei stood in the crowd, his face extremely grim, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it! Just moments ago, he was mocking Yi Chen for being a pretty boy, but now he sees the mayor and old Master Tang looking at him with new respect, and his face stings with embarrassment. He tried countless times to curry favor with old Master Tang, but even getting a chance to meet him was a struggle. I never imagined that the differences between people could be so vast. Su Moyang was trembling with anger. He had gone to great lengths to sneak into the conference, hoping to find an opportunity to get closer to the government leaders. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen became the most sought-after person. How could he accept this? How could he tolerate it? He looked at Yi Chen with a sinister gaze, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Since we can't do anything to him openly, let's do it covertly. He refused to believe that Yi Chen could continue to be so lucky. At this moment, Yi Chen was surrounded by a group of entrepreneurs, and he handled the situation with ease. His business tycoon skills gave him a thorough understanding of various investment projects, and his insights were unique and profound, which impressed the veteran entrepreneurs present, who praised him repeatedly. Suani stood beside him, smiling quietly, occasionally handing him a glass of water, her eyes full of admiration. Tang Xianyu stood not far away, watching Yi Chen surrounded by the crowd, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She found herself increasingly unable to understand this man. Handsome, gentle, domineering, and composed, every aspect of him made her unconsciously feel a little attracted. Silly girl, stop standing here in a daze. Tang Jinhai walked to her side with a smile. This Yi Chen is someone you should get to know better. I think he's quite extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Tang Xianyu blushed slightly but lowered her head and remained silent. As the conference drew to a close, Yan Xiuwen personally stood up and extended his hand to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, please come to the main table with me. Let's eat and chat. These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Zhao Lei nearly dropped the champagne glass in his hand, his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Mayor Yan actually invited him to sit at the head table? He stared at Yi Chen's back in disbelief, his teeth grinding together. Su Moyang's face was so gloomy it seemed to drip water, and his fingers unconsciously clenched into fists. He had to curry favor with everyone to get a table at the second table, so why should Yi Chen sit at the main table? Why? Snort. He gave a resentful snort, then turned and left with a livid face. Yi Chen was also stunned after hearing this. Which of those people at the main table wasn't someone who could shake Jiangzhou with a stomp of their foot? Especially the heads of those four major families, they are all top figures in Jiangzhou. As for old Master Tang of the Tang family, there's even less to say. The aura emanating from him alone is unmatched by ordinary people. Mayor Yan, perhaps this isn't quite appropriate? Yi Chen quickly waved his hand, deliberately declining, his gaze sweeping over the shocked expressions of the crowd. What's inappropriate about it? Yan Xiuwen patted him on the shoulder, but his tone left no room for argument. You are a rising star in Jiangzhou's future investment landscape, and you truly deserve to be sitting here. Suani linked arms with Yi Chen, a polite smile on her face, not at all like someone stepping into such a top-tier occasion for the first time. She gently squeezed Yi Chen's palm, conveying encouragement to him with her eyes. As soon as the two reached the main table, Tang Jinhai gestured with his chin towards Yi Chen, pointing to the empty seat next to him. Come, sit here. Xianyu, quickly pour Mr. Yi a glass of wine. Tang Xianyu had just recovered from her shock, her cheeks still flushed. When she heard this, she immediately picked up the wine bottle and elegantly poured Yi Chen a full glass of red wine. Her fingers accidentally touched the side of Yi Chen's cup, and she recoiled as if she had been electrocuted, her ears instantly turning red. This scene, as seen by Zhao Lei, only added fuel to the fire. He gulped down a large mouthful of champagne, choking and coughing violently a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, absolutely damn it. At this moment, the atmosphere at the main table was somewhat subtle. The heads of the four major families exchanged glances, but none of them spoke first. They've lived most of their lives, what haven't they seen? Yan Xiuwen's true intentions were clearly not what they seemed. Sure enough, after only 2 dishes had been served, Yan Xiuwen put down his chopsticks, picked up his wineglass, and tapped it on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, we have invited you all here today not only to discuss the development plan for Jiangzhou, but also to hope to gain your strong support. His gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling on Yi Chen. I have reached a preliminary consensus with Mr. Yi, and Mr. Yi also plans to invest heavily in our Jiangzhou High-Tech Industrial Park, focusing on supporting chip research and development and new energy projects. The moment the words were spoken, the main table fell silent. The old master of the Wang family paused in mid-air with his teacup in hand, while the head of the Li family also frowned, tapping his fingers lightly on the tablecloth as he quickly made calculations in his mind. Zhao Changhe, Zhao Lei's father, was taken aback at first, then revealed a gloating smile. Okay. Tang Jinhai was the first to applaud, breaking the silence. Mr. Yi is young and promising, setting a good example for entrepreneurs in Jiangzhou, especially the younger generation, who have truly surpassed their predecessors. Yan Xiuwen nodded and immediately replied. Mr. Tang is right. Jiangzhou's development cannot rely solely on the government, it also needs the strong support of all of you entrepreneurs. Mr. Yi has taken the lead, and I believe you will not let me down, right? Once those words were spoken, everyone understood. Yi Chen is no newly rich, he's clearly a catalyst thrown out by Yan Xiuwen. First, use his investment to set the tone, then put these established families under pressure. They certainly can't do it without paying a single penny. The old master of the Wang family slowly put down his teacup and spoke with a forced smile. Mayor Yan, rest assured, our Wang family will definitely contribute to the development of Jiangzhou. I will have them study the investment plan when I get back. Yes, our Li family is too. The Li family patriarch quickly echoed, but inwardly he cursed Yan Xiuwen to the bone. That old fox, he's got a clever plan. The other clan leaders also expressed their opinions, but their tone was somewhat reluctant. At this moment, their gazes towards Yi Chen held a clear mix of amusement and pity. They were all secretly mocking him, thinking that this kid was being used as a pawn by the mayor and probably didn't even know it. Zhao Changhe went even further, raising his wine glass towards Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I admire you. To have such courage at such a young age, we should get to know each other better in the future. The gloating in his tone was undisguised, almost overflowing. Yi Chen, however, didn't seem to care and raised his glass in return. Mr. Zhao, you're too kind. It's all for the economic development of Jiangzhou. He had originally planned to get involved in some real business, and Yan Xiuwen's suggestion suited his interests perfectly. So what if we're being used as pawns? After all, this gun isn't something you can just casually take. Investing in real businesses can not only make money, but also help him quickly build connections, which is entirely beneficial. More importantly, this way, the government would proactively help him solve many problems, and he would also establish a relationship with Mayor Yan. Chapter 62 Great Revenge Achieved. Yan Xiuwen caught a glimpse of Yi Chen's reaction out of the corner of his eye and was secretly amazed as well. If it were any other young person, they would have been furious and enraged if they felt they had been used. Yi Chen remained calm and composed. It was truly rare for someone so young to possess such composure. Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts on the planning of the high-tech industrial park? Yan Xiuwen took the initiative to strike up a conversation, steer the topic to the details of the investment. Yi Chen put down his chopsticks, smiled faintly, and began to speak eloquently. With the support of his system skills, he has a thorough understanding of the market prospects for chip research and development and the technological bottlenecks of new energy. The proposed planning scheme is both professional and tailored to Jiangzhou's actual economic situation. Even the most respected family heads nodded frequently, expressing their agreement and appreciation. Tang Zhenhai stroked his beard, his gaze towards Yi Chen growing increasingly satisfied. This kid not only has money, but also vision. No wonder Qianyu looks at him differently. Tang Qianyu sat next to Yi Chen, listening to his clear and logical analysis, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She found herself increasingly attracted to this man. His composure and talent captivated her. Suani sat quietly to the side, occasionally putting a piece of Yi Chen's favorite dish on her plate, her eyes showing gentleness and generosity. She didn't understand business like Tang Qianyu, but she seemed to understand this kind of occasion better, and her expression was very composed. This scene, witnessed by Zhao Lei and Su Moyang at the next table, infuriated them. Zhao Lei was so jealous of the way Tang Qianyu looked at Yi Chen that he was practically going crazy. That was his seat, or he and Tang Qianyu should have sat side by side. Su Moyang was even more furious. He slammed his fist on the table, drawing sidelong glances from the people at the next table. What makes Yi Chen so special? Why is he valued by the mayor, appreciated by Tang Zhenhai, and surrounded by two stunning beauties? And yet she stole his unwanted worn-out shoes? Not only did she get herself into a mess, but she also got fucking dead. Su Moyang grew angrier the more he thought about it, and his hatred for Yi Chen intensified. Yang Ji, don't be angry, it's not worth it. A rich second-generation heir next to him whispered words of advice. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get the chance. Su Moyang smiled sinisterly, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Damn it, deal with him? That's too easy on him. I'll ruin his reputation and make him wish he were dead. The banquet continued in a subdued and delicate atmosphere. Yan Xiuwen had finally achieved his goal and was in high spirits, frequently clinking glasses with everyone. The veteran entrepreneurs, each with their own agendas, dealt with the situation perfunctorily. Yi Chen, on the other hand, handled the situation with ease, neither offending anyone nor hindering his own position. Finally, the banquet drew to a close, and everyone began to leave. Yan Shouwen saw Yi Chen and Su Annie to the door, his gaze falling on Su Annie's face, and he suddenly frowned. "Young lady, haven't we met somewhere before?" Su Annie's smile remained unchanged, and her tone remained polite and calm. "Mayor Yan must be mistaken. I'm just an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly have the opportunity to meet such an important person as you?" "Yeah?" Yan Shouwen scratched his head, frowned slightly, and clearly looked puzzled. "But you look so familiar." "Maybe it's because I have an average-looking face." Su Annie smiled gently and took Yi Chen's arm. "Mayor Yan, then we'll take our leave now." "Okay, be careful on the road." Yan Shouwen nodded, watching the two figures disappear into the distance, then shook his head with a wry smile. "Could it be that I'm getting senile and remembering things wrong?" Tang Jinhai walked to his side and followed his gaze. "What's wrong? Are you interested in Mr. Ye's girlfriend?" "No." Yan Shouwen shook his head. "I have a feeling that this girl is not simple, and I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Tang Jinhai raised an eyebrow but didn't ask any more questions. Zhangzhou is a place where hidden talents abound, and everyone has their own secrets. As long as they don't affect the overall situation, there's no need to dig too deep. As soon as Yi Chen and Su Annie stepped out of the conference center, they were drawn to the scene in the parking lot. Two police cars were parked at the entrance, their flashing lights alternating between red and blue, which were particularly glaring. A dozen or so police officers in uniform stood beside the car, their expressions extremely serious, clearly waiting for someone. "What's going on? Is someone causing trouble here?" Su Annie asked with a face full of curiosity. A meaningful smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. "Just wait and see, we'll find out soon." He had barely finished speaking when he saw Su Moyang storm out. He was still muttering curses under his breath, clearly still upset about what happened at the banquet. The moment he saw the police car, he stopped abruptly, his face turning deathly pale. His heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition instantly welled up inside him. "Brother Yang, why are the police here?" Su Moyang's henchmen were also a little flustered, their voices trembling slightly. However, Su Moyang still forced himself to remain calm. "What are you afraid of? We've seen it all, they're definitely not coming for us." Even so, he involuntarily took a step back. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment the police officer leading the team saw Su Moyang, he immediately waved. "That's him. Move out." More than a dozen police officers rushed forward and instantly surrounded Su Moyang and his henchmen. The cold handcuffs snapped onto Su Moyang's wrists, the icy touch sending a shiver down his spine. "What are you trying to do? Let me go." Su Moyang struggled and roared. "I am a legitimate businessman, what right do you have to arrest me?" "Legitimate businessman?" The police officer in charge sneered, took out the arrest warrant, and handed it to him. "Su Moyang, you are hereby arrested on suspicion of organizing and leading a criminal organization, intentional injury, bribery, rape, and illegal business operations." "Rape?" Su Moyang's face turned even paler. He suddenly remembered the girl he had violated years ago. Could it be that she had reported him? Impossible. "What evidence do you have?" "I'm going to sue you for abuse of power." Su Moyang struggled frantically, but the police officers held him down firmly, preventing him from moving. "Evidence? Do you think we would arrest you without solid evidence? You'd better behave yourself. Take them all away." A stern and cold voice came from inside, and several police officers immediately escorted them to the police car. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Moyang's body went completely limp, and his legs became unresponsive. He knew he had failed this time. "It was you. You framed me." Su Moyang abruptly turned to look at Yi Chen not far away, his eyes filled with resentment and venom. "Yi Chen, was this your doing? I'll haunt you even in death." Yi Chen leaned against the Maybach, hands in his pockets, looking down at him with a mocking gaze. "Su Moyang, good and evil will be rewarded in the end, this is what you deserve. It's a pity, I've never been a magnanimous person. If I have a grudge, I'll definitely take revenge. Sigh. I just don't know if you still have a chance to be reformed." Veins bulged on Su Moyang's face, and spittle flew everywhere. "Damn Yi Chen, you just wait. When I get out, I'll make you pay." Ha ha ha. Come out? Do you think you still have a chance to come out? Chapter 63, A Great Satisfaction. Yi Chen laughed mockingly, no longer caring about his image. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The thrill of avenging his great enemy filled him with immense joy. People around stopped and gathered around to watch the spectacle. So Su Moyang is a gangster. No wonder he's so arrogant. I had a feeling something was off about him, but I never imagined he really was a criminal gang. Looks like Mr. Yi is retaliating against them? The whispers reached Su Moyang's ears, and he trembled with anger, but he was powerless to do anything about it. The police officers gave him no chance to struggle and forcibly put him into the police car. Drive! At the command of the police officer in charge, the two police cars sped away and disappeared into the night. The crowd gradually dispersed only after the police car's taillights disappeared from sight, still discussing the scene they had just witnessed. Zhao Changhe looked at the scene before him and gently shook his head. This Su Moyang is still too green. You can't survive in Jiangzhou without some brains. His gaze fell on Yi Chen again, and there seemed to be a hint of apprehension in his eyes. This young man, who could bring down Su Moyang so quietly, might be more terrifying than he imagined. Zhao Lei stood motionless, his face pale. He suddenly remembered the words he had used to mock Yi Chen, and a wave of fear washed over him. Fortunately, he didn't really offend Yi Chen, otherwise the consequences would have been. Tang Jinhai walked over to Yi Chen and patted him on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, little guy, well done. That old bastard Su Moyang should have been eliminated a long time ago. Mr. Tang is joking. Yi Chen smiled casually. Come visit me at home sometime and have some tea with me. Tang Jinhai looked at him with great satisfaction, his eyes full of admiration. Okay, definitely. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, secretly making plans in his mind. If he could really get Tang Jinhai's support, his actions in Jiangzhou would be much smoother. Tang Qianyu also walked over at this moment, her eyes filled with complicated emotions as she looked at Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, congratulations. Same to you, but thank you for reminding me. Yi Chen looked at her and added another sentence. We will need to trouble manager Tang a lot for future cooperation with banks. No need to thank me, I didn't help at all. I didn't expect everything to go according to Mr. Yi's plan. Tang Qianyu smiled, her cheeks slightly flushed. It's getting late, let's head back now. Su Annie took Yi Chen's arm and whispered a reminder, a pang of jealousy rising in her heart as she looked at Tang Qianyu. Okay, be careful on the road. Tang Jinhai and Tang Qianyu waved at the same time. Yi Chen nodded, opened the car door, and got inside. The Maybach started slowly and drove towards the purple bamboo forest villa. Inside the car, Su Annie leaned against Yi Chen's chest, watching the night scenery rushing past the window, and suddenly spoke. Honey, you knew all along that the police would arrest Su Moyang, didn't you? Yi Chen glanced at her sideways and smiled. I suppose so. Attorney Chen had already collected the evidence. You're really amazing. Su Annie looked at him with a face full of adoration. But aren't you afraid of retaliation from Su Moyang's remaining followers? To get revenge on me? Yi Chen chuckled. They don't have that opportunity. Su Annie nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She knew that Yi Chen would act with discretion and wouldn't put himself in danger. But at the same time, she was also secretly wondering if she could offer him some help in his career. Halfway through the journey, Su Annie's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her father. Her expression changed slightly. Honey, I need to take this call. Yi Chen smiled faintly and gave a soft "hm." Su Annie pressed the answer button, deliberately moved closer to the car window, and said a few words in a low voice. After hanging up the phone, her expression quickly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. What's wrong? What happened? Yi Chen asked with some curiosity. It's nothing, just a small matter at home that asked me to go back when I have some free time. Su Annie smiled, but her eyes seemed to dart away. Yi Chen could tell she was hiding something, but he didn't press her for details. After all, everyone has their own little secrets, and he believed that Su Annie would never do anything to hurt him. Oh, is that so? Should I have Qin Yufeng take you home tomorrow? Su Annie smiled happily. Okay, thank you, darling. Yi Chen hugged her affectionately and smiled helplessly. Seeing her like this, I felt a strange sense of happiness. Why are you being so polite with me? Xiao Feng, you'll accompany her to Suzhou tomorrow. Shin Yufeng responded immediately after hearing this. Okay, Mr. Yi, don't worry, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. The Maybach quickly drove back to the Zizulin residential area. Yi Chen accompanied Su Annie back to Villa number 2. It's bound to be another night brimming with passion. The next day, Su Annie got up early to wash up and prepare to go back to her hometown. Seeing that Yi Chen was still fast asleep, she didn't disturb him and tiptoed out of the room. She had just left not long ago. Yi Chen was woken up by a phone call. Somewhat impatiently, he picked up his phone and saw that it was Chen Ruoxue calling. He answered immediately. Hey, what's up? So early? Chen Ruoxue's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, Su Moyang's case has been officially opened for investigation. This time, he'll probably be in big trouble. I've also found the tip-off hotline you asked me to investigate last time. I'll send it to you on WeChat in a bit. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately perked up. Oh? How long do you think the sentence will be? Chen Ruoxue hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. It will take at least 20 years, or it could be indefinite. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. You deserve a big credit this time. I'll give you a bonus later. Just send me the hotline number for reporting this. Chen Ruoxue's voice seemed to carry a hint of happiness and excitement. After all, she personally oversaw the project, so she felt a sense of accomplishment. Thank you very much, Mr. Yi. He then hung up the phone, and Yi Chen was no longer sleepy at all. A few seconds later, I received a phone number on WeChat. However, for some reason, the phone number always felt strangely familiar. On the other end, Chen Ruoxue smiled sweetly after hanging up the phone. His mood improved considerably, and he secretly admired Yi Chen's methods. Not only is he handsome and rich, but he is also a man who clearly distinguishes between love and hate. She has always lived overseas, and her personality and lifestyle are relatively more open-minded. Having spent time with Yi Chen, I've developed some other feelings for him. At the same time, Yi Chen finally entered the number, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed it. However, the next second, he was dumbfounded. My mind went completely blank the moment I saw the name displayed on my phone screen. Chapter 64 Brothers Backstabbing. The name flashing on the phone screen was like a poisonous needle, piercing Yi Chen's heart. Zhou Jingyu. This childhood friend, with whom he grew up wearing the same pair of open crotch pants, climbing trees to raid bird nests and fishing in the river together. This brother, who patted him on the shoulder with incredible enthusiasm at the last class reunion. This was one of the 3 closest friends he believed he could confide in regardless of whether he was rich or poor. It turns out that the person who secretly reported him was the one who did it? Why is that? Looking back now, I realize that behind those envious and jealous glances lay such dark hatred. Just then, the call was connected. Hey Yi Chen, what's up calling so early? Yi Chen held his phone in silence for 2 seconds, his feelings incredibly complex, but he still managed to suppress his doubts and anger. Nothing much, just asking if everything's alright since the last gathering? You didn't let me know you were safe. Zhou Jingyu's slightly nervous voice came again. Yi Chen, I came back too late that day and forgot. I'm really sorry. That's good, it's good that you're alright. Yi Chen leaned against the headboard, his mind drifting back to childhood memories with his brothers. How have you been lately? Is work going well? Ahem. Smoothly. Zhou Jingyu's voice was intermittent, interspersed with a few coughs. It's just that I've been working overtime a lot lately, and I'm a bit tired. We working class can't compare to you. You're successful now, unlike us, who still have to work like oxen every day. Yi Chen sneered inwardly. The seemingly ordinary conversation was still filled with jealousy. Yi Chen's tone remained as calm as ever. What's wrong? Why are you coughing so much? No, it's nothing, I just think I have a slight cold. Zhou Jingyu's voice suddenly became somewhat indistinct. Yi Chen, I have something to do here, I'll hang up now, we'll contact each other later. Before Yi Chen could respond, the call was abruptly ended. The busy tone coming from the receiver was like a slap in the face to Yi Chen. A guilty conscience needs no accuser, and this is exactly what happened. Yi Chen tossed his phone aside, closed his eyes, and his mind flashed back to the bits and pieces of the past 20 years. When they were kids, the four of them shared a bag of instant noodles and smoked a single cigarette. Even with just one lollipop, each person has only 1 minute to lick it. Even after they grew up and went their separate ways, starting their own families, he always regarded them as his closest brothers. But he never expected that this brotherhood of more than 20 years could not withstand the temptation of money and the jealousy in his heart. Zhou Jingyu, you have really disappointed me. Yi Chen muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disappointment and dejection. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to help them, but now it seemed he should wait and see. After all, in today's society, people's hearts are truly unpredictable. He could forgive the malice of strangers and tolerate the scheming of enemies, but he could not forgive the betrayal of his childhood friend. The kind of knife that is stabbed in the back by a brother is the most painful and hurtful. Their more than 20-year friendship came to an end the moment Zhou Jingyu pressed the whistleblower's call. It was precisely his own foolish actions that led him to a dead end and an abyss in the near future. This is the path he chose, and he has to bear the consequences himself. After regaining his composure, Yi Chen slowly got up and walked into the bathroom. The icy water poured over his head, washing away his complicated thoughts and easing his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, in a residential community in Suzhou. As soon as Su Annie opened the door, she felt a very oppressive atmosphere. Father Su Jing sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper, but he couldn't read a single word. His brows were furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. The mother, Li Hui, sat to the side, also sighing and glancing towards the door every now and then. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Su Annie changed her shoes and walked nervously to the sofa to sit down. Why did you call me back in such a hurry? Su Jing put down the newspaper with annoyance and his gaze fell on her. Annie, tell me, what exactly is this Yi Chen's background? Yi Chen? Su Annie's heart tightened. She knew her father must have sent someone to investigate Yi Chen. I don't know him very well either. Not very familiar with it? Su Jing snorted coldly and threw a document on the coffee table. You dared to rush over there without knowing much about him? And how could he have nearly 100 million yuan of overseas funds flowing in within a month? Tell me, how did an ordinary rural family manage to do that? And did you even know he was divorced? Su Annie picked up the document, which contained Yi Chen's detailed information, from his birth certificate and academic certificates to his recent financial transactions and social relationships, all clearly presented at a glance. Even his divorce agreement with Xin Jiayi was attached at the end. Dad, how could you investigate Yi Chen? Su Annie was clearly somewhat dissatisfied with her father's behavior. Yi Chen's funds are all from legal sources. Although he has never told me this, I believe him. Legitimate? Su Jing's voice rose a few decibels. A huge sum of money from an unknown source, even if the paperwork is legal, is still suspicious. Annie, you're too naive. This society is far more complex than you imagine. What if he's laundering money? What if there are some reactionary forces behind him? What will you do? What will happen to our family? I'm investigating him for your own good. Dad, you're overthinking it. Su Annie hurriedly spoke up to explain for Yi Chen. Yi Chen is not that kind of person. He is upright, kind, and filial. Moreover, he has a good business sense. Mayor Yan Xiuwen admires him and invited him to invest in Jiangzhou South High Tech Park. Yan Xiuwen? Su Jing's brows furrowed even more. Of course I know him. He used to work under me. He's capable, but he's too eager for quick success and will do anything to achieve political achievements. Why does he turn a blind eye to the Tang family's shady businesses in Jiangzhou? Isn't it because the Tang family can boost Jiangzhou's economy and add to his political achievements? What Yan Xiuwen admires may not be Yi Chen's character, but more likely the funds he has and the mysterious forces behind him. Su Jing's tone softened slightly. Annie, Dad doesn't mean to interfere in your relationship, I'm just worried that you'll be deceived. That Yi Chen is too mysterious, I can't see through him at all. Li Hui quickly chimed in from the side. Annie, your dad is right. If you really like him, you should learn more about him. Our family isn't short of money, and we don't need you to find a rich boyfriend. As long as he has good character and treats you well, that's enough. Looking at her parents' worried eyes, Su Annie felt both touched and helpless. She knew her parents meant well, but she also trusted Yi Chen and her own judgment. Chapter 65. The hearts of parents are full of pity. Dad, Mom, I know you're worried about me. Su Annie smiled and leaned forward, grasping her mother's hand tightly. Yi Chen is really not the kind of person you think he is. I will pay more attention and won't let myself be wronged. Looking into his daughter's determined eyes, Su Jing knew that nothing he said would make a difference. My daughter has always been quite stubborn. Once she's made up her mind about something, nothing can change it. Never mind, you know what you're doing. Su Jing sighed helplessly. But you must promise me that if you find anything wrong with him, you must tell me the truth immediately and not hide anything from me. Okay, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Su Annie immediately smiled happily. After reassuring her parents, Su Annie returned to her room, lay on her bed, and felt somewhat conflicted. She had intended to mention it to her father to see if she could help Yi Chen with the investment project, but instead, she was lectured by her father. She knew that her father did not have a good first impression of Yi Chen, mainly because Yi Chen's source of funds was unclear. Never mind, let's talk about it later. Su Annie muttered to herself, composed herself, and got up to go downstairs to rush back to Jiangzhou. Downstairs, Xin Yufeng had been waiting for a long time. He leaned against the Maybach, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. This residential complex looks very ordinary, it's not luxurious, and it lacks high-end amenities. Even the property security guards are wearing the most basic uniforms. But Xin Yufeng felt an invisible pressure from here, which made him inexplicably nervous. Especially when he first entered the residential area, he saw an armed police patrol car parked at the entrance. There aren't many residents in the community, but everyone there has a very calm and composed demeanor, and they don't look like ordinary people at all. What concerned him even more was that high-definition cameras were installed in every corner of the community, leaving almost no blind spots in the surveillance. This level of security is eerily suspicious. Miss Su, you've come down. Upon seeing Su Annie, Xin Yufeng immediately went to greet her, his tone very respectful. Shall we go back to Jiangzhou now? Okay, let's go now. Su Annie nodded, got into the car, and looked slightly tired. Xin Yufeng didn't ask any more questions, started the car, and slowly drove out of the residential area. His gaze inadvertently swept over the armed police patrol car at the entrance of the residential area, and he became even more certain that Su Annie's identity was definitely not simple. To be able to live in a community with this level of security, Su Annie's family background is probably even more terrifying than he imagined. The Maybach had barely driven a short distance out of the residential area when a black Hongqi car in a corner of the area slowly opened its door. If Xin Yufeng were to see the license plate of this car, he would probably be shocked. Sui 00001. This type of license plate is usually only used by leaders at the level of municipal party secretary or provincial governor. Xiao Zhang hurried upstairs and into the living room, standing respectfully before Su Jing. Secretary, the young lady's car has already left. What should we do next? Su Jing leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed, fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Is the investigation still ongoing regarding Yi Chen? The investigation is still ongoing. Xiao Zhang answered immediately. His overseas funds are all from legal sources and do not involve money laundering or other illegal transactions. As long as it's legal. Su Jing opened his eyes, his gaze still filled with complex emotions. Keep an eye on his movements and report to me immediately if anything happens. Clear. Xiao Zhang nodded, turned around and left the living room. Li Hui walked over to Su Jing and gently massaged his shoulders. Old Su, don't worry too much. Annie has grown up and has her own ideas. As long as that young man doesn't do anything illegal or disorderly, it's fine. What I'm worried about is that he might not be as simple as he seems. Su Jing sighed. Jiangzhou is a mixed bag. The Tang family has been entrenched there for years, and their power is deeply entrenched. Yan Xiuwen is also impatient for quick success and instant benefits. Yi Chen is caught in the middle of them, and he could easily get into trouble. It's too dangerous for Annie to be with him. So what do you plan to do? Li Hui frowned slightly and asked with some concern. What else can we do? Su Jing shook his head helplessly. Let us see how things go first. If Yi Chen is truly a promising talent and has good character, I don't mind helping him out. But if he has ulterior motives, even if Annie likes him, I will never let him harm our daughter. Li Hui nodded and didn't say anything more. She knew her husband's temperament. He seemed gentle, but in reality, he was extremely principled and intolerant of any wrongdoing. Su Jing is not only the secretary of the Suzhou Municipal Party Committee, but also holds the important position of deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. It is precisely because of his sensitive and special status that he is so cautious. More importantly, he is worried that his daughter will be taken advantage of by people with ulterior motives. At the same time, on the other end of the phone, Zhou Jingyu was restless and kept having wild thoughts after hanging up. Does Yi Chen already know something? Why hasn't the land management office sent anyone down to investigate? Why would he suddenly call me? This isn't normal, it must be. Zhou Jingyu paced back and forth in his room, a vague unease creeping into his heart. Not only did they not cause trouble for Yi Chen, but if things were exposed again, it would be a loss that outweighed the gains. Thinking of this, Zhou Jingyu hurriedly left the house and headed straight for Yi Chen's hometown. A moment later, looking at the still bustling construction scene in front of me, my heart skipped a beat. Especially when he saw the figure of village chief Fang Jiashu, an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Oh no, how could he be here? There must be something fishy about the fact that the village chief came over and took the initiative to do all this. He then immediately turned around and quietly disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Yi Junhui walked over with a smile on his face, carrying a cup of tea. Hey bro, stop what you're doing and have a glass of water. Fang Jiashu laughed heartily as he accepted the tea, clearly in a very good mood. What are you saying, brother? It's not easy for the family to build a house, isn't it only right that I help out? Yi Chen asked me to help him get a land use certificate. It should be ready in the next few days. I'll bring it to you then. Upon hearing this, Yi Junhui was immediately dumbfounded, staring at him in disbelief. A land use certificate? Is it real? Can it be obtained? I have. Fang Jiashu smiled and waved his hand. Brother, I know what you want to say. It's okay, don't worry about it. I've taken care of everything. Yi Junhui knew very well that his homestead area exceeded the standard area by at least double, so getting a certificate wouldn't be easy. Because the regulations weren't as strict before, there was a lot of wasteland. Everyone's homestead area will exceed a certain limit. Whoever reclaims the nearby wasteland is considered to own it, and basically no one cares. However, each household only has a limited land area, and it is difficult to obtain a certificate if the area exceeds the limit. Oh, look at this. How can I thank you enough? I've caused you so much trouble again. Yi Junhui smiled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. But he was still somewhat gratified by the recent changes in his son. Chapter 66 Quirky and Amazing. Yi Chen had just finished washing up in the bathroom when his phone started vibrating and a WeChat notification popped up. The nickname is Little Witch. Yi Chen shook his head and chuckled, then casually picked up his phone to unlock it. News about Luo Xiling came out like a barrage of bullets. Brother! I'm on summer vacation. I heard from my mom that you're really amazing now, you're even driving a luxury car? Is that true? Hey bro, come pick me up. All my classmates have someone to pick them up, but I don't want to squeeze onto the bus. I've sent you the address, wait for me at the school gate. He even added a tongue-out emoji at the end, just like that little girl who used to follow him around all the time. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, his fingertips tapping on the screen. Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Luo Xiling is his aunt's daughter, who is 8 years younger than him. His aunt and his mother's only sister, who married into the next village, were his closest family since childhood. This little girl has always liked to stick to him since she was a child. She would climb trees to steal bird nests, go down to the river to catch loaches, and she was always there wherever there was danger. Every time she got into trouble, she would hide behind him and call out, "Brother, save me." Later, after he married Xinjiai's materialistic and snobbish nature was exposed, and she also became less friendly towards Luo Xiling. Once, when Luo Xiling came to visit, she accidentally knocked over Xinjiai's skincare products and was scolded severely. After that, the girl never came to see him again. Thinking of this, a hint of warmth flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He then opened the walk-in closet and casually picked out an outfit. A moment later, Yi Chen drove his Porsche toward Jiangzhou No. 2 Middle School. 20 minutes later, at the school gate. It was peak time for students to leave school, and students in blue and white school uniforms poured out of the school gates. Parents' electric bikes and school buses were causing a complete traffic jam. Some vendors' stalls were surrounded by people, and the aroma of grilled cold noodles and other fried foods was a unique scent of youth on campus. Suddenly, the sound of a supercar engine came from afar. The students instinctively turned around and saw a silver-white Porsche break through the traffic and come to a steady stop in the parking space at the school gate. If it weren't for the fact that someone had just left, Finding a parking spot would be harder than climbing to heaven. Holy crap! Is that a Porsche? Holy crap! How much is this worth? At least 2 or 3 million, right? Whose car is that? Is it some rich kid picking someone up? A murmur of discussion erupted from the crowd. The once noisy school gate fell silent for a few seconds before bursting into an even more heated commotion. Several boys took out their phones and started snapping photos like crazy, while the girls stood on tiptoe and peered ahead, their eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Luo Xiling was standing by the roadside with her best friend Zhao Bingyao, holding ice cream she had just bought. Upon hearing the engine's sound, she instinctively looked up, her eyes immediately lighting up. Bingyao! Look at that car, it's so beautiful. Luo Xiling gripped Zhao Bingyao's arm, her voice trembling slightly. Wow, it's really beautiful. Is that a Porsche? My brother said he's coming to pick me up, could it be this? Upon hearing this, Zhao Bingyao's delicate jaw nearly dropped in shock. Her family is quite well off, and she has seen many nice cars, but this is the first time she has seen a supercar like a Porsche up close. It should be a Porsche. Zhao Bingyao swallowed hard, her eyes filled with shock. Is your brother that awesome? As soon as he finished speaking, the Porsche's door slowly opened. Yichen slowly stepped out of the car, his hair slightly disheveled by the wind, a perfectly timed smile on his face. He raised his hand to take off his sunglasses, his gaze swept across the crowd, and he immediately locked onto Luo Xiling, who was wearing a school uniform. Little girl, over here. Although the sound was not loud, it had a mysterious penetrating power. The surrounding chatter stopped instantly, and all eyes were on him. Luo Xiling's face flushed red, half from excitement and half from shyness. She immediately grabbed Zhao Bingyao and ran quickly towards Yi Chen. Elder brother. She ran up to Yi Chen, tilted her head up to look him over, then circled the Porsche once, reaching out to gently touch the car door, as if to confirm if it was real. My god, bro, you really drive a Porsche supercar? Luo Xiling's eyes sparkled, filled with disbelief. Yi Chen smiled and ruffled her hair, his eyes full of doting affection. I just bought it not long ago. He glanced at Zhao Bingyao beside Luo Xiling, his gaze lingering on her face. The little girl was wearing a blue and white school uniform, but it couldn't hide her delicate features. She has fair skin, big, round eyes, and 2 shallow dimples when she smiles. She's cute yet stunningly beautiful, definitely a school beauty, on par with Luo Xiling. Zhao Bingyao felt a little embarrassed by his gaze, so she quickly lowered her head and whispered something. Hello, brother. Hello, is this your classmate? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Luo Xiling beside him. Yes. Her name is Zhao Bingyao, and we've been hanging out together since the first year of high school. Luo Xiling, holding Zhao Bingyao's hand, proudly introduced them. Bingyao is the prettiest girl in our class, and she's also an excellent student. Zhao Bingyao quickly waved her little hand. Brother, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just average looking. Xiling is much prettier. Just then, a system notification sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Detected a target for binding in the school beauty encyclopedia, Zhao Bingyao. Current affinity is 50. Host, do you wish to bind immediately? Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. It's like his wish came true, this system really understands him. Bind. He immediately muttered it to himself. Ding! School Beauty Illustrated Guide successfully bound. Current favorability is 50. Please complete the unlocking task as soon as possible to receive generous system rewards. Brother? What are you spacing out about? Luo Xiling waved her hand in front of his eyes. No, it's nothing. Yi Chen then came to his senses, looked at Zhao Bingyao, and smiled gently. Thank you for taking care of Xiling all this time. You're welcome, buddy. Xiling often helps me too. Zhao Bingyao looked up and met his gaze. Yi Chen's handsome features and the magical charm he exuded made her heart race instantly. The surrounding chatter grew louder, with many students discussing them. Is that Luo Xiling? I didn't expect her brother to be so handsome and rich. I'm so jealous. Why does my brother always steal my snacks? Who is that guy? Does he have a girlfriend? Could you please give me his contact information? As Luo Xiling listened to these discussions, her vanity was instantly and greatly satisfied. She puffed out her proud little chest and grabbed Yi Chen's arm. Brother, let's go quickly, there are too many people here. Good. Yi Chen nodded and looked at Zhao Bingyao again. We'll be going now, but come visit us sometime. Zhao Bingyao smiled sweetly and nodded. Okay, brother, I'll definitely go when I have time. Let's add each other on WeChat, just in case we can't reach Xiling. Chapter 67 School Beauty Pictorial. After Zhao Bingyao finished speaking, her cheeks unconsciously flushed slightly. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and quickly took out his phone, opened WeChat, and scanned the QR code to add a friend. Zhao Bingyao's small hands trembled slightly, and it took her 3 tries to scan successfully. Alright, bro. After successfully adding the phone, she quickly put it back in her pocket, her face turning bright red. Okay, be careful on your way home. Yi Chen ruffled her hair, his gesture natural and affectionate. Zhao Bingyao's heart pounded even faster. She nodded, watched Luo Xiling get into the passenger seat of the Porsche, and then waved. Xiling, contact me on WeChat later. Okay. Luo Xiling poked her head out and waved at her. The Porsche's engine roared up again, its deep rumble causing the surrounding students to instinctively quiet down. Yi Chen stepped on the gas, and the car, like a silver lightning bolt, broke through the crowd of onlookers and disappeared at the end of the street. Zhao Bingyao stood there, staring at the direction the car had disappeared, her gaze lingering for a long time. A gentle breeze lifted her hair and brushed against her still slightly flushed cheeks. Yao Yao, what are you daydreaming about? The classmate next to her patted her on the shoulder. Is that your best friend's brother? He's so handsome and rich. Zhao Bingyao snapped out of her daze and lowered her head in a flustered manner. Yes. After saying that, he quickly left the crowd. Meanwhile, inside the Porsche, Luo Xiling was frantically taking photos with her phone, from the front to the back of the car, and also taking several pictures of the interior before posting them on her WeChat moments. The caption read, "My brother's new ride. Anyone want to go for a ride this summer?" He ended with a cool, smug emoji. The comments section exploded as soon as it was posted. Holy crap! Xiling, you've been hiding this well. Please take me for a ride. I want to go for a spin. Does your brother need a girlfriend? The kind who can cook and warm your bed. Luo Xiling looked at the comments, grinning from ear to ear, and handed her phone to Yi Chen. Brother, look, they're all so envious of me. Yi Chen glanced at it and smiled helplessly. Little girl, don't be too flamboyant. He. I got it. Luo Xiling stuck out her tongue, put away her phone, and curiously looked around the car. Brother, what kind of business are you in now? How come you're suddenly so rich? Just lucky. Yi Chen casually added a sentence. Oh? Luo Xiling's eyes lit up. Is he the kind of incredibly capable person? Like in TV dramas, who can earn millions just by moving a finger? Yi Chen was instantly amused by her appearance. Little girl, have you been watching too many short dramas? I heard from my mom that you and Shinjai got divorced. Is it because she's not good enough for you? Luo Xiling suddenly asked, her tone full of gossip. I've disliked her for a long time. After we got married, she became a gold digger. Now she knows she regrets it. When Shinjai was mentioned, Yi Chen's eyes turned cold for a moment, but then he regained his composure. It's not that she's not good enough for me, it's that we're not compatible. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Don't mention her again. She's gone. Gone? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiling's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Really, bro? She's really dead? Yi Chen turned his head and glanced at her with interest. Yeah, why would I lie to you about something like this? That's great. So good. Luo Xiling's face flushed slightly, as if she was a little excited. Yi Chen was amused by her reaction and shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, this little girl is still the same as when she was little. You don't need to be this happy, do you? Luo Xiling, however, didn't care at all, and pouted. Oof. I'm just happy. It's her fault for being mean to my brother, and even worse to me, hee. Yi Chen forced himself to suppress his laughter, then stepped on the gas, and the car sped off towards his hometown. A moment later, the Porsche slowly stopped in front of her old home, and Luo Xiling stared wide-eyed through the car window. The brick houses of my memory are long gone, replaced by a bustling scene of dozens of workers. My God, bro. Is this still our home? If this is built, it will be so magnificent. It will definitely be the most luxurious house in the whole village. Yi-chan smiled, unbuckled his seatbelt, and opened the car door. It's only been a few days since construction started, it will look even better when it's finished. As soon as the two got out of the car, Yi Junhui, who was supervising the construction site, saw them. A smile immediately appeared on his dark face. He tossed the measuring tape to the worker next to him and strode over. Xiao Chen's back. Oh? Ziling's here too, are you on vacation? Yi Junhui rubbed his hands, which were covered in cement dust, then quickly moved them away, afraid that the dust on his hands would get on the children. Come inside and rest. Your mother just made mung bean soup. Dad, I just happened to come and check on the progress. Yi-chan patted his father's shoulder, a warm feeling welling up inside him. Are the workers all behaving themselves? Has anyone come to cause trouble? They'll definitely listen. Who would dare cause trouble? A loud voice broke in, and village chief Fang Jiashu, a cigarette dangling from his lips, strode over. Upon seeing Yi-chen, he stubbed out his cigarette and immediately grabbed him, pulling him towards the shade of a nearby tree. Aiken, come with me for a moment, I have something to tell you. Luo Xiling, curious, wanted to follow, but Yi Junhui stopped her with a smile. Your brother and the village chief are talking about serious business. Let us go inside first. Your aunt must miss you. Under the shade of a tree, Fang Jiashu took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to Yi-chen. You little rascal, you've really grown up. I have to thank you on behalf of the whole village. Soon, construction will begin in the village, and there will be cement roads everywhere you go. Yi-chen smiled and took the cigarette. You're too kind, uncle. It's nothing. I'm sorry to have troubled you again. Fang Jiashu's eyes welled up with tears, and he sniffed. You child, why are you being so polite with me? I will definitely take care of your affairs. Then he deliberately lowered his voice. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to touch a single brick or tile of your house. Yi-chen felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Fang Jiashu had been the village chief for over 10 years and had always been a fair person. Then I'll have to trouble you, uncle. Fang Jiashu smiled and patted his chest to assure him. You can focus on your big projects in the city. I'll keep an eye on things back home and make sure they're built beautifully for you. The land use certificate will be processed soon, and I'll bring it back to your dad later. After a few more casual words, the two returned to their makeshift prefab house. Fu Yaji was carrying out a bowl of mung bean soup when she saw Luo Xiling and beamed with joy, taking her hand in her arms. My sweet girl, she's grown so tall. Fu Yaji stroked Luo Xiling's hair, then looked at Yi-chen. You brought her back? Didn't you go see your aunt? Mom, I know, I'll take her home in a bit. Luo Xiling stood to the side, grinning foolishly, clinging to Fu Yaji's arm. Auntie, my brother is really amazing now. I'll be the sister of a rich kid from now on. These words made everyone in the room laugh. After chatting with his parents for more than half an hour, Yi-chen got up to take Luo Xiling home. Before leaving, Luo Xiling took a group photo in front of the small building under construction and posted it on her WeChat Moments. Caption, my brother's new villa is under construction, it will be his future home. Chapter 68. The new sister-in-law is still the best. As soon as the Porsche stopped in front of the Luo family's house, Luo Xiling pushed open the car door and ran into the yard, shouting all the while. Mom! Mom! My brother's here. Fu Yiting was picking vegetables in the yard when she heard the sound, straightened up, and saw Yi-chen getting out of the car. Her face immediately lit up with a smile. Oh, Xiao Chen's here. Come inside quickly, it's sunny outside. She and Fu Yaji are sisters and look about 70% alike, but she has a more gentle temperament. She took Yi-chen's hand and led him into the house, bustling about, pouring tea and cutting fruit. I heard you're doing quite well these days, building houses and driving sports cars? Fu Yiting looked Yi-chen over, her eyes filled with satisfaction. Divorce is actually a good thing. A woman like Xinjiai is not good enough for you. I was lucky and made some money. Yi-chen smiled and casually replied. Luo Xiling clung to her mother's arm and recounted her experiences of the day, embellishing them with details. He spoke animatedly about everything from the Porsche to the sensation at the school gate, and then to Yi-chen's new villa. Mom, I want to go stay with my brother for a few days. Luo Xiling shook Fu Yiting's arm, acting coquettishly. Fu Yiting looked at her daughter helplessly. Why are you always clinging to your brother? Because my brother loves me the most. Luo Xiling pouted and looked at Yi Chen again. Brother, are you happy to see me? Yi Chen shook his head and smiled wryly, but his eyes were full of doting affection. Welcome, you're welcome anytime. Look. My brother welcomed me. Luo Xiling looked at her mother with great pride. Fu Yiting couldn't persuade her daughter otherwise, so she had no choice but to nod. Go ahead, but be good when you get there and don't cause trouble for your brother. Then she looked at Yi Chen. Xiao Chen, Ziling is young and doesn't know any better, so please take good care of her. If she dares to disobey, send her back. Don't worry, Auntie, I will. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiling immediately ran happily back to her room to pack her luggage. A small pink suitcase was quickly filled, and she didn't forget to bring her favorite plush bear. After saying goodbye to my aunt, the car started again and headed towards Zhengzhou City. Luo Xiling leaned against the car window, looking at the scenery outside, her eyes full of anticipation. When the Porsche drove into the Zizilan residential area, Luo Xiling's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. The security guard in the guard booth saw Yi Chen's Porsche and immediately saluted to let him pass, his movements perfectly executed. Brother, is this your neighborhood? Luo Xiling's voice was trembling slightly. This is so luxurious. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, and the car quickly stopped in front of Villa Number 1. The housekeeper, Lin Wei, and the nanny were already waiting at the door. Mr. Yi, you're back. Lin Wei smiled and stepped forward, offering a respectful greeting. Her gaze lingered on Luo Xiling for a moment, and a polite smile appeared on her face. Startled, Luo Xiling quickly hid behind Yi Chen, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. This was the first time in her life she had ever seen such a large-scale event. This is my aunt's daughter, Luo Xiling. She's coming to stay at our house for a few days. Yi Chen looked at Lin Wei and began to introduce her. Miss Xiling, welcome. Lin Wei smiled and nodded, then looked at Luo Xiling. Just then, Su Annie walked over from Villa Number 2. She was wearing a beige dress, her long hair was tied up, revealing her slender neck, and she had a gentle smile on her face. Honey, you're back. Su Annie stepped forward and naturally took Yi Chen's arm, her gaze falling on Luo Xiling, her eyes full of tenderness. Who is this? Luo Xiling stared at Su Annie, her eyes practically glued to her. The woman in front of me was even more beautiful than the actresses on TV. She had a gentle and elegant demeanor, and her smile was even more beautiful, making it impossible not to feel a sense of goodwill towards her. Sister-in-law. Hello, I am Luo Xiling. Luo Xiling's face instantly turned red, and she stammered out a cry. Su Annie was amused by her and reached out to ruffle her hair. Good girl, come inside quickly, I'll have the kitchen make you something delicious. Thank you, sister-in-law. Luo Xiling's voice even became sweeter as she took Su Annie's hand and led her into the house. Sister-in-law, you look so beautiful. And this house is huge. May I take a look around? Of course, I'll take you there. Su Annie smiled and nodded, then turned and gave Yi Chen a look. Yi Chen watched the two figures walking intimately from behind, a gratified smile appearing on his lips. Lin Wei then stepped forward and handed him a document. Mr. Yi, these are the company registration documents you asked me to prepare. Please take a look. Put it in the study first, I'll look at it later. Have the nanny prepare a guest room and clean it thoroughly. Okay, Mr. Yi. Lin Wei nodded and left. Yi Chen walked into the living room, where Su Annie was showing Luo Xiling around. Luo Xiling tilted her head back and kept looking at it, muttering "It's beautiful" over and over again. He then went to the balcony, where Su Annie quickly came over and hugged him from behind. This little girl is so cute. Yi Chen turned around and gently put his arm around her shoulder. Your aunt and uncle didn't say anything when you went back to Suzhou today, did they? Su Annie's eyes flickered for a moment, then returned to calm as she leaned against him. It's nothing, they just miss me and want me to come home more often. She paused, then changed the subject. By the way, Lin Wei said you're going to register a company? Yi Chen knew she didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't press her and nodded. Yes, I have that idea. Do you have enough funds? Su Annie slowly raised her head, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. I still have over 10 million yuan on hand. If you need it, I can transfer it to you. Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart and gently took her hand. No need, I have enough money. You can keep your money and buy whatever you want. But obedient. Yi Chen immediately interrupted her, pinching her cheek. I know you're worried about me, but I know my limits. Besides, how could I spend your money? Looking into his determined eyes, Suani had no choice but to nod. If you need anything, be sure to tell me. I will always support you. Good. Yi Chen smiled and nodded, then kissed her on the forehead. Then, Yi Chen went into the study. Lin Wei had already placed the documents on the desk and brewed tea. Please sit down. Yi Chen pointed to the chair opposite him. After Lin Wei sat down, she felt inexplicably nervous. The company's main business is divided into two parts: investment in scientific research and development, with a focus on artificial intelligence and biomedicine. Lin Wei took careful notes. Although she didn't understand much about these things, she had a strong learning ability. More importantly, Lin Wei's execution ability is beyond doubt.